New edition of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English by Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Mode, Festivals. Tract Erubim. Volume 3. Boston. The Talmud Society. 1918. Scanned at sacredtexts.com, August 2002. J.B. Hare, Redactor.
Tract Erubim. Chapter 1. Regulations concerning the width and height of an Erub constructed in streets inhabited solely by Israelites, and regulations concerning the construction of an Erub by a caravan. Mishnah: if an entry 1 be higher than 20 ells, it should be lowered. Our Jehuda said, this is not necessary. If it be wider than 10 ells, it should be made narrower, but if it have the appearance of a door, even though it be wider than 10 ells, it need not be made narrower. Gemara: we have learned in a Mishnah, Sukkah, I.A., that a booth which is higher than 20 ells is unfit for use, and our Jehuda said, that it may be used. Why does the Mishnah in the case of an entry decree that it should be remedied by lowering, while in the case of a booth it declares it unfit for use? Because in the case of a booth a number of other defects are mentioned in connection with the excessive height, and each of those would require a special explanation as to how they were to be remedied, whereas in the case of an entry only 2 things are to be corrected, and the remedy for them is taught. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, the difference of opinion between the sages and our Jehuda is based upon the door and the porch of pillars in the temple. We have learned in a Mishnah, that the door of the temple was 20 ells in height and 10 ells in width, and that the porch was 40 ells in height and 20 ells in width. The sages compare the entry with the door, and our Jehuda compares it with the porch of the temple, which was also more or less a door. And why does our Jehuda say that the porch is also a door? Because it is written, Ezekiel p. 2. 15:48, the porch of the house, and that is equivalent to the door of a house. Why do not the sages hold the porch to be a door? Because, were it written, the door of the porch might also be considered a door, but as it is written, the porch of the house, it means the porch which opens towards the house, but not a door to the house. How can it be that our Jehuda bases his dictum on the porch of the house? The porch was 20 ells in width, and when the Mishnah decrees that if the entry be wider than 10 ells it must be made narrower, he does not dissent. Why did he not say that it was not necessary to lessen its width? Said Abayi, in the following Boritha he does dissent, as we have learned, if the width of the entry exceed 10 ells it should be made narrower, but our Jehuda says, it is not necessary. Why is this omitted in the Mishnah? He disputes with the sages concerning the height, hence it is evident that he also disputes as to the width. Again, how can it be that our Jehuda bases his dictum upon the porch of the house? Have we not learned in a Boritha, that if an entry exceed 20 ells in height, it must be lowered? Our Jehuda, however, says, that it may be made even 40 or 50 ells in height, and Bar Kapara taught, that it may be even 100 ells high. As for Bar Kapara, it is assumed to be an exaggeration, but as for our Jehuda it cannot be considered merely an exaggeration, because he bases his dictum upon the porch of the house, and that was only 40 ells in height. Why does he say or 50? Whence his basis for such an assertion? Said Arhisda, Rabird, on account of the following Boritha, we have learned, an entry which is higher than 20 ells, thus exceeding the height of the door of the temple, should be lowered. Now Rab assumed, that if the sages base their teaching upon the door of the temple, our Jehuda bases his dictum upon the porch of the temple, but this is not so. Our Jehuda does not consider the temple at all, but uses as a basis the palaces of kings, the doors of which attain excessive heights. What is the law concerning an entry, the crossbeam of which was partly above 20 ells in height and partly below, and also concerning the covering of a booth, part of which was over 20 ells in height and the other part lower than 20? Said Rabba, an entry is made invalid by it but a booth is not affected. Why does he say that a booth is not affected by it? p. 3. Paragraph continues, because we assume that part of the covering of a booth, which is above 20 ells, to be so frail that it does not matter. Cannot the same thing be said concerning the crossbeam of an entry? If this were said with reference to a crossbeam, then it will seem as if there is no foundation for the crossbeam, and it is suspended in midair. Is this not the same with a booth? If it be said that that part of the covering of the booth is so frail that it amounts to nothing, it cannot serve as protection against the sun and there will be more sunshine than shade, and this would make the booth invalid. But, as such is not the case and the frailty of the covering is as a matter of fact only imaginary, it does cause more shade than sunshine, and the booth is not made invalid. Why should it not also be the same with the crossbeam, the frailty of which is also only imaginary while in reality it is as firm as if fastened with nails? Said Rabbi of Parskaya, if such a defect occur in a booth, which is intended for the personal use of a man, it will be remedied through the thoughtfulness of the man, who is bound to keep the commandment properly, but a crossbeam of an entry which is intended for public use will be neglected, because one man will rely upon another to remedy the defect, as the proverb goes, that a pot used in common is never warm nor cold, one relies upon another to keep it in its proper condition. Rabbina said, the booth being a fulfillment of a biblical commandment needs no further safeguard, for it will be kept under any circumstances, but the entry being a purely rabbinical institution must not leave any loopholes, by which the entire law may eventually be circumvened. What is the law, finally? Rabbi Bar Arula said, both are invalid, and Rabhu said, both are valid. Why? Because the 20 ells refer to the space between the ground and the crossbeam or covering, respectively, and even if part of either be above 20 ells, the space is not changed in volume. Said our Papa to Rabha, I know of a Boritha confirming this statement, an entry which is more than 20 ells high and thus is higher than the door of the temple should be lowered, and the space between the ground and the ceiling in the temple itself was 20 ells high. Our Shimi Bar Arashi objected to this. We have learned further on, how should we remedy the defect in the entry? The crossbeam should be laid below the limit of the 20 ells. Do not learn in the Boritha, below but above the limit of the 20 ells. The Boritha, however, p. 4. distinctly teaches below. This below refers to a booth which was less than 10 spans high and which must be made higher so that the space between the ground and the ceiling should be no less than 10 spans, in the same manner as it must not be higher than 20 ells. Abayi said in the name of R. Naaman, the L used at a booth and at an entry measures 5 spans, but the L used at Kailim is 6 spans. For what legal purpose does R. Naaman relate this? This is taught for the purpose of determining the height of an entry and for measuring a breach in the wall of an entry. If the breach be over 10 ells wide, the entry is invalid, and the L used for measurement is the one of 5 spans only. Why is the width of a breach and the height of the entry only mentioned? There is also width to be considered in an entry, for did not R. Naaman state that an entry must not be less than 4 ells wide? What ells are these? If they are 4 ells of the lesser standard, R. Naaman makes the ordinance more lenient. The ells in an entry, as a rule, are those of the lesser standard, but as for the width, those of the greater standard are used. Further, R. Naaman said that the L used at a booth also measures 5 spans. For what purpose did he state this? For the measurement of the height of the booth and the crooked walls of the booth. There is also the width of the booth to be considered, however, and that should be 4 ells. Will not the ordinance regarding the width be made more lenient thereby of 20 spans only? The ells of a booth generally are of 5 spans, but as for width the ells measuring 6 spans are used. What does R. Naaman intend to specify, by stating that the ells used at Kylam measure 6 spans? He refers to seeds planted in the superficies of a vineyard and to a barren spot in a vineyard, as explained in Tract Kylam. But there is a vineyard in which the vines are planted at less intervals than 4 ells, and the opinions of the sages differ as to whether such a vineyard is called a vineyard in a legal sense. And if the ells be measured according to the statement of Naaman, it is made more lenient? Because if the 4 ells be of the lesser standard, the commandment of Kylam is not applied. The statement of R. Naaman is made for a rule but did not include the above vineyard. The ells of a vineyard are generally used of 6 spans, but not for the width. But Rabhu said in the name of R. P. 5. Paragraph continues, Naaman, all ells measure 6 spans, but in Kylam are measured with long spans and in entry and booth with short spans to make it more rigorously. Bar Ashi in the name of Rab said, the several prescribed quantities, as mentioned in Tract Sabbath, the Chatsatsa, intervention of articles at bathing, and the ordinance concerning the walls of an entry and of a booth are ordinances given by Moses at the Mount Sinai. How can it be said that these are Sinaic laws? They are biblical laws. For it is written, Deut. 8:8, a land of wheat and barley, and of the vine, and the fig tree and the pomegranate, a land of the oil olive and of honey. And Arhanan said, that the whole verse refers to prescribed quantities. By wheat is meant, what we have learned elsewhere in a Mishnah, Nagim 13:9, if a man clad in garments and shoes entered a house where leprosy was prevalent, he immediately becomes unclean, but his garments, shoes, etc., do not become unclean, until he remains there a length of time sufficient for the consumption of bread of the quantity of 2 eggs, wheaten bread but not barley bread, and when eaten in a reclining position with some other dish. By barley is meant, what we have learned elsewhere, Ohiloth 2:3, if a bone of a corpse is the size of a grain of barley, it makes a body unclean, when touched or carried. But it does not make unclean the contents of a tent, if found therein. By vine is meant, if a Nazirite drink a quarter of a lug of wine, he ceases to be a Nazirite and must bring us an offering. By fig tree is meant, that one is guilty of carrying on the Sabbath, if he carries anything of the size or quantity of a dried figure. By pomegranate is meant, what we have learned elsewhere, Kalim 17:1. Any vessel belonging to a household, if it have a hole as large as a pomegranate, is not subject to defilement any more. By a land of the oil olive is meant a land where all prescribed quantities are of the size of an olive. All prescribed quantities. What about those just mentioned? Say, a land where the majority of the prescribed quantities are of the size of an olive. By honey is meant, that if a man ate anything the size of a fresh date on the Day of Atonement, he is guilty. How can the passage be understood in this manner? No prescribed quantities are mentioned in the passage. We must say, therefore, that those laws are Sinaic, but the passage is merely an technical basis for them. And Chatsatsa, is that not also biblical law? It, as is written, Leviticus 15:16. p. 6. Paragraph continues, then shall he bathe all his flesh in water. By all his flesh is meant, that nothing should intervene between his flesh and the water. The Sinaic law was necessary in order to stipulate, that there should even be no intervention between the hair and the water, not only between the flesh and the water. As was said by Rabbi Bar Arhuna, if there was a knot in a single hair, there was certainly an intervention, but if 3 hairs were tied in a knot, there was certainly no intervention, but if 2 were tied together, the matter is doubtful to me. But even the ordinance concerning the hair is also biblical? For we have learned in Aboratha, that by all his flesh is meant all attached to the flesh, and that includes the hair. The Sinaitic law was necessary in order to stipulate the ordinances concerning the greater and lesser part of the hair, one who is particular with his hair and one who is not, as was said by the dictum of Aritzak. According to biblical law, Chatsitsa is constituted only if the greater part of his hair was encrusted with more blood, etc., and the man is particular about his hair, but if he is not, it does not constitute intervention. The rabbinical laws, however, ordained as a precautionary measure, that if the larger part of his hair be encrusted even though he be not particular, it would constitute chatsitsa, lest one who is particular would not consider it so, and they also ordained, that if the smaller part of his hair was encrusted and he is particular about his hair, it would constitute chatsitsa, as a precautionary measure, for the sake of the one who has the larger part of his hair encrusted and is also particular about his hair. The ordinances concerning the walls of a booth and an entry are also biblical? For the Master said, "It is written, that the ark was 9 spans high and the cover was 1 span thick, so the ark and cover combined were 10 spans high, and this serves as a prescribed height for all walls." The Sinaitic laws are necessary for the stipulation of the ordinances concerning 1 levied, 2 and crooked walls. If the entry was higher than 20 ells and is to be lowered. p. 7. How much lower should it be made? How much lower? As much as is necessary. The question here is, how much of the space below the crossbeam must be diminished in order to make the space only 20 ells high? R. Joseph said, 1 span underneath the crossbeam is sufficient, but Abayi said, 4 spans, and they differ merely as to the precautionary measure involved, the latter claiming that 1 span may be impaired through stepping upon it, while the former holds that there is no danger of such a thing happening. How is it if the entry was less than 10 spans high and sufficient ground had to be excavated in order to make it the prescribed height? How much ground should be excavated? How much? As much as is necessary? The question, therefore, is not as to how much must be excavated in height, but in the width of the entry. R. Joseph said, for the width of 4 spans, and Abayi said, for 4 ells. The reason R. Joseph says 4 spans in this case, while only requiring 1 span in the above case, is because in the first instance a wall for the entry already existed, and merely the space had to be diminished, but in this instance, if the wall is less than 10 spans high, it cannot be considered a wall, and by excavating the ground the wall will be made, hence 4 spans at least must be excavated in order to constitute such a wall, the wall of an entry. Abayi, however, holds that in this case 4 spans would be insufficient, and at least 4 ells are necessary, because an entry is not considered such, unless it is 4 ells wide. Said Abayi, whence do I know that 4 ells are required? From the statement of Rami Bar Hama in the name of Arhuna, that if a beam protrude from one of the walls of the entry for a distance of less than 4 ells, it may serve as the side beam of such entry and be valid, although it was not intended to serve for that purpose. If such a beam protrude for a distance of 4 ells or more, it is considered as part of the wall and cannot serve as a side beam, but a new side beam must be made in order to make the entry valid. If a beam protrude from the wall of an entry and was even not intended to serve as a side beam, it may be ever so small, it is considered as a side beam for the entry and is valid. If it protrude, however, for a distance of 4 ells or more, and was not originally intended for a side beam, it cannot serve the purpose, because the entire width of the entry is only supposed to be 4 Ls, and for that reason the protruding beam is considered part of the wall. Hence, in order to make the entry p8 valid, another side beam must be constructed. From this it may be seen that Abaye bases his opinion concerning the width of the entry upon the dictum of Rami Bar Hama, that an entry must be 4 Ls wide. R. Joseph, however, declares that the decree of Rami Bar Hama does not conflict with his own decision, for it is true that a beam, if it be 4 Ls wide, is not considered a side beam, because it has not the appearance of a side beam. Still, the reason for this is not because the width of the entry itself should be 4 Ls, but because the side beam is too large, and, as for the entry itself, it is sufficient if it be only 4 spans wide. Again, Rami Bar Hama said that if the beam be 4 Ls wide, another side beam is necessary. Where should the latter be put? Should he add the side beam to the original beam, the size will be increased, and it will not look anything like a side beam. Said R. Papa, it can be put on the other side of the entry. R. Huna Bar Jehoshua, however, said that the side beam may be added to the original beam, but it should be made either higher or lower than the original beam, in order that it may appear as if it were added. The same Arhuna said also, all this is said in a case of where the entry was 8 Ls in width, so that the protruding beam and the entry are of equal width, but if the entry was only 7 Ls wide and thus the width of the entry is less than the protruding beam, even according to Rami Bar Hama, the entry is valid without the addition of another beam, because the entry being narrower than the beam is considered the same as a door. This ordinance is made lenient from an inference of a rigorous ordinance, one viz., the ordinance concerning a court. If in a court one of the walls is entirely destroyed, nothing may be carried therein on the Sabbath, and neither a crossbeam nor a side beam placed at the remaining walls alters its character. However, if the wall destroyed was only partially ruined and the remaining portion is larger than the breach, things may be carried therein. Hence, in the case of an entry where a side or crossbeam suffices for the entire wall, if the wall is wider than the space of the entry proper, insomuch p9 greater a degree is the entry valid for all purposes. Arashi, however, says that even if the entry was 8 Ls wide, no additional side beam is necessary, no matter in which way the case is assumed. If it be assumed that the closed part of the entry is wider than the entry itself, through some inaccuracy in construction, then the entry is valid because of that fact, and if it be assumed that the space of the entry is wider, then the closed part which is constituted by the beam may be regarded as a legal side beam, and then the entry is certainly valid. But it might be assumed that both the closed part and the space were exactly equal. In that event it would constitute a doubtful case based on a rabbinical law, and such a case is always decided with leniency. Said Arhinan Bar Rabha, in the name of Rab, if the wall of an entry was broken for a distance of less than 10 Ls at the side, the entry is valid, but if the front of the wall was broken for 4 Ls, assuming that the entry was originally 20 Ls wide and in order to make it valid, 10 Ls had been closed up, and of the 10 Ls of the new wall, 4 had been broken, the entry is not valid. Why is the entry valid if the wall was broken for a distance of 10 Ls on the side? Because the breach can be regarded as a door. Why should not the same case apply to the breach in the front? Say that can also be regarded as a door? Said Arhuna Bar Jehoshua, in this case the breach is supposed to be in the corner, and a door is not generally made in the corner. Arhuna, however, said that the same distance applies to both the side and the front of wall. In either case, if the breach exceeds 4 Ls, the entry is not valid. And thus said Arhuna to Arhanan bar Rabha, do not dispute with me, for it happened that Rab came to the city of Damaria and he acted there in accordance with my decree. Arhanan bar Rabha answered, this is not sufficient evidence for me, because in that case Rab acted in a manner that precluded the possibility of doing wrong, that is, the people there were ignorant, and had he given them a liberal interpretation of the ordinance, they would have taken advantage of it and disregarded the law in the future. Said R. Naman bar Itzhak, it seems to me that Arhuna was correct in his opinion from the following. It was taught, an entry made in the form of a right angle should, according to Rab, be considered as an ordinary entry which is open on both sides and requires an apparent door on one side and p. 10. a cross or side beam on the other side, but according to Samuel it must be considered as a closed entry, and at both sides needs only a side beam. Now, let us see. Shall we assume that even if the entry was wider than 10 ells, Samuel still regards it as a closed entry, and only requires a side beam at each side, and this being impossible, therefore we must rather assume that the entry was only 10 ells wide, and still Rab regards it as an open entry and declares that it requires an apparent door. Hence we see that the breach on the side of the wall must also not exceed 4 ells in order that it may be regarded as a door. According to Rab then, not even 10 ells in front can be regarded as a door until an apparent door is added. How can it be said that if a breach measure 10 ells at the side it is regarded as a door? What rejoinder will Arhanan bar Rabha make? Arhanan will claim that an entry made in the form of a right angle is used so much that it appears like public ground, hence an apparent door must be made, but as for a court, which is not used as a thoroughfare, even 10 ells may appear like a door. The rabbis taught how are entries facing public ground combined by an Erub. On one side an apparent door should be made and on the other a cross and side beam should be put up. Said Hananiah, the school of Shammai said that doors should be made at both entries where they face the street, and when going out or entering, the man should close the door. The school of Hillel, however, said that at one side a side and a crossbeam should be made and at the other a door should be made. Commenting upon this, Rab said that the halakha prevails according to the first Tana, and Samuel said that it prevails according to Hananiah. The schoolman propounded a question: is a man, according to the opinion of Hananiah, quoting the school of Hillel, obliged to close the door or not? Come and hear. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel that he is not obliged to close the door. Mathna added, I was placed in that position at one time and Samuel said to me that it must not be closed. There was an entry, as shown in the illustration, at the city of Neradai, to which the rigorous ordinances of both Samuel and Rab were applied and doors were ordered to be made. The rigorous ordinance of Rab is the one pertaining to an entry which was made in the form of a right angle, and was p. 11. declared by him to be regarded as an open entry, and in this case there were 2 openings towards the street. Did not Rab say above that the halakha prevails as the first Tana? In this case the rigorous ordinance of Samuel was applied, who said that the halakha prevails according to Hananiah. But did not Samuel say that an entry made in the form of a right angle is to be considered as a closed entry, and requires only side beams? In this instance again the rigorous ordinance of Rab was applied and it was regarded as an open entry, and at an open entry, according to Hananiah, quoting the school of Hillel, doors are also required. May, then, the rigorous ordinances of 2 Tanaim be applied to one case? Have we not learned in Abortha that at all times the halakha prevails according to the school of Hillel, but he who wishes to act in accordance with the school of Shammai, may follow that school exclusively both in the lenient and the rigorous ordinances, and he who wishes to act in accordance with the school of Hillel may follow that school exclusively in both lenient and rigorous ordinances. He who only follows the more lenient ordinances of both schools is a sinner, and he who follows only the more rigorous ordinances of both schools is referred to by the passage, Ecclesiastes 2:14, as the fool walketh in darkness. Said R. Naaman bar Itzhak, the entry made in Nerdai was made in accordance with the decision of Rab solely, but did not Rab say that the halakha prevails according to the first Tana? Arhuna said in the name of Rab that the halakha in theory remains according to the first Tana, but it should not be carried out in practice. But according to Arada bar Abha, who said in the name of Rab that the halakha prevails according to the first Tana and should be carried out accordingly, was not the entry in Nerdai made according to the more rigorous decisions of both schools of Shammai and Hillel? Said Arshasbi, it is not allowed to act in accordance with two rigorous ordinances of two schools only when they conflict with one another, for example, the ordinances concerning the back and the head as will be explained in Chilin. Wherever they do not conflict, however, they may be applied in one and the same case. R. Joseph was sitting in the presence of Arhuna, and said, R. Jehuda said in the name of Rab, that the first Tana and Arhanania differed only when the entry faced a market on both sides, but if on one side there was public ground and on p. 12. The other was a valley which was considered unclaimed ground, all agree that an apparent door should be made on one side and a cross or side beam on the other side. R. Joseph then continued in the name of R. Jehuda alone and stated, that if the entry opened on one side into a vacant yard which in turn opened into public ground, nothing need be made at either end of the entry. Said Abayi to R. Joseph, what R. Jehuda is supposed to have said himself was in reality a decree of Samuel, because were it a decree of Rab, he would contradict himself in either of two instances, for R. Jeremiah bar Abba said in the name of Rab, if the wall of an entry opening into a courtyard be entirely destroyed, and the wall between the courtyard and the street was broken only for a distance of less than 10 ells, the courtyard is not invalidated but the entry is. Why? Say rather that the entry in this case is equal to one that faces a vacant yard, and, according to R. Jehuda, needs nothing at either end. Where the contradiction in either of the two instances occurs is as follows. If R. Jehuda means to state that the entry needs nothing at either end because it is an open entry, that would contradict Rab in one instance, as R. Jeremiah bar Abba relates, that the entry is invalidated because it is made an open entry. If we assume, however, that R. Jehuda holds an entry, opening into a vacant place, to be valid even if nothing is made at either end, because the place was vacant and there were no inhabitants who could invalidate the entry by refusing to combine in an Erub, but, if there were inhabitants in that place, the entry would have been invalid unless provided with the necessary appliances. Here, however, Rab, according to R. Jeremiah bar Abba, invalidates the entry because it is an open entry and not because of the inhabitants, and hence there would be contradiction in the other instance. Said R. Joseph to Abayi, I know not whose decree R. Jehuda cited, but it happened in the village of a shepherd, that there was an entry which opened into a vacant yard and R. Jehuda was asked whether it was necessary to provide the entry with an apparent door or beams, and R. Jehuda answered that it was not. If this is contradictory to the opinion of Rab, then let it be attributed not to him but to Samuel, and there will be no contradiction. Now what R. Shesheth said to R. Samuel bar Abba or, according to another version, to R. Joseph bar Abba, namely, I will explain to you, that the decree of p. 13. Rab is not permanent. There are times when Rab himself holds that the entry is valid, and this occurs if the inhabitants of the courtyard and the entry made a joint Erub, common cause, but when such was not the case, he holds the entry to be invalidated, which proves to us that the decree of our Jehuda concerning the entry in the village of the shepherd may have also been in conformity with the opinion of Rab, because the vacant yard had no inhabitants with whom the inhabitants of the entry could have made an Erub, for the decree of our Jeremiah bar Abba in the name of Rab does not invalidate the entry because it is made an open entry, but because there were no inhabitants in the vacant place with whom the inhabitants of the entry could combine in an Erub. R. Joseph said, when R. Jehuda declared that an entry which opens into a vacant yard is valid even when nothing had been made at either end, he intended to state that such was the case if the entry opened into the center of the vacant yard, but if it opened into one side of the yard it is not valid. Said Rabba, even if the entry opened into the center of the vacant yard, it is only then valid, provided it is not exactly opposite the opening of the yard into the street. If it is directly opposite, however, the entry is invalid. Said Armeshharshia, even if the entry is not opposite the opening of the vacant place into the street, it is valid only if the vacant place was public property, but, if belonging to an individual, who might build on it and rent it to others, it will become equal to an entry which faces the sides of a vacant place and is not valid. Whence do you know that there is a difference between public property and individual property? This is known from the narrative of Rabban bar Ada concerning an entry which faced the sea, see chapter 10, Mishnah 4. There was another entry made in the form of a right angle and the mat was placed at the angle. Arhista said in reference to this is neither in accordance with Rab nor with Samuel. According to Rab, who considers an entry of this kind as an open entry, an apparent door would be necessary, and according to Samuel, who considers it as an entry closed at one end, a side beam would be necessary, and this mat is neither one nor the other, because it might be blown away by the wind and would leave nothing behind. If, however, the mat was fastened with a nail so that it could not be blown away, it is sufficient. p. 14. It was taught, an entry made in the form of a centipede, that is, an entry containing a number of smaller entries which on one side faced a street and the principal entry also faced a street, should, according to Abayi, be provided with an apparent door, and the smaller ones should be provided with a side and cross beam where they faced the street. Said Rabbi to Abayi, according to whose opinion is this? According to Samuel's, who holds that such an entry is to be regarded as a closed entry, then why is an apparent door necessary? Secondly, we know that in the case of the entry made in the form of a right angle at Neradai, the decision of Rab was also respected. Therefore the decree of Rabha is that apparent doors should be made at the smaller entries where they face the large entry, and the sides facing the street only need a side or crossbeam. 1. Said Arkahana bar Taklifa in the name of Arkahana bar Miniami in the name of Arkahana bar Malku, quoting Arkahana the master of Rab. According to others, Arkahana bar Malki himself was the master of Rab. An entry, one side of which was wide and the other narrow, should, if the wider side be less than 4 ells, be provided with a crossbeam laid obliquely, but if it measured fully 4 ells, the crossbeam should be laid on the narrow side. Rabha, however, said that in either case, the crossbeam should be placed on the narrow side. And, he continues, I will state the reason for my opinion, and the reason for the previous opinion. In my opinion, a crossbeam is necessary merely to serve as a sign, and if laid obliquely it cannot be seen and thus would not be a sign. According to the opinion of the previous teachers, the crossbeam serves as a wall, and if such is the case, a wall can be a wall even if placed obliquely. Said R. Kahana, this being a decree by Kohanim, being myself a Kahana, I will also venture to say something. The crossbeam must be placed obliquely if the oblique part does not measure more than 10 ells. If it was more than 10 ells, however, all agree that it must be placed on the narrow side only. The schoolman propounded a question, may the space underneath the crossbeam be used? Rab, R. Hiah, and R. Johanan said, that it may be used. Samuel, R. Simeon ben Rabbi, and Resh Lakish said, that it must not be used. Said. p. 15. Paragraph continues, Arhisda, all agree that if a side beam is used, the space opposite the side beam must on no account be used. Rami Bar Hama asked Arhisda, if one drove 2 posts on the outside of an entry and placed a crossbeam on top of them, how is the law concerning the entry? He answered, according to those who hold that the space underneath the crossbeam may be used, the entry is invalid, but according to those who hold that the space underneath the crossbeam must not be used, the entry is valid, that is, those who hold that the space underneath the crossbeam must not be used regard the inside edge of the crossbeam as if it made a solid wall to the entry, hence the entry is valid because it is considered a closed entry, and if the posts and crossbeams are on the outside, the entry is nevertheless closed and valid, but those who hold that the space underneath the crossbeam must not be used, regard the outside edge of the crossbeam as the closing wall of the entry, hence there will be an open space between the entry and the outside posts and crossbeam, and the entry is made invalid. Rabha, however, said that even according to the opinion of those who hold that the space underneath the crossbeam must not be used, the entry is invalid because the crossbeam must be recumbent upon the entry proper and not upon the outside. Arzakai taught in the presence of R. Johanan, the space underneath the crossbeams and alongside of the side beams is considered unclaimed ground, that is, that one must not carry things in that space on Sabbath. Said R. Johanan to him, go and teach such things outside of the college. Said Abayi, it seems to me that R. Johanan's opposition to R. Zakai was only as far as the space underneath the crossbeam is concerned, but alongside of the side beams it is prohibited to carry. Rabha, however, said, even alongside of the side beams it is also allowed to carry. Said Arhuna Bar R. Jehoshua to Rabha, thou dost not think that it is prohibited to carry things alongside of the side beams? Did not Rabbi Bar Hana say in the name of R. p. 16. Paragraph continues, Johanan, that an entry which was provided with a number of side beams the space between each of which did not measure 4 spans, causes a difference of opinion between R. Simeon ben Gamaliel Elon the sages. According to R. Simeon, an object becomes levied, attached, to another object even when the distance between them is 4 spans, but according to the sages, the distance must not exceed 3 spans. Hence in the case just mentioned, see illustration, according to R. Simeon all the beams are regarded as one by virtue of their being levied to each other, and a man must not carry anything beyond the space alongside of the inside edge of the beam farthest from the opening of the entry, while, according to the sages, who regard only the beam nearest the opening of the entry essential and the others unnecessary, a man may carry things as far as the space alongside of the inside edge of the beam nearest the opening of the entry. In the space between the side beams all agree that it is prohibited to carry. Now, if R. Johanan permitted the carrying of things alongside of the side beams, how could he state the difference of opinion between R. Simeon and the sages in this case? For whether all the beams were considered as one or each separately, what difference would it make as long as things may be carried in the space between them? Hence we must say, that our Johanan does not permit the carrying of things alongside of the beams? In this instance, Rabbi might declare that the entry is presumed to be one that opens into unclaimed ground. How would the case be if the entry opened into public ground? Would it be allowed according to our Johanan to carry things between the side beams? Shall the native remain on earth and the stranger be lifted up to the highest heaven? 1. Yea, objects of like character assimilate, that is, the space between the side beams being unclaimed ground and the entry opening into unclaimed ground, the two are virtually combined, and as carrying in unclaimed ground is not allowed to commence with, it is also not allowed in the space between the beams. Arashi said, however, the case referred to, viz., the entry containing many side beams, is assumed to be one where the side beams were erected for a distance of 4 ells and were less. p. 17. Than 4 spans apart. If, according to R. Simeon, the beams are all levied to each other, they would constitute a separate entry the principal entry, and in order to carry things in the space between the beams another side beam would have to be erected for the newly made entry, but according to the sages, who do not consider the beams levied to each other, another side beam is not necessary. This means to say, our Johanan holds that under any circumstances the space between the side beams may be utilized for carrying, and the difference caused by such an entry between R. Simeon ben Gamaliel and the sages is not as to whether things may be carried in the space between the beams or not, as stated before, but whether another side beam is required in addition to those already erected or not. It was taught, if a side beam was made to an entry which on the inside of the entry could be plainly seen but on the outside seemed to be on a par with the wall and hence not recognizable, it is regarded as a proper side beam, but if it could be plainly seen on the outside, but on the inside it seemed to be part of the wall and could not be distinguished from the wall, it gives rise to a difference of opinion between R. Hiah and R. Simeon the son of Rabbi. One holds that it may be regarded as a proper side beam, and the other, that it cannot be so regarded. It is correctly ascertained that R. Hiah is the one who holds that it may be regarded as a proper side beam, from his decision as follows: if one of the walls of an entry was partially removed, see illustration A, so that the lacking portion could be perceived from the inside of the entry but not from the outside of same, or if part of the wall was missing, see illustration B, so that it could be readily perceived on the outside of the entry but not on the inside, in either case the impaired wall is regarded as a side beam. Rabbi Bar Arhuna taught the same: if a side beam was recognized on the outside of an entry but could not be distinguished on the inside, it is nevertheless regarded as a side beam. Said R. Joseph to him, I never heard such an ordinance proclaimed by thy father. Said Abayi to R. Joseph, didst thou not thyself teach this ordinance? When we learned the following, Rami Bar Abbas said in the name of Arhuna, that a side beam, which was affixed to the end of a wall so that it could p. 115 be seen from the outside but seem to be a continuation of the wall from the inside, is regarded as a side beam, if measuring less than 4 ells and the entry may be used from the inside edge of such beam, but if the side beam measured 4 ells, it is regarded as a separate entry, and thus the entry proper, not having any side beam, is made invalid. Thou didst comment upon this and say, that from this teaching we may adduce 3 things. Firstly, that the space alongside of a side beam must not be used. Secondly, that 4 ells is the minimum measure of an entry. And, thirdly, that if a side beam can be recognized on the outside but not on the inside of the entry, it is a proper side beam. Finally, the halakha concerning a side beam recognizable from without but not within the entry prevails, that the side beam is valid because such was the decision of R. Hiah, as is mentioned above. Should it be wider than 10 ells, it must be made narrower. Setabayi, we have learned in Abortha concerning this teaching, that our Jehuda regarded this as unnecessary. How much narrower should it be made? R. I wish to state, in the presence of R. Joseph, that if the entry measured 20 ells, it should be reduced to 13 1/3 ells. He wished to infer this lenient measure from the more rigorous in the case of a well. The wells were built as illustrated, and the distance between the two enclosures on the same side was 13 1/3 ells, that is, large enough to permit of the entrance and exit at the same time of 2 teams of oxen, and was larger than the space occupied by the enclosures on the same side. Now, if in that case it was permitted to have the space larger than the space occupied by the enclosures, and 13 1/3 ells only were allotted to such space, an entry where the space must not be more than the enclosure should certainly not be over 13 1/3 ells wide? How can the two be compared? Perhaps the reason that no more than 13 1/3 ells were allowed for the space of the wells was because a concession had already been made in permitting the space to be larger than the walled part, and no further leniency was expedient. In the case of the entry, however, where no concession had as yet been made, let it be allowed to increase the width of the space beyond 13 1/3 ells, because it serves the purpose of a door. Or on the contrary, a concession having been made in the case of the p. 19. Well, but no concession having been made concerning an entry, let the law of the entry be enforced without any concession and make the prescribed width 10 ells only. Thus the question remains undecided. Levi taught Abortha as follows: in an entry which is 20 ells wide, it is sufficient if a stick be placed in the center of such entry. He himself, however, decreed that the halakha does not prevail according to the Abortha. What then should be done? Samuel said, in the name of Levi, a pole should be erected in the center of the entry 10 spans high and 4 ells wide, and a crossbeam placed on top of it parallel with the walls of the entry, which would then serve as a partition in the center. Or it should be done as R. Jehuda declared, in an entry 15 ells wide a pole should be erected 2 ells from one of the walls, and a crossbeam extending 3 ells into the center of the entry should be placed on top of the pole. Thus the width will be lessened 5 ells, the 2 between the wall and the pole being regarded as a closed door. In the case of an entry 20 ells wide, this may be done on both sides of the entry, or the pole may be erected 4 ells from the wall and the crossbeam extended 6 ells, if the people who make use of the entry, however, should use the space of 2 ells between the wall and the pole in preference to the wider opening of the entry. Will not the principal entry be invalidated by the lack of a side beam? Said Arada Bar Machu, it is an established fact that people will not use the smaller entrance in preference to the larger. Why is this case different from the one taught by Arami and Arasi? For we have learned in Abortha, if there was a breach in the side of a wall close to the entry, it was taught in the name of Arami and Arasi, page 5a in the original text, that if the strip of wall left was 4 ells wide, it matters not if the breach was 10 ells, but if the strip is less than 4 ells, the breach must not exceed 3 ells, otherwise the entry is invalid. Now if the strip is 4 ells, and the breach 10, the breach is regarded as a door, and it might be used in preference to the main entrance. In the former case, only such as will be nearer the side entrance will use it, but in this case, the main entrance will be used exclusively, because one will not unnecessarily go in a roundabout way. But if it have the appearance of a door, even though it be wider than 10 ells, it need not be made narrower. Now we see that an apparent door may be used where the p. 20 entry is too wide and a crossbeam if it be too high. What would be the law if the reverse were made? Come and hear. We have learned, if an entry be higher than 20 ells, it should be reduced, but if it have the appearance of a door, this is not necessary. What is the law concerning a crossbeam when the width of the entry was excessive? Come and hear. We have learned, if an entry be higher than 20 ells it should be lowered, and if it be wider than 10 ells it should be reduced, but if it have an appearance of a door it is not necessary, and if it have a crossbeam it is also not necessary. Could we not assume that the crossbeam refers to the latter clause of that teaching, the excessive width of the entry? Nay, it refers to the first clause of the teaching, the height. Jehuda taught Hiah the son of Rab in the presence of Rab, it is not necessary to reduce the width of an entry if it have a crossbeam. Said Rab to Jehuda, teach him that it should be reduced. Said Joseph, from this teaching of our master we can learn that a courtyard, of which the greater part of the walls consists of doors and windows, and one of the walls contained a breach of over 10 ells, the appearance of a door would not make it valid, that is, things could not be carried in the courtyard on Sabbath. Why so? Because we see that width exceeding 10 ells makes an entry invalid, and space in excess of that occupied by the walls makes a courtyard invalid. Now, we compare an entry which is wider than 10 ells and is held by our master to be invalid even if it have the appearance of a door, to a court which has a breach exceeding 10 ells, and is also not made valid by an apparent door. Johanan also holds in accordance with the teaching of Rab, for Rabban Bar Arada in the name of Aritzak said, it happened that a man of the valley of Bethurton placed 4 piles in the 4 corners of his field and connected the 4 piles with branches at the top for the purpose of circumventing the law of Kailam. When this was told to the sages, they allowed him to do so for the purpose intimated, that is, the field was regarded as if surrounded by a wall, and he could sow other seeds on the outside of the seeming wall, and Resh Lakish said, in the same manner as the sages permitted the man to do this for the purpose of circumventing the law of Kailam, so also did they allow him to do it for the purpose of the Sabbath law. Johanan, however, said that this was allowed only for Kailam purposes but not for Sabbath. Whence we see that p. 21, Johanan holds with Rab that an entry over 10 ells in width is not remedied by a seeming door. Hista said, if a man made a seeming door in the side of a wall, it counts for nothing. And he said again, a seeming door must be firm enough to be able to contain an actual door, even though it be only a door of straw. Resh Lakish said in the name of Arjanai, that an apparent door must have a place fit for the attachment of hinges. What is meant by a place fit for the attachment of hinges? Said Arivia, a receptacle for same. Ahia the son of Arivia found once the disciples of Arashi, and he asked them, did the masters say anything about apparent doors? And they answered him, nay, he said nothing. Aboritha stated, by an apparent door is meant simply 2 poles set up perpendicularly, one on each side and a pole across the top of the 2. Must the pole above be attached to the 2 perpendicular poles, or is it sufficient if it is suspended above them? Naaman said, they need not be attached, but Shesheth said they must be. Naaman did in accordance with his own decision at the house of the Exilrich. Naaman was a son-in-law of the Exilrich. Said Shesheth to his servant, Gada, go, take it down and put it away. He went, took it down, and put it away. The servants of the Exilrich found him doing so and arrested him for it. Then Shesheth went and stood on the outside of the prison and called out, Gada, come out. Gada came out and went with Shesheth. Shesheth met Rabbi the son of Samuel on the street, and he asked him, did the master teach anything concerning an apparent door? Rabbi answered, yea. We have learned concerning an arch, Mir decreed, that a mezuzah, sign on the door post, must be fastened to it, but the sages say that it is not necessary. The reason the sages say that a mezuzah is not necessary is because the zenith of the arch is not 4 spans wide, and no door is properly a door that is not at least 4 spans wide. All agree, however, that if the arch is 10 spans wide at its base, that is, before the curve commences, then it is certain that for at least 10 spans upwards the arch has a width of 4 spans, a mezuzah is necessary. And Abaye said, all agree, that if the arch is 10 spans high and the base is less than 3 spans wide, or if the base is 3 spans wide but the arch is less than 10 spans high, no mezuzah is necessary, because a door cannot be p. 22. Less than 10 spans high, but wherein do they differ? In a case where the base of the arch was less than 4 spans wide, and the arch itself 10 spans high, but at the top of the arch the width could, by hollowing out the wall, be increased to 4 spans width, our Mir holds that a mezuzah is necessary, because the possibility of increasing its width renders it equivalent to having been increased, but the sages hold that a mezuzah is not necessary, because it had not yet been increased in width. Thence we see that our Mir holds that the possibility of accomplishing an act renders it equivalent to having been performed, and, in consequence, he holds that if a pole was merely suspended above 2 poles it is the same as if it were placed on top of the poles. Said Arshesheth to him, if thou shouldst meet the members of the house of the Exilrich, tell them nothing of the Boretha concerning the arch. Mishnah, to legalize the carrying within an entry, Beth Shammai hold that a side and crossbeam are required, but Beth Hillel hold that either a post or a beam is sufficient. Our Eliezer said, 2 side beams are necessary. In the name of our Ishmael, a disciple stated before our Akiba, Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel do not differ as to an entry less than 4 ells in width, for both agree that such an entry becomes legalized either through a crossbeam or a side beam. Wherein do they differ? Concerning entries of more than 4 and up to 10 ells in width. Regarding these, Beth Shammai hold that both a side and crossbeam are necessary, and Beth Hillel hold that either a side or a crossbeam is sufficient. Our Akiba, however, said, the 2 schools differ in both instances. Gemara, according to whose opinion is the Mishnah? It is neither according to the opinion of the first Tana nor to that of Hanania, see page 10. Said our Jehuda, the Mishnah means to state the following, to legalize a closed entry, one enclosed on 3 sides. Beth Shammai hold that a side and crossbeam are necessary, while Beth Hillel hold that either one is sufficient. Shall we assume that in order to constitute a private ground from a biblical point of view, according to Beth Shammai, 4 walls are necessary, because the entry by the addition of a side and crossbeam would be turned into a seeming wall? Nay, throwing to or from public ground in ground enclosed by 3 walls, makes one culpable from a biblical point of view. But carrying is permitted only in ground enclosed by 4 walls by the rabbinical law, according to Beth Shammai. p. 23. Paragraph continues, shall we assume that Beth Hillel hold that 3 walls, according to biblical law, are necessary? Nay, from a biblical point of view, throwing to or from public ground in ground enclosed by 2 walls makes one culpable, but carrying is not permitted in ground unless enclosed by 3 walls by rabbinical law, according to Beth Hillel. Our Eliezer said, 2 side beams are necessary. The schoolman propounded a question, did our Eliezer mean to state that 2 side beams and a cross beam are necessary or 2 side beams alone? Come and hear. It happened that our Eliezer was going to our Jose ben Prieta, his disciple, in the city of Ublin, and he found him sitting in an entry provided with only 1 side beam. Said our Eliezer to him, my son, erect another side beam. Said his disciple to him, "Must I then close the entry?" And he answered, "Close it, what matters it if it be closed?" Now, from the words of the disciple, "Must I then close it?" we can infer that it was already provided with a crossbeam, and, therefore, the disciple asked what more he must do, close it entirely. Then, if we assume that there was only a side beam, why should the disciple have said, "Must I close it entirely?" Nay, the disciple may have simply meant to ask, must he close it up entirely with side beams, and it may be that there was no crossbeam there at all. In the same Tosafta, we are taught so. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel said, Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel do not differ as to an entry that was less than 4 ells in width. According to both schools, for such an entry nothing at all need be provided. Wherein they do differ is an entry that is more than 4 ells wide and up to 10. Beth Shammai hold that a side and crossbeam both are necessary, and Beth Hillel hold that either is sufficient. Did not our Mishnah state that a disciple in the name of Ishmael stated before our Akiba, Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel do not differ as to an entry less than 4 ells in width, for both agree that such an entry becomes legalized either through a crossbeam or a side beam? Said Rashi, our Simeon ben Gamaliel means to state that a side and crossbeam are not necessary according to the opinion of Beth Shammai, nor 2 side beams according to the opinion of Eliezer, but one of the two, either a side or crossbeam according to the opinion of Beth Hillel, that is, by saying that for such an entry nothing need be provided. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel means to state that nothing added by Beth Shammai or Eliezer need be provided. p. 24. Paragraph continues, an entry of how much less than 4 ells in width? Said R. Ally, according to another version R. Yale, an entry of less than 4 spans need have nothing, and from 4 spans up to 4 ells, the side or crossbeam is necessary. Said Arasi in the name of R. Johanan, a courtyard must have 2 enclosures. Said Arzara to Arasi, did R. Johanan indeed say so? Didst thou not thyself state in the name of R. Johanan, that the enclosures of a courtyard must measure at least 4 ells? And if thou wouldst explain R. Johanan's dictum to signify that the enclosures would have to be 4 ells on each side of the angle, did not R. Ada bar Abimi state before R. Hanina or before R. Hanina bar Papa, that a small courtyard need only have enclosures to the extent of 10 ells all around and a large courtyard to the extent of 11 ells? Now, if 11 ells are divided by 4, that would make each of the 4 enclosures only 2 3/4 ells? When Arzara came from his sea voyage he explained this in the following manner, if an enclosure was made straight on one side it must be 4 ells wide, but if made at an angle in a corner it is sufficient if ever so small a part be on each side. As for Ada's bar Abimi statement above, it is in accordance with the decree of Rabbi, and not R. Johanan, who holds in accordance with R. Jose, that every side beam must be 3 spans wide, as will be seen further on. R. Joseph said in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, a courtyard need have but 1 enclosure. Said Abayi to him, did Samuel indeed say this? We know that Samuel said to R. Hananiah bar Shelah, thou shalt not perform any work in a courtyard that has not a larger part of a wall or 2 enclosures. Said R. Joseph, I do not know whether Samuel said so or not, but I do know that it happened in the village of the shepherds, that an arm of the sea flowed into a courtyard, and when R. Jehuda was asked what the law was concerning that courtyard, he replied, only 1 enclosure is necessary. Then Abayi rejoined, thou speakest of an arm of the sea, that is altogether different. The sages were very lenient with all things pertaining to water, as R. Tabla asked Rab, What is the law concerning a ruin that had one suspended partition? May things be carried within it on Sabbath or not? And Rab answered, a hanging partition legalizes a place only where water reaches, because the sages were very lenient with all things pertaining to water. p. 25. In any event, this would be a contradiction to R. Jehuda's statement in the name of Samuel, and to Samuel's statement to Hananiah. When R. Papa and Arhuna the son of R. Jehoshua Carney from college, they explained Samuel's decree thus: on one side the enclosure must be at least 4 ells, but when made on a corner, ever so small a part of the enclosures on each side of the angle is sufficient. Thus both statements may be correct. R. Jehuda's one enclosure refers to a straight enclosure and Samuel's 2 refer to an enclosure at each corner. The rabbis taught, from an arm of the sea, which enters a courtyard, water must not be taken on Sabbath unless a partition has been made at the entrance at least 10 spans in height. This is the case if the breach in the wall, where the sea entered, is more than 10 ells in width, but if it was only 10 ells, no partition is necessary. Thus, you say, that water must not be taken from the arm of the sea, but things may be carried within the courtyard? Did not the breach in the wall open into ground that would invalidate the courtyard, that is, unclaimed ground? In this case fragments of the wall were left beyond the breach and they were inundated by the sea, but were originally 10 spans high. It was taught, R. Jehuda said, an open entry which is not suitable for the purpose of combining in an Erub, if it was provided with a side beam, anyone throwing a thing into it from public ground is culpable, but if the entry was provided at one end with a cross beam, one who throws a thing into it from public ground is not culpable. R. Jehuda holds that from a biblical point of view 3 partitions are necessary to enclose a private ground, and a side beam at the end of an entry is equivalent to a partition. Hence R. Jehuda holds that a side beam is equivalent to a partition, and a cross beam is only put up for appearance's sake. So is also the opinion of Rabbah, but Rabbah said that both are erected only for appearance's sake. R. Jacob bar Abba made an objection to Rabbah based on the following Boratha: if one throw a thing into an entry he is culpable, if the entry is provided with a side beam, but if it is not provided with a side beam, he is not culpable. This is explained thus: if the entry was a closed one and needs only a side beam, for appearance's sake, one is culpable if he throws a thing into it, but if a side beam alone would not legalize the entry, and something more is necessary, the thrower is not culpable. p. 26. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, an entry that was equal in length and width cannot be legalized by a side beam of small proportions, and R. Hiya bar Ashi in the name of Rab said that an entry as wide as it is long cannot be legalized with a crossbeam measuring only 1 span. Said R. Zara, how well the decisions of the old sages agree. The reason for the above decision is that an entry of equal length and breadth is not regarded as an entry at all, but is in reality a courtyard, and a courtyard cannot be legalized by a side or crossbeam but must have a partition of at least 4 ells. Said Arzara again, if there is a difficulty in this decision the following would be the difficulty: why do they not consider a side beam a partition of some extent, and thus make it a medium of legalization? It evidently slipped the memory of R. Zara that Arasi said in the name of R. Johanan, the enclosures of a court must not be less than 4 ells. Said R. Naaman, there is a tradition to the following effect, which is the entry that can be legalized by a side or crossbeam. 1. The length of which exceeds its width, and houses and courts open into it. Which is the court that cannot be legalized with a side or a crossbeam, but must have an enclosure which is not less than 4 ells. 1 that is square. Only if it be square, But if round, is it not a court? He means to state this: if the length exceeded the width, although it be a court, it should not be considered such but must be regarded as an entry, and as such may be legalized with a side or crossbeam. If the length, however, did not exceed the width, then, no matter what its appearance was, it must be considered as a court. By how much must the length exceed the width? Samuel intended to state that the length should be double the width. Said Rab to him, "So said my uncle, even if the length exceeded the width by a trifle." Arakiba said, "They differ in both." What does Arakiba teach us hereby? Is it not the same as the teaching of the first Tana? The difference between them is as stated by R.L.A. According to another version, Yakil, viz., an entry of less than 4 spans need have nothing. But they did not specify who was of R.L.A.'s opinion and who was not. We have learned in Aboratha, Arakiba said, Ishmael never made such a statement, but the disciple said this upon his own authority, and the halakha prevails according to the disciple. p. 27. Paragraph continues, is this not a contradictory assertion? First, he says that Ishmael could not have made such a statement, that is, that the halakha is not so, and then that the halakha prevails according to the disciple. Said Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, Arakiba said this only in order to encourage his disciples, that they may pronounce decrees upon their own authority. Naaman bar Itzhak said, Arakiba really said that Ishmael made no such statement, but the decree of the disciple was correct and should stand. It was taught, Jehoshua ben Levi said, in every case where it is stated that a disciple said in the name of Ishmael before Arakiba, that disciple is Mir, who was a disciple of both Ishmael and Arakiba. Ahibar Hanina said, it is known to him, who said one word and the world was created, that in the generation of Mir there was not one who was his equal. But why do not the halakhas prevail according to his decisions? Because his colleagues could never arrive at the conclusion of his decrees. If he decided that a thing which was unclean was clean, he proved it to them by a reason, and vice versa. We have learned in Aboratha that his name was not Mir but Neri. Why was he called Mir? Because he enlightened the eyes of his colleagues in halakhas. Where the name Neri is mentioned, it refers to Nehemiah or to Eliezer ben Barak. Why do they call them Neri? Because they clarified the vision of their colleagues in the law. Rabbi, according to some it was Rab, said, why am I more sagacious than my colleagues? Because I once saw the back of Mir, and if I could look upon his face I would be more sagacious still, as it is written, Isaiah 30:20, but thy eyes shall see thy teachers. Said Rl, in the name of Johanan, Mir had one disciple, and his name was Simneikos, who could give 48 reasons for the uncleanness of unclean things and the same number of reasons for the cleanness of clean things. Said Rabba, in the name of Samuel, 3 years the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel disputed. One school said that the halakhas prevail according to their opinion. p. 28. And the other claimed that their decrees should stand. Finally a heavenly voice was heard to the effect that both schools disputed as to the words of the living God, but the halakhas prevail according to the school of Hillel. Now if it be true that both schools dispute as to the words of the living God, why should the school of Hillel be thus favored? Because the members of the school of Hillel were modest and patient, and would always repeat the words of the school of Shammai. Not alone this, but they also always gave the school of Shammai precedence when citing their teachings, as we have learned, in Tract Sukkah, said Beth Hillel to Beth Shammai, did it not happen, that the eldest of the school of Shammai and of the school of Hillel went together to visit Johanan the son of Hacranes, etc. Whence we see that the eldest of the school of Shammai were given precedence over those of the school of Hillel. Thence thou canst learn, that everyone who maketh himself humble is raised up by the Holy One, blessed be he, and one who is arrogant is humbled by the Holy One, blessed be he. He who pursueth greatness, the greatness escapeth him, and he who avoideth greatness is sought by greatness. He who forceth time, that is, he who perforce would become rich though fortune be against him, time oppresseth him, while he, who awaiteth his time, is assisted by time. The rabbis taught, 2 years and a half Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel disputed amongst themselves. One school declared, it were better that man had not been created as he was called, while the other declared it was better that man had been created as he was called than not to be created at all. Finally they came to the conclusion, that it were better had man not been created, but since that had happened, a man should always examine his actions, and according to another version, a man should always consider the deeds he is about to perform. Mishnah. The crossbeam in question must be wide enough to hold a half of a brick, 3 spans in length and in width. It is, however, sufficient, if the crossbeam be only 1 span wide, so as to hold the half of a brick lengthwise. The crossbeam must be wide enough to hold a half of a brick and sound enough to bear it. Our Jehuda saith, it must be wide enough, even if it be not sound enough. If the crossbeam be of straw or reed, it is, legally, regarded as if it were of metal. If it be crooked, it is, legally, regarded as straight. If it be cylindrical, it is, legally, regarded as square. p. 29. Paragraph continues, anything, measuring, 3 spans in circumference, is 1 hand width. Gemara, why does the Mishnah say, that it is sufficient if the crossbeam be only 1 span wide, it should be 1.5, which is the width of a half brick? Because if the crossbeam be 1 span wide, the other half span which it should measure, can be added by the addition of a little loam on each side. Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna, the crossbeam alone must be sound enough to bear a half brick, but the supports upon which it rests need not be sound enough to bear both the crossbeam and the half brick. That is, if the crossbeam was put up on sticks, the sticks need not be sound enough to support both the crossbeam and the half brick, for the crossbeam being the sign of the entry, it is only essential that it be sound enough to support a half brick, although in reality it never serves the purpose, while the sticks are not part of the sign and need not be put to such a test. Arhisda, however, states, that the crossbeam must be sound enough to bear half a brick, and its supports must be sound enough to bear both the crossbeam and the half brick. Arshesha said, if one put up a crossbeam over an entry, and hung a mat upon it, and this mat was distant from the ground 3 spans or more, it is considered, that there is neither a crossbeam nor a partition at the entry, no crossbeam, because it is covered up, and no partition, because goats can go through it. The rabbis taught, if a crossbeam was put up over an entry, but did not reach the opposite wall, or if 2 crossbeams were put opposite each other, but did not meet, should the distance between the crossbeam and the wall in the first instance, or between the 2 crossbeams in the second instance, be 3 spans or over, another crossbeam must be erected. If it be less than 3 spans, no other crossbeam is necessary. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, if the distance be less than 4 spans, another crossbeam is not necessary, but if it be 4 spans or more, another crossbeam must be erected. The same is the case with 2 crossbeams that were laid parallel, neither one of which was sound enough to bear a half brick, if both together measured 1 span in width, which is sufficient to bear a half brick, another crossbeam is not necessary, but if the 2 together measured less, another crossbeam must be erected. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, said, that if the two cross beams were sound enough for the length of p. 30. 3 spans to bear a half brick, another cross beam is not necessary, otherwise, it is necessary. If two cross beams were put up across an entry, one of which was higher than the other, they are regarded as being on a level, provided the higher beam is not over 20 ells above ground and the lower one not less than 10 spans above ground. Thus said R. Jose Bar Arjehuda. Said Abayi, R. Jose Bar Arjehuda holds with his father in one instance only, that the two beams are regarded as being on a level, but he differs with him in the other, namely, that the higher beam must not be over 20 ells above the ground, for Arjehuda declared in a previous Mishnah, that even if it were over 20 ells in height, the entry is valid. Arjehuda saith, it must be wide enough, even if it be not sound enough. Arjehuda taught Hiya bar Rab in the presence of Rab, it is sufficient, if the cross beam be wide enough even if it be not sound enough. Said Rab to him, teach him, it should be wide and strong enough. Did not, however, Ri say in the name of Rab, it is sufficient, if it was 4 spans wide, even if it be not sound enough? 4 spans width makes a difference. If the cross beam be of straw or reed, etc. What does the Mishnah mean to teach us by this decree? That we regard certain things in a different light? This has already been taught us previously. In the former teachings, however, one certain kind of cross beams was dealt with, namely, of wood, hence we might assume that with straw or reed it might be different. For this reason we are given to understand that straw or reed may be regarded as metal. If it be crooked, it is regarded as straight. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah wishes to impart to us the teaching of Arzera as follows. If the cross beam was crooked only outside of the entry across which it was laid, or was crooked above 20 ells from the ground, or again, if the cross beam was 10 spans above the ground and the crooked part of it below the 10 spans, the validity of the entry depends upon whether, if the crooked part of the cross beam were removed, the straight part left would be distant 3 spans from the wall. If the distance is less than 3 spans the entry is valid, but if it be over 3 spans another cross beam must be erected. Is this teaching also not self-evident? Nay, it is necessary that we be instructed to this effect, lest we presume that the crooked p. 31. part on the outside of the entry carry with it the straight part on the inside and thus the entry is invalidated. Hence we are given to understand that such is not the case. If it be cylindrical, it is regarded as square. For what purpose was it necessary to add this? This was taught us on account of the last clause in the Mishnah, which states that anything measuring 3 spans in circumference is 1 hand in width. Mishnah: the side beams in question must be 10 spans high, be their breadth and thickness whatever they may. R. Jose saith, they must be 3 spans wide. Gemara: shall we assume that the Mishnah, which is rendered anonymously, is in accordance with the opinion of R. Eliezer, who holds that 2 side beams are necessary? Nay, the side beams in question refer to side beams necessary for all entries. If this be the case, why did not the previous Mishnah state cross beams instead of the cross beam? The above Mishnah means to state that the side beams concerning which there is a difference of opinion between the sages and R. Eliezer should be 10 spans high, be their breadth and thickness whatever it may. How much is meant by whatever it may? R. Hiya taught, even the breadth and thickness of a thread of a Sarah ball. 1. Abortha states, if one made a side beam in 1/2 of an entry, he has only a half of an entry. Is this not self-evident? We might presume that because one must not use the whole entry, hence the half must also not be used, and we are taught that the half may be used. Rabhu said, If one made a side beam for an entry and it was 3 spans distant from the ground or 3 spans away from the wall, it does not count, and even according to R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, who holds an object to be viewed, attached, although 4 spans distant, the side beam is of no use, because R. Simeon ben Gamaliel's opinion applies to an object which is 4 spans distant at the top, but at the bottom, where goats can pass through, a trifle less than 3 spans is the maximum distance. R. Jose saith, they must be 3 spans wide. Said R. Jehuda the son of R. Samuel bar Shila in the name of Rab, the halakha does not prevail according to R. Jose either where brine is concerned to or where a side beam is in question. p. 32. Paragraph continues, said the schoolman to him, dost thou confidently assert this? And R. Jehuda answered, Nay. Said Rabha, by the Lord. He said this of a certainty, and we accepted it from him. Why then did he say nay? Because, we have learned elsewhere, that wherever R. Jose made an assertion, he always had good reason for it, and R. Jehuda did not wish to dispute with R. Jose. Said Rabbi bar Arhana to Abayi, according to whom, however, does the halakha prevail concerning the side beams? He answered, Go and observe the custom of the people, which is as much as saying, that the breadth and thickness of a side beam can be whatever it may. It was taught, a side beam, that was standing of itself, that is, that had not been especially erected, is, according to Abayi, valid, and, according to Rabha, not valid. If the side beam was not depended upon to serve the purpose on the preceding day, before Sabbath, all agree that it is not valid, but if it was depended upon for that purpose, Abayi declares that it may be utilized, because it was depended upon on the preceding day, while Rabha holds that not having been erected for that purpose it must not be used. As for a partition, standing of itself, there is no difference of opinion, and all agree that even if it was not intended to serve as a partition, it may be used, and the reason they differ in the case of a side beam is because each holds to his own theory. Abayi regards a side beam as a partition, and a partition may be utilized under any circumstances, while Rabha regards a side beam merely as a sign, and as such it must be especially prepared for the purpose before it may be used. An objection was made, come and hear, if stones protruded from the fence around an entry and they were less than 3 spans apart, another side beam for the entry is not necessary, but if they were 3 spans apart, another side beam must be erected. Here the case is also, if the stones were so arranged purposely to commence with. If such be the case, is this not self-evident? We might assume that the stones were arranged in that manner with the intention of adding more to them, hence we are given to understand that this may be done. Another objection was made, come and hear, Rab was sitting in a certain entry and Arhuna was sitting before him. Said Rab to his servant, Go and bring me a pitcher of water. Before his servant returned, the side beam at the entry fell, and Rab motioned to his servant to remain where he was. p. 33. Paragraph continues, said Arhuna to him, Did not master hold, that the tree standing in the entry may be regarded as a side beam? And Rab answered, That scholar is as a man who never understood a halakha. Did we depend upon that tree to serve as a side beam yesterday? Now, we see, that according to Rab, had the tree been depended upon on the preceding day to serve as a side beam, it would have been valid. Shall we assume that Abayi and Rabha differ concerning a side beam standing of itself even if it was not depended upon on the preceding day, but if depended upon, both agree that it may be used? Nay, we cannot say this, because there was a pillar in the house of Bar-Habo concerning which Abayi and Rabha differed all of their lives. This is one of the 6 halakhas that prevail according to Abayi, for generally Rabha is given precedence, as will be seen in the maxims of the Talmud. Mishnah: side beams may be made out of anything, even of such as are possessed of life. The latter, however, is prohibited by our mir. A living animal tied to the mouth of a grave in order to close it up communicates uncleanness, even after it has been removed. Our mir, however, declares the animal clean. A letter of divorce for a woman may be written on a living animal, but our Jose, the Galilean, pronounces the letter of divorce null and void, not legal. 1. If a caravan encamp in a valley and a fence be made around the camp out of the cattle's gear, it is permitted to carry things inside of the fence, on Sabbath, providing the fence be 10 spans high and the open spaces therein do not exceed in extent the fence proper. Every open space which is 10 spans wide is permitted to be used as an entry, for it is considered as a door, but such open spaces as are more than 10 spans wide must not be used. Gemara: it was taught, if the open spaces of the fence equaled in extent the fence proper, our Papa said, the fence is valid. Our Huna bar Jehoshua however said, it is not valid. Our Papa held it to be valid because so was Moses taught by the Merciful One, the larger part of a partition must not be broken. Our Huna bar Jehoshua held it not to be valid because the Merciful One taught Moses thus, the larger part must be fenced in. p. 34. An objection was made. Our Mishnah states that the open spaces must not exceed in extent the fence proper, but if the space was equal in extent to the fence it should be valid. This question remains. Another objection was made. Come and hear, if a caravan encamped in a valley and a fence was made with camels, with saddles, with the baggage, or with sticks, or with bundles of herbs, things may be carried inside the fence, providing the space between each camel does not exceed the size of another camel or the space between each saddle does not exceed the size of another saddle, etc. Whence we see that if the space equals in extent the actual fence, the fence is not valid. Here the case is, that the space between two camels should be large enough for a camel to go in and out, but not the exact size of a camel. Another objection was made, walls of which the greater part consists of windows and doors are valid, providing the wall proper is larger in extent than the space. If, however, the space and walls are equal, the walls are not valid. This would be contradictory to our Papa's opinion. It is contradictory, but the halakha remains according to our Papa. How can it be that there should be a contradiction and still the halakha should prevail according to our Papa? It is possible, because our Mishnah states that the open space should not exceed the fence proper, hence if space and fence are equal, the fence is valid. Consequently the halakha prevails according to our Papa. Mishnah: a fence may also be constructed with 3 ropes, one above the other, providing the space between each rope be less than 3 spans, and the measure, width or thickness, of the 3 ropes together exceed 1 span, so that the entire fence attain the height of 10 spans. A fence may also be made of cane laths, providing the space between the canes be less than 3 spans. All these regulations apply to a caravan only. So saith our Jehuda, but the sages maintain that the caravan, in the preceding Mishnah, is particularly spoken of in order to adduce therefrom that which is generally done. Any partition which is not constructed on the principle of warp and shoot is not a lawful partition. Such is the dictum of our Jose bar Jehuda, but the sages hold that constructing it according to either one of the 2 principles is sufficient. Gemara: said Arham Nuna in the name of Rab, it p. 35. Was said, that the solid part of the partition must exceed the space of the partition when constructed on the principle of the shoot in order to make it valid. The question, however, arises by me concerning a partition constructed on the principle of the warp. What is the law? Said Abaye to him, Come and hear. Our Mishnah states that the width or thickness of the 3 ropes together must exceed 1 span in order to make the entire fence 10 spans. If it were the same with a fence constructed on the principle of the warp as with one constructed on the order of the chute, why does the Mishnah specify one which, including all the ropes, will bring the total up to 10 spans? How can such an assertion be made? Where should the space of 4 spans be placed? Should it be placed at the bottom, that is, between the ground and the first rope, then the space will be large enough to permit of goats passing through and the fence will be of no use. Should it be placed at the top, that is, between the second and third rope, then the space between the 2 ropes, together with the space above the third rope, will nullify the third rope entirely, because the third rope will have no connection whatever with the 2 lower. Should it be placed in the center, that is, between the first and second rope, then there will be only a quasi-solid partition at the bottom and the same at the top, but between the 2 there will be virtually an empty space of 4 spans. Should it be assumed that such a partition can also be accounted lawful where the solid parts are disconnected, and an empty space exists between them? This question is not decided. Cain laughs. How can our Jehuda say that all these regulations apply to a caravan only, and not to individuals? Have we not learned elsewhere that our Jehuda said, it is not allowed for an individual to construct a partition for the Sabbath around a piece of ground, wherein more than 2 sous of grain could be planted? Hence if the piece of ground is only so large that 2 sous of grain can be planted therein, he may make the partition. How then can he say in the Mishnah that these regulations apply only to a caravan? This can be explained in the same manner as R. Naaman, and according to others Arbai Barbai, explain the last clause of our Mishnah, viz., any partition, which is not constructed on the principle of warp and chute, is not a lawful partition. Such is the dictum of our Jose Bar Jehuda. The question was made, whether such could be the dictum of our Jose Bar Jehuda. p. 36. Paragraph continues, did we not learn in Aboritha, that no difference is made as far as a fence constructed with ropes is concerned between a caravan and an individual except that the space enclosed by the fence must not for 1 man or even for 2 exceed that in which 2 sous of grain could be planted. For 3 men, however, who are regarded as a caravan, a space in which 6 sous of grain can be planted is allowed. So said our Jose Bar Jehuda, but the sages maintain that there is absolutely no difference made between a caravan and an individual, and that they may enclose all the space they require, providing they do not enclose superfluous ground to the extent that 2 sous of grain could be planted in such an empty space. How can our Jose Bar Jehuda state that a fence must be constructed according to the principles of warp and chute? Does he not allow a fence made with ropes, which is only on the principle of the warp? And R. Naaman, according to others Arbai Barabai, answered and said that our Jose Bar Jehuda requires a partition to be constructed on both principles only in order to allow even an individual all the space necessary. Now, the same can be said in answer to the question made concerning the contradictory statements of R. Jehuda. R. Naaman related in the name of our Master Samuel, an individual or even 2 men are allowed to enclose as much space as would permit of the planting of 2 sous of grain therein, but 3 men, who are regarded as a caravan, may have all the space necessary. How is this? The first part of this teaching is in accordance with our Jose Bar Jehuda, and the last according to the sages? Yea, Al is also of the same opinion. Our Guidel in the name of Rav said There are instances when 3 men must not occupy space so large that 5 sahs of grain can be planted therein, and again, there are instances when they may occupy space in which even 7 sahs of grain may be planted. The instances were not quoted, however. Is it possible that Rab should have said this? Queried the sages, and Argidel answered, I swear by the law of Moses and by the prophets, and by the hagiographa, that Rab said this. Said Arashi, what difficulty is there in this? Let us suppose that the 3 men needed a space of 6 sahs capacity, and enclosed one so large that 7 sahs could be accommodated. Then only a space is empty where 1 sah of grain could be planted, hence they may use the entire p. 37 space. But supposing that they needed only a space large enough to accommodate but 5 sahs of grain, and enclosed one large enough for 7, then a space large enough for the planting of 2 sahs is vacant, and they must not use even the space large enough for 5 sahs. Did not the same Boritha teach us, however, that a space large enough for the planting of 2 sahs must not be vacant, and thereby meant to state that each man should be allowed a space large enough for 2 sahs, and then if a space for 2 sahs is vacant the entire space must not be used. Hence, when there are 3 men, they should not be allowed the use of a space large enough for the planting of 8 sahs, but one accommodating only 7 should be allowed them. Nay, the Boritha meant to state that the space allowed to the men should be only as much as they need for the accommodation of all their belongings. But the sages hold that constructing it according to either one of the 2 principles is sufficient. Is this not a repetition of what the first Tana stated in opposition to Ar-Jose's Bar Ar-Jehuda dictum? There is a difference of opinion concerning an individual between the first and second sages as regards an inhabited place, and not the desert. According to the first sages who maintain that the regulations apply not only to a caravan but to all individuals in general, this refers to individuals who are on the road, but when in inhabited places the regulations do not apply to them, while the second sages who oppose Ar-Jose Bar Jehuda hold that it makes absolutely no difference, be it caravan or an individual, in an inhabited place or in the desert. Mishnah: 4 privileges have been granted to warriors in camp. They may bring wood from any place, without respecting the rights of ownership. They need not wash their hands before meals. They may eat of damai, grain of which it is not certain that the legal dues, tithes, etc., have been set aside, and they are exempt from the obligation of making an Erub. Gemara: the rabbis taught, if an ordinary war one is in progress, it is permitted for the warriors to appropriate dry wood without respecting the rights of ownership. Ar-Jehuda ben Thema said, they may also encamp wherever they choose. p. 38. And wherever one is killed there may he also be buried, although the ground does not belong to him. They are permitted to appropriate dry wood. This has also been ordained even by Joshua. Joshua ordained that wood may be cut and appropriated by the warriors, but later even cut and dry wood was allowed to be taken. Where one is killed, there may he also be buried. Is this not self-evident? The killed were strangers and had no one to secure a burying ground for them. The law also states that whenever a man dies without leaving sufficient means for the acquirement of a place of burial, he may be interred in the place where he dies. This case refers to warriors who even left sufficient means to secure a burying ground. They need not wash their hands before meals. Said Abayi, this refers only to washing the hands before meals, but after meals it is even then necessary, because Ar-Hiabar Ashi said, why did the sages ordain the washing of hands after meals? Because among the salt used at the table there may be salt of Sodom, and when a hand which had touched salt of Sodom comes in contact with the eyes it blinds them. There is only 1 grain of salt of Sodom in a whole cur of ordinary salt, said Abai. Said R. Ahia the son of Rabba to R. Ashi, how is the law, concerning one who had measured salt? And he answered, so much the more must he wash his hands. They may eat of Dam Ai. As we have learned in another Mishnah, Beth Hillel said, that a poor man and a warrior may partake of Dam Ai. They are exempt from the obligation of making an Erub. The disciples of Arjunai said, they are exempt from the obligation of making an Erub as far as courts and entries are concerned, but not where the limit of the distance of 2,000 dells, tekum, is concerned, because Arhai taught, one who is guilty of transgressing the law of tekum should be punished with stripes as for any other biblical negative commandment. R. Jonathan opposed this. Can a man be punished with stripes for a negative commandment which commences with the word al? 1. This was again opposed by R. p. 39. Paragraph continues, Ahibar Jacob, according to thy theory then the man who transgresses the commandment in Leviticus 19:31, turn not unto them that have familiar spirits and unto wizards, which also commences with al, should also not be punished with stripes. R. Jonathan puts his question in the following sense: the violation of a commandment which involves the death penalty when committed intentionally cannot be punished with stripes at all, and the violation of the Sabbath is certainly a capital offense. How then can Arhai hold that it can be punished with stripes? Answered Dar Ashi, it is written, Exod 16:29, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day, but it does not state that a man should not carry things on that day. Consequently the transgressing of the law of tekum is not a capital offense, and is on a par with all other negative commandments.
Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the use of the well and the garden on the Sabbath. Mishnah, enclosures, partitions, must be made around wells. They must be made of 4 boards, placed at an angle of 45 degrees, at the corners of the well, so that the 4 boards appear like 8, see illustration. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda, but R. Mir saith, 8 boards must to be used which will appear as 12, namely, 4 boards placed at an angle at the corners which appear as 8, and 4 boards placed between the corner boards. The height of the boards must be 10 spans, the width 6 spans, and the thickness whatever it may be. The space between the 2 corner boards on the same side must not be wider than to permit of the passing through of 2 teams of cattle, each team of 3 animals abreast. Such is the decree of R. Mir. R. Jehuda, however, maintains that each team may be of 4 animals abreast, meaning of cattle yoked together in a team, but not walking unyoked, so that one enters as the other passes out. It is permitted to bring the enclosure quite close to the well, providing that the head and greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosure while it drinks. It may also be placed at some distance from the well, providing that more boards be used. R. Jehuda said, the maximum distance from the well at which the enclosure may be placed is a space large enough for the planting of 2 seah of grain, but the sages said to him, this size, sufficient for the planting of 2 seah of grain, is only applicable to a garden or a woodshed, but as regards a cattle pen, a fold, a bleaching ground, behind the house, or a courtyard, in front of the house, even though it be large enough to permit of the planting of 5 cur of grain therein, or even of 10 cur, it is lawful to carry things therein on. p. 41. The Sabbath. It is also permitted to place the enclosure at any convenient distance from the well, provided more boards be used. Gemara, shall we assume that our Mishnah is not according to Hananiah, as we have learned in Aboratha, viz., boards may be put up at a well and ropes for a fence of a caravan, but Hananiah said that ropes for a well are permitted but not boards. Nay, we may say that our Mishnah agrees with Hananiah, but a well containing rainwater is one thing and one containing spring water is another. Our Mishnah treats of spring water and Hananiah refers to rainwater. To make an enclosure around a well of rainwater is permitted only during the time of the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Our Jehuda said, the maximum distance, etc. we have learned in a Mishnah, Our Jehuda also said, all bad, inferior, dates are not suspected of being Damai, with the exception of the fruit known as double fruit, delta iota, omega pi omicron rho alpha. Said Eula, the tree bearing this fruit bears twice a year, and the ignorant people might object to acquit the legal dues thereof. Our Jeremiah ben Elazar said, Adam the first, man, had a dual face, as it is written, Psalms 6:5, behind and before hast thou hedged me in, and thou placest upon me thy hand. It is written, Genesis 2:22, and the Lord God formed the rib which he had taken from the man into a woman. Rab and Samuel both comment upon this. One declares that the Lord simply divided Adam, who had a dual head, while the other holds that Adam had a tail and the Lord made the woman out of that tail. So according to the one the passage behind and before, etc., is correct, but, according to the other, how should it be explained? It may be explained as Rami said, by behind is meant that last of, behind, all was man created, and by before, that before, first of, all others did he receive his punishment. The first part of this explanation is correct because man was created last of all on the eve of Sabbath, but the second part is not true, for was not the serpent cursed before Eve, and Eve before Adam? The punishment refers to the flood, concerning which it is written, Genesis 7:23, and it swept off every living substance which was upon the face of the ground, both man, and cattle, etc., and man is mentioned before all else. Further, it is written, that the Lord brought Eve to Adam, that is, that the Lord was sponsor. p. 42. To them. Whence we learn, that a man, be he ever so great, should not refuse to be sponsor to a lesser man. Our Mir said, Adam the first was very pious, for when he saw that on his account the human race was made mortal, he fasted 130 years, separated himself from woman, and wore leaves of a fig tree on his body for the same length of time. Our Jeremiah ben Elazar said, if a man is to be praised to his face, only a small part of the praise due him should be given him, but his entire share may be bestowed upon him in his absence, as it is written, Genesis 7:1, for the eye have seen righteous before me in this generation, and, Ibid. Vi. 9, Noah was a just, perfect man in his generations. Thus we see that to his face the Lord merely called Noah righteous, whereas in his absence the verse called him a just, perfect man. The same said again, a house, where the words of the law are also heard at night, shall never more be destroyed, as it is written, Job 35:10, but man saith not, where is God my Maker, to bestoweth joyful songs even in the night, and the verse is explained thus. If man would have sung joyful songs even in the night, he would not have been compelled to ask, where is God my Maker? The same said again, since the destruction of the temple it is sufficient for man to use only 2 letters in place of the 4 forming the name of the Lord, that is, Yod and Hey instead of Yod, Hey, Vav, and Hey, as it is written, Psalm cl. 6, let everything that hath breath praise Jah, the Lord. Hallelujah. He said again, when Babylon was cursed, it was a curse to the neighbors also, but when Samaria was cursed, the neighbors rejoiced. Speaking of Babylon, it is written, Isaiah 14:23, I will also make it a possession for the hedgehog and pools of water, and speaking of Samaria, it is written, Mikayamai 6, therefore will I change Samaria into stone heaps on the field, into vineyard plantations. He said again, "Come and see how the custom of the Holy One, blessed be he, differs from that of mortal man. When a man is about to be executed, a gag is placed in his mouth in order that he may not curse the king, but if a man transgresses against the Lord, the man is silenced, as it is written, SOUTHLAKE v. 2, For thee praise is waiting, O God, in Zion. Not only is the man who transgresses against the Lord silent, waiting, but he also praises him, and the punishment given man for p. 43. The transgression is regarded by him as a sacrifice unto the Lord, as it is written, And unto thee shall vows be paid, Ibid. This is similar to the saying of Jehoshua ben Levi as follows, It is written, SOUTHLAKE 7, Passing through the valley of weeping, they will change it into a spring, also the early rain covereth it with blessings. Passing refers to the man who has trespassed against the will of the Holy One, blessed be he. The valley refers to hell which is made deeper. Weeping signifies that they are weeping and shedding tears equal to the spring of Shaitan, and the early rain covereth it with blessings denotes that the trespassers themselves bless the Lord, saying, Creator of the universe, thou hast judged rightly, finding the righteous just and the wicked full of iniquity, and blessed be thou, that thou hast ordained help for the wicked and paradise for the righteous. Is this statement not contradictory to the saying of Resh Lakish to the effect that the fires of hell cannot gain access to the bodies of the sinners in Israel, which is derived from the a fortiori conclusion that inasmuch as the gold which was only of the thickness of one golden dinar covering the Ark of the Covenant, was not touched by the perpetual light, although but one commandment was being fulfilled, so much more will the sinner in Israel who has fulfilled as many commandments as a pomegranate has seeds escape the fires of hell, as it is written, Solomon sung by, like the half of the pomegranate is the upper part of thy cheek, etc. And Resh Lakish said, Do not read the upper part of thy cheek, but read thy vein, wicked men 1. Nay, even Resh Lakish admits that the sinners descend into hell, but our father Abraham, seeing that they are circumcised, rescues them. Our Jeremiah ben Elazar said again, Hell has 3 gates, one in the desert, one in the sea, and one in Jerusalem. In the desert, as it is written, Numbers 16:33, And they went down, they, and all they that appertain to them, alive into the pit, Sheol Gehenna. In the sea, as it is written, Jonah 2:3, Out of the depth of the grave have I cried, and thou hast heard my voice. And one in Jerusalem, as it is written, Isaiah 31:9, Who hath a fire in Zion, and a furnace in Jerusalem? And the disciples of Ishmael taught, that by a p. 44. Fire in Zion is meant Gehenna, and by the furnace in Jerusalem is meant the gate of Gehenna. Our Jehoshua ben Levi said, that hell has 7 names, viz., Sheol, Abaddon, Barshashaph, Bashion, Tithiavan, Salmuvath, and Eretz Hathakthith. 1. Where is the gate of paradise? Said Resh Lakish, If the gate of paradise is in the land of Israel, it is in the city of Beth Shean. If it is in Araby, it is in the city of Beth Gerim, and if it is between the rivers, it is in Damas Canaan. In Babylon, Abai would praise the fruit growing on the other side of the Euphrates, and Rabhel would praise the fruit of the city of Harphania. So it may be that the gate of paradise is situated in one of these 2 places. Cattle yoked together in a team, but not walking unyoked. Why does the Mishnah say yoked together but not unyoked? It is self-evident that if they must be yoked, they cannot be unyoked. We might assume that if it said only yoked together, we might think that apparently yoked would be sufficient, so it is repeated in order to make it more emphatic, so that one enters as the other passes out. That means that one team can enter while another passes out. This was taught in Aboratha. The rabbis taught, how much, in size, must the larger part of a cow be reckoned? 2 ells. What is the breadth of a cow? 1 2/3 of an L. Thus 6 cows abreast will measure about 10 Ls. So said our Mir, but our Jehuda said, about 13 or 14 Ls. Why does our Mir say about 10 Ls? It is exactly 10 Ls. Because he must teach later about 13 Ls, so he also approximates it in this case, and says about 10 Ls. Now, why does our Jehuda say about 13 Ls? According to his opinion it should be more. Because he wishes to say about 14 he generalizes it and says about 13 or 14. How can he say about 14? It is less than 14? Said our Papa, he means to say more than 13 and less than 14, that is, the measure of 2 teams of 4 cows each abreast is more than 13 and less than 14 Ls. Our Papa said, for a well that measures not more than 8 p. 45 Ls in circumference, all agree that no center boards are necessary. For a well of 12 Ls in circumference, all agree that they are necessary. Where they differ is concerning a well that is between 8 and 12 Ls in circumference. According to our Mir, center boards are necessary, and according to our Jehuda they are not. What would our Papa inform us? We have learned this in our Mishnah, for our Jehuda says 2 teams of 4 animals each and our Mir 2 teams of 3 each, so the difference is the size of 2 animals but not the size of 1. Our Papa did not know of the Boratha stating the size of cow, so he came to teach us the measure. Abai asked Rabba, what is the law if a man make the enclosures wider, must, according to our Mir, center boards be put up nevertheless or not? And Rabba answered, this was taught us in the Mishnah, providing that more boards be used. Can we not assume that center boards are necessary? Rejoined Abai, nay. It may mean that the corner boards should be increased in length. It seems to us that the opinion of the latter is the intention of the Mishnah. This decides the argument. Abai asked Rabba again, what is the law according to our Jehuda if the space between the corner boards on the same side exceeded 13 1/3 Ls? What should a man do then? Should he increase the length of the corner boards or put up center boards? Answered Rabba, this was taught us in a Boratha as follows, what is meant by they are near each other. If they are only a part of space as large as the greater part of cow, what would be called they are far away from each other? If the space between them is so large that a cur or even 2 curs of grain can be planted therein. Our Jehuda, however, said that only a space large enough to permit of the planting of 2 sahs of grain is permitted, but no more. The sages said to our Jehuda, dost thou not admit that a cattle pen or a fold, a bleaching ground or a courtyard, even though they be large enough to accommodate 5 or even 10 curs of grain, are permitted? Our Jehuda answered, here the case is different, for here we have partitions, while in the case of the well we have only enclosures. Now, if the length of the corner boards should be increased, then our Jehuda would say that the boards around a well also constitute a partition. Rejoined Abai, around a cattle pen or a fold, a bleaching ground or a courtyard, according to our Jehuda, the law of A. P. 46. Partition is applied when that must not contain a space larger than 10 Ls, and it matters not whether that space have a capacity large enough to permit of planting 1 or 5 cur of grain, but the space between the corner boards was fixed at 13 1/3 Ls because the law of enclosures is applied, hence it should not have a capacity larger than would permit of the planting of 2 sahs of grain, even if the length of the boards be increased. Abai asked Rabba again, can a sand heap 4 Ls wide and sloping up to a height of 10 spans take the place of the corner boards at a well? Answered Rabba, this is taught in a Tosefta. R. Simeon ben Elazar said, if there was a square rock standing at the corner of a well, which if divided would form an angle, each side of which would be 1 L, it may take the place of corner boards, otherwise it cannot. Our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Barakah said, even if the rock was round and when made square and divided would form an angle each side of which would be 1 L, it may also take the place of the corner boards. On what point do they differ? According to the former Tana there is only one supposition allowed regarding the rock, whereas according to the latter, even 2 suppositions concerning the rock are permitted. He asked him again, may a bush take the place of corner boards? And Rabba answered, we have learned this in the Boratha, if there was a fence, a tree, or a number of cane laths on the spot, they may serve as corner boards. What is meant by cane laths? In all probability a bush. Nay, we might assume that they were really cane laths and less than 3 spans apart. Then, by application of the law of Levue that would be a fence, and the Boratha mentions a fence in the first place, why should the repetition be made? If it is a bush, it is the same as a tree, why the repetition in this instance? It might be said, then, that 2 kinds of a tree are mentioned, why should not 2 kinds of fences be mentioned? Abai asked him again, may things be carried from a courtyard opening into the enclosure around a well and vice versa? Rabba answered, they may. How is it if there were 2 adjoining courtyards opening into the enclosure? Then one must not carry from the courtyards into the enclosure. Said Darhuna, if there were 2 courtyards, even an Arab will not make it lawful to carry things from the courtyards into the enclosure as a precaution, lest it be said that the law of Arab p. 47 applies also to enclosures. Rabba, however, said, if an Arab was made, it is lawful. Said Derbai, I know of a Boratha, which supporteth thy opinion, viz., if a courtyard open into an enclosure around a well, things may be carried to and from the courtyard and the enclosure, but if 2 courtyards opened into the enclosure, this is not allowed, provided an Arab was not made. If an Arab was made, it is lawful. Abai asked Rabba again, what is the law concerning the enclosures of a well which had gone dry on Sabbath? And he answered, were not the enclosures made merely for the suck of the water? If the water gave out, the enclosures are void? Now asked Erubim of Abai, what is the law if the well went dry on the Sabbath and was filled again on the same day? Answered Abai, concerning the law of the well that had gone dry, I asked Master and he told me that the enclosures were void, hence if the well filled up again on the same day the enclosure must be regarded as one constructed on the Sabbath, and it was decided that, in Tract Sabbath, page 200, a partition constructed on the Sabbath is valid. Elazar said, if one throws something, from public ground, within the enclosures around a well, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? If the enclosures were not regarded as a partition, how would it be allowed to draw water from the well on Sabbath? Elazar means to tell us that if such enclosures were erected in public ground without having a well, it also makes one culpable to throw a thing within the enclosures. Is this not self-evident? If such enclosures were not regarded as a partition elsewhere, how could they be thus considered when erected around the well? He lets us know that even if the space surrounded by the enclosures is used as a public thoroughfare, it is nevertheless regarded as private ground. Then he means to tell us that the public who pass through the enclosures do not nullify the validity of the enclosures. This we have also been taught, in Tract Sabbath, page 10. The ordinance there is derived from his dictum above. It is permitted to place the enclosures quite close to the well. We have learned in a Mishnah, Sabbath, 11, a man must not, standing in private ground, drink in public ground, nor, standing in public ground, drink in private ground, unless he place his head and the greater part of his body within the place in which he drinks. Such is likewise the law regarding a winepress. Shall we assume that it is sufficient for a man to have his head and the greater part of his body in the place in which he drinks, but does this also apply to cattle or not? If the man hold the vessel from which the cattle drink and holds also the cattle, so that they cannot turn around, There is no question but that it is sufficient if they have their heads and the larger part of their bodies within the enclosures, but if the man hold the vessel only, and not the cattle, what is the law? Replied one of the schoolmen to the questioner, we have learned this in our Mishnah, viz. Providing the head and the greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosure while it drinks. Must we not assume that in this case the man holds only the vessel and not the animal? Nay, he holds both the vessel and the animal, and the law seems to apply to the latter instances, for had he not held the animal also, how could this be allowed? Did we not learn in Aboreta, a man must not fill a vessel with water to give to his cattle, but he may fill up the vessel and let his cattle drink of their own accord. This was taught concerning the enclosures around the well. Now, then, if we should say that this Aboreta applies to a man who holds both the vessel and the cattle, why should he not water the cattle out of the vessel? We must therefore assume that he did not hold the cattle, and consequently it is obvious that one must hold both the vessel and the cattle. Have we not learned that Abai explains the mentioned Aboreta as follows? The case was where a crib, 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, forming in itself a private ground, and opening into the enclosures surrounding the well, stood in public ground and the animal stood in private ground. The Aboreta ordains that the man should not fill a vessel with water and carry it to the animal, but pour it into the crib. That is, he should not lift the vessel with water over the crib and carry it through public ground to the animal, lest he notice that the crib is broken and he will carry the crib into the place where the animal stands to mend it, thus carrying a thing from public into private ground. Even if he did so, can the man be held culpable? Did not our Safra say, in the name of Arami, quoting our Johanan, if one moved a certain thing from one corner into another in private ground and then carried it into public ground, he is not culpable, because his original intention was not to carry it into public ground? Abai means to state that the man might mend the crib where it was standing and then carry it into private ground. p. 49. Comment here, another objection, a camel, whose head and greater part of the body was within the enclosures around a well, may be crammed. Now, in such a case, the man certainly holds the animal and the vessel, and still it is necessary that the head and larger part of the body of the animal be within the enclosures? Said Dar. Ahbar Arhuna in the name of Ar-Sheshath, with a camel it is different, the neck of a camel being very long. If the camel turned its head around it would be in public ground. We have learned also in Aboreta, that our Eliezer also prohibits this to be done with the camel, because its neck is very long. Our Itzhak Bareta said, the enclosures around wells are not permitted to be used by any but the pilgrims while going to Jerusalem for the festivals. Did we not learn in Aboreta that the enclosures are allowed only for cattle? By cattle is meant the cattle of the pilgrims, but what should a man who wishes to drink do? He should hold on to the walls of the well and drink there. This is not so. Did not our Itzhak in the name of our Jehuda quoting Samuel say, that the enclosures are permitted to be made only around wells containing spring water but not rain water? If the wells were only allowed for cattle, why should this distinction be made? The water must be fit for human use also, because the enclosures are erected for the sake of the water. The latter should be good water. If the walls of the well were very wide and a man could not climb over them, he may draw water from the well and drink it. Our Jeremiah bar Rabba said in the name of Rab, the laws of a road that had huts built on it at 70 ells apart and of enclosures around wells do not hold good in Babylon or anywhere outside of Palestine. The first law does not apply to Babylon on account of the frequent floods and to other lands on account of thieves who would steal the huts, and the second law does not apply to Babylon because of the abundance of water and to other lands because there are no colleges of learning. Said Darhaista to Mari the son of Arhuna the son of Jeremiah bar Abba, I have heard that ye, men of Barnash, go to the synagogue of Daniel on the Sabbath, a distance of 3 miles. Upon what grounds do ye do this? Do ye depend upon the law of huts? Was it not said by thy grandfather in the name of Rab, that this law does not apply to Babylon? Arhista was shown by Mari demolished buildings scattered over p. 50. The entire road, at about 70 ells apart, which at one time formed part of the city itself. Said Arhista, Mari Barmar related, it is written, Jeremiah 24:1, the Lord caused me to see, and, behold, there were 2 baskets of figs placed before the temple of the Lord, etc. And, Ibid. 2, the one basket had very good figs, like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very bad figs, which could not be eaten, from being so bad. The good figs represent the strictly righteous and the bad figs the grossly wicked, but if you mean to say that for the grossly wicked there is no more hope, therefore it is written, Solomon's Song 7:14. The mandrakes one give forth their smell. Rabbi preached, by the passage the mandrakes give forth their smell is meant the young men of Israel who have not yet tasted of the fruit of sin, and by at our doors are all manners of precious fruits is meant the virgins of Israel who are modest before their marriage, and by the passage new and also old, O my friend. These have I laid up for thee is meant what the congregation of Israel said to the Holy One, Blessed be he, namely, Creator of the universe. Even more than thou hast ordained for us, have we ordained for ourselves and have faithfully observed. Said Arhista to one of the scholars who read legendary matter before him, Hast thou not heard what is meant by new and also old, in the passage quoted? He answered, the old refers to biblical ordinances and the new to rabbinical. Rabbi preached, it is written, Ecclesiastes 12:12, but more than all these, my son, take warning for thyself, the making of many books would have no end, and much preaching is a weariness of the flesh. This means, my son, be careful in the observance of the rabbinical commandments, even more than in the biblical, for while the biblical commandments are for the most part positive and negative, that is, not always involving the death penalty if violated, the rabbinical commandments, if infracted, would involve capital punishment. Lest one might say, that if such be the case, why were not the rabbinical commandments written down? The answer is provided, the making of many books would have no end. The end of the passage. p. 51. Paragraph continues, much preaching is a weariness of the flesh, signifies that one who devotes much thought and reflection to the rabbinical commandments, acquires a taste as if he had eaten an excess of meat. The rabbis tout, it happened that when Arakiba was in prison Jehoshua of Garci served him every day. Water was given Arakiba in a measure. One day the warden of the prison said to Jehoshua, Today thy measure of water is too large. Perhaps it is thy intention to undermine the prison. So he poured out half the water and returned the remainder. When Jehoshua came to Arakiba the latter said to him, Dost thou not know that I am an old man and that my life is dependent upon thee? Jehoshua then related what had happened. Said Arakiba, Give me the water and I will wash my hands prior to eating, and he answered, There is hardly enough water to drink, and thou wouldst use it to wash thy hands? Rejoined Arakiba, What can I do? I must follow the rabbinical commandment, which if violated would involve capital punishment. It were better for me that I die of hunger, than to act contrary to the opinion of my colleagues. And it was said that Arakiba would not taste anything until water was brought to him to wash his hands. When the sages heard of this, they said, If he was so careful in his old age, how was he in his youth? And if he was so particular in prison, how was he when at liberty? Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, in the time that Solomon the king ordained the law of Erubim and that of washing the hands, before meals, a heavenly voice was heard, which said, Proverbs 23:15, My son, if thy heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine, and Ibid. 27. 2. Become wise, my son, and cause my heart to rejoice, that I may give an answer to him that reproacheth me. Rabha preached again, it is written, Solomon's Song 7. 12-13. Come, my friend. Let us go forth into the field, let us spend the night in the villages, let us get up early to the vineyards, let us see if the vine have blossomed, whether the young grape have opened to the view, whether the pomegranates have budded, there will I give my caresses unto thee. Come, my friend. Let us go into the field. Thus said the community of Israel before the Holy One, Blessed be He, Creator of the universe. Judge us not by the inhabitants of the large cities, for there is robbery, rapine, false swearing, and swearing in vain. p. 52. Among them. Come into the field and we will show thee many scholars who study the law although they are in poor circumstances. Let us spend the night in the villages. What this means, come with us and we will show thee so many, to whom thou hast shown so much mercy and still they deny thee. Let us go up early into the vineyards, refers to the synagogues and the houses of learning. Let us see if the vine have blossomed, refers to those who study the Holy Writ. Whether the young grape have opened to the view, refers to those who study the Mishnah. Whether the pomegranates have budded, refers to those who study the Gemara. There will I give my caresses unto thee, signifies, we will show thee our children who honor and revere us by studying the law and walking in thy ways. Said Darham Nuna, it is written, I Kings v. 12, and he spoke 3,000 proverbs and his songs were 1,005. From this it is inferred, that Solomon said 3,000 proverbs for every one of the biblical commandments and gave 1,005 reasons for each of the rabbinical commandments. Rabha preached, it is written, Ecclesiastes 12. 9, and in addition to this that Kohath was wise, he continually also taught the people knowledge, and he probed, and searched out, and composed many proverbs. He continually also taught the people knowledge signifies, that he supplied the Holy Writ with the Masoretic text and explained the different passages with parables and proverbs. And composed many proverbs. Eula said in the name of Eliezer, that prior to the time of Solomon the scriptures were like a basket without handles, that could not be grasped, and when Solomon came, he providing the Holy Writ with all the precautionary measures necessary for its preservation. Arhistus said in the name of Marakba, it is written, his head is bright as the finest gold, his locks are like waving foliage, and black as a raven. Locks are expressed by the Hebrew word tal'im, also meaning heaps. The inference can be made from this passage, that upon every letter contained in the scriptures a heap of ordinances can be based, and further, that the one wishing to find all the beauties contained in the p. 53. Paragraph continues, Holy Writ must devote himself to its study until he becomes black as a raven. Rabha said not until he becomes black as a raven, but until he becomes as hard-hearted towards his family as a raven is towards its young. As it happened that Tarada Bar Matna wished to go and seclude himself in the house of learning, and his wife said to him, What shall I do with thy little ones? And he answered, There are still herbs in the field. It is written, Deuteronomy 7. 10, and repayeth those that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not delay, to him that hateth him he will repay him to his face. Said Jehoshua ben Levi, were it not for this passage, it would be impossible to make such an assertion, for this is like a mortal who would rid himself of a burden which had become too heavy to carry. When the last part of the passage implies, that while punishment is not delayed to the wicked, the reward to the strictly righteous is delayed. So said Darela, and it is similar to the dictum of Jehoshua ben Levi, it is written, Ibid. 2. The ordinances which I command thee this day, to do them, and signifies, that the commandments are to be fulfilled this day, but the reward for so doing is put off for a future day, that is, will be given in the world to come. Jehudah said, the maximum distance, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: does R. Jehuda mean to exclude the space occupied by the well and the maximum distance, or does it refer to the enclosures plus the space between the enclosures and the well? Comment here. We have learned what is meant by the enclosure may be quite close to the well, that the head and greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosures, and what is meant by it may be placed at some distance from the well, that the space between the well and the enclosure may be of sufficient size to permit of the planting of 1 or even 2 curs of grain therein. R. Jehuda, however, says that it may be only of 2 sas capacity, but not more. The sages said to him, "Wilt thou not grant us that as regards a cattle pen, fold, bleaching ground, or a courtyard, a capacity of 5 or even 10 cur is permissible?" He answered them, "Yeah, but in the latter cases we have a p. 54 partition, whereas in the case of the well there are only enclosures." Our Simeon ben Elazar, however, said that in the case of the well, the square of a space sufficient for the planting of 2 sas of grain is allowed, and by it, the enclosure may be placed at some distance from the well is meant such a square plus the 2 ells necessary for the accommodation of the head and larger part of the body of the animal. Now, then, if our Simeon ben Elazar means to permit the 2 ells in addition to the square space permitted, it is evident that R. Jehuda, who differs with him, means to include them in that space. Nay, this is not so, after all. R. Jehuda also means to allow the 2 ells in addition to the permitted space, but he differs with R. Simeon ben Elazar in the measurement of the space. The latter holds that the space should be square, that is, if it be 100 ells long it must be 100 ells wide, whereas according to R. Jehuda it may be 100 ells long and only 50 ells wide, for such was the measure of the court of the tabernacle. The end of the Boratha is, a rule was laid down by R. Simeon ben Elazar: every space used for a dwelling of any description, for example, a pen, a fold, a bleaching ground, or a courtyard, may be of a size large enough to permit even of the planting of 10 curs of grain therein, but the roof dwellings such as the huts in a field must not exceed 2 sas capacity. Mishnah, R. Jehuda said, if a public thoroughfare passes through the enclosure, it must be closed up with boards at the sides facing the thoroughfare, but the sages hold that it is not necessary. Gemara, said R. Itzhak bar Joseph in the name of R. Johanan, there is no such a thing as public ground in Palestine. One Ardimi sitting in his college repeated this halakha. Said the Bailey to him, what is the reason of this assertion? Shall I assume that it is because the rocks of the Mount Tyre surround Palestine on one side and the canal on another side? Does not the river Euphrates on the one side and the river Deglaut on the other side surround Babylon, and in like manner the ocean surrounds the world? Then there should be no public ground at all. Perhaps R. Johanan meant to say that the path ascending the mountain and the other descending from the mountain is not public ground? Answered Ardimi, I see. p. 55. Thou hast a wise head, and it seems to me as if thou wert among the pillars of R. Johanan's college, when he pronounced this halakha. When Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of R. Johanan, and according to another version in the name of R. Rawi quoting R. Johanan, the paths by which the mountains in Palestine are ascended and descended do not come under the head of public ground, because they were not encountered on the journey through the wilderness, the pillar of cloud removing all hills and mountains from the path of the children of Israel. Mishnah, be it a public cistern, a public well, or a private well, such an enclosure of boards must be made for it. To a private cistern, however, a partition 10 hands high must be made. Such is the dictum of R. Akiba, but R. Jehuda ben Baba said, an enclosure of boards must be made only for a public well, for all others it is sufficient to make a rope fence 10 hands high. Gemara, said Ar Joseph in the name of Ar Jehuda quoting Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Ar Jehuda ben Baba. And he said again in the name of the same authority, it is allowed only to make an enclosure around a well containing spring water. The reason this latter saying of Ar Jehuda ben Baba is quoted is, because in the Mishnah he states, that an enclosure must be made only for a public well, and we might assume that even if the well contained rainwater, providing it be only a public well, an enclosure may be made around it. Therefore we are taught that even though it be a public well it must contain spring water. Mishnah, furthermore, Ar Jehuda ben Baba said, in a garden or woodshed over 70 ells square and encompassed by a wall 10 hands high, it is lawful to carry things, provided there is a watch box or dwelling of some kind, within the garden or shed, or they are close to town. Ar Jehuda, however, said, even though there be nothing else within them than a cistern, a reservoir, or a cave, it is lawful to carry things, in the garden or shed. Ar Akiba said, even if the garden or woodshed contain none of these objects mentioned, one may carry things within them, on Sabbath, provided they do not measure much over 70 ells square. Ar Eliezer said, if the length of such a garden or woodshed exceed its width by even 1 ell, it is not permitted to carry things therein. Ar Hosea, however, said, even if its length be twice its width, it is lawful to carry things therein. P. 56. Ar Eli said, I heard from Ar Eliezer, that even though the garden or woodshed be large enough to permit of a whole cur of grain being planted within it, it is permitted to carry things therein on Sabbath. I also heard from him, that if one of the householders of a court had forgotten and not combined in the Erub, he must not carry anything out ever into his house, but the other inmates of the court may do so. Furthermore, I heard from him, that a man can fully acquit himself of the duty of eating bitter herbs on the Passover by using hart's tongue, scolopendrium. I inquired among all his disciples seeking a colleague who had also heard him pronounce these opinions, but I could not find one. Gemara, Ar Akiba said, even if the garden, etc. is this not the same as was said by the first Tana? There is a difference in a trifling matter between the two, as we have learned in the following Boratha. There is a trifle over the 70 ells and something, which the sages failed to specify, and that is the difference between the space of 2 sas capacity, which is 100 by so ells, and the square of 70 ells and something. 2 sas capacity is equal to 100 by 50 ells, or 5,000 square ells. And 7 2/3 by 70 2/3 ells is equal to 4,994 2/3 square ells, hence the difference, 579 square ells. Whence do we adduce this? Said Ar Jehuda, it is written, Exodus 27:18, the length of the court shall be 100 cubits and the breadth 50 by 50. This means to say, that the 50 cubits of length exceeding the breadth should be apportioned to the breadth, so as to make the whole 70 cubits and 4 span square. 1. What is the correct interpretation of the passage? How can 100 ells in length by 50 by 50 in breadth be understood? Said Rabbi, the passage implies that the tabernacle must be placed immediately beyond where the court is 50 ells in length, and being itself 30 ells long and 10 wide, it will have a frontage of 50 ells and 20 ells on each remaining side. Ar Eliezer said, if the length, etc. did we not learn in a Boratha? Ar Eliezer said, if the length exceeded double the width of the garden or woodshed by 1 ell, things must not be carried in them. Said Ar Barbi Barbe, our Mishnah must also be read not if the length exceed the width. P. 57. But if the length exceed double the width, if such be the case, then is this not the same as said by Ar Hosea? The difference between them is the 1 square ell which Ar Eliezer adds as a proviso but which Ar Hosea does not incorporate in his dictum, for the former says, according to the above Boratha, even if the length exceed double the width by 1 L, while the latter says, even if the length be double the width, exactly. Arhos A, however, said, etc. It was tout, R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose's dictum in that a square is not essential. R. Bibi, also, in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, the halakha prevails according to R. Akiba, who says, that the garden or woodshed need not contain any of those objects. Samuel found it necessary to make both statements in order to make the ordinance more lenient, that is, that neither was it essential that the garden or woodshed be square nor that it contain a watch box, dwelling, etc. If a woodshed of more than 2 sas capacity was fenced in for a dwelling, and the larger part of it was used to sow grain therein, it is like a garden and things must not be moved therein, because the fact that it was used for the purpose of sowing grain nullifies the original intention to use it for a dwelling. If, however, trees were planted in the greater part of it, things may be carried therein, because it is considered as a yard or court adjacent to a house. What is the law, however, if only in the smaller part of such a woodshed grain was sown? Said Darhuna the son of Arjehoshua, if the woodshed was of 2 sas capacity, it is allowed to carry things therein under those circumstances, but if it was of a larger capacity, it is not allowed to carry things therein. This will be in accordance with R. Simeon, whose opinion will be cited later, chapter 9, Mishnah I. If trees were planted in the woodshed, according to R. Jehuda in the name of Abimi, things may be carried only if benches were made between the trees, but according to R. Naaman, this is not necessary, and Arhuna the son of Jehuda is of the same opinion as R. Naaman. Said R. Naaman in the name of Samuel, a woodshed of over 2 sas capacity, which was not fenced in for a dwelling, stood near a house which was subsequently built adjoining it. What is to be done in order to make it lawful for the occupants of the house to carry things to and from the woodshed and the p. 58. House on the Sabbath. First, a breach of more than 10 ells should be made in the wall of the woodshed, thereby rendering the walls useless. Then the breach should be filled up so as to make it 10 ells only. This will be regarded as a door, and will make it lawful to carry things between the house and the woodshed. The schoolman asked, how is it, if the man tore down and rebuilt the walls of the woodshed piecemeal, that is, L by L until more than 10 ells were torn down and then by rebuilding just 10 ells of the breach were left? Must over 10 ells be demolished at once in order to render the wall useless, or does it suffice if eventually such a breach was made even if it was done L by L? The answer was, is this not the same as we have learned in a Mishnah, in Tract Kelim, that the vessels of householders which contain a hole larger than a pomegranate are not subject to defilement? And Hezekiah asked, what the law was if a hole the size of an olive was made in the vessel and stopped up, and this was repeated until the hole became the size of a pomegranate. R. Johanan answered him and related that Rabbi taught this in another Mishnah concerning a sandal, one ear of which had become torn and was mended when the other became torn and was also mended. The sandal after the second mending is not subject to defilement. Rabbi was asked why he had ordained thus, for after the second mending, the same condition existed in the sandal as after the first. He answered, nay, when the other ear was broken off the sandal was virtually destroyed, and after it had been mended it assumed a different appearance. This statement can also be applied to the wall, which with each successive breach of 1 ell assumed a different appearance. The answer was, such explanations are superhuman, and can only be made by an angel. According to another version, the answer was, this is a man who has knowledge. 1. Said Darkahana, in a bleaching ground, behind a house, things must not be carried except for a distance of 4 ells. Said Dar. Naaman, if a door was erected in the bleaching ground, things may be carried over its entire extent, because the door renders this lawful. if a woodshed of over 2 sas capacity which had been p. 59 intended for a dwelling was filled with water, it is considered as if planted with trees, and things may be carried over its entire extent. Sedimum, providing the water was fit to drink, but if not fit for drinking purposes, things must not be carried within the woodshed. There was a bleaching ground in the city of Pamnahura, one side of which opened into the city and the other side into a path leading to a vineyard, which in turn opened into the banks of a lake. Said Rabha, a side beam should be erected on the side of the bleaching ground facing the city, and if this is of use as an entry to the city, it will also be a valid entry for the bleaching ground. This makes it lawful to carry things both in the entry and in the bleaching ground, but as for carrying from the entry into the bleaching ground or vice versa, there is a difference of opinion between Arbaha and Rabina. One permits this because the bleaching ground is uninhabited. The other prohibits this, lest the bleaching ground become at some time inhabited and things will be carried to and fro nevertheless. A woodshed of over 2 sas capacity which was not fenced in for a dwelling and was made smaller by planting trees therein, is not considered diminished in size. If, however, a pillar was erected within it, 10 spans high and 4 wide, it is considered diminished. If the pillar was less than 3 spans wide, all agree that it is of no account, but if it be over 3 spans and less than 4, Rab has said that the woodshed is thereby diminished because a thing which is over 3 spans wide does not come within the law of levied attachment, and is hence considered an independent subject. Radha, however, maintains that it is not diminished, for a subject which is less than 4 spans is of no account. If a partition was made in the woodshed 4 spans distant from the wall, things may be carried over the entire woodshed. If the partition was less than 3 spans from the wall, all agree that this would be unlawful. If over 3 and less than 4, Rabba said it is lawful, and Rabba said it is not. Arshimi, however, taught this ordinance in a more lenient form, namely, if the partition was over 3 and less than 4 spans from the wall, all agree that it is lawful, but if it was less than 3 then there is a difference of opinion. Rabbi Bar Hannah propounded a question: if the bottom part of a partition was swallowed up by the earth and the top part remained, can it be accounted a lawful partition or p. 60? Not? What was the object of this question? If it refers to a partition which was erected on the estate of a deceased proselyte, then this question is identical with that of Jeremiah of Bera, which is decided in Tract Baba Bathra. And if it refers to the Sabbath law, that is, if a partition was made on Sabbath, then the question has already been decided previously, page 47. Concerning a woodshed of 3 sas capacity which was providing with the roof of only 1 sa capacity, Rab has said, the atmosphere of the unroofed portion of the woodshed nullifies the roof which has been erected and things must not be carried within it. Arzara, however, said, the atmosphere of the unroofed portion does not interfere with the roof which is considered as attached to the part of 1 sas capacity and things may be carried within the roofed part with impunity. I admit, however, that if a wall of the woodshed facing a courtyard was entirely demolished, the atmosphere of the adjoining courtyard renders the remaining walls void and makes the woodshed one of over 2 sas capacity. There was a garden on the estate of the Exilch containing a pavilion. On a Friday, Arhuna Bar Hanana was told to go out there and make the pavilion suitable so that things could be carried and meals taken within it on the morrow. He went and placed some sticks of less than 3 spans in height in the ground around the pavilion. Rabha then went out and tore down the sticks. Our Papa and Arhuna the son of Arjaho even went and hid the sticks so that Arhuna Bar Hanana could not obtain them again, because all 3 held that the sticks would have been of no account whatever. So the Exilch applied to them the verse, Jeremiah 4:22, wise are they to do evil, but how to do good they do not know. R.I. Lai said, I have heard from Mar Eliezer, that even though a garden or woodshed be large enough to permit of the planting of a whole cur, etc., this Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah, who said that even if they have a capacity of 40 says, as a parade ground for soldiers in front of the king's palace, things may be carried within them. So it was taught in Aboratha. Said Johanan, both Eliezer and Hananiah deduced their opinions from the same passage, viz. 2 Kings 20:4, and it came to pass, before Isaiah was gone out into the middle court, etc., while subsequently city is mentioned, and hence the inference that a parade ground, be it even as large as a medium-sized town, is still called a court provided. p. 61. It be in front of the king's palace. Their point of difference is that one holds a medium-sized town to have a capacity of 1 cur, while the other holds that it has a capacity of 40 says. I also heard from him, etc. Did we not learn in another Mishnah that neither the householder himself nor the other inmates of the court yard may carry anything to and from his house? Said Darhuna the son of Arjehoshba in the name of Arsheshath, this presents no difficulty. The Mishnah is in accordance with Eliezer, who holds that if one had resigned his right to the use of the court, he also resigned his privilege of the use of his house. But according to the opinion of the rabbis, it may be said that if he had resigned his right to the court, he did not thereby resign his privilege of the use of his house. Is this not self-evident? Why should we say, it may be said? They cannot differ on any other point. Said Rabham, I and Arhuna bar Hanana have explained this as follows. The case was, where there were 5 inmates of one court, and one of them forgot to combine in the Erub. According to Eliezer, at the time that he resigns his right to the use of the court in favor of all the other inmates, he need not do so to each one individually also, and he at the same time resigns the privilege of using his house to the other inmates, while according to the rabbis, he must do so to each one of the inmates individually, and must also bear in mind to resign his privilege of using his house.
Chapter 3. Regulations concerning wherewith and where an Erub may be made, whereby an Erub becomes invalid. The Erub of limits, with its conditions. When a festival or New Year precedes the Sabbath. Mishnah, the Erub may be effected with all kinds of victuals excepting water and salt. All kinds of victuals may be bought with the proceeds of the second tithe except water and salt. One who has vowed to abstain from food, may partake of water and salt. The Erub may be made for a Nazirite with wine and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. Symmachus said, unconsecrated things only may be used for the Erub of an ordinary Israelite. The Erub of a priest may be placed on a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery. Jehudah said, it may even be placed in an actual burying ground, since the priest may make a partition between himself and the burying ground and then eat the Erub. Gemara, Johanan said, we must not accept all the misnotes that commence with a general rule as final, even such as are supplemented with an exception. Said Rabina, according to another version Naaman, we can infer this from our Mishnah above. It is stated therein, that with all kinds of victuals an Erub may be effected, excepting water and salt, and there are certain mushrooms with which an Erub cannot be effected also. Consequently we may assume from this Mishnah, that all those commencing with a general rule, even such as are supplemented with exceptions, need not be accepted as final. All kinds of victuals, etc. One of the 2 sages, Eliezer or Arhosei bar Arhanina, taught as follows. The Mishnah means to state, that an Erub must not be made with either water or salt, but with the 2 together it is allowed, and one of them taught the same with reference to second tithes, viz., with the proceeds of the second tithes salt or water must not be bought, but the 2 together may be bought. The one who applies this opinion to second tithes does so even to a greater. p. 63. Degree in the case of the Erub, but the one who applies this to an Erub does not do so in the case of the second tithes, because some fruit must be bought therewith. When Yitzhak came from Palestine, he taught this to apply to second types also. An objection was made. Yehuda ben Gadish testified in the presence of Eliezer, that his father's house used to buy fish brine with the proceeds of the second tithes. Said Eliezer to him, perhaps thou didst not observe, that there were pieces of fish in the brine. Now, Yehuda ben Gadish himself testifies that fish brine was bought and that is at least an article of food, but he certainly would not permit salt and water. Said Joseph, Yitzhak in permitting water and salt to be bought with the proceeds of second types refers to a case where the water also contains some oil. Said Abai, if such be the case, why does he say water and salt? It would be virtually buying the oil. The answer is, if the money was paid for the oil and incidentally also for the water and salt. Is it allowed to buy it indirectly? Yea, it is allowed, as we have learned. Ben Bagbag said, it is written, 14:26, and thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul longeth after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul asketh of thee. For oxen signifies for oxen together with the hide, for sheep with the wool, for wine together with the barrel, or for strong drink even if it turns sour. Johanan said, the man who will explain to me the dictum of Ben Bagbag concerning the oxen, I will carry his clothes after him to the bathhouse. Why is this so? Wherein does he find a difference between the oxen and the sheep? Because if we infer from the verse, that the sheep may be bought together with their wool, which can be shorn, it is self-evident that an ox must be bought with a hide, for how can it be bought otherwise? Hence the inference taken by Ben Bagbag from the oxen is superfluous. Wherein do Yehuda ben Gadish, Eliezer, and the following Tanaim differ? Yehuda ben Gadish and Eliezer interpret an extension and a limitation thus, thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul longeth is an extension then, or oxen, or for sheep, for wine or for strong drink is a limitation, or for whatever thy soul asketh of thee is again an extension. Thus we have an extension, a limitation and another extension. What is the extension? For every p. 64 thing. But what is the limitation? According to Eliezer, it is fish brine, and according to Yehuda ben Gadish it is water and salt, and the other Tanaim did not refer to extension and limitation but to the effect of general and particular terms, as we have learned in Aboretha, thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul desireth is a general term, for oxen, for sheep, etc., is a particular term, and again or for whatsoever thy soul asketh of thee is a general term. Hence we have a general term, a particular term and another general term, and wherever there is a particular term in the midst of two general terms the particular term determines the rule. Thus the particular thing to be bought with the proceeds of second tithes is fruit of fruit, that is, a calf born of a cow or oil of olives, and everything generated above the ground, but salt and water or fish brine is not included. In another Boretha however we were taught, that as the particular term refers to something born on or growing out of the ground, so does also the general term refer to subjects of this kind. What is the point of difference between the two Borethas? Said Abai, concerning fish. According to the Boretha which holds, that the particular term refers to fruit of fruit and everything generated above the ground, fish is also included as it derives its sustenance from the earth, but according to the Boretha which holds, that only something born on or growing out of the ground is meant, fish is excluded because it is generated in the waters. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel Barshalis quoting Rab, an Arab may be made with lettuce, heliglugoth, a certain edible plant, and clover but not with green rice stalks and bad figs. How can he say that clover may be used? Have we not learned, that clover may be eaten only by those who have many children but not by such as have none? Have we not learned that for an Nazirite an Erub may be made with wine and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering? Although neither of these two are allowed to partake of those things, there are others who may do so, and the same case can be applied to clover. While there are some who are not allowed to eat it, there are others who may, hence all may use it for the purpose of making an Erub. With green rice stalks it is not allowed? Did not our Jehuda say in the name of Rab, that hops and green rice stalks may be used to make an Erub and the benediction to be pronounced? P. 65. Over these is blessed be he, etc., who hath created the fruits of the earth. This presents no difficulty, for Rab said, that rice stalks were not permitted to be used, before he came to Babylon, not knowing that it was used for food, but when he learned that such was the case, he allowed its use. With bad figs it is not allowed? Have we not learned, that palm tops may be bought with the proceeds of second tithes and that they are not subject to defilement incidental to eatables? And bad figs may also be bought with the proceeds of second tithes, but they are subject to the defilement? Our Jehuda, however, said that palm tops were considered the same as trees under all circumstances, with the exception that they may be bought with the proceeds of second tithes, and that bad figs are considered the same as other fruit except that they are not subject to tithing? Thou sayest, they are subject to defilement? That is a different matter. The reason of that is, as our Johanan stated in another case, that they can be made good through cooking over a fire, and therefore they are subject to defilement, but they must not be used for making an Erub. The text states, that hops and green rice stalks may be used for making an Erub, etc. What quantity of hops should be used? As our Yechiel said elsewhere, that a handful is sufficient, so it is also in this case. A handful will suffice for 2 meals. What quantity of green rice stalks must be used? Said Rabbi Bar Tuvia Bar Itzhak in the name of Rab, a bundle of the same size as that made by the peasants. Our Helkia Bar Tuvia said, an Erub may be made with a kalia, a certain root as hard as a piece of dry wood. How is that possible? Can it be eaten? He means to say when the root is young and tender. What quantity should be used? Said our Yechiel, a handful. Our Jeremiah went out into the villages and was asked whether an Erub may be made with bean pods. He did not know what to answer. When he came back to the college, he was told that our Janai said, it was allowed, and as to the quantity our Yechiel said, a handful. Our Hamnuna said, an Erub must not be made with Raman gold. Because our Hista said that Raman gold can kill a man. But we see, that some people do eat it and it does not harm them? Yea, but they eat marigold which is partially cooked and is not quite raw. Our Hista said, cooked mangold is good for the heart, for p. 66. The eyes and above all for the stomach. Said Abai, such is the case if the mangold was cooked over the center of a big fire so long that it sizzled. Rabha said at one time, I feel, that I am at present in the same condition as Ben Azai was in the markets of Tiberias. Ben Azai used to lecture in the markets of Tiberias and in his time was the most sagacious among all the sages, so that he once said, all the sages of Israel are as the peel of garlic compared to me except the bald head, meaning Arakiba. So one of the scholars came to Rabha and asked him, how many apples it would take to make an Erub. He answered, art thou then certain that an Erub may be made with apples? With apples it is not allowed? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that a quantity of mixed eatables equal to 2 eggs is sufficient to make the body of a man incapable of touching heave offerings? If there is sufficient of those mixed eatables for 2 meals they may be used for making an Erub. If there is a quantity of those mixed eatables equal to 1 egg, they are subject to the defilement incidental to eatables. Why this question? 'Tis true that the Mishnah mentions all eatables, but have we not learned, that wherever a general rule is laid down, even when supplemented with exceptions, it need not be accepted as final? Consequently apples may be excluded? This question is not based upon the statement that all eatables may be used, but upon the fact that a quantity of mixed eatables equal to 2 eggs may be used for an Erub, and if equal to 1 egg it is subject to defilement incidental to eatables. And if apples are subject to defilement, why should they not be used for an Erub? What should be the quantity of apples used? Said R. Naaman, a cab. An objection was raised. R. Simeon B. Elazar said, a measure of spices, a liter of herbs, 10 nuts, 5 persicum, apricots, 2 pomegranates, 1 citron. This was a prescribed quantity for giving charity by the owner of a vineyard, and Gersek Bardori in the name of Armanashia Bar Shegubak quoting Rab said, the same quantity is sufficient for an Erub. Now why shall not apples also be equal to apricots and only 5 should be sufficient for an Erub? The persicums are more valuable, hence 5 are sufficient, but apples not being so valuable, therefore a cab is required. Said R. Joseph, may the Lord forgive R. Menashia Bar Shekublik. P. 67. Paragraph continues, I said this to him in reference to the following Mishnah and he said this in reference to the above Boratha. This is the Mishnah, mentioned above. Nothing less than a half a cab of wheat and a cab of barley should be given to a poor man by the owner of a barn. Armir, however, says a half a cab of barley and 1 cab and a half of kusman, 1 a cab of 3 or the weight of a manna 2 of pressed figs. Arakiba said a half of a manna and a half a lug of wine. Arakiba said a quarter of a lug, and a quarter of a lug of oil. Arakiba said an eighth of the lug. Concerning other fruits, however, said Abbasal, a measure of fruit, the sale of which would realize sufficient for the purchase of 2 meals, and to this Mishnah I added in the name of Rab that the same quantities are needed for an Erub. The text said, if there is sufficient of mixed eatables for 2 meals they may be used for an Erub. R. Joseph meant to say, if there is enough of each kind for 1 meal. Said Rabbit to him, nay, it is sufficient if there was enough of each kind for a half, a third or even a quarter of a meal. Rab said, one may make an Erub with wine of the quantity of 2 quarters of a lug. Must we have so much? Did we not learn that our Simon ben Elazar said, with sufficient wine necessary for the eating of 2 meals, and by that he means boiled wine in which bread sufficient for 2 meals is soaked. Rab said again, one may make an Erub with vinegar sufficient for the soaking of food for 2 meals. Our Guidel said in the name of Rab, by that is meant enough vinegar to soak herbs sufficient for 2 meals. And according to others or Guidel said in the name of Rab, not 2 meals of herbs only but, sufficient wine to soak the herbs which are usually eaten in 2 meals. Arzera said in the name of Samuel, it is allowed to make an Erub with beer, but if 3 lugs of it be poured into a mikveh, the mikveh becomes invalid. How much beer is necessary for an Erub? Ara the son of R. Joseph wished to. P. 68. State in the presence of his father, that 2 lugs were necessary, that is, 1 lug for each meal. Said R. Joseph, this is not so. There are men who drink only 1 goblet full in the morning and another in the evening. A goblet full is supposed to be a quarter of a lug, hence 2 goblets full are sufficient for an Erub. What is the quantity of dates sufficient for an Erub? Said R. Joseph, 1 cab. What is the quantity of shashitha, a dish made of parched corn and honey? Said R. Ahabar Pinhas, 2 spoonsful. What is the quantity of roasted ears, of corn? Said Abijah, 2 bunnis, measures used in the city of Pumbaditha. Abai said again, my mother told me, that roasted ears are good for the heart and drive away care. He said again, my mother told me, that one who has heart disease should take the meat from the right shoulder of a ram, bring some willow branches, burn them, and roast the meat on the coals. Then he should eat the meat and drink wine thinned with water. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel, of all things that are eaten with bread it is sufficient to use a quantity eaten with bread at 2 meals, but of such things that are eaten by themselves sufficient for 2 meals must be used for an Erub. Of raw meat sufficient for 2 meals if eaten by itself must be used, but of cooked meat Rabbi said it is sufficient to use as much as is eaten with bread at 2 meals, and R. Joseph said as much as is eaten at 2 meals by itself should be used, and he said, whence do I adduce this? Because I saw that the Persians eat roasted meat without bread. Rejoined Abai, are the Persians the majority of the whole world? Arhiya Barashi said in the name of Rab, an Erub may be made with raw meat. Arsimi Barhiya said, an Erub may be made with raw eggs. And how many should be used? Said R. Naaman Baritzhak, Sinai 1 said, 2 eggs should be used. Arhuna in the name of Rab said, if one vowed, that he would not eat this loaf of bread, an Erub may nevertheless be made for him with that loaf, because though he must not eat it, others may. If he says, however, that this loaf is on him, that is, he devotes this loaf of bread, in honor of the Lord, it must not be used for an Erub. P. 69. An objection was made, if one vowed concerning a certain loaf of bread, an Erub may nevertheless be made with it. Shall we not assume that he said, this loaf of bread is on me? That is, he devoted that loaf of bread in honor of the Lord. Nay, B said, I vow not to eat this loaf of bread, and such seems to be the case, because the latter part of the Boratha states distinctly, that he said, I vow not to taste any part of this loaf. What is the law, however, if the man said that the loaf is on him? It must not be used for an Erub? If that is so, why was it taught in the latter part of the Boratha, if he said the loaf is consecrated, an Erub must not be made with it, because it is not allowed to make an Erub with consecrated things? Why should this whole argument be repeated? Could it not be simply stated, that if the man vows not to eat the loaf an Erub may be made with it, but if he declares the loaf to be on him, an Erub must not be made with it? But as it does not say, that the loaf is on him in the first part of the Boratha, there is a contradiction to Arhuna? Arhuna said the same thing as Arlezer said elsewhere. Did Arlezer indeed say so? Did we not learn, that Arlezer said, if a man said, this loaf of bread is on me, an Erub may be made with it, but if he said, this loaf is consecrated, it must not be used for an Erub, because an Erub must not be made with consecrated things? There are 2 Tanaim who report the dictum of Arlezer in different ways. An Erub may be made for a Nazirite with wine. This Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Beth Shammai, as we have learned in the following Boratha, an Erub must not be made for a Nazirite with wine, nor for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. So said Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, said, this may be done. Said Beth Hillel to Beth Shammai, will you not admit, that an Erub may be made for a man who is obliged to fast on the Day of Atonement, although he must not eat it? They answered, yea. Then, rejoined Beth Hillel, as we are permitted to make an Erub for a man fasting on the Day of Atonement, so may we also make an Erub for an Nazirite with wine, and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. What reason have Beth Shammai for prohibiting this? They give as their reason the fact, that a man may eat the Erub while it is yet day, before the eve of the Day of Atonement, but an Nazirite must not at any time drink wine nor an ordinary Israelite eat heave offering. P. 70. This whole Boratha is not in accordance with the teachings of Hananiah, as we have learned in the following Boratha. Beth Shammai do not recognize an Erub unless a man carries out his bed and all the utensils he intends to use to the place where he proposes to make the Erub, so taught Hananiah. According to whose opinion is the Boratha which states, that a man who deposits his Erub while wearing a black garment must not go out on the morrow dressed in a white garment, and vice versa? Said R. Naaman Baritzhak. This is in accordance with the opinion of Beth Shammai as interpreted by Hananiah. Symmachus said, unconsecrated things only may be used, etc. Consequently, Symmachus does not descend as regards making an Erub for a Nazirite with wine, but does descend as regards heave offering for the Erub of an ordinary Israelite. Why is this so? Because a Nazirite may go to a sage and be declared free from his vows as a Nazirite. As regards heave offering for the Erub of an ordinary Israelite, he holds with the rabbis, who decreed that all things which are prohibited by rabbinical law on account of the Sabbath rest are also prohibited for the time of twilight, and as regards heave offering, an ordinary Israelite must not handle it on Sabbath on account of Sabbath rest. According to whose opinion is the following Mishnah? There are sages who hold that the prescribed quantities, which are dependent upon the size of a man, should be measured accordingly. And the 2 meals which must be constituted by the Erub, should be 2 meals sufficient for the man who deposits the Erub, said Arzara. This is according to Symmachus, who holds that an Erub must be according to the requirements of the man for whom it is made. The Erub of a priest may be placed on a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery. Ar-Jehuda bar Ami said in the name of Ar-Jehuda, that a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery becomes clean of itself if trodden down by people. Ar-Jehuda said, it may be placed in an actual burying ground. It was taught, because the priest can go there in a wagon, for Ar-Jehuda holds that a temporary tent is sufficient to intervene between a man and uncleanness. Furthermore, we have learned that for a ritually clean priest, clean heave offering may be placed as an Erub even in a grave, and for the same reason as above, in spite of the fact that the heave offering becomes unclean and the priest is at no time allowed to eat it. p. 71. Mishnah, for the Erub doubtful grain, Damai, of which it is not known whether the legal dues like tithes, etc., have been acquitted, may be used, first tithes, from which the heave offerings have been taken, and second tithes and consecrated things that have been redeemed. For priests, the first of the dough and heave offerings may be used. It is not lawful, however, to use unseparated grain, from which it is certain that the legal dues have not been separated, or first tithes from which the heave offering had not been taken, or second tithes and consecrated things which had not been redeemed. Gemara. The reasons for the above Mishnah and the discussions appear several times throughout the Talmud. We shall render them, however, but once, and that in Tract Birkath, Benedictions, which contains the complete and identical version. Mishnah. Should a man send his Erub by the hand of a deaf and dumb person, an idiot, a minor, or one who does not acknowledge the legal necessity of an Erub, it is not a valid Erub. If, however, he had commissioned another proper person to receive it from his messenger, it is a valid Erub. If a man puts the Erub in a tree higher than 10 spans above ground, it is not valid, but if he puts it lower than 10 spans, it is. If he had put it into a pit, even though it be 100 ells deep, the Erub is valid. Gemara. By the hand of a minor it would not be a valid Erub? Did not Arhuna say that a minor may collect the Erub? This presents no difficulty. Arhuna's dictum refers to an Erub of quartz, where only the meal is to be gathered in order to make common cause, but our Mishnah refers to an Erub of limits, where a man must go and declare his intention of making that his resting place for the Sabbath. One who does not acknowledge the legal necessity of an Erub. Who is meant thereby? Said Arhista, a Samaritan. If, however, he had commissioned another person, etc. Why? Perhaps the above messenger will not deliver it. As Arhista said elsewhere, that he should stand and see the messenger depart, so must he also do in this case. Still there is fear that the person commissioned to receive it from the messenger will not receive it. As Aryechiel said elsewhere, that it is an established rule, that if a messenger has been entrusted with an errand, it is presumed that he will perform the errand, and this must also be assumed in the case under consideration. Where did Arhista and Aryechiel make these statements? Concerning p. 72. The following Baratha, which teaches that if a man sent his Erub through a trained elephant or a trained monkey and they deposited the Erub, too is not valid, but if he had commissioned a person to receive it from them and deposit it, it is valid. The same question arose here which led to the statements of R. Hista and R. Yechiel as stated above. R. Naaman said, the established rule, that a messenger will perform his errand, holds good where rabbinical laws are concerned, but not where biblical commandments are to be executed. R. Shesheth, however, said, there is no difference. This rule holds good even where biblical commandments are concerned. If a man put his Erub in a tree, etc. Arhai Barabba, RC and Rav Habar Nathan sat together, and R. Naaman sat near them. They were deliberating upon the question of where the tree spoken of in the Mishnah was situated. Should we assume that it was standing in private ground? What difference does it make whether the Erub was put lower or higher, for private ground reaches even to the sky? Should we assume that the tree was in public ground? Where was the man's intention to rest on this tree? If on the top, why was the Erub which was placed above 10 spans not valid? The man and the Erub would be in one place? We must say that the man's intention was to rest at the foot of the tree, and if the Erub was placed above 10 spans from the ground it is not valid, because at that height the tree becomes private ground by virtue of its being over 4 spans wide, while the foot of the tree is still public ground and consequently, the man would have to carry his food from private into public ground on Sabbath and that is prohibited. Still, will he not make use of a tree on the Sabbath and that is also prohibited? We must therefore assume that the Mishnah means that the tree was standing in public ground and it is according to Rabbi, who holds that all rabbinical ordinances enacted on account of the Sabbath rest, Shvath, have no significance during twilight, before or after the Sabbath. Said R. Naaman, I think ye, for so also did Samuel say. And they rejoined, was it so difficult for you to understand the Mishnah, that you think us for our opinion? Did they not themselves argue and discuss the matter? Nay, they spoke thus to R. Naaman, would you insert our opinion in the Gemara explaining this Mishnah? He answered, yea. Rab Hamid, all this refers to a tree, which was standing outside. P. 73. Of the addition, of 70 2/3 ells square, to a town, but if the tree was standing inside of the addition to the town, it makes no difference where the Erub was placed on it, even at a height of over 10 spans, because the atmosphere of a town pervades all the trees and it makes no difference where the man takes his rest. Where is the opinion of Rabbi and the sages to be found concerning the twilight as mentioned above? In the following Baratha. If a man placed his Erub on a tree 10 spans above the ground, the Erub is not valid. If placed lower than 10 spans it is valid, but must not be taken down. If it was placed within 3 spans from the ground it is valid and may also be taken down. If the Erub, however, was placed in a basket and then hung on the tree even at a height of over 10 spans it is valid, such is the dictum of Rabbi. The sages however say, that where an Erub must not be taken down, it is also not valid. Hence the difference of opinion between Rabbi and the sages, concerning what part do they differ? Shall we say, that they differ concerning the last part, that is, where the Erub was placed in a basket and hung up on a tree at a height of over 10 spans, and the sages say therefore, that such an Erub is invalid because the tree will have to be used on Sabbath and that is prohibited? Can we say, that incidental use of the tree is also prohibited? We know that is not so. Shall we say, that they differ concerning the first part, that is, where the Erub was placed at a height of over 10 spans and must not be taken down? We must first see what kind of a tree is under consideration. If it be a tree of less than 4 spans width, it is a free place, not subject to jurisdiction, then why should the Erub not be taken down? If it be a tree that was 4 spans wide, it is regarded as private ground, then of what benefit is the basket which contains the Erub? It must also be taken down from private into public ground, Said Our Jeremiah, with a basket it is different. It need not be taken down at all, but can be bent over and the Erub may be removed. Although the tree is private ground, when the basket is bent over so that it is below 10 spans it is no longer in private ground. Our Papa sat in the college and repeated the above halakha. Rab Bar Shva raised an objection. We have learned in a following Mishnah, but how must this be done? One carries out the Erub, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk, when he carries it back with him. If thou sayest then, that it is sufficient if he p. 74 hangs up a basket on the tree, because he can bend over the basket and bring it lower than 10 spans, why should the Mishnah quoted order, that the man must carry out the Erub, etc., and remain with it until dusk? It may just as well say, that as he can remain until dusk and carry it back, that it is sufficient, if he deposits it and carries it back with him at once. Said Our Zara, this is only a precautionary measure for a case where a festival follows a Sabbath. If it were said, that the man need not go out and deposit his Erub, wait until dusk and carry it back, then go out again on the next day and wait until dusk and eat the Erub, but that he may leave it there because he could have done as the Mishnah states and the capability of performing an act is equivalent to its performance, it would be wrong, for the day being Sabbath he would not have been permitted to carry it out again. Hence the precautionary measure was made to apply to all similar cases. If he had put it into a pit, etc., where is the pit supposed to be situated? If in private ground it is self-evident. For in the same manner as private ground has no limit as to height it also has none as to depth. If in public ground, the question arises, where the man intended to take his Sabbath rest. If he intended to take it outside of the pit, he would be in one place and his Erub in another, and if he intended to take his rest inside of the pit, it is self-evident that he may deposit his Erub therein. We must say then, that the pit was situated in unclaimed ground, in a valley, where he intended to rest. The pit however being over 10 spans deep is private ground, and as for carrying from private into unclaimed ground the opinion of Rabbi again prevails, that such acts as are prohibited on the Sabbath are not prohibited for twilight on account of the Sabbath rest. Mishnah, if the man should put the Erub on top of a cane or pole, that does not actually grow out of the ground, but is merely stuck in the ground, even though it be 100 ells high, it is a valid Erub. If one put it into a cupboard which he locked and then lost the key, the Erub is nevertheless valid. On Eliezer said, if he does not know where the key is, the Erub is not valid. Gemara, Arada Bar Masan propounded a contradictory question to Rabha, if the man should put his Erub on top of a cane, that does not actually grow out of the ground, it is valid, but if the cane were a growing one, the Erub would not be valid, because the tree would be handled thereby and that is not permitted. P. 75. Then this would be in accordance with the opinion of the sages, while the previous misnoth were according to Rabbi's opinion? This was already asked by Rami Barham of Arhasta and the latter answered, that the previous two misnoth were in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, while this Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of the sages. Rabina, however, said, that this Mishnah is also in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, but here the precautionary measure is enacted, lest the man might break down a cane if it grew out of the ground, while a tree is too stout to be broken down, and in this case Rabbi concurs with the sages. One Friday, a military garrison came to Neherdai and occupied the city, so that there was no room for the college of Ar. Naaman. Said Ar. Naaman to his disciples, go out into the field and incline the growing bushes towards each other, so that we have room enough to study in tomorrow. So Rami Barhama, according to another version, Ugbabarita objected, did we not learn in this Mishnah, that an Erub must not be put on growing stalks or cane? Answered Ar. Naaman, the Mishnah refers to brittle, withered, cane, but as for healthy, moist, bushes it is not prohibited. If one put it into a cupboard, etc., and lost the key, why should the Erub be valid? The man is in one place and the Erub in another? He cannot even obtain it without a key. Rab and Samuel both said that the Erub is valid only when the cupboard is not firmly immured but is loosely built, so that the bricks may be removed and the Erub taken out, and that the Mishnah is according to Amir's opinion, who holds that this may be done on a festival to commence with, and that the Mishnah refers to a festival only, and not on a Sabbath. If this be so, how will the following clause of the Mishnah be explained? Our Eliezer said, if the key be lost in the city, the Erub is valid, but if lost in the field, it is not valid. If the Mishnah refers to a festival, what difference does it make where the key was lost? Carrying is not prohibited on a festival. The Mishnah is not complete and should read thus: if one put it into a cupboard, which he locked and then lost the key, the Erub is nevertheless valid, providing it was a festival. On Sabbath, however, it is not valid. If the key was subsequently found, whether in the city or in the field, the Erub is nevertheless not valid. Our Eliezer, however, said, if it was found in the city, the Erub is valid, because he holds to our Simeon's opinion, who said that p. 76. All the courts and woodsheds in the city are as one ground and the key could be brought through them, but if found in the field it could not be carried. Rabba and R. Joseph both said, our Mishnah treats of the wooden cupboard, and the Tana, who holds that if the key was lost, the Erub was valid, considers the cupboard the same as a vessel which may be taken apart on the Sabbath and the Erub taken out, while our Eliezer considers the cupboard the same as a tent which must not be taken apart on the Sabbath. How can they differ as to its being a vessel or a tent? If it was large, all agree that it is a tent, and if it was small, all agree that it is a vessel. Therefore Abai and Rabha both say that the Mishnah treats of a case where the key was tied to the lock by a string, which could not be undone by hand. The first Tana holds, according to our Jose, that all vessels may be handled on the Sabbath for any purposes whatever, hence a knife used for cutting bread may be used to cut the string, whereas our Eliezer holds according to the opinion of our Nehemiah, who decrees that all vessels may be handled on Sabbath only for the purposes for which they are intended. Mishnah, should the Erub roll, or be moved, out of the limit of the Sabbath distance, should a heap of mold fall on it, or should it be burned, or if the heave offering, used for the Erub, became unclean, and any or all of this take place while it is yet day, that is, before the Sabbath set in, the Erub is not valid. If it take place, however, after dusk, when it is already Sabbath, the Erub is valid. If the time when it took place is doubtful, Amir and R. Jehuda both say, this is like driving an ass and leading a camel, meaning that a man is hemmed in on all sides. R. Jose and R. Simeon say, a doubtful Erub is valid. R. Jose further said, Atalimus attested upon the authority of 5 elders, that a doubtful Erub is valid. Gemara, said Rabha, if the Erub rolled outside of the limit of the Sabbath distance, for a distance of over 4 ells it is not valid, but if it rolled for less than 4 ells, the man who deposited the Erub is allowed 4 ells to move in, outside of the limits, consequently the Erub is valid. Should a heap of mold fall on it, etc. At a casual glance it was assumed that the Erub could have been extracted from under the heap of mold by hand, and accordingly the Mishnah was in conformity with the opinion of Rabbi, that at twilight such acts as are prohibited by rabbinical law on account of the p. 77. Paragraph continues, Sabbath rest may be performed. Subsequently, however, the conclusion was arrived at, that the Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, and that the Erub in this instance could not be extracted by hand but by means of a hoe. It was necessary to insert both clauses, concerning the rolling of the Erub and its being buried beneath a heap of mold, in the Mishnah, and for the reason, that, were the first clause only inserted, one might say, if the Erub rolled out beyond the limits, It was no more in its place and hence it is invalid, but if it was simply buried beneath a heap of mold it is still in its proper place, and why should it not be valid? If the latter clause only had been inserted, one might say, in this case the Erub was buried and could not be seen, hence it is invalid, but if it merely rolled out and can be seen, the same wind might bring it back, why should it not be valid? For this reason it was necessary to mention both cases. Or should it be burned, or if the heave offering, used as an Erub, became unclean, etc. The ordinance referring to an Erub which was burned up is taught in order to show the firmness of R. Jose, who declares, that, if a doubt existed whether the Erub was burned before or after dusk, although the Erub is no longer in existence, it is still valid, and the ordinance referring to heave offering which became unclean was taught to show the firmness of R. Mir, who maintains that although the heave offering was still there and only a doubt existed as to whether it became unclean before or after dusk, the Erub is nevertheless invalid. Is it possible that R. Mir holds a doubtful case based upon rabbinical law to necessitate the more rigorous decision? R. Mir holds that the law pertaining to Sabbath limits is biblical. Does R. Mir indeed hold thus? Have we not learned in a Mishnah further on, Chapter 5, Mishnah 3, that R. Mir maintains, when measurements are made to determine the Sabbath limit and mountains are encountered, that it is permitted to cut straight through the mountains, in an imaginary sense or figuratively speaking, and such subterfuges are certainly not allowed where biblical laws are concerned. The latter opinion, while credited to R. Mir, is not in reality his own, but the opinion of his teacher, while the former is his own conviction, and the proof is, that the Mishnah quoted states distinctly, Ardos type engine I said, I have upon the authority of R. Mir, etc. We have learned in Aborata, how should the dictum of p. 78 R. Jose to the effect, that a doubtful Erub is valid be explained? Thus, if an Erub was made with heave offering concerning which there was a doubt whether it became unclean while it was yet day, or after dusk, or with fruit concerning which there was a doubt whether the types had been acquitted while it was yet day or after dusk, it constitutes a doubtful Erub, which is nevertheless valid. If, however, the Erub was effected with heave offering concerning which there was a doubt whether it was clean or unclean to commence with, or with fruit concerning which there was a doubt whether types had been acquitted at all, it does not constitute a doubtful Erub, which is valid. Let us see. Why is it said, that heave offering, concerning which there was a doubt whether it became unclean before or after dusk, would constitute a doubtful Erub which was nevertheless valid? Because the heave offering is presumed to be in its original condition and that was certainly clean, why should not the same case apply to the fruit concerning which there was a doubt, whether types had been acquitted thereof or not? Let the fruit also be presumed to be in its original condition and that is unseparated, of which types had not been acquitted. Do not say, therefore, that the fruit was doubtful as to its having been separated, but say, there was a doubt whether it had not subsequently been mixed with other, unseparated, fruit before or after dusk. R. Samuel bar R. Itzhak of R. Huna, if there were 2 loaves of bread before a man, one of which was clean and the other unclean, and he said, make an Erub for me with the clean loaf wherever it may be, but did not know which was which. If both loaves which were heave offerings, were used in making the Erub, for if they were ordinary and even, ritually, unclean they may be eaten by an ordinary Israelite, what is the law according to the diverse opinions? According to R. Mir, who pronounced a doubtful Erub invalid in a case where the entire Erub would have been unclean, it may be said, that in this case, where one of the loaves was positively clean, he may hold the Erub to be valid, or according to R. Jose, who pronounces a doubtful Erub valid in a case where if it is clean, he can distinguish it, it may be said, that in this case the Erub, would in his opinion be invalid because although part of it is clean, he cannot distinguish it from the unclean. R. Huna answered, according to both R. Mir and R. Jose, when the Erub is deposited, While it is yet day, it must be p. 79. Fit to eat, and in this case it could not be eaten to commence with, because the clean could not be distinguished from the unclean. How then could an Erub be made therewith? Rabba asked of R. Naaman, if a man say, this loaf of bread is today ordinary but tomorrow it shall be consecrated. Nevertheless make me an Erub therewith. What is the law? Does it become consecrated at twilight and, as it is not permitted to make an Erub with consecrated things, it is not valid as an Erub, or does it become consecrated after twilight? The Erub is valid, was the answer. What is the law, however, if the man say, today this loaf is consecrated, but tomorrow it shall be ordinary, that is, it shall be redeemed by a sum of money representing its value, nevertheless make me an Erub therewith? The Erub is not valid, was the answer. What is the difference between the two cases? Said R. Naaman to Rabha, if thou wilt measure a whole cur of salt and present me with it, one I shall tell thee the answer. If the loaf of bread was ordinary when it was deposited as an Erub, the fact, that at twilight it becomes doubtful, whether it is consecrated or not, does not destroy its validity as a legal Erub, but if the loaf of bread was deposited while yet consecrated, the doubt existing at twilight whether it had already become ordinary does not nullify its sanctity as a consecrated object, and as a consecrated object cannot be deposited as an Erub, the validity of the Erub is impaired. Mishnah, a man may make his Erub conditional and say, if those come from the east, my Erub shall be valid for the west. Should they come from the west, my Erub shall be good for the east. Should they come from both sides, I am at liberty to go in what direction I please. Should they not come from either side, I am like the rest of my townsmen. Should a sage come from the east, my Erub shall be valid for the east. Should one come from the west, my Erub shall be valid for the west. Should one come from each side, I am at liberty to go in which direction I please. Should none come from either side, I am like the rest of my townsmen. R. Jehuda said, if one of the two sages, should they come at the same time, had been the man's teacher, he must go to meet his teacher. If both had been his teachers, he may go in which direction he pleases. P. 80. Gemara, R. Jehuda said, if one of the two sages, etc. What is the reason of the dissension of the sages from R. Jehuda's opinion? Because it frequently happens, that a man has a greater fondness for his colleague than for his teacher. Rab said, this part of the Mishnah, wherein R. Jehuda states, that if both sages had been the man's teachers, he may go in whichever direction he pleases, does not hold good, because A.O. taught, R. Jehuda said, a man cannot make an object conditional upon two contingencies, and in this case of the Erub he may make it conditional upon the arrival of a sage from either the west or the east, but not upon sages arriving from opposite directions. Why can he not make it conditional upon the arrival of sages from opposite directions? Because R. Jehuda does not admit of the theory of premeditated choice, that is, he does not consent to a man deciding upon a certain thing on one day and declaring that it had been his intention to decide in that manner since the day before. Hence, if two sages come from opposite directions, the man cannot say that he had intended to meet the sage towards whom he went at the time he deposited the Erub, that is, on the day before. If R. Jehuda does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice, why does he consent to a man making an Erub and saying, if the sage come from the east, my Erub shall be good for the east, and if from the west, for the west? His choice is certainly dependent upon two conditions. First, the condition, that the sage will come from either one of two directions, and second, that he may not come at all, in which case his Erub is of no account. If the sage arrived on the morrow, and the man will go forward to meet him, he, the man, will be compelled to claim a premeditated choice, saying, that he had intended when depositing his Erub to go in that direction, and that would be incorrect, for it may be, that at the time the Erub was made, The sage himself did not know from which direction he would come. Said R. Johanan, the statement of AO in the name of R. Jehuda, that a man may make his Erub conditional upon the arrival of a sage from the east or west holds good, only if the sage had already started on his way and was no more than 4,000 ells away from the man, that is, if he or his Erub was at the time when the man deposited his Erub already within the legal limit established through the deposition of his, the sage's, own Erub. Hence it was not a premeditated choice on the p. 81. Part of the man dependent upon the two conditions cited, for the sage was already on his way and his coming from a certain direction was an accomplished fact. Why does Rab say that the Mishnah does not hold good because of AO's statement? Let him say on the contrary, that AO's statement does not hold good, because the Mishnah opposes it? Nay, it would not be proper, for we have learned elsewhere, that R. Jehuda does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice. Eula, however, declares, that AO's statement should be discountenanced on account of the Mishnah, and as for the report, that R. Jehuda discards the theory of premeditated choice, Eula declares, that on the contrary, he holds it to be good. Said Rabbi to R. Naaman, who is the Tana, who holds, that the sages also discountenance the theory of premeditated choice. For we have learned as follows, if one man said to 5 others, I will make an Erub for any one of you whom I may choose, and if I desire, he shall be permitted to go within its limits, and if not, he must not do so. If he made his decision, while it was yet day, before the Sabbath set in, his Erub is valid, but if he made his decision after dark, his Erub is not valid, because it was not known at twilight which man he had chosen. R. Naaman was silent and did not answer. Should he have said, that this was according to the school of AO? He had not heard of AO's decree. Said R. Joseph, wouldst thou ignore the other Danaim? There are other Danaim who dispute the above decision, as we have learned. If a man said, I will make an Erub for all the Sabbaths of the ensuing year. If I then choose to go, I shall do so, and if not, I shall not. If he made his decision while it was yet day on the day preceding Sabbath, he may go, but if he made his decision after dusk, R. Simeon says, his Erub is still valid, and the sages say, it is not. Hence there are sages who do not hold to the theory of premeditated choice. Have we not heard elsewhere, that R. Simeon does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice? This would be a contradiction made by R. Simeon to himself. Therefore learn to the contrary. R. Simeon says, the Erub is not valid, and the sages say it is. Why this question? Can it not be, that R. Simeon does not hold the theory of premeditated choice to be good where biblical laws are concerned but does hold the theory good for rabbinical laws? R. Joseph maintains, that one who admits p. 82. Of the theory of premeditated choice does so for both biblical and rabbinical laws, and one who discountenances the theory does so for both kinds of laws. Mishnah, our Eliezer said, when a festival precedes or succeeds a Sabbath, by one day, a man should prepare 2 Erubim and say, my first Erub is to be valid for the east and my second for the west, or my first for the west and the second for the east. My Erub is valid for the first day and the second day I am like the rest of my townsmen, or my Erub is good for the second day and the first day I am like my townsmen. The sages however hold, that one may prepare his Erub for one direction only, otherwise it is not valid at all, also that he must prepare his Erub for both days, or it is not valid at all. But how must this be done? One carries out the Erub to the place, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk, when he carries it back with him. He then brings the Erub out again on the second day, remains with it till dark and then cats it and goes away. It is obvious, that in this manner he gains his walk beyond the sabbatical limit and he gains by eating his Erub. Should his Erub have been eaten on the first day, it is a legal Erub for the first day only, but not for the second day. Our Eliezer said to them, Thus ye acknowledge to me that they are two distinct holidays, that is, that the sanctification of one day is not equal to that of the other. Gemara, what do the sages mean to tell us? If a man prepares his Erub for one direction, it is good for both days, and if he prepares it for both days, it is good for one direction? What need is there of this repetition? Is it not one and the same thing? Nay, the sages mean to say to our Eliezer, Wilt thou not acknowledge that it is not permitted to make two Erubim for one day, one of which shall be good for the south for one half of the day, and the other be good for the north for the other half of the day? And he answered, Yea. Then, rejoin the sages, in the same manner as this is not permitted, it is also not allowed to make Erubim good for both days, which should in addition be also good on one day for the east and on the other for the west. What answer could our Eliezer make to this? He might say, that in the case of the two Erubim for one day, the sanctification of that one day continues throughout the entire time of the validity of the Erub, whereas in the case of the Erubim for both days, the sanctification of the one day, Sabbath, is not the same as that of the other day, the festival. p. 83. Therefore a separate Erub may be made for each sanctification in a different direction, said our Eliezer to the sages again. Let us suppose now, that a man did not make an Erub, but on the eve of the first day went to the place, where he should have made it, personally, and declared that he would take his Sabbath rest there. Would this hold good also for the second day? Nay, he would have to return on the following day and again declare his intention of resting there the next day, and then it would be lawful? The same theory applies to an Erub. If he deposited it on the eve of the first day, and it had been eaten when deposited, he would have to make another Erub for the second day? And they answered, Yea. Now will ye not acknowledge that the 2 days have each a separate degree of sanctification? What reply can the sages make to this? They may declare that the fact of there being a distinct degree of sanctification for each day is rather doubtful to them, and for that reason they desire to enforce the more rigorous interpretation of the ordinance both ways, namely, that an Erub must not be made for each of the 2 directions, lest there be but one degree of sanctification for both days, and that one Erub cannot serve for both days, lest there be a different degree of sanctification for each day. Again the sages said to our Eliezer, How is it, if no Erub at all was made on the eve of the first day? Thou wilt acknowledge that a man cannot go and make an Erub on the eve of the second day? And he answered, Yea. Then, rejoin the sages, thou thereby dost admit, that there is but one degree of sanctification for both days. What will our Eliezer say to this? He will say, on the contrary, that there are 2 degrees of sanctification, and just for that reason one must not make the Erub on the eve of the second day, because one must not prepare for a festival on the Sabbath or vice versa. The rabbis taught, if one made an Erub on the eve of the first day by means of his feet, that is, by standing at the place where he intends to rest, he must do so again on the eve of the second day. If he made an Erub, of victuals, on the eve of the first day and the Erub was consumed, it does not hold good for the second day. Such is the dictum of Rabbi. Our Jehuda, however, said, This is like driving an ass and leading a camel, that is, our Jehuda means to say this, if the 2 days have but one degree of sanctification and the Erub was made for both days. p. 84. The maker loses the 2,000 ells in the opposite direction from that towards which his Erub was made, and merely gains 2,000 ells in the one direction towards which his Erub was made. If the 2 days have different degrees of sanctification and hence the Erub is valid only for one day, the maker of the Erub should on the second day be on a par with the rest of his townsmen, but in reality he only has 2,000 ells on the way back to the town and no more. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel and our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berekah, however, both say, that if a man made an Erub with his feet on the eve of the first day it suffices for the second day, and if he made an Erub, of victuals, on the eve of the first day and it was consumed, he is exempt from making it on the eve of the second day. Said Rab, the halakha prevails according to the opinion of the four old sages and in conformity with our Eliezer, who says, that the 2 days have different degrees of sanctification, and the four old sages are, our Simeon ben Gamaliel, our Ishmael the son of our Johanan ben Berekah, our Elazar ben our Simeon and our Jose ben our Jehuda. The last of these is generally quoted by Rabbi anonymously wherever his opinion seems to be justifiable, and according to another version, one of the four sages is our Elazar ben Samuel instead of our Jose ben our Jehuda. Rab's information on this point was derived from a tradition, which was to the effect, that those four sages held in accordance with our Eliezer concerning the 2 degrees of sanctification for both days. Our Jehuda said, if one made an Erub on the eve of the first day with his feet, he must do likewise on the eve of the second day, and if he made an Erub on the eve of the first day with bread, he must make it in like manner on the eve of the second day. If he made an Erub on the eve of the first day with bread which was lost, he may make it on the eve of the second day with his feet, but if he made it with his feet in the first instance he must not make it with bread in the second instance, because making an Erub with bread to commence with on Sabbath or on a festival would be an infraction of the law prohibiting the preparing on a Sabbath for a festival or vice versa. If a man made an Erub with bread on the eve of the first day, he must make it with bread on the eve of the second day also, and, according to Samuel, he should use the same bread in both cases, for if he uses new bread in the second instance it will be a case of preparing on a Sabbath for a festival. Said Arashi, we can deduce. p. 85. This also from our Mishnah, which teaches, but how must this be done? One carries out the Erub to the place, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk. When he carries it back with him, he then brings the Erub out again on the second day, remains with it until dusk, then eats it and goes away. The fact that it says, he carries it back with him and then brings it out again, is proof that it must be the same Erub. The sages that differ with Samuel and assert that new bread may be used on the eve of the second day maintain, that the Mishnah merely administers good advice and tells us, that we need not trouble ourselves to make a new Erub in case the first one is lost. Mishnah, our Jehuda said, if a man apprehend that the new year will be celebrated 2 days, he must prepare to Erubim. He then says, my Erub of the first day shall be valid for the east and of the second day for the west, or of the first day for the west and of the second day for the east. My Erub shall be valid for the first day, and on the second I am like my townsmen, or my Erub shall be valid for the second day and on the first I am like my townsmen. The sages however did not coincide with him. Our Jehuda further said, a man may conditionally separate, the heave offering from, a basket of fruit on the first day of the new year and eat it on the second day, likewise an egg which is laid on the first day of the festival may be eaten on the second. The sages however do not coincide with him. Our Dosa bin Harchinas said, he who stands before the pulpit to pray on the first day of the new year must say, strengthen us, O Lord our God, on this day of the new moon, whether today or tomorrow, be the true day. And on the morrow he says the same prayer with the variation whether this day or yesterday be the true one. The sages, however, do not agree with him. Gemara, who are the sages, that do not coincide with our Jehuda? Said Rab, that is our Jose, as we have learned in Aboraitha, the sages agree with our Eliezer that if a man apprehend that the new year will be celebrated 2 days, one he. p. 86. Should prepare to Erubim. He then says, my Erub of the first day shall be valid for the east and of the second day for the west, or of the first day for the west and of the second day for the east. My Erub shall be valid for the first day and on the second I am like my townsmen, or my Erub shall be valid for the second day and on the first I am like my townsmen. Our Jose, however, does not consent to this. He holds that if the witnesses come before the High Court in the afternoon of the first day that had been kept holy and declare that the next day is New Year, both days are nevertheless holy and are of one degree of sanctification. We have learned in Aborata, how does Jehuda explain his dictum, that a man may conditionally separate the heave offering from a basket of fruit on the first day of the new year and eat it on the second. Thus, if there were 2 baskets of unseparated fruit before a man on the first day of the new year, he may say, if today is the ordinary day and tomorrow is the holy day, let the heave offering separated from this basket of fruit also serve for the other, and if today is the holy day and tomorrow the ordinary, then I have said nothing. He then designates the fruit which he calls heave offering and lets it remain. On the morrow again he may say, if today is an ordinary day, let the heave offering of this basket also serve for the other, but if today be a holy day I have said nothing. He may then designate part of the fruit in the one basket and call it heave offering and eat the remainder in both baskets. Our Jose however prohibits this not only for the 2 days of the new year but for the 2 days of every other festival, which is celebrated in exile. 1. It happened that a stag was caught on the first day of a holiday, in exile, at the house of the exarch, and on the second day it was slaughtered. Naaman and Arhista partook of the stag, but Arshesheth would not do so. Said Naaman, what shall we do with Arshesheth who does not eat venison? Rejoined Arshesheth, how can I eat this venison, for did not I see teach in Aborata, or Aborata taught, that I see said. p. 87. That our Jose would not permit this to be done even during the 2 days of a holiday in exile? Once Arshesheth met Rabbi Bar Samuel and asked him, did Master teach anything regarding the sanctification of the holidays? Answered Rabbi, yea, I taught in Aborata, that our Jose coincides with the sages, as far as the 2 days of a holiday in exile are concerned. Rejoin Arshesheth, if thou shouldst meet any of the exarch's household, say nothing to them about this Boratha. It once happened that herbs were brought to the city of Meza on a festival. Rabbi went out and noticed that the herbs were somewhat withered. He permitted the herbs to be bought, saying, it is obvious that these herbs were not gathered on this day, and the only objection that might be made to their being purchased can be that they were brought from beyond the Tekum, legal limits. The law, however, ordains that if things are brought for one Israelite from without the Tekum, another Israelite may use them, and in this case, where the herbs were brought even for the Gentile inhabitants, they can in so much greater a degree be used by Israelites. Subsequently, however, he observed that herbs were brought in large quantities, so he prohibited the purchase of them on a festival. The men whose occupation was to prepare baldachins for marriages once cut off branches of myrtle on the second day of a holiday in exile. The moment it became dark, Rabbina permitted the people to smell the myrtle. Said Rabbi Bar Taklifa to Rabbina, Master should have prohibited this, for these people are ignorant, and if thou wilt permit this, they may ignore the second day of the festival entirely. Arshmaya opposed this. Thou sayest, because they are ignorant, and even were they intelligent men, would it be allowed? Is it not necessary to allow sufficient time after the Sabbath to expire until the branches can be cut off afresh? They finally went and asked Rabbi, and he decided that it was necessary to allow sufficient time to expire until the branches could be cut anew. Ardosa ben Harchinas said, etc. Said Rabbi, when we were in the college of Arhuna, a question was propounded by us as follows: must the reference to the day of the new moon be added to the prayers recited on the day of the new year? Shall we assume that because there are separate additional sacrifices for each, that the reference to the day of the new moon shall be p. 88 added to the prayers of the new year, or because the new year is mentioned in the prayer as the day of remembrance, such mention will suffice for both occasions? Arhuna answered us by quoting the Mishnah. Ardosa ben Harchinas said, He who stands before the pulpit to pray on the first day of the new year must say, "Strengthen us, O Lord our God, on this day of the new moon," etc. Does not our Joseph state this in order to demonstrate that the day of the new moon must be explicitly mentioned? Nay, he simply means to make the prayer conditional, but not because special mention must be made of the day of the new moon. It seems to us that such is truly the case, because further on the Boratha states, that so did our Joseph act on all the days of the new moon throughout the year, but the sages did not coincide with him. Now, if it be said, that the prayer was made conditional, it is correct, because there was a doubt concerning the exact day at each recurring new moon, but if it be said, that the new moon must be mentioned in the prayer especially, why should the sages not agree with him? An objection was made, when New Year falls on a Sabbath, Beth Shammai say, 10 benedictions are to be recited during the prayer, and Beth Hillel say only 9. The first 3 are benedictions of praise, the last 3 benedictions of thanks, the Sabbath benediction, and the 3 pertaining to New Year, viz., the one in which God is proclaimed King, Malkieth, the one referring to God's remembrance of His creatures, Zikronoth, and the one referring to the sounding of the cornet, Shaproth. But according to Beth Hillel, the Sabbath benediction is included in those pertaining to the new year, hence there are only 9. Now if we say, that the benediction for the new moon must be especially mentioned in the Mazaf, additional prayer, then according to Beth Shammai, there should be 11 benedictions in all. Said Arzara, with the benediction of the new moon it is different, because if the new moon fall on a Sabbath no separate benediction is made, but it is included in the Sabbath benediction at the morning and evening prayer. The benediction of the new moon is also mentioned in the Mizaf prayer in conjunction with the New Year benediction. Do Beth Shammai indeed maintain, that if the new moon fall on a Sabbath the benediction pertaining to it is included in that of Sabbath? Have we not learned, that if the new moon fall on Sabbath, Beth Shammai p. 89 hold, that 8 benedictions must be recited in the prayer, and Beth Hillel only 7? This question is not decided. Rabbi said, when I was at the College of Arhuna the question arose, whether the benediction of the time one should be recited in the New Year and Day of Atonement prayers. Shall we say, that because these holy days only come from time to time, the benediction of time should be made, or, because the Bible does not classify them as festivals, no such benediction need be made? Arhuna could not answer the question, but when I subsequently came to our Jehuda's college, the latter said he made such a benediction even over a new pumpkin. I then said to him, that I did not question the right to pronounce this benediction over anything whatever, but I wished to know whether it was compulsory to do this on the New Year and the Day of Atonement. He then answered, Rabbi and Samuel both said, that the benediction of time must be recited only for each of the 3 festivals. An objection was made. It is written, Ecclesiastes 11:2, give a portion to 7, and also to 8. Arnelezer said that by 7 is meant the 7 days of the creation, and by 8 is meant the 8 days of the circumcision. Arjehoshua said, by 7 is meant the 7 days of Passover, by 8 is meant the 8 days of the Feast of Tabernacles, and by also is meant Pentecost, New Year and the Day of Atonement. May we not assume, that by this is meant, that the benediction of time must be pronounced on all these festivals? Nay, this simply means to state, that benedictions should be recited but no special benedictions are specified. It seems to us, that this is the correct explanation, for the benediction of time is certainly not recited on every one of the days of the festivals but only the first day. This is not the question, because the benediction of time must be recited in the course of the festival, if not on the first day, on the second and so on. At any event this benediction must be made over a goblet of wine? Shall we assume, however, that the above is in support of the dictum of R. Naaman, who holds that the benediction of time may be recited even in the market and without a goblet? This is not the question either, for if a man does not recite this benediction, p. 90. On one day, he may do so on the next when he might come across a goblet. This would be feasible where the three main festivals and New Year are concerned, but how would it be with the Day of Atonement? What should the man do? Should he pronounce the benediction over the goblet on the day preceding the Day of Atonement before dusk? He would then and there usher in the Day of Atonement, and as is well known, he must not eat or drink on that day. Should he pronounce the benediction and let the goblet stand until after the Day of Atonement? Have we not learned that one must drink the contents of the goblet immediately after pronouncing the benediction, otherwise he must not make the benediction at all? Should he pronounce the benediction and then give the goblet to a child? In that case, there would be fear, lest the child be accustomed to drinking on that day, and will continue to do so when grown, and therefore the halakha according to our does not prevail. How, then, does the halakha concerning the benediction of time on the New Year and the Day of Atonement prevail? The rabbis sent the elder Yema to Arhasta with instructions to observe how the latter proceeded on the eve of the New Year, and then to return and report what he had seen. When Arhasta saw Yema and upon questioning him as to his mission was told that he just called to see him, he said, "If a wet piece of wood is lifted, it is obvious that either the wood or its space is needed. If thou camest thou certainly didst so with an object." At about that time a goblet of wine was brought to Arhasta and he pronounced the benediction of the day and also that of the time over it. The halakha prevails that the benediction of time must be recited on the New Year and on the Day of Atonement, and the halakha also prevails that if a man forgot to recite it and was reminded of his negligence even in the market, he may recite it then and there. Rabbi said again, "When I was at the College of Arhuna, the question arose whether a young scholar, who fasted on the day preceding Sabbath must fast until night or in honor of the Sabbath break his fast earlier. Arhuna could not answer the question. I went to Jehuda and he could not answer this either. Said Rabha, "Let us see if we cannot design this question ourselves from what we have learned in the following Baratha. If the fast day of the 9th of Ab fall on a Friday, bread may be brought to a man just before twilight of the size p. 91. Of an egg, and he should eat it, in order that he may not enter upon the observance of the Sabbath while still in pain." We have learned in a Baratha, Jehuda said, "It once happened that we were sitting before our Akiva on the fast of the 9th of Ab, which fell on a Friday, and just before dusk a soft-boiled egg was brought to him which he swallowed without even salting it, and not because he desired to eat it in that manner, but because he wished to show his disciples how the halakha was carried out. Arhose, however, said, that a man must fast through the entire day until dusk. Arhose said to the sages, "Will ye not admit, that if the 9th of Ab fall on the day after Sabbath, a man must stop eating while it is yet day on Sabbath?" And they answered, "Yea." What difference is there then between entering in upon the observance of the Sabbath while still in pain and finishing the Sabbath under the same conditions? Asked Arhose. They answered, "In the first instance he fasted all day, but in this instance he had been eating and drinking all day and was surely not in pain." Finally, however, Eula said that the halakha prevailed according to Arhose. Do we then act according to the opinion of Arhose? Have we not learned, concerning the Baratha in Tract Sanith which teaches, that Rabban Gamaliel said, on a Friday the fast need not be completed, that upon the death of Rabban Gamaliel, Jehoshua came and sought to nullify his decree and Johanan ben Uri arose and declared, "We see that the body always follows the head. As long as Rabban Gamaliel lived, we abided by his decisions. Now that he is dead, thou wouldst abolish them. Jehoshua, we will not listen to thee." The halakha prevailed according to Gamaliel and so must it remain, and there was none to contradict Johanan ben Uri. Thus we see, that the decree of our Gamaliel was accepted and not that of our Jose, this is no question. In the generation of our Gamaliel his decree was followed, and in the generation of our Jose's opinion prevailed. And did they really act in accordance with our Gamaliel's opinion during his generation? Have we not learned that our Elazar ben Zadok, who was certainly of our Gamaliel's day, said, I am a descendant of Saint Ab of the tribe of Benjamin, and it once happened that the 9th of Ab fell on a Sabbath, so we postponed it until the following day, and we did not complete the fast because it was our holiday. Thus we see, that the fast was not p. 92. Completed because the 10th of Ab was a holiday, and besides the fast day was a postponed one. Had the 9th of Ab however fallen on a weekday, which for them would have been the eve of a festival, they would have completed the fast nevertheless, and this is not in conformity with the decree of our Gamaliel. Said Rabina, how can ye compare that festival to our festivals? Their festival was not biblical, and on a festival which is not biblical one may fast for 3 or 4 hours if he chooses. On a biblical festival, however, it is not allowed to complete the fast. R. Joseph said, I did not hear of this halakha. Said Abai, thou didst relate this to us thyself, in reference to the Boratha, that a fast day must not be ordered on the days of the first of the month. The occasion when R. Joseph related this is mentioned in Tract Danath. Mars Utra related in the name of R. Huna, the halakha prevails, that one may complete the fast until dusk.
Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the overstepping of the legal limits on the Sabbath, and measurements of the Sabbath distance. Mishnah, if foes, or an evil spirit, a fit of insanity, caused one to go beyond the Sabbath limit, he after recovering his freedom must not move further than 4 ells. If the foes or the fit have carried him back within the limit, it is as if he had not gone beyond it. If they have carried him into another town, or into a pen or a fold for cattle, he according to Rabban Gamaliel or Eliezer ben Azariah, may go about throughout the entire extent of the town, pen or fold. R. Joshua and R. Kibel maintain, that he must not move further than 4 ells. It once happened that these 4 sages came together from Brundusium, or Brindisi, and their vessel was still at sea on the Sabbath. Rabban Gamaliel or Eliezer ben Azariah walked about throughout the whole vessel, but R. Joshua and R. Akiba did not move beyond 4 ells, as they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance. Once these 4 sages were on board a vessel and did not enter the harbor until after dark, on the eve of Sabbath, so they inquired of Rabban Gamaliel, what are we to do as to descending from the vessel? He answered them, ye may descend. For I observed, that we had already entered the limits of the Sabbath distance before dusk. Gemara, the rabbis taught, there are 3 things, which cause a man to commit deeds against his own will and against the will of his Creator, viz., idolatry, and evil spirits and stress of poverty. For what purpose do the rabbis tell us this? In order, that we may pray God to deliver us from those evils. 3 persons will never come to Gehenna, he who suffers from extreme poverty, he who suffers with a diseased stomach, and one who is oppressed by the government, and others add also the man who is afflicted with a bad wife. Why was the p. 94 latter not mentioned in the first place? Because if one has a bad wife he should divorce her. Those however who declare that one who has a bad wife will not see Gehenna refer to those who cannot afford to make a settlement upon their wives, or to those who have children and cannot divorce their wives. For what purpose did the rabbis tell us this? In order, that a man, who is subject to these misfortunes, should accept them with resignation. 3 classes of human beings die in the possession of their power of speech, viz., a man who is suffering from a diseased stomach, a woman lying in, and a man suffering with dropsy. For what purpose are we taught to this effect? In order that shrouds may be prepared for such people. R. Naaman said in the name of Samuel, if one went out beyond the Sabbath limit and foes or an evil spirit brought him back within the limit, he must not move more than 4 ells from where he stands. Have we not learned this in our Mishnah, which says, if foes or evil spirits carried him out and then brought him back, it is as if he had never gone out at all? Now is it not self-evident that if he went out of his own accord, he has only 4 ells of space in which to move? We might assume that the Mishnah teaches us, if foes or evil spirits carried him out and he returned of his own accord, he has no more than 4 ells of space, but if he went out of his own accord and foes or evil spirits brought him back, it would be as if he never went out at all. Hence this teaching of Samuel. Rabbi was asked, how is the law regarding one who only had 4 ells to move and was compelled to go out to obey nature's call? And he answered, great is the honor of man, which supersedes even a biblical negative commandment. The men of Nehardai said, if the man in question is prudent, he will enter the legal limits, perform his necessities and then go on. Said our Papa, if fruit was carried beyond the legal limits and then even purposely brought back, the right to move it within the limits is not forfeited, because the fruit certainly did not go out beyond the limits of their own accord. Our Joseph Bar Shmaya objected to this statement. Our Nehemiah and our Eliezer ben Jacob both said, the fruit which was carried out must not be handled when brought back unless this was done unintentionally, but if intentionally, they must not be handled. Concerning this, there is a difference of opinion between Dan Name. p. 95. In Aboratha elsewhere, and our Papa holds with the Tana, who permits it. Said our Naaman in the name of Samuel, if one went out and did not know the legal distance he could traverse, he may walk on for a distance of 2,000 medium steps. This will constitute the lawful limit of the Sabbath. He said again, quoting the same authority, if one took his Sabbath rest in a valley, and Gentiles made an enclosure around the valley on the Sabbath, he may go 2,000 ells, but he may throw things over the entire extent of the valley. Arhuna said, he may go 2,000 ells, but may carry only for a distance of 4 ells. The reason Arhuna prohibits throwing is in precaution, lest the man throw a thing outside of his 2,000 ells and go after it. Bar Rab, however, said, he may go 2,000 ells and may carry things inside of that limit. Said our Naaman to Arhuna, do not refute the dictum of Samuel, for we have learned in Aboratha in support of Samuel. Arhuna said, if one measure the legal distance on a Sabbath and his measurement came to an end in 1/2 of a court, he may avail himself of that half of a court only. Is this not self-evident? If he ended his measurement in 1/2 of a court, why should he not avail himself of that half? We might assume, that if the 1/2 is permitted he might be tempted to use the other half also, so we are told that this precaution is not necessary. R. Naaman said, who agrees with me, that if in measuring the Sabbath distance, the measurement end in the edge of a house, one may throw things into the house although he must not go into it himself, for the edge of the house is a fixed sign for him and will remind him, that he must not enter the house. Said Arhuna the sons of Arnathan, the necessity for a precautionary measure to prevent the man from entering the house forms the subject of a discussion between Tanaim as follows. If foes or an evil spirit have carried the man into another town, or into a pen or a fold for cattle, he may, according to Rabban Gamaliel and our Lazar ben Azariah, go about throughout the entire extent of such a place. Our Joshua and our Akiba, however, maintain that he must not move further than 4 ells. Now, we must assume that those who permit the traversing of the entire extent of such places do so because p. 96. They do not fear that the man will traverse the whole valley where those places are situated, and those who only allow 4 ells, do so, because they regard this precautionary measure necessary. The same argument applies also to throwing, viz., those who have no fear that the man will traverse the entire valley, permits throwing throughout the pen or fold where the man is ensconced, and those who allow him only 4 ells hold the same precautionary measure necessary where throwing and going after it is concerned. Rab said, the halakha prevails according to our Gamaliel, where a pen, fold or ship is concerned, but Samuel said, only as far as the ship is concerned, but not as regards a pen nor a fold. Thus we see that, as to a ship, all agree the halakha prevails according to our Gamaliel. What is the reason therefore? Said Rabbah, because already before the Sabbath set in, the man is within the confines of the ship, and although the ship was involuntarily carried out beyond the legal limits, the man had prepared his Sabbath rest there. Arzara said, however, the reason is, that the man on board of the ship did not have 4 ells to move in, for the ship moves more than 4 ells every time it lurches forward, consequently he does not come under the law of 4 ells and may go throughout the entire extent of the ship. Rabbah rejoined, thou referest to a man who entered the ship while in motion. Concerning this, there is no difference between any of the Tanaim, even Orakiba permits the traversing of the entire ship, but they differ concerning a man who entered the ship while it was anchored. Said R. Naaman Bar Itzhak, from the Mishnah itself we may infer, that there was no difference concerning a ship while in motion, because it states, that R. Joshua and R. Akiba did not move beyond 4 ells, as they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance. Were it not permitted at all, why should it say, that they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance? They would have to obey the law. Said R. Ahia the son of Rabhia to Arashi, the halakha prevails according to our Gamaliel where a ship is concerned. Then, there must be some who maintain that the halakha does not prevail according to our Gamaliel. Yea, there are, as we have learned in the following Boratha. Hananiah the son of Arjahush his brother said, the whole day that our Gamaliel and Arakiba were on board the ship they disputed concerning this halakha, and yesterday my uncle affirmed the halakha to the p. 97. Effect, that as regards the ship at anchor it prevails according to our Gamaliel, and as for a pen or a fold it prevails according to Arakiba. Our Hananiah propounded a question. Is there such a thing as a legal limit above 10 spans from the ground or not? Concerning a pillar 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, one side of which was outside of the legal limit, there is no question, for it is equal to the ground itself, but concerning a pillar that was 10 spans high and less than 4 spans wide, or a man who went on board of a ship, does the law of legal limits apply or not? Our Hosea answered, come and hear. It once happened that 4 sages came together from Prandizim, etc. See Mishnah. If we say, that the law of legal limits applies to objects higher than 10 spans, then it can be understood why our Joshua and our Akiba took upon themselves the rigid observance, for concerning a ship in motion they do not disagree with the other sages, viz., on account of the law of legal limits, but if this law does not apply to a ship, what rigid observance could they have taken upon themselves? Rejoined Hananiah, it may be that their ship was passing through shallow water, as related elsewhere by Rabha, and was not over 10 spans from the ground. Come and hear. The 7 halakhas related on a Sabbath morn in the presence of Arhista at Surah were related on the same evening in the presence of Rabban at Pumbeditha. Who could have decreed them? No one, but Elijah. Hence we see, that there is no such thing as legal limits above 10 spans from the ground? Nay. It may be that those halakhas were transmitted from one school to the other by Joseph the Evil One, who did not observe the Sabbath. Come and hear. If one say, I wish to be a Nazarite at the coming of the Messiah, he may drink wine on a Sabbath or on a festival, but must not do so during the weekdays. For Messiah is liable to come at any time. The Boratha would be correct if we assume, that there is a legal limit above 10 spans from the ground, because Messiah will then not come on the Sabbath or on a festival, but if there is no legal limit above 10 spans, the man should not drink wine even on those days, because the Messiah might come. In that case it is different, for it is written, Malachi 3:23, Behold, I sent unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. Hence, if Elijah did not come on the day preceding. p. 98. Paragraph continues, Sabbath, he may drink on the Sabbath. If this is so, then he may drink on a weekday also, providing Elijah did not come on the preceding day. It might be assumed, however, that Elijah had already come and appeared before the high court, and for that reason the man should not drink on any day, lest Elijah had already come. Then this would apply also to the Sabbath. There is a tradition among Israelites that it is an assured fact, that Elijah will not come on the eve of a Sabbath or a festival. If that is so, why should the man not be permitted to drink wine on the eve of Sabbath? Because although Elijah will not come, the Messiah himself might come. Thus it must be assumed, that if there is a legal limit above 10 spans, a man who wishes to be a Nazirite on the day of the coming of the Messiah should be permitted to drink wine not only on Sabbath and the festivals but also on the day following Sabbath, because Elijah cannot come on the Sabbath. The sages who prohibited a man of that kind to drink wine on a weekday were themselves in doubt as to the validity of a legal limit above 10 spans, and only made it more rigid for the man on general principles, and did not enter the harbor until after dark, etc. It was taught in Aboratha, that our Gamaliel had a telescope, through which he could see for a distance of 2,000 ells on land and on sea. If a man wishes to measure the depth of a valley, he should use one of those telescopes, and if he should wish to measure a tree, he should observe his shadow, measure himself and his shadow and the shadow of the tree, and calculate the proportion. Nehemiah the son of Arhanilai was engrossed in thinking about Ahalakha and inadvertently stepped out beyond the legal limits. Said Arhista to Naaman, thy disciple Nehemiah is in trouble, and Naaman answered, make him a partition with men and let him come back. Naaman bar Itzhak sat behind Rabhak, who sat in the presence of Naaman. Said Naaman bar Itzhak to Rabha, how was the case when Arhista asked Naaman concerning Nehemiah who had overstepped the legal limits? Shall we say, that there were sufficient men on hand who had made an Erub at the limits and could therefore go out to Nehemiah? Then the question was merely whether the halakha prevailed according to Gamaliel, who said, that where there is a partition, even if a man had not declared his intention to rest there on the Sabbath. p. 99. He may avail himself of it and traverse its entire extent, or that there were not sufficient men who had made an Erub who could reach Nehemiah, and the question presented itself, whether the halakha prevailed according to Eliezer, that if a man went out 2 ells beyond the limits he may return, and Nehemiah did not go out further than that. Is this not self-evident? For if there were sufficient men to reach Nehemiah, why did Arhista ask Naaman? Rab had already decided that the halakha mentioned prevailed according to Gamaliel, and for Arhista Rab was the final authority. The question was merely then, whether Arhista could make a partition with men who had not made an Erub, at the end of 2 ells beyond the limit, which according to Eliezer was free to everybody, so that Nehemiah who had gone further than 2 ells beyond the limit could avail himself of that partition and return. Naaman bar Itzhak objected to the above, addressing Rabha, have we not learned in Aboratha, if the wall of a booth fell in on a festival, one must not use a man, or an animal or vessels, or put up a bed and cover it with a sheet in order to fill in the gap, because a temporary tent must not be erected on a festival to commence with, and so much less on a Sabbath. Answered Rabha, thou quotest this Aboratha, but I can quote another which states, a man can make a wall of his comrade, that he may be able to eat a meal or drink or sleep in a booth, the wall of which had fallen in. He may also put up a bed and cover it with a sheet to keep the sun off from a corpse or from food. These 2 Aborathas are contradictory to each other? This presents no difficulty. One of them is according to the opinion of Eliezer, and the other according to the opinion of the sages. It happened once, that some baldaquin makers brought in water through a partition formed by men. Samuel punished them, saying, "This was done in an emergency where a man had overstepped the legal limits accidentally, but ye do this purposely." It once happened that flasks of wine were thrown out of Rabba's house on the road in the city of Meza. When Rabba came from his college, a number of men followed him as usual, and thus relying upon the partition formed by them, someone carried the flasks back into the house. Next Sabbath, the same thing happened, but Rabba would not permit the flasks to be carried back to the house, saying, that this time it might seem as p. 100. If it were done on purpose. In like manner straw was brought into the house of Levi, hay to the house of Zerah, and water into the house of Arshimi bar Hiah. Mishnah, one who is authorized to go beyond the prescribed limit on important business pertaining to public or private safety and is told that it is already done, is at liberty to go 2,000 ells in any direction. If he was still within the prescribed limit, it is as if he had not gone out at all, for all those who go forth on an errand of safety, are permitted to return to their homes on Sabbath. Gemara, what is meant by if he was still within the prescribed limit? Said Rabba, this means to impart to us, that if he had not gone out beyond the limit, it was as if he had not left his house. Is this not self-evident? I would say, that if he had gone out of his house he forfeits his right to go 2,000 ells in any direction he chooses, and we are told, that such is not the case. Arshimi bar Hiah however said, this means to state, that if the man had already gone beyond the usual limit but had not yet gone out of the additional limit allowed him by the sages for the errand, it is regarded as if he had not overstepped his own ordinary limit. Upon what point do they differ? Upon the permissibility of one end of a limit including another established limited distance adjoining it. The latter holds, that this point may be depended upon, while the former holds that it cannot. For all those who go forth on an errand of safety, etc., even such as go beyond 4,000 ells? In the first part of the Mishnah it is stated that they only have 2,000 ells in each direction? What question is this? This is a case of where a man goes forth on an errand of safety, and on such an errand it may be permitted to go beyond 4,000 ells. If there is a question it can be made upon the following Mishnah. Those who go to assist others in case of conflagration, or of an attack of robbers, or of flood, or of rescuing people from the ruins of a falling building are considered for the time being as inhabitants of that place, and may go thence on the Sabbath, 2,000 ells in every direction. Thus here it is stated, that they may go only 2,000 ells and our Mishnah does not limit the distance? Said R. J. Huda in the name of Rab. Our Mishnah means to imply, that they may even return to their homes with all their implements of war, as we have learned in Aboratha. In former times, they used to deposit their arms in a house nearest. p. 101. To the fortifications of the city. Once it happened, however, that the enemy was informed of the fact, that the Israelites had stored their arms. So they pursued them and in endeavoring to enter the house to gain possession of their arms, the Israelites trampled more of their own to death than were killed by the enemy. Since that time it was ordered to carry their arms back to their homes. R. Naaman bar Itzhak however said, this presents no difficulty, if the Israelites are victorious, they have only 2,000 ells in which they may go in every direction, but if they are defeated, they may escape as far as possible. R. J. Hughes said in the name of Rab, if enemies besieged cities inhabited by Israelites, the latter must not go outside of the cities with their arms and must not violate the Sabbath, providing the enemies were there on account of money matters, but if they were there for the purpose of slaughter, the Sabbath may be violated and arms be carried on Sabbath. If a city near the boundary of the country is besieged even on account of a trivial business matter such as straw or hay, arms may be carried and the Sabbath may be violated. Said R. Joseph bar Minyamin in the name of R. Naaman, Babylon is considered as a city near the boundary, and this dictum was explained to mean the city of Nahurdai, which was surrounded on one side by Gentile neighbors and on the other side by Israelites. Mishnah: if a man sit down by the roadside, towards dark on the eve of Sabbath, then gets up and observes that he is near a town, he must not enter the town, for it had not been his intention to do this. Such is the dictum of our Mir, but our Jehuda permits him to enter. Our Jehuda said, it once happened that our Tarfon entered a town although it was not his intention to do so. One who falls asleep on the eve of Sabbath while on the road and thus knows not that night has set in, is permitted, upon awaking, to go 2,000 ells in any direction. Such is the decree of our Johanan Banri, but the sages hold that he has only the right to move 4 ells. Our Eliezer said, and he himself forms the center of the 4 ells. Our Jehuda however said, he can go 4 ells in whichever direction he pleases. Still our Jehuda admitted, that if the man had made his choice, which direction to take, he must not afterwards change his mind and go in another direction. Should there be 2 persons so situated, that is, form the center of the 4 ells, they are allowed to p. 102. Move in, and part of the 4 ells permitted to one is within the limits of the other. They may meet and take their meals together in the center of their joint space, provided that neither exceed his own limits by going into those of his neighbor. If there are 3 persons so situated and part of the 4 ells occupied by the middle one forms part of the space belonging to each of the other 2, the one situated in the middle is at liberty to meet each of the others, or each of the others may meet him, but the 2 on each side of him must not meet each other. Said our Simeon, what can this be compared to? 3 courts opening into each other and also opening into public ground. If the 2 outer courts have combined in an Erub with the middle one, one is at liberty to carry things between the middle court and each of the outer ones, but between the 2 outer courts one must not carry or convey anything. Gemara: we have learned in Aboratha, our Jehud said, it once happened that our Tarfon while on the road was overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath and stayed outside of the town overnight. In the morning the cattle herders met him and said, Rabbi, the town is not far distant. Enter. So he entered the town, went into the college and lectured all day. Said Arakiba to our Jehuda, wouldst thou cite this as an example? Perhaps it had been the intention of our Tarfon to enter the town previously, that is, he was within 2,000 ells of it, or the college was included with the legal limits allowed our Tarfon. Such is the decree of our Johanan Banri. Rabbi propounded a question, what is the intent of our Johanan's decree? Does he hold that things having no particular owner, if situated at a certain place on the Sabbath, acquire the right to their resting place, that is, may be carried for a distance of 2,000 ells in any direction? And the Mishnah should have commenced by citing an instance of this kind. Why does it give the instance of a man who had fallen asleep, whom the sages consider the same as a thing having no particular owner? In order to show the firmness of the sages, who, though agreeing that the man when awake, is entitled to 2,000 ells in each direction, whence we might assume that he is entitled to the same privilege when asleep, we are told that such is not the case, or, in order to show that our Johanan Benri does not hold, that a thing having no particular owner requires the right to be carried for a distance of 2,000 ells in every direction, but p. 103. That a man when asleep is entitled to this privilege, merely because he is entitled to it when awake. Said our Joseph, come and hear, we have learned that if rain had fallen on the eve of a festival, the rainwater acquires the right of being carried 2,000 ells in every direction, but if rain had fallen on a biblical festival, the rainwater has the same right of being carried for the same distance, as the inhabitants of the place where it had fallen have the right of walking. Now, if we say that our Johanan holds that a thing having no particular owner, if situated at a certain place on Sabbath, acquires the right of being carried 2,000 ells in every direction, then the Boratha is in conformity with his opinion. But if we say that he does not hold to that effect, according to whose opinion is the Boratha, certainly not according to that of the sages? Said R. Jacob Bard, in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, the halakha prevails according to R. Johanan ben Nri. Said R. Zerah to R. Jacob, didst thou hear R. Jehoshua himself declare this, or dost thou merely infer this from another ruling made by him? And he answered, I heard him declare it. What ruling could R. Zerah have referred to, which R. Jehoshua ben Levi had made? The ruling made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi elsewhere, that the halakha always prevails according to the Tana, who makes the laws regarding Erubim more lenient. Why was it necessary for R. Jehoshua to make both statements? Said R. Zerah, it was necessary, for had he said merely, that the halakha prevails according to R. Johanan ben Nri, we might assume that it always prevails thus, whether it be more lenient or more rigorous than another. Hence we are told, that the halakha prevails according to the one who is the more lenient regarding the laws of Erubim. Let him say then, that the halakha prevails according to the one who is the more lenient with the laws of Erubim, and that will cover the case of R. Johanan who is more lenient. Nay, it was also necessary to make the statement regarding R. Johanan exclusively, because it might be assumed that the halakha prevails according to the more lenient interpretation where one opinion is opposed by the opinion of another individual, or where the opinion of a number of sages is opposed by the opinion of another number of sages, but if the opinion of one is opposed by that of a number, the latter opinion prevails whether it be lenient or rigorous. Hence we are told that the opinion of R. p. 104. Paragraph continues, Johanan ben Nri prevailed although opposed by a number of sages, and from this the rule is adduced that as far as the laws of Erubim are concerned the more lenient halakha prevails even if the opinion of one is opposed by a number of sages. R. Papa, however, said, both statements made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi are necessary, because, had he simply stated, that the halakha of the more lenient Dana only prevails, we might have assumed that he referred only to Erubim of courts and not to Erubim of legal limits. Therefore he also stated the case of R. Johanan ben Nri in order to demonstrate that he referred also to Erubim of legal limits. R. Ashi said, both statements made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi are necessary because, had he only made the statement concerning the halakha of the more lenient Dana, it might have been assumed that he referred to an Erub that had been made for a number of Sabbaths and had gradually dwindled, but not to such Erubim as had been made afresh. Hence he also made the statement concerning R. Johanan ben Nri in order to emphasize the fact that the more lenient halakhath prevail even in the instances of newly made Erubim. 1. R. Jacob and R. Zerika both said, in all instances where R. Akiba differs with an individual the halakha prevails according to R. Akiba. In all instances where R. Jose differs even with a number of sages the halakha prevails according to R. Jose. And in all instances where Rabbi differs with an individual, the halakha prevails according to Rabbi. For what purpose is this statement made? Shall we act accordingly or is this merely a vague statement? R.C. said, yea, we must act accordingly. Where our Akiba differs with an individual we must act in accordance with our Akiba's opinion. Where our Jose differs with a number of sages we must act in conformity with our Jose's opinion. R. Hiyabar Abba, however, said, R. Jacob and R. Zerika, did not mean to establish the rule, that the halakha prevails according to the opinions of R. Akiba, R. Jose and Rabbi, but that they should be given preference wherever possible over their opponents, that is, if, for instance, a man asks. p. 105. Concerning a decree of R. Jose, it may be declared valid, but it should not be taught as a rule in the colleges that when a number of sages decide against R. Jose the halakha nevertheless prevails according to his opinion. R. Jose bar R. Hanina, however, said, not even this should be done. R. Jacob and R. Zerika merely assert, that it seems to them that the halakhas should prevail as stated, but not that this should be maintained as a general rule, and if one inclined to their opinion, he cannot be accounted wrong. In the same manner as there is a divergence of opinions concerning the statement of R. Jacob and R. Zrika, so is there also a dispute concerning the following statement of R. Jacob R. It in the name of R. Johanan. In all instances where R. Mir and R. Jehuda differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Wherever R. Jehuda and R. Jose differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose. And so much more when R. Mir and R. Jose differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, for if R. Jehuda is given preference over R. Mir, and R. Jose over R. Jehuda, then certainly R. Jose has preference over R. Mir. Said R.C., from this I can infer, that where R. Jose and R. Simeon differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, for R. Abba said in the name of R. Johanan, that wherever R. Simeon and R. Jehuda differ, the opinion of R. Jehuda prevails. As a matter of course, if R. Jehuda is given preference over R. Simeon, R. Jose is certainly more competent authority than R. Simeon. The schoolmen propounded a question: how is it, when R. Mir and R. Simeon differ? This question is not decided. 1. R. Mesharshia said, all these rules are of no account, that is, decisions should be made according to the dictates of one's own understanding, for Rab never acted according to such rules. 2. p. 106. Paragraph continues, R. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, things belonging to non-Israelites, if situated at a certain place on the Sabbath, do not acquire the right to their resting place. According to whose opinion is this statement? Shall we say, according to the opinion of the sages? This is self-evident, for they hold, that even things having no particular owner do not acquire the right to their resting place, and so much more things belonging to a Gentile, which accordingly possess an owner. Hence we must say, that this is even in accordance with the opinion of R. Johanan Benri, who says, that things having no particular owner do acquire the right to their resting place, but those, which have an owner, unless he be an Israelite, do not. An objection was made. R. Simeon ben Elazar said, vessels which an Israelite borrows from a Gentile on a festival, or which he has lent to a Gentile and receives in return on a festival, also vessels and treasures which were within the legal limits on the eve of Sabbath, may be carried 2,000 ells in every direction, but if a Gentile brought fruit on a Sabbath from beyond the legal limits, it must not be moved from its place. Now if it be said, that R. Johanan Benre holds, that things belonging to a Gentile acquire a right to their resting place, then R. Simeon ben Elazar's statement is in accordance with the opinion of this R. Johanan, but if the latter holds, that things belonging to a Gentile do not acquire a right to their resting place, according to whose opinion is the statement of R. Simeon, not according to that of R. Johanan nor to that of the sages? Nay, R. Johanan may hold, that things belonging to a Gentile do acquire the right to their resting place, and still Samuel quoted the opinion of the sages. But as for this being self-evident, it is not so, for it might be assumed that a precautionary measure should be made in the case of a Gentile owner in order to put them on a par with vessels of an Israelite owner. Therefore we are told that such a precautionary measure is not necessary. R. Hayya bar Abin, however, said in the name of R. Johanan, that things belonging to Gentiles do acquire the right to their resting place, as a precautionary measure for things belonging to Israelites. It once happened that rams were brought into the city of p. 107. Mbrata on a festival. Rabbi allowed the inhabitants of the city of Meza, which adjoined the other city, to buy them and take them home. Said Rabbina to Rabbi, why didst thou permit this? Because thou holdest to the opinion of Samuel, that things belonging to Gentiles do not acquire the right to their resting place, but the rule is, that where Samuel and R. Johanan differ, the opinion of R. Johanan prevails, and R. Johanan holds, that things belonging to Gentiles do acquire the right to their resting place on Sabbath. Thereupon Rabbi said, let the rams be sold to the inhabitants of Mbrata, for that city is to the rams as 4 ells, being equal to the case of where a man was brought into a pen or a fold against his will and may in consequence traverse the entire extent of the pen or fold, as if they were only 4 ells. Our Hayya taught, if the legal limits of 2 cities terminated in the water and a partition was made to denote the place where they met, by means of a fishing net, it is not sufficient, for an iron partition is necessary in order that the water of both limits should not mingle. Our Jose Bar Hanina laughed at this teaching. Why did he laugh at it? Because Rab decreed that the sages were very lenient with all things pertaining to water, see page 24. But the sages hold that he has only the right to move 4 ells. Is R. J. Huda not of the same opinion as the first Tana? Said Rabha, nay, they differ to the extent of 8 square ells. The sages hold that he may go 4 ells in every direction, that is, in all, 8 square ells, but R. J. Huda says that he may go only 4 ells in one direction. We have also learned to this effect in Aboratha, he may move in 8 square ells, so saith our Mir. Said Rabha, they differ as to the extent that the man may traverse, but as for carrying things all agree, that he may do so only for a distance of 4 ells. The questions seem to be centered in 4 ells. Whence do we derive these 4 ells? As we have learned in Aboratha, from the passage, Exodus 16:29, remain ye, every man in his place, etc. By his place is meant the size of his body. What is the size? 3 ells, and 1 ell additional in case he wishes to stretch his limbs. So said our Mir. R. J. Huda, however, said, 3 ells are allowed for the size of the body and an additional ell in case he wishes to take a thing at his feet and place it underneath his head. What is the point of variance between the two? According to one, the 4 ells, p. 108, must be exactly measured, and according to the other, an approximate distance only is necessary. Our Mesharshia said to his son, when thou goest to see our papa, ask him whether the 4 ells are measured proportionately to the size of the man concerned or whether they are the holy ells, that is, ells measuring 6 spans. If he should tell thee that the holy ells are meant, what should a man do who is as tall as Og, king of Bashan? And if he should tell thee that the proportionate ells are meant, why were the 4 ells not included in the Boratha, which teaches that all things should be reckoned according to the proportionate ells? When the son of our Mesharshia came to our papa, he was told, if we were to learn the Talmud in this manner, that is, if we were so particular as to details, we would never be able to learn anything. Certainly proportionate ells are meant, and the reason the Boratha does not mention them, is because it was not quite certain, and there may chance to be a dwarf, whose legal 4 ells the Boratha did not feel justified in diminishing. But between the 2 outer courts one must not carry anything. Why should this not be permitted? If both of the outer courts and the middle one have combined in one Erub, they are regarded as one court? Said R. J. Huda, in this instance a case is referred to, where the middle court deposited an Erub in each of the outer courts, hence the 2 outer courts have no connection with each other. R. Shesheth, however, said, even if the 2 outer courts had deposited their Erubim in the middle court but had each done so in a separate house, they have no connection with each other. Had they deposited their Erubim in the same house, they would have been regarded as one court. According to whose opinion would this be? Shall we assume that it was according to the Beth Shammai as we have learned in the following Boratha, if 5 persons conjoined their Erubim and deposited them in 2 vessels, the school of Shammai hold them to be of no value, but the school of Hillel say they are of value. Nay, this latter opinion is even in conformity with the school of Hillel who, while maintaining that if the Erubim had been deposited in separate vessels the connection would be consummated, may hold that if this was done in separate houses the connection is not valid. R. J. Hughes said in the name of Rab, all the foregoing is according to the dictum of R. Simeon. The sages, however, hold that from the 2 outer courts things may be carried into the p. 109 middle court, but from the middle court, things must not be carried into the outer courts, provided no Erub had been made, for one court may serve for two others, but two must not be utilized by one. And R.J. Huda goes on to state, "When I made this statement before Samuel, he said, even this is in accordance with the dictum of R. Simeon, but the sages hold, that neither of the three courts may be made use of." The following Boratha is in support of the dictum of Samuel as quoted by R.J. Huda. R. Simeon said, "What can this be compared to? Three courts opening into each other and also opening into public ground. If the two outer courts had combined in an Erub with the middle one, a man is at liberty to carry victuals from either of the outer courts into the middle court and eat them, then remove the remainder, but a man of the middle court must not carry things into the outer courts." The sages however said, "No connection is permitted between the three courts." Samuel in making this statement holds to his theory advanced elsewhere. If there is a court between two entries, and an Erub was made by the court with both entries, connection between the court and both entries is nevertheless prohibited, but in each entry separately things may be carried. If, however, no Erub was made by the court with either of the two entries, the court acts as a bar so that carrying in either entry is prohibited even by the inhabitants of the entries. If the court, however, made more frequent use of one entry to the neglect of the other, it acts as a bar only to the one frequently used, but the inhabitants of the neglected entry may carry therein. Said Rabbi Bar Arhuna, if the court made an Erub with the entry used only on rare occasions, it is evident that henceforth the court intends to make more frequent use of this entry and to abandon the other entry. Then the other entry becomes separated and the inhabitants thereof may carry therein. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said again in the name of Samuel, if the entry more frequently used by the court made an Erub for its own use, and the court itself as well as the neglected entry did not make any Erubim for their own use, the court is relegated to the neglected entry, but cannot prove a bar to the entry having an Erub, because that were otherwise as the manner of the Sodomites. That is, if an act is perpetrated which is neither beneficial nor injurious to the perpetrator but solely in order to injure another, the perpetrator is compelled to desist. The comparison p. 110 is made to the case in question as follows: neither the inhabitants of the court itself nor of the entry may carry within their precincts nor even within the entry provided with an Erub, and hence it would not be just, if, because they were not permitted to carry, they should prove a bar to those who by virtue of their Erub are allowed to do so. R.J. Hughes said in the name of Samuel, the Erub of a man who is particular about it that his fellow, with whom he had joined in the Erub, should not eat it, is of no account. Why so? Because the word Erub signifies commixture, that is, those who make the Erub can individually do with it as they see fit, and if one man is particular about it, its intent is abolished. Arhanina however said, the Erub is valid, but a man of that kind is like the men of Vardina, who were notoriously penurious. R.J. Hughes said again in the name of Samuel, an Erub which is divided by a man in two parts or deposited by him in two separate vessels is of no account. Then Samuel's dictum is in accordance with Beth Shammai, as stated in the Boratha, page 108. We may assume that Samuel's teaching may be also according to Beth Hillel, for the latter hold, that the Erub is valid only then, if one vessel was filled with it and the remainder had to be put into another vessel, but if it was originally divided and then deposited, it is not valid. Samuel said, the virtual intent of the Erub is, that by mutual interchange of articles, the right to the ground is bought and sold. Why then are eatables necessary? Could it not have been permitted to make an Erub with money? Because, as a usual thing on the eve of Sabbath money is scarce. If that is so, then why should an Erub that had been made with money not be valid? This is merely a precautionary measure, lest it should be said that the main principle of an Erub is money, and in the case of a lack of money, eatables will not be used in its stead, and thus the law of Erubim will sink into oblivion. Rabba, however, said, that the Erub signifies, that wherever the victuals have been deposited, there the man resides, that is, wherever a man's bread is, there is also his domicile. What is the point of difference between Samuel and Rabbah? The points of difference are as follows: a vessel of any value, victuals worth less than a prutal, a coins of minimum value, and a minor. According to Samuel, a vessel having a market value may be used, but according to Rabbah it does not follow that if it is p. 111 deposited in a certain place the owner resides there, hence it must not be used. Victuals worth less than a prutal, according to Samuel, not having a market value, must not be used, but according to Rabbah, being eatables, may be deposited. A minor, according to Samuel, cannot be commissioned to act because no money consideration can be entrusted to him, and according to Rabbah, where he only gathers the material for the Erub, he may be commissioned to act. Said Rabbah in the name of Arhama bar Guriah, quoting Rab, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon. Mishnah, should a man, when overtaken by dusk on the road, on the eve of Sabbath, single out a tree or a hedge and say, I will take my Sabbath rest underneath it? Legally, he has said nothing, but if he says, I will take my Sabbath rest at a space, he may go from the spot on which he stands to the base of the tree or hedge 2,000 ells and thence to his domicile 2,000 ells more. Thus it may be seen, that a man may go 4,000 ells after dark, on Sabbath. If he cannot single out a tree or a hedge or is not conversant with the halakha, covering his case, and says, I will take my Sabbath rest on the place where I stand, the spot upon which he stands, virtually, gives him 2,000 ells in any direction, in a circle, according to the dictum of Arhanina ben Antinus, but the sages hold, that he has 2,000 ells in a square, so as to enable him to take advantage of the angles. This rule is explanatory to the saying, of the sages, the poor prepare their Erubs with their feet. Our Amir said, this rule is applied only to the poor, but our Jehuda replied, it applies to poor and rich both, inasmuch as the Erub to be made with bread was only decreed in order to render its observance easier for the wealthy, so that they should not be compelled to go out and prepare the Erub with their own feet. Gemara, what is meant by legally he has said nothing? Said Rab, it means literally that he has said nothing and must not move from his place, because where he stands, he did not acquire the right to rest on Sabbath, his intention having been to rest underneath the tree. Underneath the tree he acquired no right, not having specified the spot where he would rest, and although the space underneath the tree is within 2,000 ells from his position at the time, as long as he did not specify the exact spot he must not go there. Samuel, however, said, it means, that he said nothing concerning p. 112. The distance from the tree to his domicile, but he may traverse the distance from where he stands to the tree, because the entire space underneath the tree is within 2,000 ells of his position at the time, and the distance from his domicile is only 2,000 ells to the base of the tree, but to the entire space underneath the tree it is more than 2,000 ells, hence this entire space is like driving an ass and leading a camel. For it is not known from which side the distance to his domicile is 2,000 ells. If it be measured from the north, chances are that it should be measured from the south, and vice versa. Said Rabbah, Samuel's opinion is feasible, for he says, that the man acquired the right to 2,000 ells from where he stands, but not having determined the exact spot underneath the tree, he loses the further 2,000 ells to his domicile. But what grounds has Rab for his opinion? Rab holds, that if two intentions, one consequent upon the other, are expressed in one assertion, the inability to carry out one intention destroys the other also, and in this case as the man cannot proceed from the tree to the domicile it invalidates his right to go from his place to the tree. What is the difference between the two opinions? The difference is if one says, I will take my rest in the 4 ells of the 8 ells underneath the tree, according to those who hold that the place of rest must be exactly determined, it is of no value, but he who holds that if two intentions, one consequent upon the other, are expressed in one assertion. The inability to carry out one intention destroys the other also. In this case, when he determines 4 L's, it may be called the exact spot, and is valid. Said Arhuna the son of Arjehoshua, the case in the Mishnah mentioned he legally said nothing applies only if the space underneath the tree is 8 L's or more, but if it measures only 7 L's the man may proceed to the tree and from the tree to his domicile, because he is entitled at any rate to 4 L's, and no matter from which side the distance to his domicile is measured, part of his domicile will be within 2,000 L's. We have learned one Baratha in support of Rab and another supporting Samuel. The one upholding Rab is as follows: if one, while on the road, was overtaken by dusk, and, singling out a tree, said, "I will take my Sabbath rest underneath it," he has said nothing. If he said, however, that he would rest in a certain place, he can proceed to that place and p. 113. Arriving there, may traverse the entire extent of that place and 2,000 L's outside of it. When may he do so? If he designated a particular place, that is, if he designated a sand heap 10 spans high, or a valley 10 spans deep, and from 4 L's to 2 sas capacity wide, but if he did not previously designate the place or there was no such place in existence, he may only move 4 L's from where he is situated at the time. If there were 2 men, one of whom could designate the place and the other could not, the latter may invest the former with a right to select the place for him, and he, the former, may act accordingly. This is the case only if the man designates the 4 L's where he desires to rest, but if he does not, he must not move from his place. The Baratha upholding Samuel is as follows: if a man made an error and deposited his Erubim in 2 directions, or if a man thought that it was allowed to make 2 Erubim and go in one direction in the morning and in another in the afternoon, or if a man said to his servants, "Make an Erub for me," without specifying the place for it, and one of them made the Erub in the north and the other in the south, the man may go south for a distance of 2,000 L's minus the distance from his house to the Erub on the north, or may go north for a distance of 2,000 L's minus the distance from his house to the Erub on the south. If the house was midway between the 2 Erubim, however, that is, the 2 Erubim were placed equidistant from the house 2,000 L's, he must not move beyond his house. If he says, "I will take my Sabbath rest at a space," etc., said Rabha, being overtaken by dusk signifies that if the man walked slowly he could not reach the tree before dusk, but if he ran speedily he could reach the base of the tree. Rabba and Arjoseph were on the road. Said Rabba to Arjoseph, "We will rest underneath the tree that tolerates good fellowship." And according to another version he said, "We will rest underneath the tree that honorably acquits itself of its dues, that is, that bears quantities of fruit and thus pays its dues." Said Arjoseph, "I know not of such a tree." Answered Rabha, "Depend upon me." As a Baratha stated, Arhosei said, "If there be 2 men, one of whom could designate the place and the other could not, the latter may invest the former with a right to select the place for him, and he, the former, may say, 'There shall we rest.' In truth this is not so." Arhosei. p. 114. Never said this, but Rabba asserted this in the name of Arhosei so that Arjoseph should listen to him, for it was known that Arhosei was final authority and that the halakhas prevailed according to his opinion. If he cannot single out a tree or is not conversant with the halakha, from what biblical passage is all this talk about 2,000 L's adduced? We have learned in a Baratha, it is written, Exod 16:29, "Remain ye every man in his spot, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day." On his spot means 4 L's, and out of his place refers to 2,000 L's. Whence does the Baratha deduce this assertion? Said Arhista, because it is written, Numbers 35:5, "And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 L's," etc. Thus from the verse it is seen, that the city was in the center and they measured 2,000 ells on every side, and from this the legal limits were derived. 2,000 ells in any direction in a circle, etc. What grounds has our Hanina ben Antinus for the statement? If he agrees to the interpretation of the passage quoted, he should have said in a square, for so the passage determines, and if he does not hold to the passage at all, whence does he adduce 2,000 ells in general? He holds to the interpretation of the passage quoted, but the end of the same verse reads, "This shall be to them the open spaces of cities," and he declares that for the purpose of the verse it should be in a square, but for Sabbath it should not be in a square. Whence do the sages adduce that the 2,000 ells should be in a square? The sages hold with Hananiah, who taught that "this shall be to them" should read as "this," and as "this" should be all the legal limits of the Sabbath. Said R. Ahabar Jacob, one who carries 4 ells in public ground is not culpable unless he carries in a diagonal of 4 ells. 1. Said R. Papa, Rab, who wished to examine us and asked the following question: is it necessary that a pillar 10 spans high and 4 wide standing in public ground should contain a square so that a diagonal can be drawn? We answered, is this not the same as the teaching of our Hananiah, which states as "this should be all the legal limits of Sabbath"? Our Amir said, this rule is applied only to the poor, etc. p. 115. Paragraph continues, said R. Naaman, the point of difference between our Amir and our Jehuda is where a man says, "I will rest in my place, where I am standing." Our Amir holds that the principal thing to be used for an Erub is bread, and for the poor man, who has no bread with him, it is made easier. The rich man, however, has no right to do so, but our Jehuda holds that the principal way to make an Erub is to make it with one's feet, whether the man be poor or rich. But concerning the designation of a tree or a certain place for a Sabbath rest while traveling, all agree that it is allowed for a poor man but not for a rich man. The statement in the Mishnah "this rule is explanatory to the sane" means to say that the sane is that of our Amir, and what does it refer to? To the previous clause in the Mishnah, if he cannot single out a tree or is not conversant with the halakha. The teaching for the poor man who has no bread with him, it is made easier, is that of our Jehuda. Our Hisda, however, said, on the contrary. Our Amir and our Jehuda differ only as to the designation of a certain place for the Sabbath rest, the former holding that for a poor man this is allowed, but not for a rich man, and the latter holding that it is permitted for both, but all agree that as for resting in one's place where he stands it is allowed to both rich and poor, because the principal way of effecting an Erub is with one's feet. The statement of the Mishnah, "this rule is explanatory to the sane," refers to a man who is overtaken by dusk, while the teaching for the poor man who has no bread, it is made easier, is according to the opinion of all. We have learned a Boratha in support of our Naaman, be it a poor man or a rich man, an Erub should be effected with bread. A rich man should not go out to the legal limits and say, "Here will I take my Sabbath rest," because this is allowed only to one who was overtaken by dusk on the road, so saith our Amir. Our Jehuda, however, said, be it a poor man or a rich man, the Erub should be effected with the feet, and a rich man may go out to the legal limits and take his Sabbath rest there, because the principal manner of effecting an Erub is with the feet. To the householder, however, the sage is allowed to send a servant, a son, or any other messenger, to make the Erub in his stead, in order to make it easier for him. And our Jehud said again, it happened to the men of the house of Mammal and of the house of Gurion in the city of Aruma, who would distribute figs and raisins during years of famine, that the poor of the villages p. 106 of Shihin and Hananiah would come on the eve of Sabbath to the legal limits, remain there overnight, and on the morrow would enter the city of Aruma and receive their share. Arhiah Barashi taught Hiah the son of Rab in the presence of Rab, be he a rich man or a poor man. Said Rab to him, add to this teaching, that the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda. Rabbi Bar Hanan generally went on the Sabbath from Artibna to Pumbeditha. Once, while on the way he said, I will take my Sabbath rest in Tsintha, a small hamlet between the two towns. Said Abai to him, Why dost thou say this? Because thou knowest, that where our Mir differs with our Jehuda the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda, and besides, thou art of the opinion of our Hisda, who holds, that they differ only concerning the designation of a certain place for the Sabbath rest, but did not our Naaman explain to the contrary, and have we not a Boratha in support of our Naaman? Answered Rabbi Bar Hanan, Henceforth I shall not do this again. Rami Bar Hama asked, It was said, that one who made an Erub by means of his feet, has 4 ells for himself besides the 2,000 allowed him. What is the law concerning one who had sent bread to make the Erub? Has he the extra 4 ells or not? Said Rabbi, Come and hear. The Mishnah states that the Erub was to be made with bread only to make it easier for the wealthy. If we should say, that he has not the 4 ells, it will not be made easier for the wealthy, but on the contrary stricter? It will not be stricter? For he would rather lose the 4 ells and be enabled to send a messenger in his stead than to go himself. Mishnah, if a man, on the eve of Sabbath, had been dispatched by his townsmen to combine by an Araba town, or village in the vicinity, and was subsequently induced by a neighbor to go back, before completing his errand, he is permitted to go to the place in question. Nevertheless, all his townsmen, however, are forbidden to go thither. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda, but our Mir said, One who can prepare an Arub and does not prepare it, is, like one driving an ass and leading a camel, at the same time. Gemara, what difference is there between the man and his townsman? Said Arhuna, this is a case of where a man possessed 2 houses which had 2 legal limits between them. P. 117. That is, they were 4,000 ells apart, and the man went out on the road without taking bread along. He is then considered as a poor man, and in consequence made his Erub wherever he was with his feet, but his townsmen who sent him to make the Erub are regarded as wealthy, and their Erub not having been affected are not allowed to go out. We learned a Boratha supporting this teaching. One who has 2 houses between which there are 2 legal limits makes the Erub valid as soon as he starts out on the way from one to the other. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda. Moreover, said Ar-Hosea the son of our Jehuda, even if his comrades meet him and tell him to stay overnight where he is, because it is too hot or too cold, he may arise in the morning and continue on his way, for his intention was originally to make his Erub at the end of his journey. Said Rabbi, all agree that a man may continue his journey after remaining at a certain place overnight, if he had been persuaded to interrupt his journey by another, but if he did so of his own accord, he must not continue on his way, because he may have changed his original intention. Wherein they differ is, if the man was persuaded to remain at a certain place before commencing his journey. According to one, his Erub is invalid as long as he had not yet started, and according to the other, it is valid because the intention originally existed. R. Joseph, however, said, all agree that one must start on the journey, otherwise his Erub is not valid. But they differ in a case of a man having been persuaded to stop over at a certain place or doing so of his own accord. One holds, that if he stopped over of his own accord, he may have changed his original intention and hence his Erub is not valid, while the other maintains, that as long as he had started, it does not matter. Our Jehuda bar Ishtha brought a basket of fruit to our Nathan bar Oshia on the eve of Sabbath, and the distance from his house to that of our Nathan was 4,000 ells. He started to return, and our Nathan let him go as far as the first step and then said to him, Remain here overnight. On the morrow, he arose and returned to his home. But our Mir said, One who can prepare an Erub, etc. Have we not learned already in a Mishnah, of the 3rd chapter, that our Mir and our Jehuda both said, if an Erub is doubtful, this is, like driving an ass, and leading a camel. Said Arshesheth, it might be assumed that the reason of Armir's p. 118 opinion is that only in the case of a doubtful Erub, it is the case of an ass and a camel, but if it is known to a certainty that no Erub was made, such is not the case, but it is positively forbidden. Hence we are given to understand that even where it is certain that the Erub was not made, it is also a case of an ass and a camel, because the Mishnah cites a case where it is certain that no Erub was made. Mishnah, if one went beyond the legal limit even a single L, he must not go back the entire distance. Our Eliezer said, if he went 2 Ls beyond the limit he may go back, but if 3 Ls, he must not. Gemara, said Arhanina, if a man had 1 foot within the limit and the other foot outside he may enter, because it is written, Isaiah vi. 13, if thou restrain thy feet for the sake of the Sabbath and we read thy feet and as 1 foot was still within the limit, it cannot be said, that he had restrained his feet. We have learned, however, in another Boratha, that he must not enter. Arhanina holds according to the opinion of the anonymous teachers, who maintain in still another Boratha, that wherever the greater part of the body of a man is situated, there is his place. Our Eliezer said, if he went 2 Ls, etc. Did we not learn in a Boratha, that our Eliezer said, if he went 1 L beyond the limit he may go back, but if he went 2 Ls, he must not? This presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to a case where he had overstepped 1 L and remained exactly 2 Ls beyond, while the Boratha refers to one who had overstepped 2 Ls and was already in the third. Did we not learn in another Boratha, that our Eliezer said, even if he had stepped out 1 L, he must not re-enter? This Boratha refers to the one who measured the legal distance, as is stated in the last Mishnah of the next chapter, which will be explained then and there. Mishnah, one who was overtaken by dusk 1 L outside of the legal limit must not re-enter the town. Our Simeon, however, said, even if one was 15 Ls beyond the limit, he may go back, as the land surveyors who establish the limits are not very exact in their measurements and allowance is made for those who might err. Gemara, we have learned in a Boratha, it sometimes happens that the land surveyors forget their mark and go beyond the distance.
Chapter 5. Regulations concerning the boundaries of a town and the measurements of the legal limits. Mishnah, how can the boundaries of a town be extended? If one house recede from the city wall and another project, or if a ruin recede or a project, or if fragments of the wall 10 spans high lie beyond the walls, or if there be any bridges or cemeteries, with dwelling houses thereon, the measurement of a town is commenced on a level with them, and the whole is formed into a quasi-square, in order to gain the angles. Gemara, our Johanan said, for 18 days I lived with Oshia the Great and did not learn but one thing concerning this Mishnah, namely, the Mishnah should not read how can the boundaries of a town be extended, but how can they be districted. 1. This is not so. Did not our Johanan once assert, that during his stay with Oshia the Great for 18 days he learned to know the heart and wisdom of each one of Oshia's 12 disciples? He says only that he learned but one thing concerning this Mishnah, but aside from that, he learned many other things. Our Johanan said again, when we were studying the law at Oshia's we sate 4 men to 1 L. Rabbi said, when we studied at our Elazar ben Shamua's college we sate 6 men to 1 L. Our Johanan said once more, as Armir was in his generation so was our Oshia the Great in his day. As with Armir, the colleagues of his day could never arrive at his final decisions, so was it also with Oshia. His colleagues could also never fathom his ultimate conclusions. Our Johanan said again, the hearts of the first sages were as broad as the porch of the temple and those of the later sages were as broad as the gates of the temple, but our hearts are as p. 120. Narrow as the eye of a sewing needle. Whom does he refer to as the first sages? Arakiba, whom as the later sages, Arelazar bar Shammua, and according to another version he refers to Arelazar ben Shammua and Oshia the Great respectively. Said Abayi, we are as a nail driven in a hard wall as far as explanations are concerned, that is, we understand but little of what we hear, and that with difficulty. Said Rabha, we are also like a finger pushed into a cake of wax, meaning we are so dull of comprehension where comparisons are concerned, that but as little remains with us as with the finger that has been pulled out from the wax. Said Arashi, and we may say, that it is as easy for us to forget what we have learned as it is to put our finger in the hole of a well. Arjehuda said in the name of Rab, the children of Judea who paid strict attention to the words of their masters and propounded many questions retained all they learned. The Galileans, however, who did not pay strict attention to the language of their masters, and did not question them, did not retain anything. The Judeans learned from one master, hence they remembered what they learned, but the Galileans had many teachers and in consequence they did not retain anything. Rabbina said, the Judeans taught every tract they had themselves mastered to others, hence they retained their knowledge, because teaching others improves one's own learning. The Galileans, however, did not do this and in consequence their knowledge forsook them. Of David who taught others it is said, Psalms 6:74, those that fear thee will see me and be rejoiced, but of Saul, who did not teach others, it is said, I Samuel 14:471, and whithersoever he turned himself, he caused terror. Said Arjohanan, whence do I know, that the Lord forgave Saul for the sin of massacring the priests of the city of Nev? Because Samuel's spirit said unto him, on the morrow, thou and thy children shall be with me. What is meant by with me? That means in the same place as Samuel, and as Samuel was a righteous man and certainly in paradise, so Saul must have been forgiven in order to share Samuel's abode. Arjehoshua ben Hananiah said, I was never disconcerted in my life except by a woman, a boy, and a little girl. The instance of the woman occurred in this wise. I at one time resided at the house of a widow. At table she set before me a p. 121 plate of beans and I ate it up leaving nothing. On the second day she gave me the same dish which I also consumed entirely. On the third day she made the dish too salt and after tasting it I naturally stopped and left it alone. Said she to me, Rabbi, why dost thou not eat? And I answered, that I had already eaten during the day. She then rejoined, thou shouldst have eaten less bread, and continued, perhaps because thou didst not leave any p1 on the first 2 days, thou dost leave it now to serve for all 3, for have not our sages decreed, that no p need be left in the cooking pot, but some should be left in the plate on which the dish is served? The instance of the little girl happened as follows. Once I was traveling on a road and seeing a beaten path leading across a meadow I took that path. Said a little girl to me, Rabbi, is this not a meadow that thou art crossing? And I answered, is this not a beaten path? And she answered, yea, such robbers as thou art have made it a beaten path. As for the affair with the little boy, it happened thus. Once while on the road I noticed a child sitting at a crossroad. I asked him, which road led to the city, and he answered, this road is the shorter but at the same time the longer, and this one is long but nevertheless short. I took the shorter road that was at the same time the longer. When I came to the city I saw the entrance to the city at that point was surrounded by gardens and vineyards, so that I had to retrace my steps. Said I to the child at the crossroad, didst thou not say that this was the short route? And he answered, did I not also tell thee that it was a long route? I then kissed him on the forehead and remarked, well is thee, Israel, that all thy children are wise, both great and small. Our Jose the Galilean was traveling on the road. He met Bur, the wife of Armir, and asked her, "Which way must we take to the city of Liod?" She answered, "Thou Galilean fool! Did not our sages say, that thou shouldst not converse much with a woman? Thou shouldst have asked, which way to Liod?" The same Bur once found a young scholar learning quietly to himself. She scolded him and said, "It is written, 2 Samuel 23:5, firm in all and sure," which signifies, that if the law p. 122 is firmly embedded in all the 248 members of the body, it can remain with the man, otherwise it cannot. We have learned that there was a disciple of Eliezer, who learned quietly to himself, and in the course of 3 years he forgot all he had learned. Said Samuel to Jehudah, "Thou sagacious one! Open thy mouth, when thou readest, and also when thou learnest, and then may it come to pass, that thou shalt live long, as it is written, Proverbs 4:22, for they are life unto every one of those that find them, and to all his body a healing." Do not read that find them, but that make them a find for others, that is, by pronouncing them with the mouth others will hear them and be benefited. Samuel said again to Jehudah, "Thou sagacious one! As long as thou hast any money, eat and drink, for the world which we leave behind is like a wedding feast, it is soon over, and in the next world thou wilt not be able to do this." Rab said to Hamnana, "My son, if thou hast the wherewith to do thyself good, do so, for in the grave there is no pleasure and there is no fixed time for death, and if thou shouldst wish to say, I will leave my children sufficient to live on when I am in my grave, who can assure thee, that they will keep it? For men are like grass in the field, some spring up and have everything prepared for them while others fade and have nothing." Jehoshua ben Levi said, "One who travels on the road and has no companion, should study the law, as it is written, Proverbs I:9, for a wreath of grace are they unto thy head, and chains for thy throat. If a man have a headache, he should study the law, for it is a wreath of grace unto his head. If his throat be sore, he should study the law, for it is a chain for his throat. If thy stomach hurt thee, do likewise, for it is written, Ibid. 3:8, it will be healing to thy travel, body, and also if thy bones ache, for it says further, Ibid, and marrow to thy bones. Likewise one who has pains in any part of his body should study the law, for it is written, Ibid. 4:22, and to all his body a healing." Said Jehudah ben Arhiah, "Come and observe how the custom of the Lord differs from that of man. If a man prescribes a remedy, it may benefit one and injure another, but the Holy One, blessed be he, gave the law to all Israel as a remedy for all and for the whole body, as it is written, and to all his body a healing." p. 123. Aramah said, "It is written, Proverbs 22:19, for it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thy bosom, if they be altogether firmly seated upon thy lips." Which signifies, when are the words of the law a pleasant thing? If thou canst keep them within thy bosom, and when canst thou keep them in thy bosom? If thou canst pronounce them well with thy lips. Arzarah said, "It is written, Ibid. 15:23, a man hath joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken at the proper time, how good is it?" Which signifies, when hath a man joy by the answer of his mouth, if at any time that he is asked concerning the law, he can make proper reply. Aritzak said, "It is written, 30:14, but the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth, and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it." When is the word nigh unto thee? If it is in thy mouth, and in thy heart thou meanest to do it. Rabhu said, "It is written, Psalms 21:3, the longing of his heart hast thou given him, and the request of his lips hast thou not withholden. Selah. Which means, when was the longing of his heart given him? If the request of his lips was in accordance with the law. Rabbi inferred a contradiction from the verse just quoted. It says, the longing of his heart hast thou given him, and immediately afterwards, and the request of his lips hast thou not withholden. If the longing of his heart was given him, what need was there of the request of his lips? And explain this seeming contradiction thus: if the man had merited it, the longing of his heart was granted him without request, but if he did not, he first had to make a request for it, before it was granted. The disciples of Eliezer ben Jacob taught, in every instance, where the words netzach, selah, or vod form the conclusion of the passage, it signifies that it will be forever without interruption. As for the word netzach, it is written, Isaiah vi. 16, for not to eternity will I contend, neither will I be forever wroth. Forever is here expressed by netzach. As for the word selah, it is written, Psalms vi. 9, as we have heard, so have we seen it in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. Concerning vod, it is written, Exod 15. 18, the Lord will reign forever and ever, and the expression used is vod. Eliezer said, the term quoted in the verse, Proverbs I. 9. p. 124. Chains for thy throat means to signify that as a chain is loose around the neck and is not seen when a man bows his head, so it is with a scholar. If he is not seen constantly in the markets, or oppresses not his neighbor, but sits quietly and studies the law, he retains his knowledge, otherwise he does not. Eliezer said again, the verse, Solomon's Song v. 13, his cheeks are as a bed of spices, means if a man makes himself as a bed of plants, upon which everyone treads, that is extremely modest, and also conducts himself as a man who held spices in his hand, which even after leaving the hands, still make them fragrant, he retains the knowledge he has acquired, otherwise he does not. He said again, it is written, Exod 31. 18, tables of stone. Tables are in this verse expressed by the Hebrew term lukaf, and lechi also means cheek. This refers to a man who hardens his cheeks until they are like stone and when trodden upon are not defaced, meaning a man who constantly studies and in the same manner as the stone is not impaired by wear. The constant study does not injure the man, such a man retains knowledge, otherwise he does not. Again Eliezer said, it is written, Exod 32. 16, engraved upon the tables, which means that if the tables had not been broken the first time, the law would never have been forgotten by Israel, for a thing that is engraved cannot be obliterated, and Rahab bar Jacob added, that no nation on earth could have got them in their power, because, do not read charaf, engraved, but she'iraf, liberty. Mathna said, it is written, Numbers 21. 18, and from the wilderness to Madonna, one which signifies that if the man makes himself as a wilderness, upon which everybody treads, and does not mind it, the knowledge he gains remains with him as a present. Arhuna said, it is written, Psalms vi. 11, thy assembly dwelt therein, thou didst prepare it with thy goodness for the afflicted people, O God. Thy assembly is expressed in the Hebrew by Cheiothcha, and Cheiah means a wild beast. If a scholar is in the manner of learning as a wild beast which devours its prey immediately after killing it, that is, as soon as he learns a thing he repeats it again and again until he knows it thoroughly, he retains his knowledge, otherwise he does not. If p. 125. He does this, however, the Holy One, blessed be he, himself, prepares a meal for him, as may be seen from the end of the passage quoted. Our High Barabbas said in the name of our Johanan, it is written, Proverbs 27:18, Whoso guardeth the fig tree will eat its fruit. Why are the words of the law compared to a fig tree? As a fig tree yields its fruit whenever it is shaken, so does the law always yield new teachings whenever it is repeated. R. Samuel ben Namani said, it is written, Proverbs v. 19, Let her bosom satisfy thee abundantly at all times. Why is the law compared to a bosom? Because as at all times when the child desires to suck, the bosom yields its milk, so does the law yield its teachings every time it is perused. Further, it is written, Ibid, with her love be thou ravished one continually. This means to imply, as was said of Elazar ben Dath, that when he was studying the law in the lower market of Sepphoris, his clothes were frequently found in the upper market, so engrossed was he in his studies, that he did not even miss his clothes. Said Aritzhak ben Eliezer, once a man attempted to steal the clothes of this Eliezer and found an adder lying on top of them. The disciples of Aranan taught, it is written, Judges v. 10, Ye that ride on white asses, ye that sit in judgment, and ye who walk on the way, utter praise. That ride on white asses refers to scholars who go from town to town and from country to country to teach the law and who make it clear as daylight. That sit in judgment refers to those who give a just verdict which is truly just. Who walk refers to those who study the Bible, on the way refers to the students of the Mishnah, and utter praise refers to the students of the Talmud, whose every utterance is concerning the law. Our Shesby said in the name of our Elazar ben Azariah, it is written, Proverbs 12:27, The indolent roasteth not that which he hath caught in hunting. This signifies, that one who studies the law superficially merely to delude people but does not study it thoroughly and repeat it often, will not retain the knowledge nor will he live long. Our Shesheth, however, said, a man of that kind is not wicked, but merely foolish, on the other hand a prudent man, who studies many things and p. 126 makes marks, so that he will not forget what he had learned, retains his knowledge and will have long life. When Ardami came from Palestine he said, the verse quoted is a simile to a man who catches birds. If he pinions the wings of those he catches, he can proceed and catch more, otherwise they will escape. The same applies to a man who studies the law. If he reviews his learning constantly, he retains it and can proceed. If he does not, however, he cannot retain it. Rabha in the name of Sikra quoting Arhuna said, it is written, Proverbs 13:11, Wealth gotten by vain deeds will be diminished, but he that gathereth by close labor will increase it. Which means, if a man groups the ordinances he has learned, he cannot retain them, but if he gathers them slowly and deliberately, he will constantly increase them. And Rabhu said, the rabbis know of this and yet they pay no attention to it. Said R. Naaman Baritzak, I have acted accordingly and in consequence I have retained my knowledge. The rabbis taught, how was the method of teaching the law in the days of Moses? Moses learned the law from the might of God. Then Aaron entered and Moses taught him a chapter. When Aaron had finished he sat down to the left of Moses and his children came in, when Moses would teach them the chapter again. When they had finished, Elazar would sit down to the right of Moses and Thamar to the left of Aaron. Our Jehuda, however, said, that Aaron would always sit to the right of Moses after his children had finished. Following the sons of Aaron would come the elders of Israel and Moses would repeat the chapter to them. After the elders had finished, the rest of the Israelites who wished to learn would enter and would learn the same chapter. Thus we see, that Aaron heard the same chapter 4 times, his sons 3 times, the elders twice, and the rest of the people once. After the last reading, Moses would depart and Aaron would again repeat the chapter to the others. Then he would depart and his children would teach the chapter. After them the elders would do so that no one heard it less than 4 times. From this our Eliezer deduced that every teacher should recite his teaching to his disciples 4 times, holding that as Aaron, who learned from Moses, who in turn learned from the might of God, had to learn one thing 4 times, so much more ought an ordinary man to do so when learning from another. p. 127. Arakiba, however, said, when Stewie adduce, that a teacher should teach his disciple until the latter knows the lesson thoroughly. From the verse, 31:19, now therefore write ye for yourselves this song, and teach it the children of Israel, and whence do we infer that a disciple must be taught until he can impart the teaching to others? From what is written further, Ibid, put it in their mouth, and whence do we know that if the reasons for the teaching can be given, this must be done? From the verse, Exod 21:1, and these are the laws of justice which thou shalt set before them, and by setting before them is meant that they must be thoroughly explained. Why did not all learn directly from Moses? In order to show honor to Aaron, his children and the elders. If that be so, let Aaron learn it from Moses, Aaron's children from Aaron, and the elders from the children, then the people from the elders. Because Moses learned from the might of God, all wished to hear it from him. Our Preeta had a disciple, whom he would teach a thing 400 times and then the disciple would understand it. One day our Preeta was invited to attend the celebration of a circumcision, and as he was just teaching his disciple, he finished the teaching for the 400th time, but still the disciple did not understand. So he asked him, "What is the difficulty?" And the disciple replied, that from the moment the master was invited to the celebration, he could not pay proper attention, thinking that every moment he would be going away. So our Preeta said, "Pay proper attention and I will teach thee again," and he accordingly repeated the teaching another 400 times. A heavenly voice was heard at that time which said, "What wouldst thou rather, that thou live another 400 years, or that thou and the entire generation in which thou livest should be given a share in the world to come?" Our Preeta answered, "I would rather accept the latter proposition." Said the Holy One, "Blessed be he, give him both." Our Hista said, "The law cannot be retained except through signs, as it is written, as quoted previously, put it in their mouth." Read, put it with signs in their mouth. Our Daklifa of Palestine heard this and on his arrival home repeated it in the presence of Ro. Said Ro, "Ye learn this from that verse, but we derive the same from the verse, Jeremiah 31:21, set thyself up waymarks," meaning. p. 128. Set up waymarks to the law. This is in accordance with the dictum of Ebdimi Barhama Bardosa, viz., it is written, 30:12, it is not in heaven, meaning if it were even in heaven, one would have to get it from there, and, Ibid. 13, neither is it beyond the sea implies that even were it beyond the sea, one would have to go after it there. Rabha, however, said, it is not in heaven means that knowledge cannot be found in a man who holds himself as high as heaven, and neither is it beyond the sea means that knowledge cannot be found in a man who considers his opinions as vast as the sea. Our Johanan said the first statement refers to those who are great in their own estimation, and the last statement to those who ply the seas and are constantly engaged in traffic. The rabbis taught, how are the boundaries of a town extended? A town that is oblong remains as it is. A town in the form of a circle is provided with corners. One that is in the form of a square need not be made equiangular. If it was narrow on one side and wide on another, it must be made even all around, through the formation of a parallelogram. If a house or row of buildings protruded from one of the walls of the town, a straight line is drawn from the extreme end of such protruding buildings parallel to the wall, and thence 2,000 ells are measured. If the town was in the form of an arch or a right angle, it should be considered as if the entire space enclosed by the arch or right angle were filled with houses, and 2,000 ells should be measured from the extreme ends. Arjuna said, if a town was in the form of an arch and the distance between the two ends of the arch was less than 4,000 ells, the enclosed space is considered as filled with houses, and 2,000 ells may be measured from the extreme ends. If the distance was more than 4,000 ells, the 2,000 ells must be measured from the center of the arch. What distance should a man have from his house to the end whence the 2,000 ells are measured? Rabbi Bar Arjuna said, 2,000 ells, and Rabbi the son of Rabbi Bar Arjuna said, even more than 2,000 ells. Said Abayi, it seems to me that the latter opinion is correct, because, if the man chose, he could go through all the houses in the arch to that end, then why should he not be permitted to cross over the space between his house and the end of the arch? Or if fragments of a wall 10 spans high, etc. What is p. 129 meant by this? Arjuna said, this means, if there were 3 partitions without a roof. A question was propounded, how was it if there were 2 partitions with a roof? Come and hear, these are the things that are counted in together with the town: a monument covering 4 square ells, a bridge, a mausoleum, a synagogue that has a dwelling for an attendant, a church with a vestry, stables, and barns that have a dwelling attached for the keeper, huts in the field, and houses built on islands of the lake, which are not more than 70 2/3 ells away from the town. All these are counted in together with the town, and following are the things that must not be counted in with the town: a monument partly demolished on both sides, a bridge, a burying ground without a dwelling on it, a synagogue or church that has no dwelling for the sextons, a stable or barn that has no dwelling for the keeper, a pit, a cavern, a fence, a dovecot, and a boathouse. All these are not counted in with the town. We see then, that a monument which had been partially destroyed on both sides, must not be counted in with the town? Must we not assume that it still retained its roof? Nay, this refers to a monument that did not retain its roof. Of what use is a house built on an island? Said our Papa. Those houses are used to unload the utensils of a ship. It is said a cavern is not to be counted in with the town. Did not Arjuna teach that it should? Said Abayi, Arjuna refers to a cavern that has a building above it. If that is the case, why mention the cavern? The building itself must be counted in? Here the meaning is, if a building was above the cavern, no matter how far the cavern extended, it is regarded as a foundation for the house and should be counted in. Arjuna said, those who live in huts made of twigs may measure the limit only from their doors, even if there are a number of those that extend for over 100 ells. Said Hanana the son of Arkahana in the name of Arashi, if in the street where the huts stood there were 3 courts each containing 2 ordinary buildings, the huts are given the privileges of a town. Arjuna said in the name of Rab, those who dwell in huts and those who travel in the deserts do not enjoy life, and their wives and children are not their own. We have also learned the same in Abortha. Eliezer the man of Berea said, those who live in huts are the same as those in a grave, and concerning their daughters it is said, Dut. 27. 21, Cursed be. p. 130. He that lieth with any manner of beast. Why is this so? Said Eula, because they have no bathhouses, and when the men go away to some distant bathhouse no one is left to take care of the women. Arjuna said, because, when the women go to take their ritual bath, they are afraid to go alone so long a distance, hence they go in company with other women and are followed by evil men who lead them astray. What is the point of difference between Eula and Arjohanan? If there is a lake in the vicinity, the statement of Arjohanan falls to the ground, but according to Eula even then, the women, if left alone by their husbands, are led to sin. Arjuna said, in a town where there are no herbs, a scholar should not live, because herbs are cheap and good food and a scholar can thus live economically. Shall we assume that herbs are such a good thing? Have we not learned in Abortha that three things cause much waste, cause a man's body to stoop, and deprive a man of 1/500th of his eyesight? Those three things are coarse bread, newly brewed beer, and herbs. This presents no difficulty. Arjuna refers to onions, garlic, and fine herbs, which are necessary, while the Boritha refers to bad herbs. Arjuhuda said in the name of Rab, in a town that is hilly and where there are many steps to ascend and descend, both man and beast become prematurely aged. Said Arjuna Bar Jehoshua, the towns of Bibire and Benaresh, two adjoining cities, that had may hills between them caused their inhabitants to become prematurely aged. The rabbis taught, if one comes to make a town square, he must make it as the square of the earth, that is, the north must be towards the north of the earth, the south towards the south, and his sign shall be the zodiac of the Capricorn in the north and that of the Scorpion in the south. Said Arjose, if he does not understand how to make it as the square of the earth, he should be guided by the equinox. How so? Where the sun rises during the long days and sets during the long days, it is north of the equator, and during the short days, where it rises and sets it is south of the equator, but during the Nisan and the Tishrei equinox, it rises half, that is, directly, east and sets half, that is, directly, west, as it is written, Ecclesiastes I. 7, going toward the south during the day, and turning around toward the north during the night. The wind moveth round about continually, meaning east and west, at times it goes through them. p. 131. And at other times it passes them. Said Armesharshiya, all these rules are of no account, for we have learned in Abortha that the sun never rose in the northeast nor set in the northwest, and the sun never rose in the southeast nor set in the southwest. Samuel said, the equinox of Nisan can only take place during one of the 4 quarters of a day, either at sunrise, sunset, noon, or midnight, and the equinox of Tammuz cannot take place except at 1½ hours after sunrise or sunset, or 7½ hours after either. The equinox of Tishrei takes place only at 3 or at 9 hours after either sunrise or sunset, and the equinox of Tebeth takes place only 4½ hours or 10½ hours after either sunrise or sunset. There is not more than 91 days 7½ hours between each equinox, and they occur in the first and second half of the same hour respectively. 1. The rabbis taught, one who comes to measure the city should first make it square in the form of a board. Afterwards he makes another square of the legal distance of 2,000 ells also in the form of a board. When he comes to measure the legal limits from the town, he should not commence at the center of a side, because then he would lose the corner, for, if the diagonal distance from one corner to another is 2,000 ells, the distance from the one side to the opposite will be 1,428 ells. Hence he should make the square 2,000 ells from one opposite side to the other, and in that event he will gain 400 ells on each side. Then the two legal limits together will gain 800 ells on each side, and, in consequence, the town together with the limits will gain 1,200 ells on each side. Said Abayi, this can be proven by calculating on a city exactly 2,000 ells square. Mishnah, an allowance of 70 2/3 ells of space must be made to the town. Such is the dictum of our Mir, but the sages hold that such an allowance is to be made. p. 132. Only if two towns be so close to each other that each only requires 70 2/3 ells to bring them within the legal limits, in that case an allowance is made to both, so that they become as one. Thus also, if 3 villages form a triangle, and the 2 outer ones require 141 1/3 ells, a double allowance to bring them within legal distance of each other, the middle one between the 2 makes all one, so that the 3 villages become as one. Gemara, whence do we adduce that an allowance should be made to the town? Said Rabha, because it is written, Numbers 35. 4, from the wall of the city and outward, which implies, first leave a part outward and then commence to measure. But the sages hold, etc. It was taught, Arhuna said, an allowance should be made to each of the 2 cities, and Arhiabar Rab said, only one allowance is made for both. We have learned in the Mishnah, however, that the sages hold, such an allowance is to be made only, etc., whence we see that only one allowance is spoken of, and this would be contradictory to Arhuna. Arhuna may say, that by the allowance is meant the law of the allowance, and if the law of allowance is given at all, it should be given to each of the 2 cities. It seems to us that the explanation of Arhuna is correct, because further on the Mishnah states that each only requires 70 2/3, that is, one town requires 70 2/3 ells and the other requires 70 2/3 ells. Hence the law of allowance applies to each of the 2. An objection was made based upon the last clause of the Mishnah. If 3 villages form a triangle and the 2 outer ones require 141 1/3 ells, the middle one between the 2 makes all one. Thus if there were no middle one, the allowance for the 2 outer ones would not hold good, and this would be contradictory to Arhuna, who says that the law of the allowance should be applied. Arhuna might reply, it was taught, however, that Rabbah in the name of Aradik quoting Arhanina said, the Mishnah does not mean to state that there must absolutely be 3 villages in a triangle, but even if the third is some distance off and between the 2 there is sufficient space which would permit of the 3rd village being placed there, and the distance from that 3rd village to one of the outer ones be 141 1/3 ells, that is, the quantity of 2 allowances of 70 2/3 ells each. This 3rd village makes the other 2 as one. Then, p. 133. Paragraph continues, Rabha asked of Abayi, how far must the 3rd village be from the other 2, that it may be counted in with them? And he answered, 2,000 ells. Said Rabha to Abayi, didst thou not say previously, that thou art of the opinion of Rabha bar Arhuna, who said that it may be even more than 2,000 ells distant? Rejoined Abayi, how canst thou compare the 2? In the former instance there were inhabited houses, while here there is only empty space. Rabha asked Abayi again, what must the distance between the 2 outer villages be? And he answered, what is the difference? Thou hast heard that if the village standing at a distance is placed between the 2 there would be a distance of 141 1/3 ells to each of the outer ones. According to that, rejoined Rabha, it would not matter if there were 4,000 ells between the 2 outer ones? Yea, answered Abayi, so it is. Mishnah, one must not measure the legal distance except with a line exactly 50 ells long, no more and no less, and one must not measure in any manner except from the breast. If during the measurement a deep dale, cleft, or heap of stones is encountered, the line is passed over it and the measurement resumed. If a hillock is encountered, the line is passed over it, also, and the measurement resumed. provided the legal limit is not overstepped while this is being done. If the line cannot be passed over the hillock on account of its height, Ardostai Barjanai said, I have heard on the authority of Armir, that those who make the measurement cut straight through the mountain, in an imaginary sense. Gemara, whence do we adduce that the line must be exactly 50 ells long? Said Ard-Jehuda, in the name of Rab, it is written, Exod 27:18, the length of the court shall be 100 ells, and the breadth 50 by 50, and thus the verse means to say, that the line should be 50 ells. Is this verse not necessary in order to teach us that the excess of 50 ells of length over the breadth should be apportioned so as to make the court 70 ells and 4 span square? See page 73. If such were the case, the verse could read 50 and 50, but from the fact that it reads 50 by 50 we assume that both teachings may be adduced. No more and no less. It was taught in Aboritha, no less, because when the line is taken up by the surveyor, it may be stretched a trifle, and it should be only 50, and no. p. 134. More, for should it be longer, it might become entangled and be shortened accordingly. Said Darasi, according to another version Arami, the line must be made only of apaskrama. What is an apaskrama? Said Abba, an argilla. And what is an argilla? Said Jacob, the fiber of walnut trees. We have learned in Aboritha, Jehoshua ben Hananiah said, there is nothing better to measure with than an iron chain, but what can be done, when it is written, Zechariah 2:5, there was a man with a measure cord in his hand. It is written, however, Ezekiel XL 3, there was a man, etc., and a measuring rod. The verse quoted refers to the measurement of the gates of the temple. Joseph taught, there are 3 kinds of cord, one made of rushes, one made of willows, and one made of flax. The first kind of cord was used to tie the red heifer, because it was not subject to defilement, and all things used in connection with the red heifer had to be not subject to defilement, as we have learned. In Tract Para, she was tied with cord made of rushes and was laid on the spot where she was to be burned. The second kind was used for tying a woman who was to stand the bitter water test, as we have learned in a Mishnah, Tract Soda. Then an Egyptian rope was tied above her breast. An Egyptian rope was made of willows. The third kind was used for measuring. If during the measurement a deep dale, etc., was encountered, etc., from the statement of the Mishnah that after passing over it the measurement is resumed, we must assume that if the surveyor cannot pass over it with a line 50 ells long, he must go to a place where it is possible for him to do so, and after passing over it, should resume the measurement at the original place as nearly as possible on a level with the place where he had left off at the other location. This is identical with the teaching of the rabbis as follows: if during the measurement the surveyor come to a cleft, and can pass over it with a line 50 ells long, he should do so. If, however, he cannot do this, he should go to another place where this would be possible and resume his measurement at the original place as nearly as possible on a level with the place where he had left off at the other location. Should, however, the cleft be sloping so that he can cross over it without difficulty, he should measure it by drawing an imaginary line straight across. p. 135. The cleft, and do this successively both uphill and down. If he come to a wall, he must not cut through the wall but must estimate its thickness, and after allowing sufficient distance for it, he should resume his measurement. We have learned, however, that he should cut through it, in an imaginary sense. Why do they say that he should estimate its thickness? In the former instance the case referred to is where the wall was impassable, while in this instance the surveyor can circumvene it. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, under what circumstances are these rules concerning passing over a cleft, or cutting straight through to be applied? If the line with a weight attached to one end, will not, when dropped, reach bottom. If, however, the line will reach bottom, the actual measurement of the cleft must be counted. What must the depth of the cleft be in order that it may be passed over? Said R. Joseph, even if it be more than 2,000 ells deep. According to whose opinion is this teaching of R. Joseph? Have we not learned in Aboretha, that if the cleft is 100 ells deep and 50 wide it may be passed over but not if it be more? While the anonymous teachers hold, even if it be 2,000 ells deep. Then R. Joseph's teaching coincides neither with that of the first Tana nor with that of the anonymous teachers. The Boretha refers to a case where the depth of the cleft cannot be sounded with a sounding line, while R. Joseph refers to a case where the sounding line can be dropped straight down. If the sounding line cannot be used, what distance may he go to find another location for measuring? Said Abimi and also Rami Bar Ezekiel, 4 ells. If a hillock is encountered, etc. said Rabha, this refer to a hillock with a base of 5 ells and a peak of 10 spans, but a hillock with a base of 4 ells and a peak of 10 spans should be merely estimated and the measurement resumed. Providing the legal limit is not overstepped, etc. What is the reason therefore? Said R. Kahana, in order that it may not be said, that the legal limit commences at the spot where the hillock had already been passed over, that is, if the hillock was too wide to be passed over in the line of the legal limit and another place had to be selected for passage, it serves as a precautionary measure, in order not to appear as if the legal limit commenced at the point on the other side of the hillock, which, by virtue of its accessibility, had been selected for passage. If the line cannot be passed over the hillock, etc. The rabbis. p. 136. Taught, what is meant by cutting straight through the mountain. The man at the foot of the mountain should hold the line to his breast and the man at the summit should hold it to his feet. Said Abayi, there is a tradition to the effect, that the mountain must not be cut through, measured, except with a line measuring 4 ells. Said R. Naaman in the name of Rabbi Baro, the law of cutting through the mountains does this not apply in the case of the heifer, which must have its neck broken, c. 21:19, and not to the cities of refuge, c. 19:210, and Numbers 35:6. Mishnah, the measurement must be undertaken only by one who is an expert in measuring land. If the legal limit was carried farther to one place than to another, the farther limit is held to. If one surveyor carried the limit farther than another, the farther measurement is abided by. Even a bondman or bondwoman must be credited if testifying that until here is the Sabbath limit, for the sages do not intend to enforce a more rigorous observance of the law, but to make it more lenient. Gemara, what is meant by, the farther limit is held to? What about the shorter limit? Is that not within the limit? The Mishnah must be read, even the farther limit is also held to. If one surveyor carried the limit farther than another, etc. said Abayi, provided the difference in the distance does not exceed the diagonal measurement of the town. Mishnah, if a town, originally the property of a single individual, becomes property of the public, all the householders residing therein may combine in preparing the Erub. If the town originally was public property and becomes the property of an individual, all the householders must not join in the Erub, unless a number of dwellings outside of the city was not included in the Erub made by the town proper, which number was equal to the new town in Judea, that is, containing 50 dwellings. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, holds that it is sufficient if 3 courts each containing 2 houses were not included. Gemara, the rabbis taught, what is meant by originally the property of a single individual, and become property of the public. Said R. Jehuda, for instance, the district of the Exarch. Rejoined R. Naaman, why dost thou mention the district of the Exarch? Because many people come there. p. 137. And it thus becomes like public ground, but the seat of government being there, it will serve as a reminder that there is a law against carrying on the Sabbath. Still, even in a place where many Israelites congregate on the Sabbath, even if the seat of government is not there, they will remind each other of the law. Therefore, continued R. Naaman, it is not necessary that the district be the property of the Exarch. It may be like the district of Natazai, who owned a whole town. The rabbis taught, in a town, originally the property of an individual, which had become public property, containing a wide street, how should an Erub be made? Either a side beam or a cross beam must be erected at each end of the street, providing the town was not surrounded by walls, and it is permitted to carry throughout the street. It is not permitted, however, for one half of the town to combine in an Erub, because the city, having at one time been the property of an individual, the other half will prove a bar to those who have combined in the Erub. Either the whole town must combine an Erub, or each entry must make an Erub for itself. If, however, the entire town was at all times public property, and have but one exit, an Erub may be combined for the whole town. Who is the Tana who holds that even for the wide street an Erub may be effected? Said Arhuna the son of Arjehoshua, this is according to Arjehuda, as we have learned in Aboritha. Moreover, Arjehuda said, a man having two houses, one at each end of a wide street, may make a cross or a side beam at each end of the street and is allowed to carry throughout the street, and the sages rejoined, such an Erub is not sufficient for a wide street. The master said, it is not permitted for one half the town to combine an Erub. Said our Papa, this prohibition refers to an Erub made lengthwise in half the town but in the breadth of half the town, which contained one of the two exits of the whole town, it is allowed. The master said, either the whole town must combine an Erub or each entry must make an Erub for itself. Why should an Erub not be effected in one half of the town? Because the other half might prove a bar. Why should one entry then not prove a bar to another? Each entry may erect a door for itself, which will signify that there is no connection with the others. This is identical with the statement of Aradibar Abin in the name of Arhisda, viz., if one of the inhabitants of an entry p. 138 made a door to his court, he demonstrates thereby that he has no connection with the other inhabitants and consequently does not make the Erub of the others invalid. If the town was originally public property and became the property of an individual, etc., Arzara made an Erub in the city where lived Arhiah, that included the whole city and did not leave out any part thereof. Asked Abayi, why did Master do this? Why did he not leave out a part of it? Answered Arzara, the elders of the city told me that Arhiah Barasi once combined an Erub for the entire city. So I thought that at one time the city was individual property and then became the property of the public. Rejoined Abayi, the same elders told me that at one time a pile of dirt blocked one of the entrances so that only one remained, hence Arhiah Barashi made the Erub for the entire city. Now, however, the dirt has been removed and the city never was individual property, and Arzara answered, I did not know this. Arami Barada of Harfan asked Rabba, what is the law concerning a town that had one entrance by means of a door and another by means of a ladder? He answered, Rab said, that a ladder is in law accounted the same as a door. Said R. Naaman to them, do not heed him, for thus said Darada in the name of Rab, a ladder combines within itself the two uses, that of a door and that of a partition. the latter if it is on the outside of the city and is hence not accounted as a door, and when it stands between two courts it can be accounted as a partition, thus enabling the courts to make separate Erubim, or it can be accounted as a door and both courts may combine in effecting one Erub. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, if an entire wall was made of ladders even though it be wider than 10 ells, it is nevertheless a lawful partition. Brona contradicted Jehudah, standing at the wine cellar of Hanina's house, how canst thou say, that Samuel held the ladders to constitute a partition, did not Naaman say in the name of Samuel, if the people living in attics of courts, which contain balconies, and who are obliged to descend by means of ladders to the court, had forgotten to combine an Erub with the people below, they do not render the Erub of the people below invalid, providing their ladders have apertures at least 4 spans high. This is the case if the balconies were not over 10 spans high. If the balconies were not over 10 spans, of what use are the apertures? p. 139. If the balconies were provided with railing and 10 ells were left vacant and a small door was erected in that vacant space, it signifies that there is no connection between the inhabitants of the attics and those of the court, hence they do not prove a bar to each other. The inhabitants of Kaknai came before Joseph and asked him to give them a man to effect an Erub for them in their city. He accordingly said to Abai, go and make an Erub for them, but see that it provoke no comment from the college. He went and saw that some houses of the city faced a lake and had no other entrance. I will make an Erub, but will exclude these houses, said he. Subsequently it occurred to him that an Erub must not be made for the entire city. At the same time it was possible to do this with these houses, however, that faced the lake. It was an impossibility. Consequently he desired that apertures be made in those houses facing the streets, thereby making it possible for them to make an Erub and then to exclude them, in which event the Erub for the entire city would be valid. Then he concluded that even those apertures were unnecessary, because Rabbi Baral made an Erub for the entire city of Mesa, which was composed of several rows of entries, and between each row there was a ditch used for the storing of kernels of dates to be used as fodder. He made an Erub for each row and permitted the carrying of things in each entry and from one entry into another without erecting either cross or side beams. He did this on account of the ditches between the rows, which ditches prevented crossing over from one row to the other, and the town having been originally public property and subsequently having become the property of an individual, in which case part of the town must be excluded from participation in the Erub. He held that by virtue of the inaccessibility of one row to the other on account of the intervening ditches, one row became the excluded part to the other, and vice versa. Suddenly it occurred to him again, that the rows of entries might have had protruding roofs, which would make communication with each other possible, hence they were enabled to make an Erub, but in the case of those houses that could not make an independent Erub, he again concluded that apertures were necessary. Finally, however, he recollected that Mar the son of Pippaditha of Pumbaditha made an Erub for the entire city of Pumbaditha and merely excluded his straw shed underneath the p. 140 city. Hence he again concluded that no apertures for the houses were necessary. In conclusion he said, I see now, after all this trouble, why my master cautioned me against provoking the comment of the colleges. Simeon, however, holds that it is sufficient, if 3 courts, etc. said Hama Bar Goria in the name of Rab, the halakha prevails according to Simeon. Itzhak, however, said that 1 house in 1 court is sufficient. Asked Abai of Joseph, whence does Itzhak adduce his statement? From a tradition or an opinion? Answered Joseph, what is the difference? The halakha prevails according to Simeon? Rejoined Abai, Shall we learn the Gemara as we do a song? Mishnah, should a man, on the eve of Sabbath, be at the east of his domicile and say to his son, place my Erub towards the west, or being at the west of his domicile say to his son, place my Erub towards the east, if the distance from the place where he stands to his domicile be within 2,000 ells and to his Erub farther than that, he must take his Sabbath rest at his domicile, but must not take it where his Erub is deposited. If the distance to his Erub, however, be within 2,000 ells, and to his domicile farther than that, he must take his Sabbath rest where his Erub is placed and not at his domicile. If a man has deposited his Erub within the limits, allowance of 70 2/3 ells, of a town, he has, legally, accomplished nothing and it counts for nothing. If he, however, deposited the Erub outside of the legal limit, be it but a single ell, whatever ground he gains in one direction, he loses in the opposite direction. Gemara, what is meant by towards the east? Towards the east of his son said Aritzak, and towards the west also of his son. Rabbi Bar Arshila, however, says that both towards the east and towards the west refer to the house, but the question will arise, how will it be possible for the house to be farther than the Erub, because if he told his son to make an Erub there, the son must have stood between the house and the Erub? In this case, the house was diagonally opposite the place where the son stood while the Erub was directly opposite, as shown in illustration. If he, however, deposited the Erub outside of the legal limit. p. 141. Etc. Is it possible to assume that he really overstepped the legal limit? Read, if he placed the Erub outside of the 70 2/3 ells allowed the town. Whatever ground he gains in one direction, he loses in the opposite. He loses only what he gains, no more? Have we not learned in Aboretha, if he placed his Erub within the allowance of 70 2/3 ells of the city, he has accomplished nothing and it counts for naught. If, however, he placed his Erub outside of such allowance even 1 ell, he loses his right to the whole city, because the measure of the city will be counted to him in the legal limit affected by the Erub. This presents no difficulty. According to the Boretha, he loses the whole city only when the 2,000 ells of his limit terminate in the center of the city, but if they terminate at the end of the city, which is the case in our Mishnah, he loses nothing, as Arida said in the name of Jehoshua ben Levi. If he measured the limit and it terminated in the center of a town, he has only half the town, but if it terminated at the end of the town, the whole town becomes as 4 ells and he may complete his entire limit of 2,000 ells outside of the town. Arida said, however, this is merely a prophetic assertion. For what is the difference whether it terminate in the center of the city or at the end? Said Rabha, this is by no means a prophetic assertion. Thou wilt learn this in the succeeding Mishnah. R. Joseph said in the name of Rami bar Abba quoting Arhuna, if a town was standing on the steep banks of a lake and there was a partition made on the brink of the banks 4 ells high, the measurement of the legal limits may be commenced from that partition. If there was no partition, however, the measurement must be commenced from the entrance of the house, nearest the lake. Said Abayi, why dost thou require in this case a partition 4 ells high? Generally 4 spans are sufficient. Because usually, no fear is entertained as to the use of the place, while in this case there is constant fear of falling over the banks, hence that place cannot be taken into consideration and the measurement must be made from the houses. Said R. Joseph, whence do I adduce this teaching? From the following Boretha, Rabbi permitted the inhabitants of Gadar to descend to Hamdan but forbade the people of Hamdan to ascend to Gadar. Why did Rabbi decree thus? We must. p. 142. Assume, because the inhabitants of Gadar, who lived above the people of Hamdan on the slope of a mountain, made a partition at the foot of their city, while the inhabitants of the city of Hamdan did not make a partition at the foot of their city. Hence Gadar, which had a partition, was safe from falling, and the legal limit, which was measured from any part of the city, included Hamdan, but the people of Hamdan, which had no partition and was consequently not safe, could measure their legal limits only from their houses, and thus it did not include the city of Gadar. When Ardami came from Palestine, however, he assigned a different reason for the above Boretha, saying, Rabbi decreed thus, because the Gadarites would maltreat the Hamdanites, hence he prohibited the latter to ascend to Gadar on a Sabbath. Why on Sabbath? Why not also on a weekday? Because on Sabbath there is more drunkenness, and in consequence more brutality. Why did he then permit the Gadarites to descend to Hamdan? Cannot they maltreat the Hamdanites even there? Because a dog that has no home will not bark even in 7 years, meaning that in their own homes the Hamdanites could better protect themselves. Is there not danger, however, that the Hamdanites will maltreat the Gadarites? The Hamdanites would not dare do this, because they were in the minority. Our Safra said, there is a different reason for the Boretha, viz., the city of Gadar was built in the form of an arch, and the two ends of the arch were more than 4,000 ells apart. We have learned in connection with this that the legal limits must be measured from the houses of the individuals, hence when the inhabitants of Gadar measured their limit, it included the city of Hamdan, but when the people of Hamdan, who were opposite the space of the arch, measured their limit, it terminated in the empty space between the two sides of the arch, and that space, being over 4,000 ells, could not be counted as part of the city. Ardimi Bar Hanana said, there is another reason for the Boretha. The city of Gadar was a large city, whereas Hamdan was a small town, and the laws concerning this will be explained in the following Mishnah. Mishnah: the inhabitants of a large town may traverse the whole of a small town, within or adjoining their legal limits, but the inhabitants of the small town must not traverse the p. 143 whole extent of the large town. How then? If an inhabitant of the large town place his Erub in the small town, or an inhabitant of the small town place his Erub in the large town, each may traverse either town and proceed 2,000 ells beyond its boundaries. Arakiba said, one has only the right to proceed 2,000 ells from the place where he deposited his Erub. Said Arakiba to the sages, will ye not admit, that in the case of one who deposits his Erub in a cavern, that he has not the right to proceed further than 2,000 ells from the place where he has deposited his Erub? They replied, true, but when is this the case? If there are no dwellings in the cavern, but if there are dwellings within it, he may not only traverse the whole extent of the cavern, but also proceed 2,000 ells outside of it. Hence, it may be seen that the ordinance is less rigid as to the interior of a cavern, than to the space above it. Concerning one who measures, previously mentioned, he is only allowed to carry the legal limits 2,000 ells from the place whence he started, even though the end of his measurement terminate in a cavern. Gemara, said Jehuda in the name of Samuel, if one took his Sabbath rest in an abandoned city, he may traverse the entire extent of the city and 2,000 ells besides, but if he deposited his Erub in that city, he only has 2,000 ells from that Erub. Elazar, however, said, whether he merely took his rest there or deposited his Erub, he may traverse the entire extent of the city and 2,000 ells outside of it. An objection was made based upon the statement of Arakiba addressed to the sages, will ye not admit, that in the case of one who deposits his Erub in a cavern, that he has not the right to proceed further than 2,000 ells from the place where he has deposited his Erub? And their reply, true, but when is this the case? If there are no dwellings in the cavern. Thus we see, that if there are no dwellings within it, the sages agree with Arakiba. How then can our Lazar say, that one may traverse the whole extent of the city and 2,000 ells beyond? By the statement if there are no dwellings in the cavern, the sages mean to say, if there is no room for dwellings in the cavern. Marjahuda observed that the inhabitants of Mbrukta placed their Erub in the synagogue of the city of Agubar, so he, p. 144, said to them, Why do ye not place the Erub a little further? Ye will have more space to the 2,000 ells? Said Rabbi to him, Thou quarreller! Thou disputest the opinion of the sages. Concerning the law of Erubim no attention is paid to Arakiba, because it had been decided long ago, that the more lenient decrees concerning Erubim prevail.
Chapter 6. Regulations concerning the Erubim of courts and partnerships. Mishnah, to one who dwells in the same court with a Gentile, or with one who does not acknowledge the laws of Erub, the latter prove a bar to his carrying in the court. Our Eliezer ben Jacob, however, said, At no time can such a prohibition be caused, unless there be two Israelites, who prevent each other. Our Gamaliel related, It happened that a Sadducee dwelt with us in one alley, entry, in Jerusalem, and my father said to us, On the eve of Sabbath, Make haste and bring all the vessels into the alley, lest the Sadducee bring out his, and thus make it unlawful for you to carry out yours. Our Jehudi related the same circumstance with a variation in the language, viz., Make haste and do what you require done in the alley, lest he come out and make it unlawful for you to do so. Gemara, Abai and Arhanana, both sons of Abin, were sitting along with Abai. The two brothers said, The Mishnah would be correct according to the opinion of our Amir, who holds that the dwelling of a Gentile as far as the laws of Erubim are concerned is regarding as a dwelling, but what about our Eliezer ben Jacob? If he regards the dwelling of a Gentile as a dwelling, then it should prove a bar even to one Israelite, and if he holds that it is not regarding as a dwelling, then it should not interfere even with two Israelites. Said Abaili to them, Does then our Amir hold that the dwelling of a Gentile is regarding as a dwelling where the laws of Erubim are concerned? Have we not learned in Aboreta, that our Amir holds the dwelling of a Gentile to be like a vacant house, where things may be moved at will? Therefore I say, all agree that the dwelling of a Gentile is not considered as a dwelling as far as Erubim are concerned, and that the intent of the Mishnah is simply to prevent the Israelite from falling into the ways of the Gentile and disregard the Sabbath entirely, and to this end our Amir holds, that a. p. 146. Paragraph continues, Gentile proves a bar even to one Israelite, but our Eliezer ben Jacob maintains that it is so rare an occurrence for one Israelite and one Gentile to live in one court, that such a precaution is in that case superfluous. The text of the above Boratha is as follows, The dwelling of a Gentile is, as far as the laws of Erubim are concerned, to be regarded as a vacant house, and things may be moved and carried to and from his house and the court. But if an Israelite also dwelt in the same court, the Gentile proves a bar to the Israelite. Such is the dictum of our Amir. Our Eliezer ben Jacob, however, said that the Gentile does not interfere, unless there are two Israelites who prevent each other. Have we not learned in our Mishnah that if one dwells in the same court with a Gentile, the Gentile proves a bar? This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to the Gentile who is on the spot, while our Eliezer ben Jacob refers to one who is not at home. What does our Eliezer mean to express? Does he hold that the dwelling without the occupant is also a dwelling? Then he should state that even one Israelite is prevented by it. If he holds that the dwelling without its occupant is not considered a dwelling, then why does he mention a Gentile? He could say, if there be two Israelites and one is absent from home, he does not prove a bar to the other. Nay, a dwelling without its occupant is not considered a dwelling, but in the case of the Israelite who was absent, if he had proved the bar when at home, the precaution is also enforced when he is not at home, but in the case of a Gentile, no such precaution is necessary for the reason that he himself does not prove a bar to the Israelite, and his interference is merely due to the fact that the Israelite might fall into his ways and disregard the Sabbath. When the Gentile is absent, however, such apprehension does not exist. If the Gentile is absent, he does not prevent the Israelite. Have we not learned in a Mishnah that if a person quits his house, and he goes to take his Sabbath rest in another town, whether he be a Gentile or an Israelite, he proves a bar to the other in midst of the court? Such is the decree of our Mir. This refers to a case of where there is fear that the person will return on the same day. Our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Jacob. Our Huna, however, said, it is customary to hold to the opinion of our Eliezer, that is, it is not taught in the colleges that the halakha prevails. p. 147. According to our Eliezer ben Jacob, but when a man asks concerning this law, he may be told to follow that dictum. Our Johanan however said, the people act in accordance with our Eliezer's decree, but it should not be decided so when the question arises. Abai asked our Joseph, it is known to us, that all the Mishnah taught by our Eliezer ben Jacob are clean and thorough. Here also our Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Jacob. Now then, if a disciple of a certain master live in the same town as his master and is asked concerning a halakha established by our Eliezer ben Jacob, which is therefore correct, may he decide it himself, or must he as usual refer the case to his master? Our Joseph answered, our Hisda, who was a disciple of our Huna, would not even decide the question whether eggs may be eaten with kutash, a dish made principally of milk, as long as our Huna was living. Our Jacob bar Rabbah asked Abai, may a disciple decide in the place where his master resides a halakha contained in the scrolls of fast days? Abai replied, our Joseph decided this question as stated above. Our Hisda did decide legal questions during the lifetime of our Huna, in Kafri. 1. Our Hamnuna 2 decided questions in the city of Hartha, which belonged to Argus in the days when our Hisda lived. Hartha was not far from Pabadatha, the residence of our Hisda. Rabina would examine the slaughtering knives in Babylon during the lifetime of our Rashi, who was the head of the college. Our Rashi asked him, why does master do this? Rabina answered, did not our Hamnuna decide questions in Hartha during the lifetime of our Hisda? Said our Rashi to him, on the contrary. We have learned that our Hamnuna did not do this. Rejoined Rabina, we have learned both, that he did and that he did not, and the case seems to be thus. As long as our Huna the master of our Hisda lived, our Hamnuna did not decide any questions, but upon the death of our Hun when our p. 148. Paragraph continues, Hisda became the head of the college. Our Hamnuna began to decide questions also, because he was virtually a disciple, and comrade of our Hisda, and I am also a disciple comrade of master. Rabha said, if a slaughtering knife is brought to a young scholar for examination, he may examine it, providing he intends to use some of the meat himself. Rabina one came to the city of Meza, and stopped at an inn. The innkeeper brought a slaughtering knife to him for examination, and Rabina told him to take it to Rabha. Said the innkeeper, dost thou not hold with Rabha, that a young scholar may examine a slaughtering knife if he intends to use the meat himself? Rejoined Rabina, yeah, but the meat is thine and I merely buy the meat of thee as others do. Our Elazar of the city of Hagronia and our Rabbi bar Taklifa, our Aha, were the guests of our Aha the son of Arqua in the city presided over by our Aha bar Jacob. A calf, which was the third of its mother, was to be prepared, and the slaughtering knife was brought to them for inspection. Said our Ahabar Taklifa, must we not respect the elder, meaning our Ahabar Jacob? Said our Elazar to him, thus decided Rabha, a young scholar may examine the slaughtering knife if he intends to use the meat himself. Accordingly Elazar examined the knife but was afterwards punished for it. Why was our Elazar punished for it? Rabba had really allowed it? Because our Ahabar Jacob was an exceptionally wise and extremely old sage. Rabba said, a disciple has no right to decide questions of law. If, however, he sees a person committing a prohibited act, he may even in the presence of his master correct such a person. Rabina, while in the presence of Rashi, his master, observed a man tying an ass to a tree on Sabbath. He admonished him and told him that it was not allowed, but the man paid no attention to him, whereupon Rabina said to him, thou art under a ban for this. Then he, Rabina, said to Rashi, can this action of mine be construed as disrespectful to thee because it was done in thy presence? Rashi answered, it is written, Proverbs 21:30, there is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord, and that means, where the honor of p. 149. The Lord is concerned, the respect due a teacher is not to be considered. Rabba said, if a disciple decide a point of law in the presence of his master, it is considered as a capital offense, but if he does this in the absence of his master while the master is still in the same city, it is not a capital offense, but is nevertheless prohibited. Zerah said in the name of Hanina, it is not a capital offense, but he is nevertheless called a sinner, as it is written, Psalms 6:2, in my heart have I treasured up thy saying, in order that I may not sin against thee. This signifies that if one did not treasure up his knowledge but uttered it in the presence of his master, he commits sin. Hamnuna propounded a contradictory question to the above verse, viz., it is written, Psalms XL 10, I announced thy righteousness in the great assembly, and himself explained it by saying, the former verse was proclaimed by David when Ira the Yerite, who was his master, was still living, and the latter when Ira was dead. Arababar Zabia said, he who sends his gifts to one particular priest to the exclusion of all others brings famine into the world, as it is written, 2 Samuel 20:26, and Ira the Yerite was a priest unto David. Why a priest unto David? Was he not also a priest to the rest of Israel? The inference then is, that David presented him with all his gifts, and immediately following this verse, it is written, Ibid. 21:1, and there was a famine in the days of David 3 years. Elazar said, a disciple who decides a point of law in the place of his master, if entrusted with a position of importance, is eventually deposed, as it is written, Numbers 31:21-24, that Elazar the priest quoted a law, and although he quoted it in the name of Moses, still he was deposed from office on that account, for although Joshua was ordered to stand before Elazar, Numbers 27:21, we do not find one instance where Joshua ever availed himself of Elazar's services. Our Levi said, he who decides a point of law in the presence of his master will die childless, for it is written, Numbers 11:28, that Joshua, the son of Nun, said, my lord Moses, forbid them, and Chronicles 7:27, it merely states, now his son, Jehoshua his son, whence we see that Joshua had no children. There was an entry in which a man by the name of Lachman Bar Risk resided. He was asked to rent his right to the p. 150 ground occupied by him to the other inmates, but he would not do this. So the matter was brought to a Bey for decision, and he told them as follows, all of you, resign your rights to your grounds to one man in the entry, and thus it will constitute a case of where one Israelite and one Gentile occupy the same entry, when one Gentile occupies the same grounds with one Israelite, he does not interfere with the Israelite. How can this remedy us? Why was it decreed that one Gentile does not interfere with an Israelite? Because it is of rare occurrence that they should occupy the same court, but in our case it is different. We all live there? Said Erubim. In your case there is also an unusual occurrence, for it seldom happens that all the inmates of one entry should resign their rights to one man. Subsequently Yarhuna the son of Arjehoshma related the statement of Abeli to Rabha. Said Rabha, if so, then the entire law of Erubim was made void in that entry. Nay, they mad Erub between themselves also. Rejoined Rabba, this is still worse. In that case it will be said that an Erub may be made where a Gentile lives. Answered Arhuna, it will be proclaimed that the carrying is not done on account of the Erub, but because every inmate has resigned his right to the ground to one man, and hence it is private ground. To whom will ye proclaim this? To the children. Continued Rabha. I have a better plan. Let one man go and ask Lachman Bar Risk to permit him to deposit something in his, Lachman's, yard, which will then be considered as rented for an entire year. And Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, that if ground had been rented by an Israelite from a Gentile or vice versa for 1 year or even for 1 season when the crops are harvested, in fact if any dealings at all have been had on this order with the Gentile, an Erub may be placed in the entry where he lives with impunity. Abai asked of Bar Joseph, how is it, if there are several who had rented apartments from a Gentile and one of them forgot to make an Erub? Would he prove a bar to the others or not? Answered Joseph, the statement of Jehudah in the name of Samuel was made in order to make the law more lenient and not to make it more rigid. When Naaman heard the dictum of Jehudah in the name of Samuel quoted above, he said, how fine is this halakha? Then he heard another dictum of Jehudah in the name of Samuel stating that one who had imbibed a quarter of p. 151 a lug of wine must not decide any legal questions. Said Naaman, this halakha is preposterous. I know that my head is not quite clear until I drink a quarter of a lug of wine. Said Rabha to him, why should master say this? Has he not heard the dictum of Ahabar Hanina, viz., it is written, Proverbs 29:3, he that keepeth company with harlots wasteth his wealth, and this means that one who declares one halakha to be fine and another to be bad loses the beauty, wealth, of the Torah. Answered Naaman, thou art right. I shall do this no more. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said, one who is tipsy should not pray, but if he had done so his prayer is nevertheless acceptable. One who is intoxicated, however, and prayed, his prayer is considered as a blasphemy. What is meant by tipsy? If a man were compelled to speak to the king and had still sense enough to do so, he is merely tipsy, but one who would not be able to do this is considered intoxicated. Said Drami Bar Abba, one who after drinking had walked a mile or slept a little is again considered sober. Said Naaman in the name of Rabbi Bar Awu, this is the case if he had drunk only a quarter of a lug of wine, but if he drank more, then the walk tires him still more, and the interrupted dose inebriates him still more. Will a walk of 1 mile then neutralize the effects of the wine? Have we not learned that Rabban Gamaliel while traveling at one time rode upon an ass from the city Akhu to Kazib and was followed by Arilai? Gamaliel noticed some loaves lying on the road, so he said to Alai, take the loaves up, and meeting a Gentile later said to him, Mabgai, take the loaves away from Alai. Alai then asked the Gentile, whence art thou? And he answered, from the cities of Borganan. What is thy name? Asked Alai again. I am called Mabgai, was the answer. Dost thou know Gamaliel? Was the next question, or does Gamaliel know thee? Nay, answered the Gentile. Thus it is obvious that our Gamaliel knew the name of the Gentile by inspiration, and three things may be deduced from his actions, viz., firstly, that bread must not be passed by, but should be gathered up; secondly, that we must be guided by the majority of wayfarers, that is, on account of the majority of wayfarers being Gentiles, the bread is presumed to belong to them, and hence our lay was told to give it to the Gentile; and thirdly, that leavened bread belonging to a Gentile, even if remaining over from the Passover, may be made use of by Israelites after the Passover. Upon his arrival at Kezib, our Gamaliel was asked by a man to nullify a vow. Said our Gamaliel to his companions, "Have we drunk a quarter of a lug of Italian wine?" And they answered, "Yeah, we did." Then, quoth our Gamaliel, "Let us walk on, the man following us until the effects of the wine wear off." And they walked on for 3 miles. When they came to the steps leading up to the city of Tyre, our Gamaliel dismounted, wrapped himself in a robe, sat down and nullified the man's vow, and from these actions we have learned many things, namely, a quarter of a lug of Italian wine inebriates a man. When a man is inebriated, he must not decide any legal questions. A walk neutralizes the effects of wine, and a vow must not be nullified while riding, standing, or walking, but in a sitting position. Thus we see that a 3 miles walk is required to destroy the effects of wine. How can it be said that 1 mile is sufficient? In a case of inebriation through Italian wine it is different, because that wine is very strong, but for ordinary wine a walk of 1 mile is all that is necessary. The Master said, "One must not pass by bread." Said our Johanan in the name of our Simeon ben Joachai, this was said in the earlier generations when the daughters of Israel had not yet resorted to witchcraft, but in the latter generations when they began to practice it, bread may be passed by, lest it be bewitched. We have learned in Aboratha, whole loaves of bread may be passed by, because they may be bewitched, but pieces of bread should not, as there is no fear of their being bewitched. Our Shesheth said in the name of our Elazar ben Azariah, "I could exempt the entire world from divine judgment since the destruction of the temple to the present day, for it is written, Isaiah 21, Therefore, hear now this, O thou afflicted, and drunken, but not with wine. Hence if all the world is drunken, they should not be judged." An objection was made. We have learned that a drunken man's purchase is a valid purchase, his sale is a valid sale. If he has committed a capital offense, he should be executed. If he committed a crime involving the punishment of stripes, he must be given the stripes. The rule is that he is in all respects considered as a sober man with the exception that he is absolved. p. 153. From prayer. Our Shesheth means to say by stating that he can absolve the entire world from divine judgment, that he can exempt the world from the judgment concerning their prayers. Said our Hanina, all this is said concerning a man whose drunkenness does not equal that of Lot's, but if it is of the degree of Lot's drunkenness, he is exempt from all judgment. Our High Abar Ashi said in the name of Rab, one whose mind is not thoroughly at ease must not pray, as it is written, in his affliction shall he not judge. 1. It was the custom of our Hanina to omit saying his prayers on a day when he was in a bad humor, and Marakba would not take his seat on the judge's bench on a day when a hot south wind would blow, saying that it was too hot to judge with a clear mind. R. Naaman Bar Itzhak said, when a halakha is to be decided by a man, his head should be as clear as it is on a day when a north wind which drives away all dark clouds is blowing and the sky is clear and the weather fine. Abahi said, when my mother would tell me to hand her some kutash, it so confused me, that I could not study that whole day. Rabha said, if a flea bit me, I could no longer learn. The mother of Mar, the son of Rabina, made her son 7 suits of clothes, 1 for each day of the week. Our Jehuda said, the night was made only for sleep. Our Simeon Ben Lakish, however, said, the moon was made only in order to facilitate study at night. Our Zara was told that all his conclusions were very sagacious, and he replied, that they were all studied during the day. The daughter of Arhista said to her father, why does master not sleep a while? And he answered, very long days will yet come, when study will be impossible, meaning the days in the grave. R. Naaman Bar Itzhak said, we are all day laborers. R. Ahabar Jacob would borrow hours from the day and repay them at night. R. Eliezer said, one who traveled on the road should. P. 154. Upon his return, not recite his prayers for 3 days, as it is written, Ezra 8:15. And I gathered them together to the river that runneth into the Ahava, and we encamped there 3 days, and I looked about among the people. Which signifies that one should deliberate for 3 days and then pray. The father of Samuel when on the road would not pray for 3 days. Samuel himself would not pray in a room where there was any beer, saying that the odor of the beer confused him. Our papa would not pray in a house where there was harsina, a dish made of fish and vinegar, saying that the odor disturbed him. Our Hanina said, a man who is angry with another and when under the influence of liquor can be persuaded to a reconciliation possesses one of the qualities of his Creator, as it is written, Genesis 8:21, and the Lord smelled the sweet savor, etc. Our High said, one who drinks wine and is not excited thereby, has some of the qualities of the 70 sages in the days of Moses. The inference of our High is based upon the word yain, wine, which according to the Hebrew method of counting, namely, yad equals 10 and another yad equals 10 and none equals 50, altogether 70, and also upon the word sod, secret, samak equals 60, vav equals 6 and dald equals 4, altogether 70. Hence when the wine enters, the secrets escape and the man who does not become excited through wine and can retain his secrets, possesses the wisdom of the 70 sages. Our Hanan said, wine was created only to comfort the mourners and to pay the wicked their reward for any good they may have done, on this earth, as it is written, Proverbs 31:6, give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those who have an embittered soul. By one that is ready to perish, is meant the wicked, and by those who have an embittered soul, are meant the mourners. Our Hanan Bar Papa said, a house where wine does not flow like water cannot be classed among those that are blessed, as it is written, Exod 23:25, and he will bless thy bread and thy water. The bread referred to is that which can be bought with the proceeds of the second tithes, and the water which cannot be bought with such money really means wine. If, then, wine is so plentiful in the house, that it flows like water, the house is counted among the blessed. R.I. Leahy said, by means of 3 things a man's character, p. 155, may be ascertained, by his wine cup, by his purse, and by his anger, and others say also by his play, for money. Our Jehuda said in the name of Rab, there was a case, where an Israelite and a Gentile occupied an inner court and another Israelite occupied the outer court, and it was referred to Rabbi for decision. He decided that the outer court must not be used to carry therein. It was then referred to our High and he decided likewise. Rabbi and Dar Joseph both sat in the presence of Ar Sheshath, when he finished his lecture, and Ar Sheshath concluded by saying, that Rab decided the above halakha in accordance with the opinion of our Mir. Rabbi shook his head. Said Dar Joseph, is it possible that 2 such great men, as Ar Sheshath and Rabbi, should be mistaken? If Rab's dictum are according to our Mir, why was it necessary to state that the outer court was occupied by an Israelite? Our Mir holds that even one Gentile and one Israelite are sufficient to make it unlawful to carry in one court, if we assume that Rab merely related the circumstance as it occurred, without making a decision. Is it not a fact that when Rab was asked whether, if the Gentile was at his home, the Israelite may carry from the inner court to the outer, he answered that he may. Hence we see that the Gentile does not prevent the Israelite occupying the same court from carrying therein, but that the two Israelites prevent each other. Shall we then assume that Trab held in accordance with R. Eliezer ben Jacob? Why should it be prohibited for the Israelite to carry from one court to the other? Further on we shall learn that, according to R. Akiba, a foot, meaning the man, which is allowed to carry in its place cannot interfere with the right of another place, and in this case each Israelite may carry in his own court, for one of them has the court to himself and the other has but one Gentile in his court, who, according to R. Eliezer ben Jacob, does not interfere with his right to carry. Why then should it be prohibited for them to carry between the courts? It might be then that Trab holds with R. Akiba, who says that a foot which is allowed to carry in its own place nevertheless interferes with the right of another place. Then why should the Gentile be mentioned? Each Israelite will prevent the other. Said Darhuna, the son of R. Jehoshua. It may be assumed that Rab agrees either with R. Eliezer ben Jacob or with R. Akiba, but in this case the two Israelites combined in an Erub. p. 156. And on account of the interference of the Gentile, he prohibited both. Resh Lakish and the disciples of R. Hanina met in an inn where lived two Israelites and a Gentile, who rented his place from another Gentile. The tenant was not at home but the owner was. The question then arose whether the place of the tenant could be rented from the owner for the Sabbath. Where the tenant had a perfect lease and could not be dispossessed for that day, it is entirely out of the question. If, however, the tenant's lease was conditional, that is, if the owner could at any time dispossess him, the question arises whether, because of the fact that he had not yet been dispossessed, the tenant retains his right to the place and it cannot be rented, or from the fact that it is optional with the owner to dispossess the tenant at any time, the place may be rented. Resh Lakish said, in the meantime, let us rent the place, and afterwards, when we come to our sages in the south, we will ask their opinion. Subsequently, when they came to Ariphes and asked him, he told them that they had done rightly. Hanina bar Joseph, Arhiah bar Abba, and Darasi met at an inn, the proprietor of which was a Gentile and who arrived on the Sabbath. The question then arose, whether his place could be rented from him for the Sabbath or not. If renting a place is equal to making an Erub, then, of course, it would not be permitted on Sabbath, but if renting a place was merely the resigning of it by one man to another, then it may be done, because that is allowed on Sabbath. Hanina advised renting it but Tarasi objected. Said Arhiah bar Abba to them, let us depend upon this elder, meaning Hanina, and rent it and then we will ask Johanan. When they asked Johanan he told them, they had done what was right. The men of Neherdai when hearing of this were surprised, saying, did not Johanan say at another time, that renting a place for the Sabbath was equivalent to making an Erub? Hence, as the Erub must be effected on the preceding day, the renting must be done likewise. Nay, Johanan means to state that as an Erub may be effected with anything, no matter how little in value, a place may also be rented for any amount, be it ever so small, and as one man may combine an Erub for 5 others occupying the same court, so may one rent also for others. Samuel said, there is no such thing as resigning the right. p. 157. Of one court to another court, nor resigning the right to the space of the ruin. This signifies that if 2 courts opened into an entry or into the street and the sides had a door between them, there is no necessity for them to combine an Erub, and, in consequence, they are not benefited if the right of one court is resigned to the other. And as for a ruin, it means that if there are 2 houses opening into a ruin between them, neither can use the ruin, unless they combine an Erub, but the space enjoyed by each cannot be resigned by one to the other. R. Johanan, however, said that both in the case of the court and of the ruin the right to the space may be resigned by one to the other. It was necessary for us to be told of both instances wherein they differ, for if we had been told that Samuel only prohibited the resigning of the space by one court to the other, we might have assumed that he did so because each court had a right in itself without combining a joint Erub. But as for a ruin, he might have held that as an Erub must be affected by the two houses on each side, if the use of the ruin is desired, the resigning of the space was permitted. If the difference concerning the ruin only were related, it might be said that R. Johanan permits the resigning of the space of the ruin only, because an Erub must be affected by the houses desiring its use, whereas in the case of the court, he agrees with Samuel. Hence both instances are quoted. Abai said, the prohibition of Samuel regarding the resigning of the space by one court to another refers only to two courts that had a door between them. If, however, one court was contained within the other and did not have a separate entrance to the street, they may mutually resign their space, because they are bound to combine an Erub. Rub has said, in such a case, they at certain times may do so and at other times they must not, and this will be explained at the end of this chapter. When Arhistam met Arshasheth his lips would tremble, for knowing that Arshasheth was so well versed in Misnilth and Borathoth, he was afraid to render a decision lest Arshasheth would contradict him with another Mishnah or Boratha. On the other hand, Arshasheth's whole body would tremble when he met Arhistam, for knowing that the latter was very shrewd, he was afraid of Arhista's sagacity. Arhistam propounded the following question to Arshasheth. p. 158. If there were two houses on each side of a wide street, public ground, and some Gentiles made a partition around the street on the Sabbath, what is the law? According to those who maintain that it is not allowed for one court to resign its space to another, there is no question, because if the two courts had desired to make an Erub on the preceding day they could have done so, and still they are not allowed to resign their spaces to each other. So much the more in our case, where the two houses could not have combined an Erub on the preceding day on account of the intervening public ground which had not yet had a partition, they are not allowed to resign their space to each other. I am asking, however, considering the Tana who maintains that the two courts may resign their space to each other. Shall I assume that it is permitted in the case of the two courts because they could have made an Erub on the preceding day, but in the case of our two houses which could not have made an Erub on the preceding day, it is not permitted, or, as there is a partition around the intervening public ground, they may do so? Arshasheth answered, nay, it is not permitted. Arhistam queried again, how is it, if two Israelites living in the same court with a Gentile and not having made an Erub or rented the place of the Gentile, the latter died on the Sabbath? May they mutually resign their space to each other? According to the Tana who holds that one may rent a place on the Sabbath, there is no question, because if they did not make an Erub they may rent the place from the Gentile and then resign their places to each other. Thus, if two things may be done on the Sabbath, one certainly may be done. I ask thee, according to the Tana who prohibits renting on the Sabbath, may the two Israelites in this case where the Gentile is dead and they need not rent his place resign their places to each other or not? Rejoined Arshasheth, I say that they may, because if they had chosen to rent the place yesterday and then effect an Erub they could have done so, but Hamnuna does not allow them to do this. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, if a Gentile have in his court a door, 4 spans wide and 4 ells high, opening into a valley, even should he lead cattle, camels, and wagons through the entry to the court all day long, he does not interfere with the Israelites inhabiting the court, because his door is of more use to him than the common entry, and serves to separate him from the others. p. 159. The schoolman asked, how is the law, if the door of the Gentile opened into a woodshed. R. Naaman Barami said in the name of some learned men, even if the door of the Gentile opened into a woodshed and the common entry into the street, he also does not interfere with the Israelites inhabiting the court. Rabba and Dar Joseph both say, if the woodshed was not more than of 2 sas capacity, the Gentile does interfere with the Israelites, because he cannot derive as much comfort from the woodshed as he can from the street, but if the woodshed was larger than that, the Gentile does not interfere. With Israelites it is the reverse. If the woodshed, into which the separate door opens, be no more than of 2 sas capacity and the Israelite had not combined in the Erub with the others, he does not interfere with them, because a woodshed of that size may be used by him on the Sabbath. But if the woodshed be larger, he does interfere with the other Israelites. Rab Habar Haiklai asked of Arhuna, how is the law if a Gentile have a door opening into a woodshed? And Arhuna answered, the sages have already decided this. If the woodshed be of 2 sas capacity, he interferes with the Israelites, but if of more than 2 sas capacity he does not. It happened that some warm water was spilled and more was needed for a child on the Sabbath. So Rabbah said, let some warm water be brought from my house. Said Abieli to him, why? No Erub has been made. Rejoined Rabbah, let us depend upon the combine made in the entry of this court, but Abieli persisted, we have no part even in the entry. Finally Rabbah said, let a Gentile be told to bring it. Subsequently Abieli said, I had a mind to dispute even this last order of my master, but Ar Joseph would not permit me to do this, for Ar Joseph said in the name of Ar Kahana, where a biblical ordinance is in question the case should be discussed before the act is committed, but in the matter of rabbinical ordinances the deed may be accomplished and then the decision may be asked for. Then Ar Joseph asked Abieli, upon what grounds dost thou desire to dispute this last order of the master? And he answered, upon the teaching we have learned in Aboratha, viz., while the sprinkling of an unclean man, with the ashes of the red heifer, by a clean man is only a rabbinical ordinance, the Sabbath should not be violated by the performance of this rite even if it be necessary for the fulfillment of a commandment. P. 160. And in the same manner requesting a Gentile to perform an act on the Sabbath being also against the rabbinical ordinance, it should not be done on the Sabbath. Rejoined Ar Joseph, canst thou discriminate between the performance of an act which is against the rabbinical ordinance and a case where no act at all was committed? The Gentile was not told by Rabbah to warm the water but merely to bring it from his house through the entry, and this is certainly not prohibited. Said Rabbah Bar Hanan to Abieli, how was it possible, that in a court where 2 such great men as Rabbah and thou reside, no Erub was made either in the court or in the entry? Answered Abieli, how can I help it? The master does not usually pay attention to such trifles. I am engaged all the week long in study, while the inmates of the court do not trouble themselves about it. Should I make up my mind to present them with the bread in my basket, it would be merely a sham, for if they were to demand it, I could not in reality part with it as I cannot spare it. Hence even if I should have this in mind, it would be useless, for we have learned in Aboratha, that if one of the inhabitants of the entry demanded wine or oil and was refused, the combine is made invalid. Rejoined Rabbah Bar Hanan, then thou couldst have in mind to give them a quarter of a lug of vinegar from the cask thou hast in the house, and thou surely wouldst not use up that on the Sabbath. Abieli replied, we have learned in another Boratha, that it is not allowed to combine an Erub with material which is in bulk because it might be, that the very part which was intended for the Erub may be used. But, insisted Rabbah Bar Hanan, we have learned in another Boratha that this may be done. Said Aroshia, concerning this, there is a difference of opinion between Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel. It happened again that some warm water needed for a child was spilled. Said Rabba, let the mother be asked whether she is in need of warm water, and, if so, a Gentile may be told to warm it and bring it to her, and it will serve for the child also. Armesh Harshia remarked, the mother has been eating dry dates for some time, then she certainly does not need any warm water. Rejoined Rabba, she is not quite herself and knows not what she eats. Another case of this kind happened with the child. So Rabba said, let the belongings of the men be taken from the men's room into the woman's apartment, I shall then resign my place. p. 161. For the benefit of others, and the warm water may be brought from my house. Said Rabbinah to Rabba, did not Samuel say that it is not allowed to resign the space of one court to another? And Rabba answered, I hold with R. Johanan who permits this to be done. Rejoined Rabbinah, if thou dost not hold with Samuel, why then didst thou order the belongings of the men to be transferred to the women's apartments? Thou shouldst have resigned thy place to them and they their place to thee, then all of you will be enabled to carry, which according to Rab is also permissible. Rabbi replied, in this respect I hold with Samuel, in order that it should not appear as if I resign my place to the others and they their place to me. The text states that Rab permits the mutual resigning of places and Samuel prohibits it. Said Darashi, Rab and Samuel differ in the same point as our Eliezer and the sages, in chapter 2, last Mishnah, where our Eliezer forbids the inmate of a court who had forgotten to join in the Erub to carry and permits the other inmates to do so. Our Gamaliel related, it happened that a Sadducee, etc. Whence this reference to a Sadducee? The Mishnah is not complete and should read thus, a Sadducee is considered the same as a Gentile, and our Gamaliel said, he is not considered as a Gentile. And then relates the incident. It happened that a Sadducee dwelt with us in one alley in Jerusalem, and my father said to us, make haste and bring out all your vessels into the alley, before the Sadducee can do this and thus prevent you from doing so. We have also learned to this effect in a Boratha, viz., an Israelite who lives in the same court with a Gentile, a Sadducee, or a Bathusay, is prevented by them from carrying therein. Our Gamaliel, however, said this does not apply to a Sadducee or a Bathusay, and it happened that a Sadducee lived in the same alley with him in Jerusalem, so he said to his children, make haste and carry out all your vessels into the alley, before that unworthy one can come out and prevent you from doing so, for so far he has resigned his place to you, but later he may change his mind. So said Darmir. Our Jehuda, however, gave another version of the affair, viz., make haste and do what is necessary for you in the alley, before it becomes dark, for after dark the Sadducee will prevent you from doing so, meaning that the Sadducee, like a Gentile, cannot resign his place to the Israelites. Shall we assume then, p. 162, therefrom, that if the Israelites do a thing before the Sadducee that he cannot prevent them later? Have we not learned in the Mishnah? One who, after resigning his place, carries out intentionally or inadvertently into the court, prevents the others from doing so. So said Darmir. Said Dar Joseph, say that he does not prevent the others. Abai says, there is no difficulty. The Mishnah by stating that he prevents the others means to say, if he had previously carried out things before the others did so, as we have learned in a Boratha, if after resigning his place, a man carried out things into the court, either intentionally or inadvertently, he prevents the others from doing so. So said Darmir. Our Jehuda said only if he did so intentionally. All agree, however, that such is only the case if the other inmates of the court had not carried out things before he did, but if they had done so, he does not prevent them at all, whether he had carried out things intentionally or unintentionally. The master said, our Jehuda, however, gave another version of the affair. Then our Jehuda holds that the Sadducee is considered as a Gentile, and in the Mishnah we have learned that our Gamaliel said, lest the Sadducee bring out his vessels, etc. This presents no difficulty. There are two kinds of Sadducees. One who publicly violates the Sabbath is considered as a Gentile, and one who does so secretly is not considered as a Gentile. According to whose opinion will the following Boraitha be? One who publicly violates the Sabbath cannot resign his place? According to the opinion of R. Jehuda. Once a man went out on the Sabbath with a bundle of spices in his hand, and seeing the approach of R. Jehuda III, he concealed it. Said R. Jehuda III, according to R. Jehuda, a man of this kind may resign his place, as we have learned in another Boraitha. An apostate who does not violate the Sabbath in the markets may resign his place, but one who does violate the Sabbath in the markets cannot do so, for it was said that only an Israelite may resign his place or accept ground resigned to him by another, but from a Gentile the place must be rented. How may a place be resigned by Israelites? One says to the other, "My place is sold to thee," or "My place is resigned to thee," and no token of acceptance is necessary. Mishnah, should one of the householders of a court forget, and not join in the Erub, neither he nor the other inmates of the court are allowed to carry anything into or out of his house. p. 163. But he and they may carry into or out of their houses. If the other inmates have resigned to him their common right to the court, he is permitted to carry therein, but they must not do so. Should there be two persons who have neglected to combine in an Erub, they mutually prevent each other, for one individual can resign his right to the court or can acquire that right, but two persons, though permitted to jointly resign their right, cannot jointly acquire the right to the exclusive use of the court. From what time is the right to be conferred? Beth Shammai hold, while it is yet daylight, but Beth Hillel maintains even from dusk, on the eve of Sabbath. Whoever resigns his right to the court, and afterwards either intentionally or inadvertently carries within it, prevents, renders it unlawful for the others from doing so. Such is the dictum of R. Meir. R. Jehuda, however, said, if he carries within the court, intentionally, he prevents them, but if inadvertently, he does not. Gemara, is it unlawful only to carry into and out of his house, but carrying into and out of the court it is lawful? How was the case? If he resigned his right to the house, why should it be unlawful to carry into the house? If he did not resign his right to the house, why should they all have a right to the court? In this case, the man had resigned his right to the court alone but not to his house, and the sages maintain that by resigning his right to the court he did not also resign his right to his house, and there are men who live in houses that have no court. Why then is it lawful for him to carry in and out of their houses? Because he is considered as a guest. If the other inmates have resigned to him, etc., will they then be considered as his guests? One man can be the guest of 5, but 5 men cannot be considered the guests of 1. Can we adduce from this clause in the Mishnah that this resigning of the right to a place can be repeated mutually several times? The Mishnah may mean to state that the other inmates had already previously resigned the rights of the one man, in which case it becomes lawful for him, but not for them. Should there be 2 persons, etc., is this not self-evident? The case is, if after having forgotten to join in the Erub, one of the 2 persons resigned his right to his house and also the right to the part of the court renounced to him by the others, we might assume that this could be lawfully done. We are therefore told that the other inmates having resigned their rights to p. 164. The 2 persons jointly, one of them individually cannot resign his right, because he had not an individual right at that time. For one individual can resign his right, etc. This was just stated in the Mishnah. What need is there of the repetition? We have learned both concerning resigning and acquiring a right. The latter part of the clause, which teaches that 2 persons may resign their right, but must not acquire it, is essential. This, however, is also self-evident. We might assume that a precautionary measure is necessary prohibiting two to resign their right, lest one resign his to two. Therefore we are told that such a precaution is not necessary. Two persons cannot jointly acquire the right. Why this repetition again? Here we are told that two persons must not acquire the right even when presented with the ground in question outright, so that they have the privilege of transferring it to others. Abai asked of Rabbah, if 5 men inhabited one court and one of them had forgotten to join in the Erub, must he resign his right to each of the others individually, or can he do so collectively? Rabbah answered, he must do so to each individually. Rejoined Abai, we have learned that one who had not joined in an Erub may resign his right to another that had, and two persons who had joined in an Erub may resign their right to one who had not. Two who had not joined in an Erub may also resign their right to two others who had not, but one who had not joined in an Erub must not resign his right to another in the same condition, nor may two who had not joined in an Erub resign their right to two others, who were similarly situated. It says, then, that one who had not joined in an Erub may resign his right to one who had. The one who had certainly must have had another person to combine an Erub with him. Then it seems to be sufficient if he, who had not joined, resigned his right to the one man only and not to the other also. Rabbah replied, yeah, he certainly had a companion in the Erub, but it may be the case that the companion died and he was left alone. Rabbah asked Naaman, may an heir, whose father died on the Sabbath, resign his right or not? Shall I say that because he could not prepare the Erub on the preceding day, not having his own property, he cannot resign his right on the Sabbath, or that he, being a descendant of his father, has also inherited his father's right? Answered Naaman, p. 165. Hold that he may, but the disciples of Samuel maintain that he must not. Rabbah objected, we have learned, this is the rule, a thing that had been permissible on part of the Sabbath is permissible for the entire Sabbath, and that which was prohibited for part of the Sabbath was also prohibited for the entire Sabbath. What is meant by had been permissible on part of this Sabbath? For example, a door which was used for making the Erub and had become closed up during the Sabbath, and by prohibited for part of this Sabbath is meant, for example, two houses, each one of which stood on the opposite sides of a wide street and the partition was made by Gentiles on the Sabbath. The exception is as regards one who resigned his right, that is, although a man had forgotten to join in an Erub before the Sabbath, he was not permitted to carry on part of Sabbath. Still he may on the Sabbath resign his right to the place and carry. It says, however, that only the man may carry but not his heir. Replied Naaman, learn, instead of the exception is as regards one who resigns his right, the exception is the law pertaining to the resigning of a right. Rabbah raised another objection, we have learned, if one of the householders of a court died and left his right to the ground to one living in the market, if the death took place while it was yet day before the Sabbath, the man living in the market impedes the inmates of the court, but if the death took place after dusk, he does not. If a man, however, living in the market, was possessed of a house and having died left his right to his place to one of the inmates of the court, then the reverse is the case, that is, if he died before Sabbath set in, the inmate of the court does not impede the others, because he could have joined in an Erub, but if the man died on the Sabbath, he does impede the others. Now if thou sayest that the heir may resign the right, let him do so, why should he impede the others? Answered Naaman, this means that he impedes the others only until he resigns his right. Johanan said, the above Boratha is according to Beth Shammai, who hold that it is not allowed to resign a right on Sabbath, as we have learned in our Mishnah. From what time may the right be resigned? Beth Shammai hold while it is yet daylight, and Beth Hillel maintain, from dusk. Said Eula, why do Beth Hillel hold that it may be done on Sabbath. The reason of Beth Hillel is based upon an instance where a man was about to separate heap offerings for p. 166. Another without being told to do so. In the meantime this other man came along and saw that the heave offerings were being separated for him, whereupon he said to the man, "Separate it from the finer grain." In that case the heave offering is valid. Why? Because by the statement "separate it from the finer grain" he demonstrated his approval of the man's action and his intention to have done this at all events. The same is the case with a man who resigns his right on the Sabbath, for he demonstrates that his intention had been to join in the Erub on the preceding day, but he had forgotten. Said a Bailey to him, "If this be the reason of Beth Hillel, what about the case of a Gentile who lived in the same court with two Israelites and happened to die on the Sabbath? The Israelites are permitted in that event to resign their rights to each other, but can it be said that their intention dated from the preceding day? Hence the reason of Beth Hillel is simply this: while Beth Shammai prohibit the resigning of the right to a place because they hold that it is equal to selling the place, and selling or buying is prohibited on the Sabbath, Beth Hillel however hold that resigning the right to a place is simply abandoning the place, and that is permissible on the Sabbath. Mishnah: should a householder be in partnership in wine with two of his neighbors, residing in the same alley, they do not require an Erub. If he be in partnership with one in wine and with another in oil, they do require an Erub. Our Simeon said, "Neither in one case nor in the other do they require an Erub." Gemara, said Rab, such is the case if the wine was contained in one vessel. And Rab has said, this may be inferred from the Mishnah itself, for the latter clause of the Mishnah states, that if the householder be in partnership with one in wine and with another in oil, they require an Erub. It would therefore be correct if in the first clause the wine is contained in one vessel and in the second clause there are two separate vessels. But were there two vessels in the first clause also, what difference would it make whether one vessel was filled with oil and the other with wine, or both with wine? Rejoined Abai, this is no argument. Wine can be mixed with wine, hence, even if it be in two vessels it can be mixed and an Erub made with it is valid, but oil and wine cannot be mixed, and even though there are two separate vessels the Erub cannot be made therewith. p. 167. Our Simeon said, "Neither in one case nor in the other do they require an Erub." Is it possible that our Simeon holds that even where one vessel contains wine and the other oil, no further Erub is necessary? Said Rabba, the case referred to applies to a court between two entries, alleys, and our Simeon holds to his theory, as we have learned in the case of the three courts opening into each other and also into the street, that communication between the middle court and the two outer or between the two outer ones and the middle one is permissible. Thus in this case our Simeon means to imply that the court made an Erub with one of the entries by means of wine and with the other by means of oil, hence no additional Erub is necessary, and communication between the court and both entries is permissible. Abai objected, how canst thou compare the two instances? In the case of the three courts communication between the two outer is prohibited, whereas here it is said that no additional Erub whatever is necessary. Learn also here, that no additional Erub is necessary to allow of communication between the court and the entries, but if the inmates of either of the entries desire to carry in the other they must make an additional Erub. Our Joseph, however, said, our Simeon and the sages differ in the same point as our Johanan Benri and the sages in another Mishnah as follows, if oil floated on wine and a man who had bathed before sunset, and hence was not yet ritually clean, touched the oil, the sages hold that the oil becomes unclean, but the wine is not affected. Our Johanan Benri, however, maintains that the wine and the oil are attached to each other and therefore both become unclean. In our Mishnah, the sages hold with the sages of the Mishnah quoted, and Dar Simeon holds with R. Johanan Benri. We have learned in a Boretha, R. Elazar ben Tadai said, in either case they require an additional Arab. Even if both vessels contain wine, an additional Arab is necessary. Answered Rabba, the case is thus: if two men each bring a jug of wine and pour the wine together, there is no question but what that constitutes a legal Arab. But in this instance R. Elazar ben Tadai means to state that if two men bought a cask of wine jointly and had not yet separated their shares, the Arab is not valid because it cannot be made with anything owned in partnership, and he holds thus for the reason that he does not accept the theory of premeditated choice. The sages, however, p. 168, permit this mode of procedure, because they accept the theory of premeditated choice. R. Joseph said, R. Elazar ben Tadai and the sages differ on another point, namely, the question whether the inmates of the court can depend upon the combine made in the entries. All agree that carrying in the entries is permissible if the Arab has been made there, but R. Elazar ben Tadai holds that this is not permitted in the court because the combine made in the entries cannot be depended upon, while the sages hold that it may be depended upon. R. Joseph continued, whence do I know that this is the point of difference? From the statement of R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, to the effect that the halakha prevails according to our Mir, and the subsequent statement of R. Brona in the name of Rab, that the halakha prevails according to R. Elazar ben Tadai. Therefore, we must assume that R. Mir and R. Elazar have one and the same reason. Said Derbe, this may be so, but why did Rab say at one time that the halakha prevails according to R. Mir and at another time according to R. Elazar ben Tadai? Would it not be sufficient to state that the halakha prevails according to one of the two? And R. Joseph answered, Rab desires to inform us that wherever the laws of Arab are concerned and two Tanaim differ as to the details, but agree as to the main issue of the halakha, and we say that the halakha prevails according to both, we need not abide by the more rigorous decisions of each but, on the contrary, should accept the more lenient decrees of both, which are Mir is referred to by Rab. The one figuring in the following Boretha, in courts and Arab must be made with bread, but it is not allowed to do so with wine. In the entries a combine must be effected with wine, but if the inmates desire to do so with bread, it is permissible. An Arab must be made in the courts and a combine in the entries in order that the growing children should not forget the laws of Arab and say, our parents did not make an Arab. Such is the decree of R. Mir. The sages, however, say, either an Arab or a combine must be effected, that is, if one was omitted the other can be depended upon. 1. R. Jehuda in the name of Rab said, the halakha prevails. p. 169. According to R. Mir. R. Huna said, the custom prevails according to R. Mir, and R. Johanan said, the masses only act in accordance with the dictum of R. Mir. 1. Mishnah, should 5 different companies take their Sabbath rest in one home, Triconium, Beth Shammai hold that each company requires a separate Arab, but Beth Hillel hold that one Arab suffices for all of them. The latter school admit, however, that if any of these companies occupy distinct chambers or attics, each company requires a separate Arab. Gemara, Sadar, Naaman, the two schools differ only as regards a low center partition, but if there was a partition 10 spans high between each of the companies, all agree that each company requires a separate Arab. According to another version, R. Naaman is supposed to have said, they differ not only as regards a low center partition, but also concerning partitions between each company. R. Jehuda the sagacious said, the schools of Shammai and Hillel do not differ where partitions that reach to the ceiling of the hall are concerned. They agree that in that event each company requires a separate Arab. Wherein they do differ, however, is if the partitions do not reach the ceiling. Sadar. Naaman in the name of Rab, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda the Sagacious. R. Naaman bar Itzhak said, we can infer this from the Mishnah itself. The latter clause of the Mishnah states that Beth Hillel also agree with Beth Shammai if the companies each dwell in distinct chambers or attics. What is meant by distinct chambers and attics? Shall we say that they are really chambers and attics? Then it would be self-evident. We must say, then, that they are similar to chambers and attics, that is, that the reference is to partitions which reach to the ceiling. Hence the deduction that the decree of R. Jehuda the Sagacious is correct. We have learned in Aboretha, the difference of opinion between the two schools centers in the question whether the companies deposited their Erubim elsewhere. But if the Erub is deposited in the hall occupied by them, all agree that one Erub is sufficient for all. According to whose opinion will be the statement of the following Boretha, that if 5 men combined an Erub, 1 Erub is sufficient for all of them. This is in accordance with the opinion of Beth Hillel. p. 170. Mishnah, brothers, or associates, who take their meals at their father's, or at one table, but sleep each in his separate house, in the same court, must each one prepare a separate Erub. Therefore, if one of them had forgotten and not prepared an Erub, he must resign his right to the common court. When is this the case? When the Erub had been deposited in some other place, but if the Erub has been placed with them, or if there are no other inhabitants in the court, they need not prepare any Erub whatsoever. Gemara, from this Mishnah it may be adduced that an Erub should be made in the place where a man sleeps and not where he takes his meals, and further, we will observe that Trab holds that an Erub must be made where the man takes his meals. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rab, the Mishnah means to say that the brothers did not actually eat at their father's table but merely received from their father the means with which to obtain their meals. The rabbis taught one who had a vestibule, a gallery, or a balcony in the court of another, and did not join in an Erub with the other inmates of the court does not impede the other inmates. If he had a hay loft, a cattle pen, a woodshed, or a granary in the court of another and did not join in an Erub, he does impede the others. R. Jehuda, however, said, nothing except a dwelling house can prove an interference, and he continued, it happened that an inhabitant of Naphtha, one who had 5 courts in Ashaw, did not join in an Erub with the inmates of those courts, and the question was laid before the sages whether this was an impediment to their carrying within the courts, and the sages replied, nothing but an actual dwelling house can prove an impediment. What is meant by a dwelling house? A house occupied as a dwelling. What is to be understood by occupied as a dwelling? Rab said, the house where a man takes his meals, and Samuel said, the house wherein a man sleeps. An objection was made, the shepherds, those that guard the fig trees, the inhabitants of huts in the country and the guards of the fields, when passing the night in a town have the same rights as the townsmen, but when passing the night at their posts, they have only the right to 2,000 ells from the place where they are situated. From this we can see that the place where one passes the night is considered as his abode. p. 171. Paragraph continues, this is no proof. For we can testify that those men would be much better satisfied if their meals were brought to them at their posts. Hence their posts are not only their places of abode but also their eating places, and as for those who pass the night in the town, they evidently also take their meals in the town for the time being. The rabbis taught, concerning 5 women who receive from their husbands the means for securing their food and 5 slaves who receive the means from their masters to procure their sustenance and who live in separate houses in the court. R. Jehuda ben Bathira permits the women to carry within the court and prohibits the slaves to do so. But R. Jehuda ben Baba on the contrary allows the slaves to carry but prohibits the women to do so. Said Rab, what reason has R. Jehuda ben Baba for his decree? Because it is written, Daniel 2:49, Daniel remained in the gate of the king. The inference is that in the same manner as Daniel did not always remain in the gate of the king, but his office being such that his place was there, so it is also with slaves who, while in the service of their master, are considered as being always at their master's side. It is self-evident that if a son need and dwell with his father, he need not make an Arab as stated previously. As for a woman who has a husband and a slave who belongs to a master, there is a difference of opinion between Ar-Jehuda ben Bathira and Ar-Jehuda ben Baba. How about a disciple, however, who dwells in the same court with his master and derives his sustenance from his master? Comment here. When Rab still dwelt with Ar-Hiah, he said, "We need not join in an Arab because we depend upon the table of Ar-Hiah." And when Ar-Hiah still dwelt with Rabbi, he also said, "We need not make an Arab because we derive our sustenance from Rabbi." Ar-Hiah Barabin asked of Ar-Sheshath, "What about the disciples of the college, who eat in the inns of the valley and pass the night at the college? When the legal limit of 2,000 ells is measured, where must the starting point be? The college or the inn where they take their meals?" Ar-Sheshath answered, "The college." Rami Barahama asked of Arhisya, if a father and son, or a master and his disciple, lived in two courts, one inside of the other, and the outer court opened into an entry, what is p. 172 the law concerning them? Are they to be considered as if they were two distinct individuals who cannot mutually impede each other because each one of them has a right to carry in his own court, and a man who is permitted to do so in his own court cannot interfere with a man in another place? Hence both father and son, or master and disciple, may carry each in their respective courts. Or, shall we consider them collectively because the son or the disciple who lives in a separate court but eats at his father's table has a certain right to his father's court? Thus the father or the master is not in sole possession, but shares it with another. The consequence is that the father or the master is in duty bound to make an Arab in his own court, and, on account of this, he becomes one who can interfere with the right of another, and prevents his son from carrying in his own, the son's, court. Then again, if they are considered as distinct individuals, are they in duty bound to combine an Arab covering the two courts? Finally, if the two courts had separate openings into the entry, are they considered as separate courts, and thus the entry becomes valid by the addition thereto of a cross and side beam? Or they are considered as one court, and if one court only opens into an entry, the entry cannot be made valid by the addition of a cross and side beam. Answered Arhisya, "We have learned this in the Boratha, a father and his son, nor a teacher and his disciple, providing there are no other inmates in the court occupied by them, are considered as individuals, and need not make an Arab at any place. Nevertheless, the entry into which their court opens becomes valid by the addition thereto of a cross or side beam." Mishnah: If the householders dwelling in 5 courts that open into each other and also open into one common alley, entry, have joined in an Arab for the courts, but have not combined the alley, they are permitted to carry things in the courts, but must not do so in the alley. If they did combine the alley, however, they are permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley. If they had combined both the courts and the alley, but one of the householders forgot and did not join in the Arab, they are nevertheless permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley. Should one of the householders, dwelling in the alley, have forgotten to join in the Arab, it is permitted to carry things in the court but not in the alley, inasmuch as the alley bears the same relation to the courts as the court does to the houses within it. Tract Erubim 173. Gemara, according to whose opinion is our Mishnah? We must say that it is in accordance with our Amir, who holds that an Arab is needed in the court, and a combination in the alley. How, then, could that part of the Mishnah be explained, which states that if a combination in the alley is made, it is allowed to carry both in the courts and in the alley? and this is certainly according to the opinion of the rabbis, who hold that one of the two is sufficient, that is, either an Arab in the courts or a combination in the alley. Are then the two parts of the Mishnah based on different opinions? This presents no difficulty. The latter part of the Mishnah refers to a case where a combination had already been made in the alley, hence it is according to Armir's opinion. Now, then, what is the reason of Armir in stating that if one of the householders in the court forgot and did not join the Arab, it is nevertheless permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley? Armir may hold as follows: the most essential feature of this case is to make an Arab in the courts, and a combine should also be made in the alley for the benefit of the growing children in order that they may not forget the laws of Erubim. Hence, if the combination has been made both in the courts and in the alley, in which the majority participated, there is no fear of the children forgetting the laws. Our Jehuda said, Rab does not learn in the Mishnah that the 5 courts opened into each other, but merely that they all opened into one common alley. This was corroborated by our Kahana. What reason did Rab have to learn thus? He holds that if several courts open into one common alley, a cross and side beam suffice to make that alley valid. If, however, only one court open into the alley, a cross and side beam do not suffice. Samuel, however, said, even if only one court or one house open into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice for the alley. R. Johanan said, even if a ruin opened into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice. Abai asked of R. Joseph, does R. Johanan hold that even if the path leading to a vineyard opened into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice for the alley? R. Joseph replied, nay, R. Johanan meant to say a ruin which, in an emergency, could be inhabited, but a path which could not under any circumstances be inhabited, is out of the question. Said Darhuna Bar Hanana, R. Johanan's statement concerning a ruin is but in accordance with his theory expressed in p. 174. His decision regarding the Mishnah, Chapter 9, Mishnah I, of this tract, where R. Simeon says that roofs as well as courts and woodsheds constitute the same kind of premises for the carrying of all utensils contained therein when the Sabbath rest began, etc. This was commented by Rab as follows: the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon provided no Arab was combined by the inmates of each separate court, meaning, thereby that if no Arab was combined, the inmates will not carry out any vessels from their houses into the court. Samuel and R. Johanan, however, declare that the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon, even if an Arab was combined, as there is no apprehension that the inmates will carry out any vessels from their houses into the court, and as in this case there is no apprehension that the vessels will be carried out of the houses, so also in the case of the ruin. R. Johanan holds that there is no fear of the inmates carrying vessels from the court into the ruin by way of the alley. R. Brona sate and repeated the halakha decreed by Samuel, to the effect that even if one court or one house opened into an alley, a cross and side beam was sufficient for the alley. Said R. Eliezer, one of the schoolmen, to R. Brona, did Samuel indeed say this? And R. Brona answered, yea. R. Eliezer then asked to be shown where Samuel resided, and R. Brona showed him. R. Eliezer then came before Samuel and said, did Master decree thus? And the answer was yea. Rejoined the schoolman, didst thou not state previously that where the laws of Erubim are concerned, we must hold strictly to the literal text of the Mishnah, and the Mishnah distinctly teaches, the alley bears the same relation to the courts as the court does to the houses within it. Samuel remained silent. Does the silence of Samuel signify that he accepted R. Eliezer's view, or that he did not care to reply? Comment here. A certain Abu Barai had dwelt in an alley and erected a side beam therein. Samuel told him that this complied with the legal requirements. After the death of Samuel, Aranan came and destroyed the side beam. Said Abu, in an alley where I live by the direct permission of our master Samuel, a mere disciple like our and dares to come and destroy my side beam. Hence we see that Samuel did not accept the opinion of our releaser. This is not conclusive evidence. The case of the alley could be explained as follows. The sexton of the synagogue took his meals with this Abel Barai, but lodged in the synagogue. p. 175. Paragraph continues. Abel was of the opinion that the residence is determined by the place where he takes his meals. Hence the sexton and he were the occupants of one house, and Samuel declared his alley to be valid in conformity with his original decision, that if one court or one house opened into an alley across and side beam is sufficient for the alley. But Samuel, who held that the residence of a man is determined by his lodging place, may have accepted the opinion of our releaser, and taking into consideration that there were two dwellings in the alley, that of Abel and that of the sexton, he made the alley valid by the addition of a side beam. Mishnah: if two courts be one within the other, should the inmates of the inner court prepare an Erub and those of the outer court fail to do so, the inmates of the inner court may carry within it, but those of the outer court must not carry within their own court. If the inmates of the outer court prepare an Erub, but those of the inner court fail to do so, neither are allowed to carry within their respective courts. If each have prepared a separate Erub, they are permitted to carry within their own limits. Archive holds, however, that the inmates of the outer court are prohibited to carry within it, and that the right of thoroughfare possessed by the inner court renders the outer court prohibited, but the sages hold that the right of thoroughfare does not render it so. Should one of the inmates of the outer court forget to join in the Erub, it is permitted to carry within the inner court, but carrying within the outer court is prohibited. If one of the inmates of the inner court forget to join in the Erub, carrying in either court is prohibited. If the inmates of both courts deposit their Erub in one place, and one of the inmates of either the outer or inner court forgot and did not join in the Erub, carrying in either court is also prohibited. Should each court be the property of an individual, or inhabited by only one household, neither require an Erub. Gemara: when Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Arjunai, the latter clause of the Mishnah stating that if one of the inner court forget to join in the Erub, carrying in either court is prohibited, is merely a continuation of the dictum of Arakiba, who holds that a foot, that is, a man, which is allowed to carry in its own place nevertheless interferes with the right of another place. The sages, however, hold that as a foot which is allowed to carry in its own place does not interfere. p. 176. With the right of another place, so also a foot which is not allowed to carry within its own place does not interfere with the right of another place, and thus the inmates of both courts may carry within their own limits. An objection was made based upon a previous clause in the Mishnah, which states that if the inmates of the outer court prepare an Erub, but those of the inner court fail to do so, neither are allowed to carry within their respective courts. And this is certainly not in accordance with the opinion of Arakiba, because even had the inmates of the inner court made an Erub, he would still prohibit the outer court to carry within their own court. Hence we must assume that this is in accordance with the opinion of the sages, who hold that a foot which is allowed to carry within its own place does not interfere with the right of another place, but one which is not allowed does interfere. Therefore we must rather accept the statement of Rabbin in the name of Arjunai. There are three different opinions concerning this subject, viz., the first Tana of our Mishnah holds that a foot which is allowed to carry within its own place does not interfere with the right of another place, but a foot which is prohibited does interfere with the right of another place. Arakiba holds that even a foot which is allowed also interferes with the right of another place, but the last sages of our Mishnah maintain that as a foot which is allowed does not interfere with the right of another place, so also a foot which is prohibited does also not interfere. If the inmates of both courts deposit their Erubim in one place, etc. What is meant by one place? Said Dar Jehuda in the name of Rab. This refers to the outer court and is called one place, because it is designated for the use of both courts, as the inmates of the inner court must pass through the outer. We have also learned in Aboretha, in support to our Jehuda, if the Erub was placed in the outer court, but one of the inmates either of the outer or inner court forgot to join in the Erub, carrying in either of the courts is prohibited. If the Erub was deposited in the inner court, but one of the inmates of that court forgot to join in the Erub, carrying in either court is also prohibited. If one of the inmates of the outer court forgot to join in the Erub, carrying in either court is prohibited. Such is the dictum of Arakiba. The sages, however, maintain that in the last instance carrying is permitted within the inner court, but prohibited within the outer court. p. 177. Rabbi Bar Hanan asked Abai, why do the sages permit carrying within the inner court? Because they can close their door and say all the inmates of our court have joined in the Erub. Why should Arakiba not take the same view? Let him also say that they can close their door and assert their right to carry within their own court. Abai answered, the Erub deposited in the outer court accustoms the inmates of the inner court to make use of the outer. Said Rabbi Bar Hanan again, and the sages, do they not hold that the Erub of the outer court accustoms the inmates of the inner court to walk in the outer? The sages may maintain that the inmates who have deposited their Erub can say to the one who forgot to join, we have included thee in our combination for thy convenience, but not to our detriment. Why can they not do this according to Arakiba also? According to Arakiba, the inmates who have joined in the Erub may say to the one who had forgotten, we will resign our right to the place in thy favor. Why can this not be said according to the sages? Because the sages do not admit of the resigning of one's right to a place in one court in favor of one who resides in another court. Should each court be the property of an individual, etc. Said Dar Joseph, Rabbi taught that if there was a third court between the two also belonging to an individual, it is not permitted to carry in either of the three. Said Dar Bibi to the schoolmen, do not listen to our Joseph. Rabbi did not teach this, for I myself said it in the name of Arada Barhabha and gave as a reason that the outer court will be traversed by the inmates of 3 courts, therefore I also prohibited carrying within the middle court, lest a mistake be made and things be carried in the outer court also. Our Joseph then exclaimed, Lord of Abraham, I confounded the word Rabbim, many, with Rabbi, for before I was ill I heard from our Bibi that the outer court will become a court for many, 3, and when recovered from my illness I quoted the Boratha in the name of Rabbi. Samuel, however, said, it is always allowed to carry within courts for many, even if there be 4 or 5, provided there is only one household in each court, but if there be 2 in one court it is not permitted. Said Elazar, according to Samuel, if a Gentile live in one of the courts he is considered as many others and he impedes the outer courts. Our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, if there were 10. p. 178. Houses one within the other and the house on the outside opened into the court, it is not necessary for the inmate of each house to combine in an Erub with the other inmates of the court, but it is sufficient if the inmate of the innermost house, who must pass through all the others, do so. But Tar Johanan says that each inmate must combine, even the one living in the house opening directly into the street. Even the one living in the uttermost court? Is not the uttermost court to be regarding as a vestibule? By uttermost he means to say the one next to the outermost. Upon which point do Samuel and R. Johanan differ? Their point of difference is regarding the definition of a vestibule. Samuel holds that all the houses leading to the innermost are considered as vestibules, hence they require no Erub, while R. Johanan maintains that only the uttermost house, through which all the other inmates must pass, can be considered a vestibule, but even the one next to the uttermost through which the 8 other inmates must pass is also not a vestibule. Naaman in the name of Rabbi Barabed quoting Rab said, there were 2 courts between which stood 3 houses opening into each other, and the 2 houses on each side of the middle house opened into their respective courts. If the inmates of the courts desired to place their Erub in the middle house, they used the houses opening into the courts as thoroughfares to the middle house. Thus the house at one court becomes as a vestibule to the inmates of that court, and the house at the other court becomes a vestibule to the inmates of the other court, while the house in the center being used to deposit the Erub therein, it need not be combined in the Erub itself. Consequently, none of the 3 need combine in the Erub of the courts.
Chapter 7. Regulations concerning the preparation of Erubim for courts separated by apertures, walls, ditches, and strorix. Combination of Erubim in alleys. Mishnah, if there be an aperture, 4 spans square, and less than 10 spans high, from the ground, between 2 courts, the inmates of each court may prepare 2 separate Erubim, or if they prefer it, may combine in 1 Erub. If the aperture be less than 4 spans square or over 10 spans from the ground, they are each obliged to prepare a separate Erub, and must not combine in 1. Gemara, shall we say that this anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, who holds that the law of Levud, attached, applies for a distance of less than 4 spans and not for a distance of less than 3 spans as maintained by the sages? Nay, this Mishnah may be even in accordance with the opinion of the sages, for the question of Levud does not arise here. It is merely a case of an aperture which is less than 4 spans square, hence it is not considered a door, and this is admitted by the sages also, who hold that if an aperture is 4 spans square or more, it is considered a door, but if less than 4 spans square it is not. If the aperture be less than 4 spans square, etc. Why this repetition? Is this not self-evident? The first clause of the Mishnah states, that if there be an aperture 4 spans square and less than 10 spans high from the ground, the inmates of the courts may either prepare separate Erubim or combine in 1. Hence if the aperture be less than 4 spans square and more than 10 spans high, it is obvious that they cannot have their choice. The Mishnah means to teach us, that if the aperture was partly less than 10 spans high from the ground and partly more than 10 spans high, the inmates of the court still have their choice of either making separate Erubim or combining in 1, and only if the entire aperture was over 10 spans high. p. 180. From the ground, they are obliged to make each a separate Erub. This explanation of the Mishnah has reference to the following teaching of the rabbis, viz., if the entire aperture, with the exception of a small part, was higher than 10 spans from the ground, for example, if the aperture was 12 spans square and was 8 spans high from the ground, thus 2 spans of the aperture were within 10 spans from the ground and 10 spans were over 10 spans from the ground, or if the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was less than 10 spans from the ground, for example, if it was 12 spans square and only 2 spans were over 10 spans from the ground, the inmates of the courts may either each make a separate Erub or combine in 1. If the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was higher than 10 spans from the ground, the inmates have their choice. Why is it necessary to state, that if the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was within 10 spans from the ground, the inmates have their choice? Is this not self-evident? After having stated the law in the former case, it applies the more to the latter. Naaman said, the case of where the aperture is less than 4 spans square or over 10 spans from the ground, applies only to courts, but as for houses, the aperture may be at any distance from the ground, even over 10 spans, and, nevertheless, the inmates are permitted to join in an Erub. Why so? Because a house is considered solid, and every portion is regarded as occupied. Rabba asked of Naaman, If in the attic of a house there was a hole for the purpose of fastening a ladder therein, may the inmate of the attic join in the Erub regardless of whether there was a ladder fastened in the hole of the attic or not, that is, should the house be considered solid and occupied and no ladder is necessary, or is the house only considered solid as far as the walls are concerned but not the interior, and a ladder is essential? And he answered, a ladder is not necessary. Rabbi understood Naaman to say, that a permanent ladder was not necessary, but for the time that the Erub was to be combined it was necessary. It was taught, however, by Joseph bar Miniami in the name of Naaman that neither a permanent nor a temporary ladder was necessary. Mishnah, if there be a wall 10 spans high and 4 spans wide between 2 courts, the inmates of each must prepare separate. p. 181. Erubim and must not join in one. If fruit happen to lie on the wall, they may ascend from their respective sides and partake thereof, provided they do not bring any of it down with them. Should there be a breach in the wall, not wider than 10 ells, they may prepare separate Erubim, or if they prefer it join in one, because the breach is considered as a door. Should the breach, however, be wider than 10 ells, they must both join in one Erub but must not prepare 2 separate Erubim. Gemara, how is it, if the wall did not measure 4 spans in width? Said Rab, in that case, the atmosphere of 2 separate premises predominates at the wall and one must not handle anything even the size of a hair lying on the wall. Johanan, however, says to the contrary, in that case the inmates of both courts may lay down fruit on the wall, or even take it down from the wall because it is regarded as ground under no jurisdiction. Johanan will therefore explain the Mishnah thus. If the wall was 4 spans wide, it is permitted to ascend on either side and partake of fruit lying on the wall, but it is not permitted to bring up any. If, however, the wall was less than 4 spans wide, one may carry fruit up on the wall and eat it there. This statement of Johanan is but in accordance with his own theory, as related by Erubim upon his arrival from Palestine in the name of Johanan, viz., an object less than 4 spans square, standing between public and private ground, may be used by both the occupants of the public and private ground as an aid on which to shoulder a burden on the Sabbath, but they should be careful not to confound the burdens placed on the object so that a burden placed by an occupant of public ground be taken up by an occupant of private ground and vice versa. Can Rab dispute this assertion of Erubim? Is it not identical with the Boratha concerning a man standing on the doorstep and passing things to a mendicant in the street or to the master of a house? See Tract Sabbath, p. 8. Rab does not dispute the Boratha in that instance, because it concerns a biblical law, but in this case where rabbinical law is dealt with, the rabbis assume the privilege of reinforcing ordinances so as to preclude the possibility of transgression. Rabbi bar Huna in the name of Naaman said, if between 2 courts there was a wall, which was 10 spans high from the ground of one court, but on a level with the ground of p. 182. The other, when the wall is ceded to the latter court and considered part of its ground, but to the former court it is an ordinary wall 10 spans high. Why so? Because the use of the wall is more convenient for the latter than for the former, and where an object is more convenient for one than for another it is generally ceded to the former. Said Shesby, Naaman rendered the same decision concerning a ditch that was situated between 2 courts and was on a level with the ground on one side. If a man comes to diminish the size of the wall referred to in the Mishnah, either by heaping up earth at the bottom or by erecting posts or benches at its side, such was the original definition of the manner by which the size of the wall was diminished, and this was done to the extent of 4 spans, or more, he may make use of the entire wall, but if less than 4 spans he can use only as much of the wall as has been diminished. What do you mean to say? In either case there is an objection. If by diminishing the wall to the extent of less than 4 spans the wall is actually diminished, why should it not be allowed to use the entire wall, and if this does not constitute a diminution at all, why should it be allowed to use that part, where the earth was heaped up or the posts erected to the extent of less than 4 spans? Said Rabbina, in this case the Mishnah does not mean to say, that the wall was diminished by heaping up earth or erecting posts but simply that a part of the wall was removed at the top. If the breach made in this manner exceeded 4 spans it is considered as a door, and the entire wall may be used, and if it was not quite 4 spans the entire wall must not be used, but that part of the wall containing the breach may, because its height is lessened. Aryachil said, if a basin was set down, bottom side up, at the bottom of the wall it diminished thereby. How can a basin serve to diminish the wall? A basin may be handled on the Sabbath, and is it not a fact that any vessel which may be handled on Sabbath cannot serve to diminish a wall because it can be removed? Aryachil means to say, if the basin was fastened to the ground. And if it is fastened to the p. 183 ground, may it not be removed nevertheless? By the statement it was fastened to the ground, is meant if it was fastened so that a hoe or a pickaxe was required to remove it. An Egyptian ladder does not diminish a wall but a ladder of Tyre does. What is meant by an Egyptian ladder? One that has not 4 rungs. So said the school of Arjunai. Said Ahad the son of Rabha to Arashi, dost thou know why an Egyptian ladder does not diminish a wall? And Arashi answered, didst thou not hear the statement of Ahabareta in the name of Hamnuna, quoting Rab, to the effect that it was an article which may be handled on the Sabbath, and any article which may be handled on the Sabbath cannot serve to diminish a wall? If such be the case, why can a ladder of Tyre serve to diminish a wall? May it not also be handled on Sabbath? A ladder of Tyre can serve because it is so heavy that it would require the efforts of several men to remove it. Abai said, if a wall 10 spans high was between 2 courts and a ladder 4 spans wide was placed at each side of the wall, if the ladders were placed so that they are 3 spans apart, that is, the ladder placed on the other side was 3 spans further up or down alongside of the wall than the other ladder, the wall is not diminished, but if they are not 3 spans apart the wall is diminished. If the wall, however, was 4 spans deep so that a man can walk on it, it makes no difference how far apart the ladders are. Arbibi Barbai said, if one erected 2 benches one above the other at the foot of a wall, and the lower one was 4 spans wide while the upper was less, the wall is thereby diminished. If the lower bench however was less than 4 spans wide and the upper 4, or more, the wall is also diminished thereby, providing the 2 benches were less than 3 spans apart. Naaman said in the name of Rabbi Barbu, that the same rule applies to a ladder where there is empty space between the rungs, that is, where one side of the ladder is not closed with boards. Naaman said again in the name of Rabbi Barbu, if a cornice 4 spans square protrude from the wall and a ladder, no matter how narrow, has been placed against the cornice, the size of the wall is thereby diminished, provided the ladder was placed directly against the cornice, but if placed underneath the cornice against the wall, the cornice was merely p. 184. Enlarged but the wall was not diminished. Naaman says again in the name of the same authority, a wall which is 19 spans high must have an additional cornice, a ladder which should be placed in the center of the wall so that the space should not attain 10 spans at the top or at the bottom. If the walls, however, measure 20 spans 2 cornices are needed to make them valid. One cornice a trifle less than 10 spans from the ground and another above that also a trifle less than 10 spans from the lower. Said Arhista, providing the cornices are not exactly opposite each other, to prevent the ladder being placed on the bottom cornice. Arhuna said, if a peg be placed on a pillar in public ground 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, which is legally private ground, the pillar is diminished. Said Arada Barahaba, providing the peg is 3 spans high. Abai and Rabba both said, even if it is not as high as 3 spans. Why so? Because the peg makes the pillar useless. Arashi, however, said, even if the peg be 3 spans high, it does not diminish the pillar and does not make it private ground, because a peg of that kind can be used as a hanger. Aha the son of Rabba asked Arashi, what is the law if several pegs be placed on the pillar in question? And he answered, did you not hear what our Johanan said concerning a well, that its enclosures of earth are counted in with the 10 spans, makes it a legal private ground? Why then should they be counted? Are they not useless? We must assume that, because one can place an object upon the enclosures and thus use them. The same is the case with the peg, one might also place something upon it also. Our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, if a wall be 10 spans high, it requires, in order to become a valid wall, a ladder 14 spans in height, because the ladder must be placed against the wall at an angle, and the distance from the foot of the ladder to the wall being 4 spans, the ladder loses that much before it reaches the top of the wall. R. Joseph said, even if the ladder be a trifle over 13 spans high, it may be used, because should it lack 1 span of reaching the top of the wall, the deficiency is not taken into consideration. Abai, however, said, it matters not if the ladder be even a trifle over 11 spans high, because should it lack 3 spans of reaching the top of the wall, it is considered as being at the top, for the law of Levud is applied in all cases where there's a p. 185. Deficiency of 3 spans or less. Arhuna the son of Arjahushwa, however, said, the ladder may be only a trifle over 7 spans in height, because it is not compulsory to place the ladder at an angle, and if placed straight at the wall, together with the 3 spans allowed by the law of Levud, it reaches the top. Should the ladder even be placed at an angle, it may be considered as straight at the wall, and the same rule applies. Rab said, I have a tradition, that a ladder standing straight against a wall also diminishes its size, but I know no reason for it. Said Samuel to him, does Abba not know the reason for this? Why should a ladder be worse than 2 benches placed one above the other? Surely it is more difficult to scale a wall by means of benches than by means of a ladder. Rabha in the name of Arhias said, trunks of Babylonian fig trees when placed against a wall need not be fastened, because their weight is so great, that it is very difficult to remove them, although they may be handled on Sabbath. R. Joseph in the name of Aroshia said, the same applies to Babylonian ladders, which are so heavy, that there is no fear of their being removed. R. Joseph asked Rabba, if a man had a ladder which he desired to place against a wall, and the ladder being too narrow, that is, less than 4 spans wide, be hewed out in the wall itself, steps on each side of the ladder, how far up should those steps be hewn out? Rabba answered, for a distance of 10 spans. Asked R. Joseph again, how is it if a man hews out steps 4 spans wide in the wall itself? How far up must he do this? And the answer was, the entire height of the wall. What is the difference between the case of the ladder where steps had to be hewn out additionally, and this case where the steps were all hewn out of the wall? In the first instance, the ascent of the wall is so much easier because the ladder can be placed against the wall at an angle, while in this instance the ascent is much more difficult, hence the steps should reach the entire height of the wall. R. Joseph asked Rabba again, what is the law if a man used a tree, which grew right at the wall, for a ladder? I ask thee, taking into consideration the difference of opinion between Rabbi and the sages. According to Rabbi, who holds, that rabbinical ordinances were not surrounded with precautionary measures for the sake of twilight, it may be said, that in this p. 186 case, where the tree will be used during the whole Sabbath day, even Rabbi might decide that it would not be allowed to make use of the tree, and on the other hand, even according to the sages, who disagree with Rabbi as regards the precautionary measures for the sake of twilight, it may be said, that the tree might be considered as a door, which, however, cannot be used because it is regarded as if a lion lie across it. Nevertheless, it is a door, and being such, the wall may be used. Now, shouldst thou decide, that the wall may be used if a tree grow at its side, how would it be if a grove such as is used in idolatrous worship, grow alongside of the wall? I ask thee in this instance, taking into consideration the difference of opinion between our Jehuda and the sages. We are aware that our Jehuda permits the depositing of an Erub even in a grave, notwithstanding the fact that no benefit must be derived from a grave, but for the reason that after the Erub has been deposited for the moment of twilight the grave is of no further use, as the Erub need not be watched. In this case, however, our Jehuda might prohibit the use of a grove, because it serves a distinct purpose, namely, that of a walk to the wall, and it is a law that no benefit must be derived from a grove used for idolatrous worship. On the other hand, even according to the sages, who prohibit the use of a grave for the depositing of an Erub, it might be permitted to use the grove because it is virtually a door to the wall and is merely regarded as if a lion were lying across it, which temporarily makes it unfit for use. Rabbi answered, a tree may be used but a grove must not. Arhist opposed this. On the contrary, said he, the lion lying across the tree which renders it unfit for use temporarily is the rabbinical ordinance concerning the Sabbath rest, that is, the tree must not be used on account of the Sabbath, while the grove must not be used for another reason altogether. Hence it should be permitted to use the grove and the use of the tree should be prohibited. It was also taught, that when Rabbin came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Elazar. According to another version, Rabbeinu said in the name of our Johanan. This is the rule: whenever the prohibition is based upon the Sabbath rest laws, such prohibition must stand, but whenever the prohibition is based in some other law, it need not hold good. A.R. Naaman Bartzak taught, concerning a tree, the same divergence of opinion as exists between Rabbi and the p. 187. Sages remains, and concerning a grove the same difference of opinion as exists between our Jehuda and the sages remains. Mishnah, if two courts be separated by a ditch, 10 spans deep and 4 wide, the inmates of each court should prepare separate Erubim and must not join in one, even though the ditch be filled with stubble or with straw. Should it however be filled with earth or pebbles, the inmates must join in one Erub and not prepare 2 separate ones. If a board 4 spans wide had been put across the ditch, and likewise, if 2 projecting balconies, one opposite the other, have been connected by means of such a board, or plank, the inmates of the courts may prepare separate Erubim, or if they prefer it, they may join in one. If the board, however, was less than 4 spans wide, they must each prepare a separate Erub, and not join in one. Gemara, the Mishnah states, that if the ditch was filled with stubble or straw, the inmates of each court must make a separate Erub, because the straw is not considered firm enough to afford a safe passage over the ditch, that is, it does not constitute a solid filling for the ditch. But in the succeeding Mishnah we learn, that if there be between 2 courts a straw rick, the inmates of each court must prepare a separate Erub, thereby demonstrating that straw can form a solid partition? Answered Abaye, as for a partition all agree that a straw rick can form a partition, but as for straw serving as a filling for a ditch it depends upon whether the owner has devoted it entirely for that purpose. If he did and will not remove it, it may constitute a solid filling for the ditch, but if he did not and intends to subsequently remove it, it cannot be considered such. Should it however be filled with earth or pebbles, even if the man who did this, does not declare that he has devoted the earth or the pebbles for that purpose entirely? Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that if a man filled a room, which had contained a corpse, with straw or pebbles and declared that he does not intend to make any further use of either the straw or the pebbles, the room is regarded as filled up and is not considered a tent, but if no such declaration was made, the room is still considered a tent. Thus we see, that one must declare the straw and pebbles to be devoted for such purpose only, and our Mishnah does not state anything in regard to this? Said R.C. This Mishnah treating of Erubim is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jose and Atosifta, in Tractioloth, who holds, that in the case of straw no express declaration is necessary. P. 188. Arhuna, the son of Ar-Jehoshua, however, said, Thou wouldst prove a contradiction from a law pertaining to uncleanness to a Sabbath law. Leave out the prohibition of Sabbath, for a thing which must not be handled on Sabbath is at all events sacrificed even if it be a purse of money, because it must not be handled on Sabbath. With straw it is different, because that is food for animals, and hence may be handled on Sabbath. Arashi, however, said, Thou wouldst base a contradiction on an ordinance concerning a room to that concerning a ditch. A ditch was made to be filled up, but is then a room you also made to be filled up? If a board 4 spans wide had been put across the ditch, said Rabha, when must the board be 4 spans wide? If it was laid crosswise across the ditch, but if it was laid lengthwise across the ditch it makes no difference how wide the board is, because the width of the ditch was decreased to less than 4 spans. If 2 projecting balconies, one opposite the other, etc. said Rabha, the statement in the Mishnah, one opposite the other, might be construed to signify, that if they were not directly opposite each other, no connection could be made. Such is the case, however, only if they are 3 spans or more distant one from the other. Should they be less apart than 3 spans, it matters not whether they are directly opposite, diagonally so, or even one above the other, a connection may be made and it is simply considered a crooked balcony, but a balcony nevertheless. Mishnah, if there be between 2 courts a straw rick, 10 spans high, the inmates of both courts must prepare separate Erubim, and must not join in one. Cattle may be fed from each side of the rick, and no fear need be entertained, that it will become less than 10 spans high. Should the rick become less than 10 spans high, the inmates must join in one Erub and not prepare 2. Gemara, said Arhuna, cattle may be fed from each side of the rick, providing the straw is not removed by a man and placed in the crib of the cattle, because the straw was designated as a partition since the preceding day, hence it must not be handled. Did we not learn in Aboraitha, if a house which was filled with straw stand between 2 courts, the inmates of each court must make a separate Erub, but must not join in one, and may remove the straw from the house to there. P. 189. Respective courts and place it in the crib for the cattle. Thus we see, that it is allowed for the inmates of each court to remove the straw to their respective courts and place it in the crib. Why does Arhuna prohibit this? I will tell thee, in a house, on account of the roof, it will become noticeable if the heap of straw becomes lower than 10 spans, but a straw standing in the open air might be overlooked as to its height. The above Boratha continues as follows. If the heap of straw contained in the house became less than 10 spans high, neither of the inmates of either court are permitted to carry unless the inmates of one court resign their right to the place in favor of the inmates of the other. Thus, if the heap of straw was 10 spans high, it still serves the purpose of a partition, even though it does not reach the ceiling. We may adduce therefrom, that any partition if it be only 10 spans high, though it should not reach the ceiling, is valid. From the statement in the Boratha, that neither of the inmates of either court are permitted to carry, we can also infer, that any dwellings which may have been added on the Sabbath are included in the prohibition? This is not conclusive evidence. It may be that the Boratha refers to a case where the heap of straw was diminished to less than 10 spans height before the Sabbath set in. The Boratha continues further, The one wishing to make use of his court should lock up the house and resign his right to the ground. What, do both? Lock the house and resign his right to the ground? Yea, both are necessary, for the man is accustomed to use the house on Sabbath, one, and he might perchance, if he leave it unlocked, come and use it. Continuing, the Boratha states, if he did so, he must not carry, but his neighbor may. Is this not self-evident? We might assume that the man's neighbor must also do as he did, hence we are told, that the Tana holds repeated resignation of the ground to be prohibited. Mishnah, how are alleys, entries, to be combined? A man places a cask of wine, in the alley, and says, this shall be for all the inmates of the alley, and he may transfer the right of possession, which he has in the cask, to them either through his adult son or daughter, or through his Hebrew manservant. p. 190. Or maidservant, or through his wife, but he cannot transfer his right of possession through his minor son or daughter, or through his Canaanitish bondman or bondwoman, because their hand is virtually the same as his. Gemara, said Jehuda, the person that accepts the transfer of ownership should lift the cask of wine at least one span from the ground at the time of acceptance, saying, I have accepted this for the other inmates. Said Rabha, these two things were said by the old sages of Pumbedita, namely, this statement of Jehuda just quoted, and the other one is, when a man pronounces the benediction over a goblet of wine, if he tastes a whole mouthful he has acquitted himself of the duty properly, otherwise he does not. An objection was raised, we have learned in a Boratha, how are alleys to be combined? A cask of wine, oil, dates, or figs, or any other fruit, is brought, and if belonging to the one who brought it, he should transfer his right of possession to the other inmates, but if the others have a share in it to commence with, he need only inform them, that he has combined the Erub for them. While transferring the right of possession, the cask should be lifted off the ground a trifle. By a trifle the Boratha also means a span. It was taught, at the combining of alleys, the right of possession need not be transferred. So said Rab, but Samuel maintains, that this must be done. At the combining of the legal limits, however, Samuel declares that the right of possession must be transferred, while Rab holds, that it is not necessary. Samuel may be right in his opinion, because he holds in accordance with our Mishnah, which teaches, that at the combining of alleys, the right of ownership must be transferred, and at the combining of legal limits nothing is said about transfer, but upon what does Rab base his opinion? There is a difference of opinion among Tanaim concerning this ordinance, as Jehuda said in the name of Rab, it happened that the daughter-in-law of Oshia went to the bathhouse, and not returning before dusk, her mother-in-law made an Erub for her. When this was told to Arhiah, he declared it unlawful. Said Ishmael bar Arhosai to him, Thou Babylonian! So strict art thou with Erubim. Then said my father, whatever can be made more lenient with regard to Erubim, should so be made. Said Zerah to Jacob, the son of the daughter of Jacob. p. 191. Paragraph continues, when thou goest to Palestine, go out of thy way and pass through Tyre and ask of Jacob Bardi how the case was, did the mother-in-law make an Erub with her own material, and on account of not transferring her ownership to her daughter-in-law, Arhiah held it to be unlawful, or did she make it with material belonging to her daughter-in-law and Arhiah held it to be unlawful because the daughter-in-law was not informed? Jacob Bardi answered, that it was on account of the ownership not having been transferred. Naaman said, we are in possession of a tradition which teaches us, that whether Erubim of legal limits or Erubim of courts or combinations of entries are concerned, a transfer of ownership must be effected. Now the question arises as to Erubim of cooked articles, one whether a transfer of ownership is necessary or not. Said Jose, what question is this? Did Naaman not hear the dictum of R. Naaman bar Arada in the name of Samuel, that in the case of Erubim of cooked articles a transfer of ownership must also be effected? Replied Abai, assuredly he did not hear this dictum or he would not have asked. Rejoin Arhose, did not Samuel say that in the case of Erubim of courts a transfer of ownership is not necessary and still are? Naaman maintains that it is. Abai then said, how can this be compared? In the case of Erubim of courts and legal limits there is a difference of opinion between Rab and Samuel, while R. Naaman accepts the more rigorous decrees of each, but in this instance how could R. Naaman override the absolute decree of Samuel alone? There was a guard of the arsenal living in the neighborhood of Arzera. His neighbors asked him to rent them his place for the Sabbath, but he refused. So Arzera was asked whether the place may be rented from the man's wife, who was willing to do so. He answered them, thus said Rish Lakish in the name of a great man, that is, Hanina, a man's wife may effect an Erub without the man's knowledge, or against his will. The same case occurred in the neighborhood of Jehuda. p. 192. Baroshia, and when asked concerning the law in the matter, he did not know. Mathna could not solve the problem either. When Jehuda, however, asked, he answered in the name of Samuel the dictum attributed above to Hanina. An objection was raised. We have learned in Aboratha, if women made an Erub or combined in an alley without the knowledge of their husbands, the Erub and the combination are both unlawful. This presents no difficulty. The Boratha refers to a case, where the husbands distinctly forbid their wives to do so, whereas Samuel refers to a case, where the husbands did not forbid them. Such seems to be the case, for were it not so Samuel would contradict himself as he said elsewhere, if one of the inmates of the alley who, as a rule, combined with the others, refused to do so at one time, the other inmates may enter his house and take his share against his will. Thus we see, that only if the man, as a rule, combined but, out of spite, refused in one instance, then and then only the other inmates may take his share by force, but if he was not in the habit of combining, this would not be allowed. Hence this bears it out. Can we assume that the following Baratha is in support of the decree of Samuel? It teaches, it is permitted to compel a man to take a share in the erection of a side and cross beam to an entry, if he refuses to do so voluntarily. In the case of an entry it is different, because there were no partitions, hence it was difficult to watch the entry. According to another interpretation, where an act is committed out of spite, with the intention to injure another, it is different, that is, a man may be compelled to desist as explained in Chapter 4, page 109. 1. p. 193. It was taught, Arhai Barashi said, a side beam may be made of a grove. Our Simeon ben Lakish said, a crossbeam may be made of a grove. One who says, that a crossbeam may be made of a grove certainly permits a side beam also to be made of a grove, but he who says, that a side beam may be made thus, does not permit a crossbeam. Why so? Because a crossbeam must be sound enough to hold a brick one span thick, and as a grove, being used for idolatry, must be burned, it is considered as if it were already burned, hence not sound enough to hold a brick of the prescribed thickness. Mishnah, if the quantity of food, required for the combination, become diminished, one may, himself, add thereto and transfer his right of possession without notifying the other inmates, to that effect. If, however, new inhabitants have, since, arrived in the alley, he adds sufficient to make up the required legal quantity, transfers his right of possession to them and notifies them to that effect. How much is this legal quantity, of food required for the combination of alleys? If those who join therein are numerous, it must be sufficient for 2 meals for all of them, but if they be few, the size of a dried fig for each is sufficient. R. Jose said, to what does this regulation apply? to the original, first, preparation of the Erub, but to extend the Erub, for later use, any quantity, however small, is sufficient. Nor did the sages direct that, where the combinations of an alley had been effected, an Erub should be prepared for the several courts, contained in the alley, except that the children might not forget about the law of Erub. Gemara, what food does the Mishnah refer to as having become diminished? Shall we assume that it was but one kind of food, then even had it been totally destroyed, it was not necessary to notify the other inmates? If on the other hand there were two kinds of food, then, even if it became diminished, the man was in duty bound to notify the other inmates, as we have learned in Aboreta. If the food was all of one kind and was totally destroyed, one need not notify the other inmates, but if the food was of two different kinds, one must notify the other inmates. It was assumed that the same law applied to food. p. 194. That had merely become diminished, but the Gemara answered, the Boretha refers to food that had been totally destroyed, but with food that had become diminished, it is different. How much is this legal quantity? Etc. What does the Mishnah mean to say by numerous? Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, 18 persons. 18 and not more? Say, from 18 on and upwards. Then why state 18 in the first place? Said R. Itzhak the son of R. Jehuda, my father explained this to me thus, if the food were divided equally amongst all and the share of each for 2 meals would not amount to the size of a dried fig, then those who took part were numerous, and it is sufficient if the share of each did not amount to the size of a dried fig, but if the share of each amounted to more than the size of a dried fig, those who took part are considered few, and even if each received but the size of one dried fig, it is sufficient. Thus both are the more lenient constructions of the law. Incidentally, we are told by R. Jehuda that 18 dried figs are sufficient for 2 meals. Mishnah, the Erub, of courts, or combination, of alleys, may be effected with all kinds of nutriment except water and salt. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. R. Jehoshua, however, said, only a whole loaf of bread is a lawful Erub. Should even a whole sa of flour be baked into one loaf, and that be broken, it must not be used for an Erub, while a small loaf of the value of an azer, a small coin, probably the Roman as, if it be whole, may be used for an Erub. Gemara, have we not already learned the first clause of this Mishnah, in chapter 3, Mishnah, that the Erub or combination may be effected with all kinds of nutriment except water and salt? Said Rabbi Bar Hannah, this Mishnah repeats the ordinance solely on account of R. Jehoshua, who maintains, that only a whole loaf is a lawful Erub, but not a broken loaf. Hence we are taught that with all kinds of nutriment it may be effected, including a broken loaf. What reason has R. Jehoshua for his assertion? Said R. Jose ben Saul in the name of Rabbi, in order to prevent enmity, lest one say he deposited a whole loaf and another a broken loaf, etc. Said R. Ahad the son of Rabbi to Arashi, how is it if all deposited broken loaves? And Arashi answered, there is fear that the next time the Erubim are deposited there will be the same strife. One will deposit a whole loaf and another a broken one, etc. p. 195. R. Johanan ben Saul said, if from a whole loaf of bread the legal first offering has been removed, or from a whole loaf of bread made of theruma and ordinary flour the legal 100th part had been removed, the loaf is still considered whole, and an Erub may be effected therewith. Did we not learn in Aboreta, that the loaf remains whole, and may be used for an Erub if the legal 100th part had been removed, but if the quantity of the legal first had been removed it does not remain whole and must not be used for an Erub? This presents no difficulty. R. Johanan refers to the loaf of a baker who must remove only a small piece for the first while the Boretha refers to a loaf of a householder, as we have learned in a Mishnah, Tract Kala, the prescribed quantity for the first is 1/24. One who prepares the dough for his own use or for the wedding feast of his son must also give 1/24, but a baker, or even a woman who prepares the dough for sale in the market, need only give 1/48 as the legal first dough. Arhista said, if a man made a loaf whole again by joining the broken pieces with a stick of wood, so that it appeared like an unbroken loaf, he may use it for an Erub. Said Arzara, in the name of Samuel, it is permitted to make an Erub with bread made of rice or millet. Said Marakba, Samuel the Master explained to me that rice bread may be used for an Erub but not millet bread. Arhai Barabin, in the name of Rav, said, it is also permitted to make an Erub with lentil bread. Mishnah, a man may give money to the wine seller or baker in order to acquire the right to join in the Erub. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer, but the sages hold that money cannot acquire the right for a person to join in the Erub. They admit, however, that if a man give money to another person, with the commission to effect the Erub for him, it will acquire for him the right to join in the Erub, since no Erub can be effected for a man without his knowledge. Said Arjehuda, to what do these preceding regulations apply? To the Erubim of limits. In the Erubim of courts, however, a man may be included with or without his knowledge, for advantages may be conferred on a person, even though he be not present, whereas, he must not be deprived of his right in his absence. Gemara, what reason has our Eliezer for his dictum? The person giving the money to the wine seller or the baker. P. 196. Did not draw his purchase toward him, hence no sale or purchase was effected. 1. Answered R. Naaman, in the name of Rabbi Barbu, our Eliezer makes this case analogous with the case mentioned in the Mishnah, Tract Golan, Chapter 5, Mishnah 4, concerning a man who purchases 1 dinar's worth meat and the butcher is compelled to slaughter for him an ox worth 1,000 dinars. The question there is propounded by the Gemara, how can the sale be effective? No drawing towards himself was accomplished by the purchaser? And the answer was that the meshikah, drawing, was dispensed with for the sake of the advantage which was to be conferred on the purchaser on the 4 days or periods enumerated. In this case of our Mishnah, the meshikah is also dispensed with, and for the same reason, or according to the reason of another sage in the mentioned tract, Golan, who said that according to biblical law a sale is effective when the money for the purchase is paid. They admit, however, that if a man give money to another, etc., what is meant by another person? Said Rab, a householder, and Samuel agrees with him, meaning, that this other person must be a householder and not a baker, or a wine seller. Samuel added, that only if the man gave money to the baker he cannot acquire the right to join in the Erub, but if he gave him a vessel he does acquire the right. Also if when giving him the money, he does not say to him, with this money thou shalt give me bread sufficient to make an Erub, but says, for this money thou shalt go and effect an Erub for me, then it is as if he merely commissioned him to effect his Erub and he acquires the right to join in the Erub. Said Arjehuda, to what do these ordinances apply? Etc. Arjehuda, in the name of Samuel, said, the halakha prevails according to Arjehuda, not only in this case, but in all instances where Arjehuda decrees concerning Erubim, the halakha prevails in accordance with his dictum. Said Arhana of Baghdad to him, does Samuel hold, that even in the case where Arjehuda declares an entry, from which the side and cross beams had been removed, valid, the halakha prevails? P. 197. Accordingly, answered Arjehuda, did I not state particularly concerning Erubim, but not concerning partitions? Said R. Ahad the son of Rabha to Arashi, if it is said, that the halakha prevails according to Arjehuda, then there must be some who disagree with him? Did not Arjehushua ben Levi say, that whenever we find in a Mishnah the statement, said Arjehuda, when is this the case? Or when do these regulations apply? It is not to be accepted as a refutation of previous decrees, but merely as a further explanation of the decree of the sages? How can it be said that it is not to be accepted as a refutation? Did we not learn in a previous Mishnah that if additional inhabitants came into the alley, the right of possession must be transferred to them and they must be notified, whereas our Yehuda states that no notification is necessary? The previous Mishnah refers to a court between two alleys when the inhabitants newly arrived must be notified that the Erub was affected in one of the alleys, and our Yehuda would agree to this also. Did not our Shesby say in the name of our Hista, that the previous Mishnah distinctly states that the colleagues of our Yehuda differ with his dictum in this last Mishnah? Answered Arashi, the previous question of R. Aha, wouldst thou make a contradiction from one man to another? Samuel may hold one thing and our Jehoshua ben Levi another. Referring again to the statement of our Jehoshua ben Levi, our Johanan said, that whenever our Yehuda says, when is this the case? He means to explain the previous teachings, but whenever he says, when do these regulations apply? He means to differ from the foregoing opinions.
Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the Erubim of limits. The quantity of food required for such Erubim, and further regulations concerning Erubim of courts. Mishnah, how are the legal limits to be combined? A man places a cask of wine, and says, this is for all my townsmen or for all who go to the house of mourning, and for all who go to the house of feasting. Whosoever joins in the combination while it is yet day, on the eve of Sabbath, is permitted to do so. After dusk, however, it is prohibited, because an Erub must not be deposited after dark. Gemara, said R. Joseph, legal limits should not be combined except for religious duties. Is this not expressed in the Mishnah? It says for all who go to the house of mourning or the house of feasting. R. Joseph teaches that the limits should not be combined except for religious duties, lest it might be assumed that the Mishnah merely makes this a general assertion, because people are wont to go to such places on the Sabbath. The Mishnah states while it is yet day. Shall we adduce therefrom that the Mishnah holds there is no such thing as the theory of premeditated choice? For were it said that the Mishnah accepts the theory, the fact that the man would make use of the legal limits on the Sabbath would demonstrate that he had the intention to do so on the previous day. Said Darashi, by while it is yet day is meant if the man was notified of the combination while it was yet day, even though he did not agree to it until after dusk. But if he was not notified while it was yet day, he could have no intention to do so previously, and hence he cannot join in the combination. Arasi said, a child that is only 6 years old may go out in the legal limits which have been combined by its mother. An objection was made based upon a Boraitha stating, a child still dependent upon its mother may go out in the limits combined. p. 199. By its mother, but if it is no longer dependent upon its mother it must not. Said Arjehoshua the son of Aradi. Arasi means to say still more, that even if the father had combined him in his Erub towards the north and his mother combined an Erub for herself towards the south, a child even 6 years old prefers to go with its mother. Another objection was made. We have learned in another Boraitha, a child which is dependent upon its mother may go out with her in the limits which she has combined until it reaches the age of 6 years. Hence when it is 6 years old it must not. Arasi might say that until 6 years includes 6 years. We have learned in a Boraitha, a man should not combine an Erub for his adult son or daughter or for his Hebrew man or maid servant, or for his wife, unless he notifies them to that effect. He may however combine an Erub for his Canaanitish bondman or bondwoman nor for his minor son or daughter even without their consent because their hand is virtually the same as his. If, however, all those mentioned in the Boraitha have combined an Erub for themselves in one direction, and the master combined an Erub for them in another, they must all make use of the one which the master combined, excepting only his wife, because she can object. Why should the wife only be accepted? Cannot the other persons mentioned in the first clause of the Mishnah also object? Said Rabba, the wife and those equal to her, mentioned with her, are meant to be accepted, and by all those mentioned in the Boratha is meant the persons enumerated in the latter clause of the Boratha. The master said, excepting only his wife, because she can object. Shall we say, that only if she objects she may use her own limits, but if she does not, she may go out in the limits combined by her husband? Does not the Boratha mean to state that he must notify them and obtain their consent? Then why must she object if she previously did not give her consent? Nay, the Boratha means to state that he must merely notify them, and if they make no answer it is the same as if they agree to it. The Boratha states again, however, that if they made an Erub for themselves and the master made another one for them they must utilize that of their master. This must have been the case where they did not object when notified that the master would combine the Erub for them, excepting only the wife. p. 200. Who can object? How is this consistent? Said Rabha, is the fact of their making a separate Erub not sufficient objection? Mishnah, how much is the legal quantity of food required to effect the combination of limits? Sufficient food for 2 meals for everyone who joins therein, for workday meals but not for Sabbath meals. Such is the dictum of our Emir, but our Jehuda said, for Sabbath meals, but not for workday meals. Both sages, however, intend to render the observance of this regulation more lenient. Our Johanan ben Barakah said, it is sufficient to effect the combination if the loaf used therefore be worth a puntian, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 sa. Our Simeon said, 2/3 of a loaf is sufficient, such as go 3 to 1 cab of flour. The time it takes to eat half of such a loaf is the prescribed time for remaining in the house of a leper. 1.5 of a half of such a loaf, which were it unclean, would make the body unclean. 2. Gemara, how much food constitutes food for 2 meals? Said Dar Jehuda in the name of Rab, 2 loaves is used by the peasants in the field. Our Ada Barhabha said, 2 loaves is baked by the inhabitants of Nharpapatha, Papa. Our Joseph said to our Joseph the son of Rabha, in accordance with whose opinion does thy father hold concerning the 2 meals? Doubtless with that of our Emir. I also hold with our Emir, for if the opinion of our Jehuda were accepted, why do people say that the stomach always has room for sweet things? Our Johanan ben Barakah said, etc. We have learned in a Boratha, that there is not much difference between the quantity prescribed by our Johanan and that prescribed by our Simeon. How can this be said? According to our Johanan 1 cab will provide 4 meals, and according to our Simeon 1 cab will produce 9 meals. Said Dar Hisda, deduct 1/3 as the profit of the dealer. Then according to our Johanan 1 cab will provide 6 meals and according to our Simeon 9. Say in accordance with the dictum of our Hisda at another time, that 1/2 should be deducted as the profit of the dealer. Then, p. 201. According to one a cab contains sufficient for 8 meals and according to the other, 9. Hence we have already heard that there was not much difference between our Simeon and our Johanan. Now there is a contradiction in 2 of our Hisda's statements. This presents no difficulty. One of his statements referred to a case where the wood for the baking was furnished while the other refers to a case where the purchaser had to furnish it himself. The rabbis tout, it is written, Numbers 15:20, as the fruit of your doughs shall ye set aside a cake for a heave offering, which signifies that the first of the doughs that were prepared at that time should be set aside. How much was the dough prepared in the desert? It is written, Exodus 16:36, but the omer is 1/10 of an ephah. They usually prepared an omer for each person, and NFPA is 3 sas, whence they adduced that 3 sas being equal to 72 lugs, a nomer is equal to 7 1/5 lugs, and when dough measures that quantity it is subject to the first dough offering. These 7 1/5 lugs, according to Babylonian measure, are only 6 lugs in Jerusalem, and 5 in Sepphoris. From this it was also adduced that one who eats that much in a day is healthy and blessed. One who eats more than this is a glutton, and one who eats less than that has a weak stomach. Mishnah: if the inhabitants of a court and the inhabitants of a balcony should have forgotten to combine an Arab, whatever is above 10 spans from the ground is considered as belonging to the balcony, and whatever is less than 10 spans high from the ground is considered as belonging to the court. If the earth dug out of a ditch, or a stone, be 10 spans high, they belong to the balcony, but if less than 10 spans high they belong to the court. When is this the case? If the earth, heap, or the stone be close to the balcony, but if some distance away from the balcony, even though they be 10 spans high, they belong to the court. What is considered close? Whatever is less than 4 spans distance. p. 202. Gemara: if the object standing between the court and the balcony is easily accessible to both the same as a door, it is considered as if it were an aperture between 2 courts. If it is not easily accessible but both the inmates of the courts and of the balcony can throw things on it with equal facility, it is equal to a wall between 2 courts. If both the inmates of the court and the balcony can with equal ease deposit things upon that object, it is considered as a ditch between 2 courts. But if the object be easily accessible to one but was not as easily reached by the other, it is the same as the ditch mentioned by Ar-Shesbi in the name of Ar-Naaman, which was level with the ground of one court. If the object was easily accessible to one but could only be reached by throwing by the other, it is the same as the wall mentioned by Rabbi Bar Arhuna in the name of Ar-Naaman, which was level with the ground of one court. The question, however, is concerning an object which by the inmates of the court could only be reached by throwing and by the inmates of the balcony could only be reached by letting down an article upon it. Rab said, it must not be used by either, but Samuel said, it is given to those who can reach it by letting down something upon it because that is the easier way of reaching it, and it is a rule that whoever can reach an object the more easily is entitled to it. An objection was made, comment here, if the inhabitants of a court and the inhabitants of an attic had forgotten to combine in an Arab, the inhabitants of the court may utilize the lower 10 spans and the inhabitants of the attic may use the upper 10 spans. How so? If a cornice project from the wall at a distance of less than 10 spans from the ground, it may be used by the inhabitants of the court, but if it project at a distance of less than 10 spans below the attic, it may be used by the inmates of the attic. If, however, the cornice was just between the 10 spans above the ground and the 10 spans below the attic, it appears that neither can make use of it, and this would be in accordance with the opinion of Rab and an objection to Samuel. Said Ar-Naaman, the case treated of by the above Boratha is where the entire wall was only 19 spans high, and if the cornice was less than 10 spans high from the ground it was easily accessible to the court inhabitants, the same as a door would be, but not so easily reached by the inhabitants of the attic, hence the court is entitled to it. If the cornice was above 10 spans from the ground it was easily accessible. p. 203. To the inmates of the attic, but not so to the court inhabitants, who would have to throw in order to reach it, hence the attic is entitled to it. Ar-Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, if between 2 courts there was a small alley, into which the doors of the courts did not open, but which contained a well 4 spans distant from the wall of each court, the inhabitants of each court may put up a projecting board no matter how small on top of the wall, and draw water from the well through their windows. In reality this was unnecessary, because the alley was not used as a thoroughfare, but as the 2 courts had not joined in an Arab and used the well in common, the boards were erected as a sign. Ar-Jehudah himself continued, a projecting board is not necessary, for even any small stick is sufficient. Said the Bailey to R. Joseph, the statement of R. Jehudah on his own account was also made in conformity with the opinion of Samuel, for according to Rab, where a place is not used as a thoroughfare it cannot prove an impediment to the adjoining grounds. Said R. Mammon in the name of Rab of Erubim, quoting Rab, if there were 3 ruins between 2 houses, each house may use the adjoining ruin by throwing therein, but the middle ruin must not be used by either of the 2 houses. R. Brona was sitting and proclaiming this halakha. Said R. Eliezer, one of the schoolmen, to him, did Rab indeed say this? And he answered, yeah, he did. So R. Eliezer requested that he be shown where Rab resided. This was done, and coming before Rab he inquired, did Master indeed say this? And he answered, yea. Said R. Eliezer, did Master not say, that if an object is not easily accessible to both, it must not be used by either? Answered Rab, dost thou then think, that I had reference to 3 ruins, that stood one after the other between 2 houses? I was speaking of ruins that stood 2 on one side and one of the size of both on the other, as shown in accompanying illustration. Now as regards the ruins into which the windows open, from the fact that access is gained by means of windows, or in other words through the atmosphere, they are permitted to be used in accordance with the opinion previously rendered that a place where there is no thoroughfare, p. 204, does not prove an impediment to adjoining ground. Even in this case, where the ruins being naturally broken, it might be said that the atmosphere of one mingling with the other renders both unlawful for use. I have already decided that atmosphere cannot produce such a condition. As for the other ruin, which both can reach by means of the small opening at the bottom, it is not as if they were reached through the atmosphere but by actual contact. Hence the ruin being directly between the 2 houses cannot be used unless an Erub had been combined. Mishnah, if a man deposit his Erub, for the combination of courts, in a vestibule, gallery, or balcony, it is not a lawful Erub. Should a man reside in any such place, who has not joined in the Erub, he cannot prevent the other inmates of the court from carrying therein. If a man deposit his Erub in a hay loft, or in a stable, or in a woodshed, or in a granary, it is a legal Erub, and one who dwells there, if he had not joined in the Erub, impedes the other inmates of the court. R. Jehudah said, if the householder has reserved the right of access thereto, to such a loft, a stable, shed, or granary, he who dwells there does not impede the other inmates of the court. Gemara, said R. Jehudah the son of R. Samuel bar Sadas 1, in all cases where the sages decree that if a man reside in a certain place, and had forgotten to join in the Erub, he does not impede the others. An Erub which he might deposit in such a place is not legal, excepting only in the case of a vestibule belonging to an individual, and in all cases where the sages decree that an Erub must not be deposited in a certain place, it is permitted to effect the combination of alleys in such a place, excepting only the atmosphere of an entry, that is, in the air above the ground of the entry. R. Jehudah again said in the name of Samuel, if a company was seated at table on the eve of Sabbath and the Sabbath set in, the bread lying on the table may be depended upon to serve as an Erub, and according to another version it may serve as the combination of the alley. Said Rabbah, they do not differ. Those who say that the bread serves for an Erub of the court refer to a case where the table was situated in the house. p. 205. And those who say that it may serve as a combination of alleys refer to a case where the table was in the court. Said the Bailey to him, I know of a Boretha, which will bear out thy opinion, viz. Erubim of courts must be made in the courts, combinations of alleys must be effected in the alleys. After deliberating upon this Boretha we decided that it could not be so, for we have learned in our Mishnah that if a man deposit his Erub of courts, in a vestibule, gallery, or balcony, it is not a lawful Erub, and the conclusion was that the statement of the Boratha to the effect that the Erubim must be made in the courts in reality means that they should be made in the houses contained in the courts, and the combination of alleys should be made not in the alleys proper but in the courts opening into the alleys. R. Jehuda said, if the householder has reserved the right of access, etc. What is meant by the right of access? The privilege as held by Bunayas ben Bunayas, according to the H. ben Nanas, who was a very wealthy man and would loan his houses for the use of the other inhabitants, but would reserve the right to store his utensils in such houses. At one time he came before a rabbi, said, Rabbi, make room for a man who has 100 golden minas. One later another man came along and, thinking that he was the wealthier, Rabbi said, make room for a man who has 200 golden minas. Said Dar Ishmael the son of Ar-Hosea to Rabbi, Rabbi, the father of this first man, Bunayas, hath 1,000 ships in the sea and 1,000 cities on land. Said Rabbi to him, when thou shouldst see his father, tell him not to send his son to Rabbi dressed so poorly, because it is Rabbi's wont to honor rich men. Arakiba would also honor rich men, as Rabbi Bar Mari preached. It is written, Psalms c. 8, may he abide forever before God, ordain that kindness and truth may guard him, which signifies, when can he abide forever before God? If rich men guard him with kindness and truth so that he know not want. Rabbi Bar Hannah said, what is meant by the right of access? If a man have in the house any utensil, even a plowshare. Said Dar Naaman, the disciples of Samuel said on the contrary, only an utensil which may not be handled on the Sabbath gives a man the right of access to a house, but an utensil. p. 206. Which may be handled on Sabbath is not, because he might come and remove it. The same was also taught in a Boratha. Mishnah, if a man leave his house and goes to take his Sabbath rest in another town, without previously joining in the Arab, be he a Gentile or an Israelite, he thereby prevents the other inmates of his court from carrying within it. Such is the dictum of Ar-Mir. Ar-Jehuda saith, he does not prevent the others. Ar-Hosea saith, a Gentile prevents the others, but an Israelite does not, as it is not usual for an Israelite to return on the day of rest. Ar-Simeon saith, even if the man left his house and had gone to take his Sabbath rest with his daughter, in the same town, he does not prevent the other inmates, since he has in thought renounced his abode for the time being. Gemara, said Rab, the halakha prevails according to Ar-Simeon, but only if the man went to take his Sabbath rest with his daughter. If, however, he went to take his Sabbath rest with his son, he does not renounce his own abode for the time being. For people say, if thou hearest a dog bark in a house thou canst enter without fear, but if thou shouldst hear little pups squeal and their mother bark at thee, do not enter, meaning that a father is not apt to quarrel with his daughter and return to his abode, but he may do so with his daughter-in-law and be compelled to return to his own home. Mishnah, if there be a well between two courts it is not lawful to draw water therefrom, on Sabbath, unless a partition be made 10 hands high either below, within the water, or at the edge of the well. Ar-Simeon ben Gamaliel said, Beth Shammai hold, that the partition must be made below, but Beth Hillel maintained that it must be made above. Said Ar-Jehuda, the partition is not more effective than the wall which is between the two courts. Gemara, said Ar-Huna, by saying that the partition must be made below, Beth Shammai I mean, that it should be within the well but not so as to touch the water, and Beth Hillel by maintaining that it should be made above, mean, that it should be erected over the well. Both agree, however, that the partition must not be outside of the well proper, but within its enclosures. Beth Hillel's reason for the decree is that wherever water is concerned the ordinances are to be construed in as lenient a manner as possible, as we have learned from R. Tabla's question and Rab's answer, see page 24. p. 207. Said Bar Jehuda, the partition is no more effective, etc. Said Rabbah, Bar Jehuda and Bar Hananiah ben Achabiah said virtually the same thing. Bar Jehuda said what we have learned in the Mishnah and Bar Hananiah ben Achabiah as we have learned in the Boratha, viz., in a balcony 4L square a hole 4 span square may be cut out and water may be drawn through that hole, and although there were no partitions surrounding the balcony, it is considered as if it reached the ground by the application of the law of Geshith 1. So said Bar Hananiah ben Achabiah. This is virtually the same as the opinion of Bar Jehuda in our Mishnah, said Abaili to Rabbah. Perhaps this is not so. Bar Jehuda, who says that no separate partition is necessary, does so because he holds that the wall between the two courts suffices as a partition for the well also. Consequently he considers the wall as reaching down as far as the well, but, in the case of the balcony, where there is no partition at all to commence with, the balcony must first be inclined into a standing position and then be considered as reaching down as far as the well. Now while Bar Jehuda may hold that the wall may be considered as if it reached down to the well, it does not follow that he also permits of a previous imaginary inclination of the balcony in addition to the supposition that it reaches down to the well and thus forms a valid partition. On the other hand, Bar Hananiah ben Achabiah, who permits of both the imaginary inclination of the balcony and the supposition that it reaches down as far as the water, may have applied this only to a balcony which was erected above the Sea of Tiberias, which is surrounded by cities, banks, and woodsheds, but in the case of a balcony erected above any other waters he might not have permitted even as much as Bar Jehuda. Said Darhuna the son of Jehoshua, if the well stood in a corner between two courts, the partition to be erected on the other side of the well, which is not between the two walls, should be 10 spans high and a span and a trifle wide on each side. And when applying the law of Levud to the partition on both sides, a partition will be effected on every side of the well, providing the well was only 4 spans square. Mishnah, if a canal runs through a court, it is not lawful to draw water therefrom, on Sabbath, unless there be a partition 10 spans high where the canal flows into the court and p. 208. Another where it flows out again. Bar Jehuda said, the wall above is to be considered a partition. Bar Jehuda further said, it happened that water was drawn from the canal around the walls of a town, the moat, on the Sabbath with the sanction of the elders, but the sages replied, that was done, because the canal was not of the legal size, of 4 spans width. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a partition was made where the canal flowed into the court but not where it flowed out of the court, or if it was made where the canal flowed out, but not where it flowed in, it is not lawful to draw water therefrom on the Sabbath unless there was a partition both where the canal flowed into and out of the court. Bar Jehuda, however, said, the wall above the canal may serve as the partition. Said Bar Jehuda, it happened that water was drawn from the canal flowing into the city of Sepphoris from the walls, around it one, the canal flowing from the moat, with the sanction of the elders, but the sages said to him, wouldst thou place this in evidence? In that case the canal was not 10 spans deep nor 4 spans wide. We have learned in another Boratha, a canal which flows between two walls which contained apertures. If it was less than 3 spans wide, a bucket may be let down from the apertures and water drawn from the canal, but if it was over 3 spans wide this must not be done, on Sabbath. Our Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, says, that if the canal was less than 4 spans wide, water may be drawn therefrom, but if over 4 spans, this must not be done. In which class of legal ground can such a canal be placed? Shall we say, in the class of unclaimed ground? Then the statement of Ardimi in the name of Johanan to the effect that there is no unclaimed ground less than 4 spans will not be in accordance with the opinion of all the sages but merely with that of part of them, for according to the sages of the above Boratha, even 3 spans may constitute unclaimed ground? Zara said, the sages of the Boraitha do differ with our Simeon Ben Gamaliel concerning this. p. 209. Point whether unclaimed ground may be 3 spans or 4, and the statement of Ardimi is merely in accordance with the opinion of part of the Tanaim. Why should a canal between 2 walls containing apertures not be considered as the holes in unclaimed ground, for prior to its entering the space between the 2 walls it was undoubtedly over 4 spans wide, and hence unclaimed ground, as holes in public or private ground are considered as part of public or private ground respectively. See Tract Sabbath, p. 11. Abai Barabin and Arhanina Barabin both declare that this theory, of holes being equal to the ground, does not exist where unclaimed ground is concerned. Arashi, however, said, even if the theory does apply to unclaimed ground, it applies only then, if the ground is near to the hole in a wall of the ground, but if it is a distance off, as it must be in the case of this canal, the theory can under no circumstances be applied. Rabina, however, said, the 3, respectively 4 spans discussed in the Boraitha do not apply to the canal, but to partitions which were erected at the entrance and outlet of the canal at each end of the alley, and both parties to the dispute merely adhere to their respective theories concerning Leviud, one side maintaining that 3 spans constitute Leviud, and the other that even 4 spans accomplish this object. Mishnah, if there be a balcony above the water, it is not lawful to draw water therein on the Sabbath, unless a partition be made 10 hands high, either above or below the balcony. Thus, also, if there be 2 balconies, one above the other, should a partition have been made for the upper and not for the lower, it is unlawful to draw water through either, unless they have been combined by an Arab. Gemara, our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah ben Akabia, who holds that in a balcony 4 L square, a hole may be cut out 4 spans square, etc., as related previously, page 207, but Tar Johanan in the name of R. Jose ben Zimra said, Hananiah ben Akabia permitted this to be done only in the case of a balcony erected above the waters of the Sea of Tiberias for the reason as stated previously, but not above other waters. The rabbis tout 3 things were allowed by R. Hananiah ben Akabia to the inhabitants of Tiberias, viz., to draw water through a balcony on Sabbath, to deposit fruit and pea stalks. p. 210. Although, while in the field, dew had settled on the fruit, it is not considered as being wet, and hence not subject to defilement, and to wipe themselves with a towel when emerging from the bath, as there is no fear of their wringing the towel. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said, do not say that the imaginary hanging partition of the balcony makes it lawful, only to draw water through the balcony but not to pour out water through it, for it is also permitted to pour out superfluous water through that balcony. Said Dar Shesby, is this not self-evident? For is this not identical with a sewer mentioned in the next Mishnah? From the succeeding Mishnah, where the sewer is supposed to absorb the water, it is allowed to pour water into it even if it be full and run over into the street because the intention was to have the sewer absorb the water, but in this case, where the waters are not stationary, we might assume that it is not allowed to pour out more water to commence with, hence we are told by Rabbi Bar Arhuna that this may be done. Thus, also, if there be 2 balconies, one above the other, etc. said Arhuna in the name of Rab, the Mishnah states that if a partition had been made for the upper and not for the lower, it is unlawful to draw water through either. When is this the case? If the balconies were not quite 4 spans apart, but if they were 4 spans apart, it is allowed to draw water through the upper. This is merely in accordance with the mentioned theory of Rab, that one man cannot impede the actions of another through atmosphere. Rabbi said in the name of R. Hiya and R. Joseph made the statement in the name of R. Oshia, as follows: the law concerning robbery is applicable also on Sabbath. What is meant thereby? If there was a ruin belonging to a man and another man made use of it during the week, it might be assumed that he had acquired the right to it for the Sabbath and may carry therein. For under ordinary circumstances, if a man robbed another of an article and such article is in his possession, it is considered as belonging to him until the victim of the robbery reclaims his right to it by law. But we are given to understand that in this case, as soon as the Sabbath sets in, the property reverts to its rightful owner, without his recovering same by law. Said Rabba, this above statement, that the law of robbery is applicable also on Sabbath, would be contradictory to our Mishnah, which says that if there were two balconies, one above the p. 211 other, and a partition was made for the upper, it is prohibited to draw water through either, etc. And for this reason, during the week the upper balcony undoubtedly makes use of the lower and thereby acquires a temporary right to it. If, then, by using the lower balcony during the week the upper balcony does so wrongfully, and on Sabbath the lower balcony reverts to its rightful owners, to the exclusion of the inmates of the upper balcony, how can the upper balcony prove an impediment to the lower, which it cannot use? One said Darsheshath. The Mishnah refers to a case where the partition made for the upper balcony was joint property of both upper and lower. If the partition was made jointly, of what benefit would a partition made to the lower be to the upper? As long as the share in the partition of the upper balcony is owned by the lower, the upper cannot be used until both combine in Erub. As soon as the lower balcony erects a partition for itself, it exposes its intention to sever all connection with the upper, and thus either balcony may draw water through their respective grounds. Mishnah: if a court be less than 4 ells square, it is not permitted to pour water therein on Sabbath, unless a sewer is made, which has a capacity of 2 sas exclusive of the walls, either outside or within the court. If the sewer has been made outside, it must be covered up with boards, while on the inside it need not be covered up. Our Eliezer ben Jacob said, into a gutter, which is covered up to the extent of 4 ells in public ground, it is permitted to pour water on the Sabbath. The sages, however, hold that even though the court or roof be 100 ells long, it is not permitted to pour water down the gutter, direct, but the water may be poured out on the roof, so as to drop down into the gutter. In computing the 4 ells mentioned in the first clause of this Mishnah, the hall may be added. Thus, also, if there be 2 habitations facing each other in one court, and the inmates of one have made a sewer, but were not joined in making it by the inmates of the other habitation, those who made the sewer are permitted to throw water into it, but those that did not make it are not permitted to do so. Gemara: what is the reason that water must not be poured into a court less than 4 ells square? Said Rabbah. p. 212. Paragraph continues, a man generally consumes 2 sas of water every day. If his court be 4 ells square or more, he pours out the water in order to lay the dust, but if it be less than 4 ells square, he merely would throw out the water in order to have it run out onto the street, and that is prohibited as a precaution, lest he should pour out the water into the street direct. Arzara said, a court of 4 ells square absorbs 2 sas of water, hence, even should part of it run out into the street, it was not the intention of the man who poured it out that it should, but if the court is less than 4 ells square, it does not absorb that quantity of water and part of it must needs run out onto the street, hence it is prohibited to pour it out. Wherein lies the difference between Rabbah and Darzara? Said Derbai, if the court was oblong, say 8 ells by 2, it absorbs the water undoubtedly, but as for laying the dust in a court of that size, a man would not trouble himself to pour out water for that purpose. An objection was made based upon our Mishnah, which states in computing the 4 ells square of the court the hall may be added. Would this not prove that the reason is according to Arzara? According to Rabbah, Explained Darzera, the Mishnah might refer to a hall which, surrounding the court, made it in the form of a square. For example, if the court was 4 ells long by 2 wide, and the hall added 2 ells to the width. Our Eliezer ben Jacob said, into a gutter, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah, for we have learned in a Boratha, Hananiah said, even if the roof be 100 ells long, it is not permitted to pour water on it, as it is not made for the purpose of absorbing the water, but for the purpose of throwing it off into the street. It was taught in a Boratha, all these regulations concerning the pouring of water apply only to summer, but during the rainy period one may pour as much water as he chooses into the court. Why is this so? Said Rabha, because it is the intention of the man to have the court absorb the water. Said the Bailey to him, unclean water is certainly intended to be absorbed by the ground, still it is not permitted to pour it down the gutter. Rejoined Rabha, why should this not be permitted during the rainy season? Can it be the intention of the man that the water should run out into the street in order that his court should not become muddy? It is already muddy. Then the reason might possibly be in the manner of a precaution. p. 213. Lest the man pour the water into the street direct, or others seeing water running out of a court, might assume that it is allowed to pour out such water into the court even during the dry season. The precaution is unnecessary. Those who see water running out of the court will naturally conclude that it is rain water, because of the rainy season of the year, and there is no fear of the man pouring out the water into the street, because his court being already muddy, he will not mind pouring more water into it. Said Derbe, according to thy explanation, then, during the rainy season the quantity of water is immaterial, even if it be a cur or 2 it may be poured out nevertheless. If there be 2 habitations facing each other, etc. It was taught, Rabbah said, they must not pour water into the sewer, provided they did not combine an Arab, but if they did combine an Arab, they may pour water into the sewer. And if they did not combine an Arab, why should it not be allowed? They merely throw the water down the sewer. Said Darashi, this is merely a precautionary measure, lest they fill some vessels with water and then carry them to the sewer.
Chapter 9. Regulations concerning the combining of roofs on Sabbath. Mishnah. All the roofs of a town are considered one private ground, although the houses underneath are occupied by several, provided there be not one roof 10 hands higher or 10 hands lower than the rest. Such is the dictum of Armir. The sages, however, hold that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. R. Simeon said, roofs, as well as courts and wood stores, constitute one private ground, for the carrying of all such utensils as were actually situated there when the Sabbath set in, but not for the carrying of such utensils as were still in the house when the Sabbath set in. Gemara. Abai bar Abin and Hanina bar Abin were sitting alongside of Abai, and were conversing between themselves. It is right according to the sages, who hold that, in the same manner as the houses are separated below, so are also the roofs above. Thus, unless an Arab is made between the houses, it is not permitted to carry from one roof to the other. But what is the opinion of Armir? Does he hold that as the houses are separated so are also the roofs? Why does he state that all the roofs constitute one private ground, or if he holds that above 10 spans there is nothing but private ground, what difference does it make to him whether a roof be 10 spans higher or lower than the rest? Said Abai to the 2 brothers, have ye not heard the dictum of Aritzhak bar Abdimi to the effect that Armir said thus, where there are 2 distinct premises both of which, however, are legally private ground, for example, a pillar, 10 spans high and 4 spans wide standing in private ground, and which must not be used to shoulder burdens thereon on the Sabbath, lest a heap of the same size standing in public ground be used for the same purpose. So it is also in this case, where a roof is 10 spans lower or higher than the rest, the same precautionary measure applies. The two brothers, hearing this from Abayi, thought that according to Armir the same case applied to a mortar or kettle. p. 215. 10 spans high, said Abayi to them. My master told me that Armir said this precaution applied only to a pillar and a millstone, because for these two objects special places are designated, but as for other utensils, even if they be 10 spans high, the precaution is unnecessary. The sages, however, hold that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. It was taught, Rab said, on every roof things must not be handled except within a limit of 4 ells, but Samuel said, they may be handled in the whole extent of the roof. If the roofs are separated and the separation is apparent, all agree that carrying things on those roofs is permissible, because in this case the walls underneath are considered as if they reached up to the tops of the roofs, but they differ concerning roofs that are separated, where the separation is not apparent. Rab holds that things must not be carried on those roofs, where the separation is not apparent, except for a distance of 4 ells, because he does not admit, in this case, the theory of the possibility of the walls reaching up to the tops of the roofs, while Samuel, who does admit the theory, holds that carrying is permitted in the entire extent of the roofs, because he admits of the possibility of the walls reaching the tops of the roofs. An objection was made based upon our Mishnah. The sages hold that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. This is in accordance with Samuel's opinion, but is contradictory to the opinion of Rab. The disciples of Rab said in his name that the statement, things must not be handled except within a limit of 4 ells, meant to signify 2 ells in each adjoining roof, but in the one roof things may be handled throughout its entire extent. Abayi said, if a man erected an attic on top of his house and provided it with a small door 4 spans wide, he may carry things in all the roofs. The reason for this statement is that the fact of the man having made an attic and provided it with a door is proof that the other inmates had resigned their right to the use of the roof in his favor. Said Rabha, it may happen that the small door with which the attic was provided may prevent the man from using the other roofs, even according to Armir. How so? If the door in the attic faced a garden below and the partition made by the attic separated his roof from the others, it might be said that he made that door merely so as to be able to watch his garden and renounced his right to the use of the roofs. p. 216. It was taught, roofs, level one to the other, in which, according to Armir, it is permitted to carry things, and a single roof which may be used according to the sages, may according to Rab be used throughout their whole extent, while according to Samuel, it is only allowed to use them for an extent of 4 ells. Would not this be a contradiction by Rab to his previous statement and by Samuel to his own former dictum? This can be explained thus. Rab's previous statement referred to a case where the separation between the roofs was not apparent, while in this case the separation is apparent, and Samuel's former dictum referred to a roof that had less than 2 sas capacity, while in this case it refers to a roof that has a capacity of more than 2 sa. Why should a roof of that size not be allowed to be used? The possibility of the walls reaching the tops of the roofs is not admitted, for the reason that partitions which enclose dwellings are made downwards and are not supposed to extend upwards, and of a space which is not enclosed by partitions of dwellings and has a capacity of over 2 sa, only 4 ells may be used. It was taught, concerning a ship, Rab said, one may carry things throughout the whole extent of the ship, because the space of a ship is enclosed with partitions, and Samuel said, one may carry only to the extent of 4 ells. Why so? because the partitions were not made for the purpose of making the space inhabitable but merely to keep out the water. Said Arhiah bar Joseph to Samuel, according to whose opinion does the halakha prevail? According to thy opinion or according to Rab's? And Samuel answered, the halakha prevails according to Rab. Argidl in the name of Arhiah bar Joseph said, Rab agrees with Samuel's opinion, concerning a ship that was in dry dock and turned over, that it was only permitted to carry things for a distance of 4 ells. For what purpose was the ship turned over? If people lived within it, why should it not be allowed to carry things throughout its whole extent? Is the bottom of the ship not equal to a roof, when the ship was turned over? Nay, the ship was turned over for a coating of tar. Jehudah said, when we shall arrive at the final conclusions of our mirror we shall find that all roofs are considered as one private ground in their own right, that is, that carrying from one roof to the other is permissible, also that all courts are considered as one private ground and likewise all woodsheds, but p. 217. From the final conclusions of the sages we shall learn, that roofs and courts constitute one private ground, that is, that it is permitted to carry things from the roof to the court and vice versa, which, according to our mirror is not allowed. The woodsheds, however, are considered according to the sages a separate private ground, that is, things may be carried from one woodshed to another but not from a woodshed into a court. The final conclusions of our Simeon denote that all roofs, courts, and woodsheds are considered as one private ground. We have learned one Boratha in support of Rab and another in support of Jehudah. The one supporting Rab reads as follows, all roofs of the town are considered as one private ground, but it is prohibited to carry things from the roofs to the courts, and vice versa. Vessels which were situated in the court before the Sabbath set in, may be carried in all the courts, and those situated in the roofs before the Sabbath set in may be handled in all the roofs, provided there is not a roof 10 spans higher or lower than the rest. Such is the dictum of our mirror, but the sages said, every roof constitutes a separate ground and things must not be carried in it for a distance of over 4 ells. This bears out the statement of Rab in which he says that when the separation between the roofs is not apparent one must not carry except in a limit of 4 ells. In support of Jehudah we have learned the following Boratha. Rabbi said, when we learned the law at our Simeons in the city of Thekla, we would carry towels and oil from one roof to another, from that to the court, and from that to another, and from the other court to a woodshed, and from that to another, until we would come to the springs where we would bathe. Said Jehudah, it happened in a time of danger, that we brought up the sacred scrolls from a court to a roof, from the roof to another court, and from that to a woodshed in order to read therein. The sages answered, acts committed during a time of danger do not serve as evidence. Our Simeon said, roofs as well as courts and woodsheds, etc. Said Rab, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, providing no Erub was made, but if an Erub was effected, it is not so, because there is fear, lest the utensils from the houses be carried out on the Sabbath and are then carried about in all the courts. Our Simeon himself admits that they form one private ground for the carrying of such utensils as were actually p. 218. Within the courts or roofs when the Sabbath set in, but nor for such utensils as were within the house. Samuel, however, as well as Johanan, said, there is no difference whether an Erub was made or not. Arhista opposed this. According to Samuel and Johanan there will be 2 kinds of vessels in the court, one kind, which had already been situated in the court when the Sabbath set in, and the other, which was brought out from the house during Sabbath. Is then not the precautionary measure decreed by Rab really necessary? Simeon holds to his theory that precautionary measures are not necessary. Come and hear, 5 courts which opened into each other, and also opened into one alley, the inmates of which had all forgotten and not combined an Erub. The inmates are prohibited to carry in or carry out from the court into the alley, or from the alley into the court. The utensils which were situated in the courts when the Sabbath set in may be carried in the courts, but the utensils which were situated in the alley must not be carried even in the alley. Our Simeon, however, permits this to be done, even to carry the utensils of the court into the alley, because he used to say, as long as many people lived there and had forgotten to combine an Erub, the roof, the court, the balcony, the gallery, the woodshed, and the alley are all considered the same legal premises. Thus we see that our Simeon makes this decree only if no Erub was made, but if an Erub was made he would not do so, hence he contradicts Samuel and our Johanan. Nay, our Simeon states this merely to supplement the statement of the sages and says to them, as far as I am concerned it makes no difference whether an Erub was made or not, but according to your opinion, grant me, that when no Erub was made the courts, the roofs, etc. all constitute the same legal premises. The sages, however, answered, nay, according to our opinion, each constitutes separate premises. Said Rabbina to Arashi, is it possible that our Johanan said this? Did not our Johanan say, that the halakha prevails according to an anonymous Mishnah, and we have learned previously, chapter 7, Mishnah 2, concerning a wall between 2 courts, if there was fruit on the wall, the inmates of both courts may partake of the fruit providing they do not carry any of it down with them? Hence we see that it is not permitted, according to that Mishnah, to carry things from one court into another even if an Erub was made by each court. Arashi answered. p. 219. By carrying it down is meant carrying it down into the houses, but carrying it down into the courts is permitted. Asked Rabbina again, did not our Hi'ayah teach, in addition to the quoted Mishnah, providing the inmates of each court do riot take it down into their respective courts and eat it? Said Arashi, if Rabbi did not teach this in the Mishnah, whence does our Hi'ayah adduce that explanation? I think that my interpretation of the Mishnah is correct. It was taught, if there were 2 courts, which had a ruin between them and the inmates of one court combined an Erub, while the inmates of the other did not, Arhuna said that the court that had not the Erub is entitled to the ruin, that is, the vessels situated in their court may be transferred to the ruin, but the court that had combined the Erub is not entitled to the ruin for fear that they might carry out vessels, which were situated in their houses on the Sabbath, into the court, and thence into the ruin. Hi'ayah, the son of Rab, however, said, I heard from my father, that even the court that had an Erub combined may be entitled to the ruin, and I explain my father's dictum to signify, that the utensils contained in either court may be transferred to the ruin. If thou shouldst explain my father's dictum to signify, that neither of the courts may make use of the ruin, because he understood our Simeon's decree to mean if they had made an Erub they became separate premises, hence, in this case, one of the courts having combined an Erub interferes with others also, I will answer it by saying, that such would be the case if there were an occupied court between them, in which event there might be vessels which were situated in the court when the Sabbath set in and also vessels which had been carried out of the houses, so that it would be impossible to distinguish which could and which could not be carried throughout all the courts. When, however, as is the case here, a ruin is between the 2 courts where there are no vessels which are actually situated there, the danger of confusion is removed, and hence my explanation is, that it is permitted for both courts to transfer their vessels to the ruin. Mishnah, if a large roof adjoin a small one, the owners of the large roof are permitted to carry things thither from the house, but the owners of the small roof are prohibited to do this. If a large court opens into a small one, through a breach in the wall, the inmates of the large court are permitted to carry things through the breach, but the inmates of the small court, p. 220, are prohibited to do so, because the smaller court is considered as an entry to the larger. Gemara, why does the Mishnah teach both cases, concerning a roof and a court? According to Rab, the object is to demonstrate that in the same manner as courts are divided by partitions, so should the partitions between roofs be apparent. According to Samuel, the object is to show that a roof is on a par with a court, that is, as the latter is used by many, so also is the former. Rabba, Arzera, and Rabba Bar Arhanan were sitting together and Abai sat close by. They said, from this Mishnah we may adduce that the inmates of the larger court control the actions of the smaller, whereas the inmates of the smaller court exert no influence over those of the larger. How so? For instance, if vines were planted in the larger, other seed must not be planted in the smaller, but if the vines were planted in the smaller, any other seed may be planted in the larger. If a woman who was to be divorced stood in the smaller court and the bill of divorce was thrown to her from the larger court, she is thereby legally divorced, but if she stood in the larger and the bill was thrown to her from the smaller court, she is not legally divorced. If the congregation assembled for prayer stood in the larger and the reader who was to recite the prayer for them was in the smaller, they have acquitted themselves of their duty. If they were in the smaller court, however, and the reader was in the larger, they have not. If there were 9 men in the larger court and 1 man in the smaller, that 1 man is counted in with the 9 and it constitutes a legal assembly for prayer or for the commission of religious acts. But if there were 9 men in the smaller and 1 in the larger, that 1 man cannot be counted in. If there was a filthy thing in the smaller court, on account of which the Shema prayer could not be recited, the larger court may nevertheless recite the prayer, but if the filthy thing was in the larger court, the inmates of the smaller are not allowed to do so. Said Abai to them, according to this then, a partition, which under ordinary circumstances should facilitate the observance of laws, would prove a detriment, for were there no partition between the larger and smaller court and vines were planted anywhere within the 2 courts, a man would simply be obliged to measure off 4 ells whence the vines grew and could then plant whatever he chose. p. 221. Rabha, through Arshmaiah ben Zerah, sent the following query to Abai: do we not find as a matter of fact that a partition at times proves a detriment? Did we not learn in Abortha, that concerning the partitions of a vineyard there are instances where they make the observance of laws more lenient, and on the other hand there are instances where they make it more rigorous? How so? If the vines are planted hard by the partition, one may on the other side of the partition plant whatever he chooses. If there were no partition, however, he would have to measure off 4 ells whence the vines grew and then plant whatever he chose. This is an instance of leniency caused by the partition. When does it make the law more rigorous? If the vines were planted to within 11 ells of the partition, it is not allowed to plant other seed anywhere within those 11 ells. But if there were no partition, 4 ells would suffice between the vineyard and the place where other seed was to be planted. Rejoined Abai, why base thy query upon Abortha, if in thy opinion the partition is the main issue? Why not cite the following Mishnah? Kailaim, chapter 4, Mishnah 2, if the space between the vineyard and the fence which surrounds it be less than 12 square ells, no other seed may be sown therein, but if it measure that superficies, a vacant space must be allowed for the cultivation of the vines growing near it, and the rest of the ground may be used for saving other seed. We must say that because in the Mishnah the partition is not the issue, but it is a question of the space between the 4 ells allowed for the cultivation of the vineyard and the 4 ells allowed to the hedge or fence, and if such space is 4 ells wide, that is, if the whole is 12, Other seed may be sown therein, but if less than 4, it is abandoned. Hence we might say, that the same issue is treated of in the Boretha. Illustration A. Illustration B. Jehuda said, if there are 3 woodsheds opening into each other, of which the 2 outer are enclosed while the middle one is not, see illustration A, and there is a man in each of the woodsheds, the men are considered as a caravan and are entitled to as much room as they desire. If the middle one, however, was enclosed, but the 2 outer ones were not, see illustration B, and there was a man in each of the 3 woodsheds, they are entitled to a space of 6. p. 222. South capacity, that is, 2 sows to each man. For the reason, that in the first instance the middle woodshed is smaller than either of the 2 outer ones and is virtually absorbed by them, while in the latter case, the middle woodshed is the larger, but cannot absorb the 2 outer ones, hence the men cannot be considered as a caravan. The schoolman propounded a question, how is it if, in the latter instance of the woodsheds, illustration B, there were 2 men in the middle woodshed and 1 each in the outer sheds? Shall we assume that the 2 men of the middle shed, having a right to either shed, are considered as being in either one of the 2 outer sheds, and 3 persons being in one place, thereby form a caravan? Or shall we say, that as there are 2 men in the middle woodshed, each one of them can occupy either court, in which event there would be 2 people each in the outer courts and no caravan is formed, consequently they are entitled only to a space of 2 sows capacity for each man. If the latter instance should apply, how would it be if there were 2 men in each of the outer sheds and 1 man in the middle shed? Whichever court he might occupy, there would be 3 men, and thus a caravan would be formed, or, because there is doubt which he would occupy, having a right to either, it would not be considered as a caravan? The answer was, all ordinances pertaining to Erubim should be construed in their most lenient form. Said Arhista, if a court was 5 spans higher at the edges than in the center and a partition of 5 spans height was added to the edges, it does not constitute a valid partition, for either the edges must be 10 spans high to commence with or the partition must be made 10 spans high. Merrimaher, however, maintained that the 2 may be counted together and constitute a legal partition. Rabbina met Ahia the son of Rabha and asked him, does the master teach anything pertaining to partitions? And he answered, nay. The halakha prevails, that the edges of the court and the partitions are counted together and constitute a legal partition. Aroshia propounded a question, how is it if new habitations are added to a court on the Sabbath, that is, if a wall between 2 courts had become broken and thus new dwellings were added, do they impede the inmates of that court or not? Said Arhista, come and hear, we have learned this in our p. 223. Mishnah, if a large court opens into a small one, through a breach in the wall, the inmates of the large court are permitted to carry things through the breach, but the inmates of the small court are prohibited to do so. Rejoined Rabbah, perhaps the Mishnah refers to a breach that was made before the Sabbath set in. Said Abaye, the master should not say perhaps, it is certain, that the breach was caused on the eve of Sabbath, because didst not thou, master, say thyself at one time, that thou didst ask of Arhuna and of Jehuda concerning an Arab which was made through an aperture or a door which had accidentally become closed up on the Sabbath, and they told thee, that if that happened after the Sabbath set in, the Arab is valid for the whole Sabbath, having been valid at the beginning, and they certainly would not contradict a Mishnah. It was taught, if a wall between 2 courts was destroyed on the Sabbath, Rab said, that it is not permitted to carry things in either of the courts for a distance of over 4 ells, but Samuel maintains, that the inmates of each court may carry as far as the ruins of the wall. The statement herein attributed to Rab was not made by him outright, but was inferred from the occurrence as follows. Rab and Samuel were both sitting in one court on Sabbath, and suddenly the wall of the court caved in. Said Samuel to the other inmates of the court, "Take a garment and hang it up in place of the wall." Rab turned away his face from Samuel. Said Samuel, "If Rab, is angry, let him take his girdle and fasten the garment with it to the wall." If according to Samuel it is allowed to carry as far as the ruins of the wall, why did he order that a garment should be fastened as a partition? Samuel did not order this to be done in order to make a partition, but merely to prevent outsiders from peering into the court. And Rab, if he holds that it is not allowed to carry, he should have said so. It was Samuel's domain, and he could not contradict him at that time. Why then did he turn away his face? Surely he is not responsible for Samuel's actions, in order to show that he did not agree with Samuel's opinion but still adhered to his own. Mishnah: if a court, through an incavation of its walls, is laid open to public ground, whosoever brings anything from private ground into such a court, or from the court into private ground, is culpable. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. The sages hold, however, whoever brings anything from the court into public ground, or from public ground into the court, is p. 224. Absolved, since the court, through the incavation of its walls and consequent opening, has become like unclaimed ground. Gemara: does our Eliezer hold that if a court by reason of the incavation of its walls is laid open to public ground, it becomes public ground? Yea. He holds to his theory as expressed elsewhere, Baba Bathra, that if the public had taken a certain path through a meadow, although there was no path, and used it constantly, it remains a path, and the same is the case with this court. If it was laid open into public ground, it becomes the same as public ground. This is not so. Did not our Giddel say in the name of Rab, that our Eliezer, in the passage quoted, referred to a case where the original path had been lost and could not be found, and if we would assume that in the case of the court he holds, that only the space which had been lost to the public, that is, where it is not apparent that the wall had been standing, becomes as public ground, but the whole court is certainly not to be considered such. Did not our Hanina say, that the sages and our Eliezer differ as to the entire space up to where the wall was standing? Hence we must say, that our Eliezer holds the entire court to have become as public ground. The statement of our Hanina should be modified to the effect, that they differ only as to the space that had been occupied by the wall and not up to the wall. Thus our Eliezer does not consider the entire court as public ground. If you wish, I may say, that, the place where the wall stood is still apparent, and, the sages differ with our Eliezer merely as to the adjoining places to public ground. Our Eliezer holds them to be the same as public ground, while the sages say that, as there had at one time been a court there, it is now not public ground. Mishnah: in a court, the corner walls of which had fallen in on Sabbath so, that, it has been laid open to public ground on two sides, also in a house, which by a similar accident, was laid open on two sides, or in an entry the cross and side beam of which had been removed, it is permitted to carry things on that same Sabbath, but it is not permitted to do so on the succeeding Sabbaths. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda, but our Jose said, if it were permitted for that particular Sabbath, it would also be permitted for the future, but since it is prohibited for the future, it is also prohibited on that same Sabbath. Gemara: how is the case with the walls treated of in the Mishnah? If the breach caused by the incavation does not exceed 10 ells, it is regarded as a door, so what difference does p. 225 it make upon how many sides the court has been laid open? If the breach, however, exceeded 10 ells, then it would be the same even if one side only were laid open. Said Rab, the breach does not exceed 10 ells, but in a corner it is not customary to make a door. A house which was laid open on both sides, etc. How would it be if the house were laid open only on one side? We would say that the edge of the roof is supposed to reach down to the bottom and thus serve as a substitute for the wall by application of the law of Dishith. Cannot the same rule apply to two sides of a house? Let the edge of the roof on both sides be supposed to reach down to the bottom. Said the disciples of Rab in the name of their master. The Mishnah refers to a house where the corner walls had fallen in and where the roof was not flat but slanting, so that with the walls it also fell. Samuel said, in the case of a court the Mishnah does refer to an instance where the breach exceeded 10 ells, but it also states that the walls had caved in on both sides because further, when treating of a house, it must specify two sides, hence it does so also when courts are in question. Why must two sides be mentioned in the instance of a house? Cannot the edge of the roof be supposed to reach down to the bottom of both walls? Then again does Samuel hold to the supposition that the edge of the roof reaches to the bottom of the wall? Was it not taught that concerning a gallery in a valley, Rab said, it is permitted to carry throughout the whole extent of the valley, because the edges of the gallery are supposed to reach down to the ground and thus form a partition for the entire valley, whereas Samuel maintained that this supposition cannot be considered and hence it is only permitted to carry for a distance of 4 ells? This would not present a difficulty, for in that case Samuel maintains that the edges of the gallery must not be supposed to reach down to the ground because there must be 4 distinct partitions, but where only 3 are necessary he would admit the feasibility of such a supposition. The difficulty concerning the two sides of the house where the breach measured over 10 ells still remains. In the same manner as the disciples of Rab referred to a house where the corner walls had fallen in together with their slanting roof, Samuel may refer to a house, the corner walls of which had sustained a breach 4 ells in width on each corner, or 8 ells in all, and 5 ells in length. p. 226. On one side, and 5 ells and a trifle on the other side, or slightly over 10 ells in all. Hence it would be necessary to suppose that the edges of the roof reach down on 4 sides of the breach, 2 in width and 2 in length, and that would be contrary to the theory of Samuel. Why does Samuel not hold with Rab? Because the Mishnah does not mention a slanting roof, and Rab does not hold with Samuel because he, Rab, as we have seen in the instance of the gallery in the valley, permits of the supposition that the edges of a gallery or a roof can reach down on 4 sides. R. Jose said, if it were permitted for that particular Sabbath, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: how is R. Jose's dictum to be construed? Does he mean to permit it entirely or to prohibit it entirely? R. Shesheth as well as R. Johanan said, he means to prohibit it entirely. We also learn to this effect in Aboretha, viz., R. Jose said, as they are not permitted to carry on subsequent Sabbaths, so are they also prohibited to do so on that particular Sabbath. It was taught, R. Hai Bar Joseph said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, and Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Did Samuel indeed say so? Did not R. Jehuda reply to R. Hannah of Baghdad that Samuel decreed, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda in all cases pertaining to Erubim, but not where partitions are concerned? Said R. Anan, Samuel himself explained to me that if the courts were laid open towards unclaimed ground the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, but if they were laid open towards public ground the halakha prevails according to R. Jose. Mishnah, if an attic be built over 2 houses, also if bridges are open at both ends, it is lawful to carry things underneath on the Sabbath. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda, but the sages prohibit it. Moreover, our Jehuda further said, it is lawful to combine, by means of an Erub, an alley that is open at both ends, but the sages prohibit it. Gemara, said Rabbah, do not say that the reason of our Jehuda is because a private ground requires according to biblical law only 2 partitions, but because he holds, bisheth, that the ends of the roofs, in this case of the attic or the bridge, are supposed to reach down to the bottom.
Chapter 10. Sundry Regulations Concerning the Sabbath. Mishnah, if a man, on Sabbath, find tefillin on the road, he should match them and bring them into the nearest town or village, in single pairs, that is, one for the head and one for the arm. Rabban Gamaliel said, you may bring in 2 pair at a time. To what does this rule apply? To old tefillin, phylacteries, but if they be new, he need not bring them in at all. If he find them tied up in pairs, or all tied together, he should remain with them till dark and then bring them in. In times of danger, religious persecutions, however, he covers them up and passes on. Our Simeon said, he should hand them to his companion, that is, the man standing next to him, who in turn hands them to his companion, and so on from hand to hand until the utmost court is reached. So, likewise, his child, he should hand it to his companion, who in turn hands it to his companion and so on from hand to hand, even if it have passed through the hands of 100 men. Our Jehuda said, in like manner, a man may pass a cask of wine, which he has found on the road on the Sabbath, to his companion, and he in turn to his companion, and so on from hand to hand, even beyond the legal limits. The sages, however, objected, the cask cannot be conveyed further than its owners have the right to walk. Gemara, he may only carry them in single pairs? Shall we assume that this anonymous Mishnah is not in accordance with our Amir, who decrees, Tract Sabbath, page 257, that a man may clothe himself in as many garments as he chooses? Said Rabbah, in both instances the decree of our Amir is based upon the custom of the weekdays, when a man may also put on as many clothes as he chooses, and as the above-mentioned Mishnah treats of saving from fire, the rabbis permit a man to wear as much clothing as he chooses. In this instance, however, where there is no danger, and as a man only wears 1 pair of tefillin on a weekday, hence he may wear only 1 pair. p. 228. On a Sabbath. Thus this Mishnah can also be in accordance with the decree of our Amir. Rabban Gamaliel said, you may bring in 2 pair. What is the reason of our Gamaliel's dictum? Does he hold that on Sabbath also tefillin should be worn? Then he should only have permitted 1 pair to be brought in. If, however, he holds that on Sabbath tefillin should not be worn, and it is merely to save the tefillin that it was permitted for a man to wear them on his head and arm, why does he only permit 2 pair at a time? He could have permitted more. Said Dar Samuel bar Aritzhag, on the head there is only room for 2. On the hand, however, there is room for but 1. As there is room for 2 on the head, according to our Samuel, there is room for 2 also on the arm. Shall we say that the first Tana of the Mishnah differs with Rabban Gamaliel upon the point advanced by our Samuel bar Aritzhag, maintaining that there is only room for 1 on the head or arm, while our Gamaliel holds there is room for 2? Nay, all agree that there is room for 2, but they differ as to the legality of wearing tefillin on the Sabbath. The first Tana holds that they should be worn on Sabbath, while Rabban Gamaliel holds that they must not. Who of the Tanaim ever held that on Sabbath tefillin must be worn, in order that it might be said the first Tana of the Mishnah is in accordance with his opinion? That was our Akiba, as we have learned. It is written, Exod 13:10, and thou shalt keep this ordinance in its season from year to year. And elsewhere, Tract Menacheth, where there is a dispute between Jose the Galilean and Arakiba, it concludes with the statement that Arakiba holds the wearing of tefillin on Sabbath to be legal. Does Arakiba indeed hold that Sabbath is, also, a proper time for the wearing of tefillin? Have we not learned in another Boratha as follows? Arakiba said, lest we should assume that it is required to wear tefillin on Sabbath or on festivals, it is written, Ibid. 9, and it shall be unto thee for a sign upon thy hand, which means that tefillin should be worn when a sign is required, but Sabbath and festivals being signs in themselves, it is not necessary to have another. Therefore we must say that the first Tana of our Mishnah does not hold according to Arakiba but in accordance with the Tana of the following Boratha, he who stays awake at night may either wear tefillin or not, so said our Nathan, Jonathan Keatoni. p. 229. However, said, it is not allowed to wear tefillin at night. If our Nathan, then, holds that tefillin may be worn at night, he also holds that they may be worn on Sabbath. This is no evidence. It may be that he holds that they may be worn at night, but not on Sabbath, for have we not learned that Arakiba held the night to be a proper time for wearing tefillin, but not so the Sabbath? We must say, therefore, that the first Tana of our Mishnah is in accord with the opinion of the Tana of the following Boratha, Mihal the daughter of Kushai used to wear tefillin, and the sages did not object to it. The wife of Jonah would go to Jerusalem for the festivals and the sages did not object to that, whence we see that the duty of wearing tefillin is a positive commandment which is not dependent upon the time. That is, if it said that they must not be worn at night or on Sabbath, the law would be dependent upon the time, and that duty which is dependent upon time need not be performed by women. If such were the case, then the sages would have prevented Mihal from wearing tefillin because of the commandment, thou shalt not add to the law. Hence we see that tefillin may be worn on Sabbath, according to the sages. It may be, however, that the sages hold to the opinion of our Jose, who said that while the laying of hands upon sacrificial offerings is only obligatory for men, still, women, when bringing their offerings, may, if they choose, perform that duty, and the proof that the sages hold thus is that when the wife of Jonah would go to Jerusalem for the festivals, a duty which no one disputes is entirely dependent upon the time, the sages had no objection. Therefore we must say that the first Tana of our Mishnah is in accord with the opinion of another Tana, viz., the Tana of the following Tosafta, one who finds tefillin on the Sabbath should bring them in single pairs, whether the finder be a man or woman, whether the tefillin be old or new. Such is the dictum of our Mir. Our Jehuda, however, prohibits new tefillin to be brought in but permits old. Now we see that they differ only as regards new and old tefillin, but not as to whether a man or woman may bring them in, whence we see that the duty of tefillin is not dependent upon the time. Then the question again arises, does not this Tana hold in accordance with the opinion of our Jose? This would not be consistent, for neither our Mir nor our Jehuda are in accord with our Jose. Our Mir is not in accordance with our Jose as we have. p. 230. Learned in a Mishnah, tract Rosh Hashanah, one must not prevent children from blowing the cornet. From this we see that only children are not to be prevented, but women are, and as the above Mishnah is anonymous and it is traditional that all anonymous Mishnahot are in accordance with our Amir, we see that he, our Amir, is not in accordance with our Jose, and that our Jehuda is not in accordance with our Jose is to be seen in the following Boratha and Cyphera. It is written, Levit. 4, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of the burnt offering. This is a law which applies to a man but not to a woman. For the reason that this dictum is by anonymous teachers we, in accordance with what we have learned elsewhere, ascribe it to our Jehuda. Our Elazar said, if a man found whole strands of wool dyed purple blue, the same as is used for shoal threads, Dividing Numbers 15:38, in the market, and it is not known whether they were intended for the preparation of show threads, they are not suitable for such purpose, but if he found threads of that kind of wool, they are suitable for that purpose. Why should the strands not be suitable? Because it is possible that they were intended for other purposes, for example, for garments. Why not assume the same to be the case with threads? The threads are referred to as being already twisted into the form required for show threads. Even so, it might be that they were intended for fringes on a garment. Nay, the threads mentioned were already cut to a size suitable for show threads, and a man would not go to the trouble of preparing them so carefully if they were to be used for any other purpose. Said Rabha, and what about tefillin? The Mishnah distinctly states that only old tefillin may be brought in, because of the certainty that they are actually tefillin, but as for new ones, even though they be made exactly like tefillin, they must not be brought in for fear that they be only ordinary amulets. Hence we see that they apprehended lest a man take the trouble to prepare amulets exactly like tefillin. Why should he not do so with the blue thread for show threads? Said Arzara to his son Habha, go and tell them that I have found another Boraitha which explicitly teaches that if the threads were found cut off to the required size of the show threads, they are suitable for that purpose, for a man will not go to the trouble of cutting off the threads for any other purpose. Rejoined Rabha, and if Ahab had taught that Boraitha, did he then encircle it with jewels? Our Mishnah states explicitly that only old tefillin, p. 231, but not new, may be brought, which is proof that there is fear, lest a man go to the trouble of making amulets exactly like tefillin. Therefore, he continued, whether a man would take the trouble to cut off the threads, or not, is merely a difference of opinion between Tanaim, as we have already learned in the Boraitha Bab. Mir permitted the bringing in of both new and old tefillin, while Jehudah permitted only old tefillin to be brought, for the latter held that a man would take the trouble to make amulets exactly like tefillin, while the former held that he would not. Now, if the father of Samuel and the son of Aritz had explained the terms in the Mishnah old tefillin to signify that the straps of the tefillin had already been attached and the legal knot made therein, and new tefillin to signify that the straps had already been attached but the legal knot had not yet been made, the question whether a man would take the trouble to imitate the genuine tefillin falls to the ground, and the issue is merely, one holds that if the tefillin were already fit to be worn they may be brought in, while the other holds that even if they were not quite prepared they may also be brought in. Arhista said in the name of Rab, if one buys tefillin of a man who is not an expert, he must examine 2 tefillin used for the arm and 1 used for the head, or 2 of the head and 1 of the arm, and if he finds them suitable, he may purchase more. Now, then, let us see. If he purchases the tefillin of 1 man, what reason is there in examining 2 used for the arm and 1 used for the head? Why not examine 3 for the arm or 3 for the head? And if he purchases the tefillin of several men, he should examine 3 of each man. Arhista refers to a man who buys tefillin from one expert, but he must examine the tefillin for both head and arm in order to see that both kinds are properly inscribed, and it matters not whether he examine 2 for the head and 1 for the arm, or 1 for the head and 2 for the arm. Did Dar Kahana, however, not teach that he should examine only 1 each for the head and arm? This is in accordance with the opinion of Rabbi, who holds that in order to firmly establish the fact that the man is an expert, or where any other proof must be brought, 2 only are necessary. If this is according to Rabbi, how shall we explain the final clause of the Boraitha stating that so shall the second bunch of tefillin, p. 232, be examined, and likewise the third? According to Rabbi, why is a third required? When bunches of tefillin are concerned, Rabbi also admits that they should all be examined, because the expert probably receives the bunches from different makers, and for that reason 2 of each bunch, 1 for the head and 1 for the arm, should be examined. Then why only 3, 4 or 5 should be examined? Such is really the case. Any amount should be examined, but 3 only are mentioned as a rule that in this instance the theory of Hazaka 1 does not apply. He should remain with them till dark and then bring them in. Why not bring them in single pairs? Said Aritzhak the son of Arjehuda, my father explained the Mishnah thus: if the man can bring them all in, pair by pair, before darkness sets in, he may do so, but if he cannot, that is, if some would still remain, by the time it gets dark, he should rather remain with them until it becomes dark and then bring them all in at once. In times of danger, however, he covers them up, etc. Have we not learned that in times of danger he should carry them less than 4 ells at a time? Said Rab, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah treats of times of danger arising from religious persecutions by the Gentiles, while in the Boraitha the danger is supposed to be that arising from robbers. Said Abeli too to him, thou sayest that our Mishnah treats of danger arising from religious persecutions, how then will the latter clause of the Mishnah correspond with this? Our Simeon said, he should hand them to his companion, etc. Would this not involve still greater danger? Answered Rab, the Mishnah is not complete and should read thus: in times of danger, however, he covers them up and passes on. When is this the case? When the danger arises from religious persecutions, but if it be dangerous on account of robbers he should carry them for a distance of 4 ells at a time. Our Simeon, however, said, in the latter case, he should hand them to his companion, etc. Upon what point do our Simeon and the first Tana differ? The first Tana holds that the method adopted by our Simeon would be too ostentatious and would seem like a violation of the p. 233. Paragraph continues, Sabbath, whereas carrying for a distance of less than 4 ells is by no means objectionable. Our Simeon, however, holds that when a man is obliged to carry things for a distance of less than 4 ells at a time, he might forget and carry for a distance of 4 ells or more, whereas handing the things from one man to another is perfectly safe. So, likewise, his child, etc. How came his child on the field or on the road? The disciples of Minas tout. This refers to child that was born on the road, or in the field. What does our Simeon mean to say by even if it passed through the hand of an 100? He means to tell us that although passing it through many hands is not good for the child, still it is preferable to carrying it for less than 4 ells at a time. Our Jehuda said, in like manner a man may pass a cask, etc. Does not our Jehuda hold in accordance with the Mishnah elsewhere, that an animal may be led or vessels may be carried only as far as the owner thereof is entitled to walk? Said Rabha, our Jehuda in the Mishnah refers to a cask which had acquired the right to its Sabbath rest at the place where it was situated, but the contents of which had not acquired such right, and the cask becomes of no consequence to the contents. Our Joseph objected, we have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda said, when a caravan was encamped the man may hand a cask to his companion, he in turn to his companion, and so on. Thus we see that this is said only of a caravan but not under ordinary circumstances. Hence our Joseph explained that the dictum of our Jehuda in the Mishnah also applies to a caravan only. Mishnah, if a man reads in a scroll of sacred scriptures on the threshold of the house, and the scroll slips out of his hand, he may draw it back again. If a man reads in a scroll of the scriptures on the roof of his house and the scroll slips out of his hand, he may, if it has not rolled down for a distance of 10 spans, from public ground, draw it up again. But if it reached down to a distance of 10 spans, from public ground, he should turn the written side over, downwards to the wall, and leave it there till nightfall. Our Jehuda said, if the scroll be but the breadth of a needle from the ground, the man may roll p. 234. it back again to himself. Our Simeon said, even though it be completely on the ground, the man may roll it back to himself, for no ordinance regarding the Sabbath rest supersedes the veneration due to sacred scriptures. G.E. Mara, what was the threshold? Shall we say that the threshold was private ground and the space before it public ground, and no precautionary measure is ordained which would forestall his picking up the entire scroll if it fell into that public ground? Hence we must assume that this is in accordance with the opinion of R. Simeon, who holds that no ordinance regarding the Sabbath rest supersedes the veneration due to sacred scriptures. If, then, the first clause of the Mishnah is according to R. Simeon, then comes the dictum of R. Jehuda, then again the dictum of R. Simeon. It is obvious that the first and last clauses of the Mishnah are in accordance with the opinion of R. Simeon, while the intervening clauses are R. Jehuda's. Said R. Jehuda, yeah, so it is. Abai, however, said, the threshold referred to was not private ground but unclaimed ground, and the space before it was public ground. If the scroll had rolled out into that public ground entirely but for a distance of 4 ells only, the man would not be culpable even if he picked it up and brought it back to the threshold. Hence in this case it was allowed him to bring it back to commence with, but if it fell for a distance of more than 4 ells, he would, should he bring it back, be culpable, because he would have carried more than 4 ells in public ground. Hence it was not allowed under those circumstances to bring it back in the first place. If a man reads, etc., on the roof, the Mishnah teaches that he should turn the written side of the scriptures over. Is this then allowed? Have we not learned in Aboratha that the scribes who write scriptures, tefillin, or mezuzot were not permitted to turn over the vellum in order to prevent it from becoming dirty, but must cover it up with the cloth? Where this can be done it should be done, but where it is impossible, rather than desecrate the sacred scriptures, they should be turned over. If it fell from the roof and remained hanging alongside of the wall, it did not rest in any place because the wall is perpendicular, and it is necessary that it should actually rest on some object. The Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehuda and is not complete but should read thus, he should turn the written side over. When is this to be done? If the wall was a slanting wall, but if it was straight, he may draw it back even if it be c. p. 235. Less than 3 spans from the ground, because R. Jehuda said, if the scroll be but the breadth of a needle from the ground, the man may roll it back again to himself. Why so? Because it is necessary that it should rest on some object. Mishnah, on a ledge outside a window it is permitted to place vessels and to remove them therefrom on the Sabbath. Gemara, where does the ledge project? Shall we assume that it projects into public ground? Then there is fear, lest they fall to the ground and the man might bring them back into the house. Or shall we say that it projects into public ground? Then it is self-evident that it is permitted. Said Rabbi, the ledge is supposed to project into public ground, but the vessels which may be placed are brittle, and hence, should they fall, they will be broken and there is no fear that they will be brought back into the house. We have also learned to this effect on Aboratha. On a ledge outside a window, which projects into public ground, may be placed bowls, goblets, jugs, and glasses, and the whole wall down to within 10 spans from the ground may be used, and if there be another ledge underneath, but over 10 spans from the ground, the wall underneath the lower ledge may be used entirely, but the upper ledge must only be used to the extent that it faces the window. Mishnah, a man may stand in private ground and move things that are in public ground, or he may stand in public ground and move things that are in private ground, provided that he does not move them beyond 4 ells. A man must not, standing in private ground, make water in public ground on Sabbath, nor may he standing in public ground make water in private ground. In like manner he must not, standing in one kind of ground spit into another. R. Jehuda said, he who, when coughing, has brought up phlegm into his mouth, must not go 4 ells before expectorating. Gemara, said Dar Joseph, if he did so, meaning if he expectorated, etc., he is culpable and liable for a sin offering. But is it not necessary in the first place, that there be a transfer from a certain fixed place and that the article transferred rest in another fixed place of 4 elsewhere? Yeah, the intention of the man, however, brings about that condition. For if this were not so, how could Rabbi have said elsewhere, that if a man threw a thing and it fell into the mouth of a dog or into a furnace, he is culpable? Is it not necessary that it rest in a space? p. 236. Of 4 L's. Therefore we must say, that the intention of the man is equal to the deed, and such is also the case in this instance. Our Jehuda said, he who has brought up phlegm, etc. said Resh Lakish, if a man expectorated in the presence of his master, he deserves to be killed, for it is written, Proverbs 8:36, all those that hate me, love death. Do not read all those that hate me but all those who make me hateful. See Sabbath, page 236. Mishnah, a man must not, standing in private ground, drink in public ground, nor may he, standing in public ground, drink in private ground, unless he places his head and the greater part of his body within the place in which he drinks. Such is also the law regarding a winepress. Gemara, is the first part of the Mishnah preceding our Mishnah in accordance with the opinion of the sages, and our Mishnah in accordance with our Mir? Said Dar Joseph, the preceding Mishnah refers to objects which are not of absolute importance, while this Mishnah refers to objects which are a necessity to the man. Hence the precautionary measure forestalling the probability of the man's carrying them into the other ground is instituted. The schoolman propounded a question, what is the law regarding unclaimed ground, that is, if the man stood in private or public ground and drinks out of unclaimed ground and vice versa? Said Rabbi, the same law applies to unclaimed ground. Rejoined Rabbi, this ordinance is merely a precautionary measure. Shall we then institute one precautionary measure as a safeguard to another? Answered Rabbi, I deduce this from the further teaching of the Mishnah stating, such is also the law regarding a winepress, for the winepress must needs be considered unclaimed ground, as in the event of its being private ground. Why should the repetition be made? And Rabbi replied, the law regarding a winepress is not for the sake of the observance of the Sabbath, but it means to imply that a man may drink the wine made at the press without waiting for the tithes to be acquitted thereof. Thus also said Dar Sheshath, as we have learned in a Mishnah, a man may drink from a winepress, whether he mix the must with warm or cold water, and need not first acquit the tithes thereof. Such is the dictum of our Amir, but Torah Lazar ben Tzadok prohibits this, if the man mixes the must with water. p. 237. Because by that act he turns it into a beverage. The sages, however, hold that if he mix it with warm water he turns it into a beverage and is culpable, but if he mix it with cold water he is not culpable, as it is not considered a beverage, for he can, after quenching his thirst, pour it back into the press. Mishnah, a man may catch water dropping from a spout on the roof, within 10 hands from the ground, but from a projecting spout he may drink in any manner he chooses. Gemara, he may catch it with his hands but with the mouth that is not allowed. Why so? Said Dar Naaman, this is the case if the spout was less than 3 spans from the roof, in which it is considered as the roof itself, and consequently it is private ground. If he should catch the water with his mouth, that is like carrying things from private into public ground. We have also learned to this effect in a Boretha, a man may stand in private ground, raise his hand upwards of 10 spans to the spout which is less than 3 spans from the roof and drink the water out of his hand, but he must not place a cask or his mouth underneath the spout. But from a projecting spout he may drink in any manner. We have learned in a Boretha, that if such spout was 4 spans square he must not do this, for it is regarded as carrying from one kind of ground into another. Mishnah, should a well standing in public ground have an enclosure 10 spans high, it is lawful to draw water therefrom, on the Sabbath, through an aperture, window, that is above it. On a dunghill, 10 spans high, standing in public ground, it is lawful to pour water through any aperture above it. Gemara, where is the well supposed to be situated? Is near the wall. Why are 10 span high enclosures necessary? Said Darhuna, a well is referred to that is more than 4 spans distant from the wall, in which case a 10 span high enclosure is necessary, otherwise the water would be carried from private into private ground by way of public ground. R. Johanan, however, said, the well might have been even near the wall, but the Mishnah intends to teach us that the well with its enclosures together are accounted to be 10 spans, and hence a partition which legalizes the private ground. On a dunghill, 10 spans high, etc. is there no apprehension that the dunghill will be decreased, by removing part of it, in which case it will be less than 10 spans and still they will continue to pour water on it? Did not Rabin Bar Arada p. 238 say in the name of Aritzhak, it happened that concerning an entry which opened into the sea and into a dunghill, Rabbi would neither declare the entry lawful nor unlawful. He would not declare it lawful, because it might occur that the sea should recede and leave the land dry, and also that the dunghill might be removed. Yet he would not declare it unlawful because the sea and the dunghill were still partitions for the time being. This presents no difficulty. In the case quoted by Rabin, the dunghill was the property of an individual and he could have removed it, but in the case treated of in the Mishnah, the dunghill is public property and there is no fear of its being removed. Merrimack erected partitions for all the entries and surah facing the sea out of fishnets, saying, there is danger lest the sea recede and leave the land in front of the entries dry. 1. Mishnah, beneath a tree, the branches of which droop and cover the ground so that the tips of its twigs be within 3 spans from the ground, it is lawful to carry things, on the Sabbath. Should the roots of the tree project 3 spans high out of the ground, it is not permitted to sit upon them. Gemara, Arhuna the son of Arjehosh said, if the space occupied by the tree is of more than 2 sas capacity, it is not permitted to carry things therein. Why so? Because an abode beneath the tree is not considered an actual abode but is merely used by such as wish to avail themselves of the fresh air, and wherever such is the case it is not permitted to carry within a space of more than 2 sas capacity. Should its roots project 3 spans, etc., it was taught. If the roots of a tree projected more than 3 spans and slope to a lesser height, rubber permits their being used because the ends of the roots are less than 3 spans from the ground and hence equal to the ground itself, whereas our Shesheth prohibits their use because he claims that the beginning of the roots being over 3 spans from the ground cannot be used and the ends being part and parcel of the beginning are still subject to the same prohibition. If the roots, however, grew in the shape of a rolling sea, those protruding highest are according to the opinion of all prohibited to be used. Those growing lowest are in everybody's opinion allowed to be used, but concerning the roots that grew. p. 239. Between the two there is a difference of opinion between Rabbah and Darshesheth. The same note applies to a tree growing out of a water ditch and to a tree growing in a corner between the 2 walls of a court. The rabbis taught, roots of a tree projecting out of the ground 3 spans or between which there was a space of 3 spans must not be used, though one side of them be level with the ground, because it is not allowed to climb, hang onto, or lean upon a tree, on Sabbath. One must not climb a tree on the eve of Sabbath and remain there during the entire Sabbath. The same rule applies to animals, that is, one must not climb upon the back of an animal on the eve of Sabbath and remain there the following day. One may, however, ascend to, respectively, descend into a pit, well, cavern, or fence by scaling or holding to the walls thereof even though they be 100 ells long. The reason for the prohibition regarding a tree is because there is fear, lest a man might tear off a twig on Sabbath, while in the case of a pit, well, etc., there is no possibility of such a thing. We have learned in one Boratha, that if a man climbed up a tree, inadvertently, on Sabbath he must not descend, while in another, we have learned, that he may. This presents no difficulty. One Boratha holds, that it should not be allowed to descend for the sake of a precaution, lest the climbing had been done with intention, while the other Boratha maintains, that as long as it had been done unintentionally the man is permitted to descend. In one Boratha we were taught, that be the tree green or dried, it is not permitted to be used, while in another it is said, that only if it is green it is prohibited, if it be dry, however, it may be used. This presents no difficulty. The Boratha that permits the tree to be used refers to one which during the summer had lost all its fruit and leaves, while it prohibits a tree to be used in the rainy season when it is full of fruit and leaves. Rami Bar Abbas said in the name of Arasi, a man must not walk on the grass on the Sabbath, for it is written, Proverbs 19:2, he that hasteneth with his feet is a sinner. One Boratha teaches, that a man is not allowed to walk on grass on the Sabbath and another teaches that he may. This presents no difficulty. One Boratha refers to wet grass which is easily torn, while the other refers to dry grass. At this time, however, when we hold in accordance with the opinion of Simeon, p. 240, that an act one has no intention of performing does not make one culpable, it is permitted to walk on any kind of grass. Mishnah, the shutters of a bleaching ground or thorn bushes, as are used to fill up breaches in a wall or reed mats must not be used to close up avenues unless they be placed a trifle above the ground. Gemara, the following presents a contradiction to the Mishnah. We have learned, portable shutters, reed mats, and plow handles, if already hanging in their places, may be used to close up avenues on Sabbath and so much more on festivals. Said Rabbi, providing they have hinges, and Rabbi said, even if they have no hinges at the time but at one time did have, they may be used. An objection was made. We have learned, portable shutters, reed mats, and plow handles if already banging in their places and but one hair's breadth removed from the ground, may be used to close up avenues. Abai explains this, in accordance with his former dictum, as follows, providing they either have hinges or are removed from the ground even one hair's breadth, while Rabbi explains this, according to his former statement, namely, providing they at one time had hinges or are one hair's breadth distant from the ground. The rabbis taught, thorn bushes, or bundles of thorns, which were prepared for filling up a breach in a wall, may, if they were tied together and already hung up, be used to close up avenues on the Sabbath and so much more on a festival. Our high ayah taught, a movable widow door may not be used to close up avenues on the Sabbath. What is meant by a widow door? Some say if it had only one board, which appears to be as a part of the wall, while others say that it may be even a too-broad door but had no joints. Our Jehuda said, bonfires may be made on a festival provided they are ignited from the top, but they must not be ignited from the bottom, because the flames would envelop the fuel and make it appear like a tent of fit. The same rule applies to eggs, pots, folding beds used in the field, and casks, that is, they must not be piled up in the form of tents, and in the case of eggs, they must not be cooked over a fire which has the appearance of a tent. A Sadducee said to our Jehoshua ben Hananiah, ye, all Israelites, are compared to thorns, because it is written concerning p. 241. You, Micah 7:4, the best of them is like a briar. Replied our Jehoshua, look further into the verse, thou fool, where it is written, Ibid, the most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge, which signifies, that as a thorn hedge is used to fill up a breach in a wall, so do the upright among us shield us from all evil. Mishnah, a man must not, standing in private ground, unlock with the key something in public ground, nor may he, standing in the public ground, unlock with the key something in private ground, unless he had previously made a partition 10 hands high, round the spot on which he stands. Such is the dictum of our Emir, but the sages said to him, it was the custom in the poultry dealers' one market, at Jerusalem, to lock up the shops, and place the key in the window, aperture, above the door. Arhose said, this was done in the wool market. Gemara, the sages object to the dictum of our Emir, who speaks of public ground, by citing an instance in Jerusalem which is unclaimed ground. Did not Rabbi Bar Barhana say in the name of our Johanan that Jerusalem, if the gates were not closed at night, would be considered public ground as far as Sabbath is concerned? Said our Papa, our Mishnah treats of Jerusalem after its fortifications had been razed to the ground when it became public ground, but Rabha said, the sages did not object to the dictum of our Emir as quoted in the Mishnah, but to another statement of his referring to gates of gardens, and the Mishnah should read thus, nor may he, standing in private ground, open with the keys something in unclaimed ground, or vice versa, unless he had made a partition 10 spans high. Such is the dictum of our Emir, but the sages objected, it was the custom in the poultry dealer's market, etc., etc. The rabbis tout, the doors of the gates of gardens if leading into a porter's lodge on the inside may be locked from the inside. If the porter's lodge was outside of the doors may be locked on the outside, and if there are lodges on both sides of the doors they may be locked on either side, but if there were no lodges at all, the doors must not be locked at all, because they are situated in private ground and the key must p. 242 necessarily be brought from public ground. The same rule applies to shops that opened into public ground. If the lock of the door was less than 10 spans from the ground, the key should be brought on the eve of Sabbath and deposited on top of the door, and on Sabbath he may take it down, lock the door, and put the key back in its place. If there was an aperture above the door, he can place the key in that aperture providing the aperture was not 4 spans square, for if it be 4 spans square it constitutes a separate ground in itself, and a man would carry from one kind of ground into another. Mishnah, a loose bolt with a knob to it, is prohibited to use on Sabbath. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer, but our Jose permits its use. Our Eliezer said, in the synagogue of Tiberias it was customary to use such a bolt, until Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and prohibited it. But our Jose replied, on the contrary, they refrained from using it as unlawful, until Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and permitted it. Gemara, if the bolt was fastened to a cord, rope, and when holding the cord the bolt was also held, all agree that it may be used. But they differ as to a bolt that was not fastened to a cord. One master holds that if it had a knob on top it is regarded as a vessel and may be used, while the other master said, as it cannot be held with the cord it cannot be considered a vessel and must not be used. Mishnah, a loose bolt, that is fastened to a rope, and hangs down towards the ground, may be used to fasten within the temple only, but not in the country. But a bolt that is fixed to the building itself must not be used in either place. Our Jehuda said, a fixed bolt may be used in the temple and a loose bolt in the country. Gemara, the rabbis tout, what is called a loose bolt, which may be used to fasten within the temple and not in the country. If it be fastened to a rope, hangs down, and one end reaches the ground. Our Jehuda, however, says, that a bolt of that kind may even be used in the country, but a bolt which must not be used except in the temple, is one that is not fastened to a rope and hangs down, but which is fixed to the building itself and when taken out is placed in a corner. Our Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, The halakha prevails according to our Jehuda concerning a loose bolt in the country, but as for a fixed bolt which is not the outcome of a rabbinical law but against an actual biblical law, namely, that p. 243. Prohibiting building, it is not allowed to be used even in the temple. Said Rabha, a loose bolt is prohibited even in the country unless it be fastened by a rope to the door. This is not so. Do we not know that it happened when Ortabla came to Meza and saw a bolt fastened by a rope but not attached at the door? He did not object to its use. In that case it was a rope that was amply firm to hold the bolt without being attached to the door. Aravia came to Neherdai and saw a man fastening a bolt with papyrus, whereupon he said that a bolt fastened in that manner must not be used. Naomi bar Zachariah asked Abai, how was it if a man made a handle to the bolt? And he answered, thou askest then concerning a pestle, and it was taught in the name of Naomi bar Ada that if he made a handle to a bolt and it looked like a pestle, it may be used. Rami bar Ezekiel sent requested to our Amram, let Master tell us some of the good sayings, which he at one time related in the name of Arasi concerning the canopies of boats. And our Amram replied, Arasi said thus, if the poles upon which the canopies were put up be 1 span thick, or if they be less than 1 span thick, but are less than 3 spans apart, one may, on the Sabbath, bring a mat and form a tent out of such poles, because they were already at one time tents, and for the time being were also temporary tents, and it is permitted to add to a temporary tent in order to make it useful. Arhuna had some rams which at night required fresh air and in daytime required a shady place, so he came to Rab and asked him what to do on the Sabbath. Rab answered, on the eve of Sabbath, when thou removest the covering of the stalls which the rams occupy during the day, do not quite remove all the covering, but leave about a span closed. Thus on Sabbath thou wilt have a temporary tent, and thou mayest then cover up the stalls entirely, for it is permitted to add to a temporary tent on the Sabbath. Rab in the name of Arhiah said, one may unfold and fold up a curtain on the Sabbath. Arsheshah the son of Arada said, it is permitted to wear a black, broad-brimmed hat on Sabbath. Did we not learn in the Boraitha that it is not permitted to wear such a hat on Sabbath? This presents no difficulty. The Boraitha refers to a hat, the brim of which was 1 span in width, if that be the p. 244 case, then it would not be allowed to let down any garment more than a span. Therefore we must say that the Boraitha prohibits the wearing of such a hat only if it is not tied to the head and not because of its similarity to a tent, but for fear that the wind might blow it off and one would be forced to carry it more than 4 ells in public ground, while Arsheshet refers to a hat that is tied to the head and there is no fear of its being blown off. Mishnah, in the temple the lower hinge of a cupboard door may be refitted into its place on the Sabbath, but this must not be done in the country. The upper hinge must not be refitted either in the temple or in the country. Our Jehuda said, the upper hinge may be refitted in the temple and the lower one in the country. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the lower hinges of a door of a cupboard or a chest or a tower may be refitted into their places in the temple, but in the country they may only be temporarily replaced, but not refitted. If the upper hinges had become unfastened, it is not allowed to even temporarily replace them as a precaution lest they be refitted with tools. For should this be done, the act involves liability to bring a sin offering. The doors of cellars, vaults, or gables must not be refitted, and if this was done, the man is liable for a sin offering. Mishnah, they, priests who minister, may replace a plaster on a wound, which plaster had been taken off to perform the service, in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. To put the first plaster on a wound on Sabbath is prohibited in either place. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a plaster became removed from a wound it may be replaced on Sabbath. Our Jehuda said, if it was moved up it may be moved down, and if it was moved down it may be moved up, and it is permitted to remove part of the plaster and cleanse the exposed portion of the wound, then replace the plaster, remove another part, cleanse the exposed wound and again replace the plaster. But it is not permitted to cleanse the plaster, because by so doing one would rob the plaster, and if this was done it involves liability for a sin offering. Said Ar Jehuda, in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to Ar Jehuda. Ar Hista said, the statement of the first Tana to the effect that a plaster may be replaced applies only to a plaster. p. 245. That had fallen on a vessel, but a plaster that had fallen to the ground must not be replaced. Bar the son of Aras said, it happened once that I was standing before my father, and the plaster which he had on a wound fell on a cushion, and he replaced the plaster. Said I to him, does master not hold in accordance with the opinion of Ar Hista, who said that the first Tana and Ar Jehuda differ only as to a plaster that had fallen on a vessel? And Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to Ar Jehuda. How then could master have replaced it? And my father answered that he did not agree with Ar Hista. Mishnah, they, the Levites performing on musical instruments, may tie a string of an instrument which had burst, on Sabbath, in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. To put a new string on the instrument, on Sabbath, is in either place prohibited. Gemara, there is a contradiction. Have we not learned that if a string of an instrument had burst, they only made a loop but did not tie it into a knot? This presents no difficulty. This latter is the opinion of Ar Simeon, while the Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis, as we have learned in the following Boratha. If a Levite had burst the string of an instrument he may tie it. Ar Simeon, however, said, he may only make a loop in the string. Said Ar Simeon ben Elazar, if he merely makes a loop, the sound will be affected, hence he should loosen the string at the top and draw it down to the bottom, or loosen it at the bottom and draw it taut to the top. Mishnah, they, the priests who minister, may remove a wart from an animal on Sabbath in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. By means of an instrument it is prohibited to do so in either place. Gemara, there is a contradiction. We have learned, concerning the paschal lamb, which must be carried on the shoulders or brought from without the legal limits, and the blemish of which must be removed, these acts must not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. Ar Elazar and Ar Hosea bar Hanana differ. One holds that the Mishnah and the Boratha both treat of a case where the wart is removed merely by hand and not with an instrument, but the Mishnah, which permits such removal, refers to a wart which had dried and is easily crumbled, while the Boratha treats of a suppurating wart which involves a deal of trouble to remove. The p. 246. Other, however, maintains that the Boratha refers to the removal of the wart with an instrument. R. Joseph said, both the Mishnah and the Boratha treat of a case where the wart was capable of being removed by hand, and they do not differ. The Mishnah maintains that any rabbinical prohibition which applies to the service of the temple may be disregarded in the temple, while the Boratha holds that any act pertaining to the service of the temple which is generally prohibited must not be performed in the country, outside of the temple. Abai was sitting and repeating the halakha decreed by his master Ar Joseph, and Ar Safra objected, saying, have we not learned in a Mishnah, Tract Sabbath, p. 30, that the Passover sacrifice may be turned around in the oven on Friday when it is getting dark, and the Passover sacrifice was not roasted in the temple itself? Hence we see that the rabbinical prohibition was disregarded even outside of the temple. Abai was silent. Subsequently he came to Ar Joseph and told him Ar Safra's objection. Said Ar Joseph to him, why didst thou not answer that in that case the Passover sacrifice was prepared by an aggregation of men, and an aggregation of men is generally very cautious? Why did Abai not answer Ar Safra to that effect? Because he heard only that the priests were very cautious, but never heard anything about an aggregation of men. Rabbi, however, said, "Our Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, who holds that any preparation for the fulfillment of a commandment supersedes the observance of the Sabbath, but the reason that the Mishnah prohibits the use of an instrument for removing the wart is because even our Eliezer admits that whatever it is possible to do on Sabbath in a manner different from the weekday should so be done." Whence do we adduce that our Eliezer admits this? From the following Boretha: if a priest should suddenly discover a wart on his person on the Sabbath, his companion should remove it by means of his teeth. Hence we see that the wart must be removed by means of the teeth and not by instruments, and again that the priest himself must not do it but it must be done by his companion. According to whose opinion is this? Shall we say that it is according to the opinion of the sages and it occurred in the temple? Why should his companion be obliged to do it? He could, according to the opinion of the sages, do it himself. p. 247. Because a rabbinical prohibition may be disregarded in the temple, therefore we must say that it is in accordance with the opinion of our Eliezer, who holds that if an ordinary Israelite did this, he would be liable for a sin offering, but because this is an act pertaining to the fulfillment of a commandment it may be done, but if it is possible to accomplish it in a manner different from that on a weekday it should so be done. Mishnah: a priest, ministering, who hurts his finger, may bind it up with reeds in the temple, on the Sabbath, but this must not be done in the country. Squeezing out the blood is, in either place, prohibited. It is permitted to strew salt on the stairs of the altar, on Sabbath, in order to prevent the ministering priests from slipping. It is also permitted to draw water from the well gola and from the large well by means of the rolling wheel on the Sabbath and from the cold well, on festivals. Gemara, Araik of Pashrunia propounded a contradictory question to Rabbi. In our Mishnah it is stated that it is allowed to strew salt on the stairs, whence we see that this may be done in the temple only but not in the country. But have we not learned that if a court had become deluged by rain it is permitted to strew straw on the ground, so as to make it passable? Answered Rabbi, with straw it is different, for he can eventually remove the straw and use it for another purpose. Rabbi related, if a court had become deluged by rain, one may bring straw and spread it out on the ground of the court. Said our Papa to him, have we not learned, however, that he should not spread the straw in the same manner as he does on a weekday, that is, through a basket or crate, but through the sides of a broken basket? Whereupon Rabbi procured an interpreter, crier, and proclaimed, what I told you previously was a mistake. Thus was it taught in the name of our Eliezer. When he comes to spread out the straw on the ground he should not do it by means of a basket or a crate but through the sides of a broken basket. It is also permitted to draw water from the well gola, etc. Eula was a guest in the home of Arminus. A man happened to come along and knocked at the door. So Eula asked, who is it that is violating the Sabbath? Said Rabbi to him, it was prohibited only to produce a sound by means of an instrument, but not to knock on the door. Abai objected, we p. 248 have learned that it is permitted to draw wine by means of a siphon or drip it through a colander for a sick person on the Sabbath, and it is known that both produce a sound. So we see that this is only permitted for a sick person but not for a healthy person. What purpose would it serve in the case of a sick person? To arouse him from slumber. Hence it is not permitted to produce a sound for a healthy person. Nay, dripping wine through a colander is supposed to produce a sound similar to that of a cymbal, and it is done in order to induce sleep in the case of a sick person who had dozed off in slumber. Is not, however, the prohibition to draw water from the well gola or from the large well instituted on account of the sound produced by the rolling wheel? Nay, it is prohibited as a precaution, lest a man take water from such a well and sprinkle his garden or his ruins, to lay the dust. Or permitted water to be drawn from the wells in Meza by means of a rolling wheel, saying, the sages prohibited it as a precaution, lest a man sprinkle his garden or his ruin with that water, but here in this city there are no gardens and no ruins. Afterwards he observed that the people used that water for the purpose of soaking flax during the week, so he prohibited the drawing of that water on Sabbath. And from the cold well, on festivals. What is meant by the cold well? Said Dar. Naaman bar Itzhak, that well was filled with spring water. Whence does Ar? Naaman deduce this? From the passage, Jeremiah by 7, as a well sendeth forth its waters. 1. We have learned in Aboratha, it was not permitted to draw water from all cold wells but only from the one mentioned, because when the Israelites returned from exile they together with their prophets who lived in that day drank therefrom and made it lawful to draw water from that well on Sabbath forever. The prophets would not have done this either, if it be for the fact that they knew it to be an ancient custom of their ancestors. Mishnah, should the carcass of a dead reptile be found in the temple on the Sabbath, the priest shall move it out with his belt, as an unclean thing must not remain within the temple. p. 249. Paragraph continues, such is the dictum of R. Johanan ben Berekah, but R. Jehuda said, it should be removed with wood and pincers, in order that the uncleanness spread not further. From which parts of the temple should it be removed? From the inner temple, from the hall, and from the interspace between the hall and the altar. Such is the dictum of R. Simeon ben Anos, but R. Akiba said, it should be removed from every place, in the temple, which, if entered by an unclean person intentionally, lays him liable to the punishment of Kereth, being cut off, and if entered inadvertently, makes him liable for a sin offering. In all other parts of the temple, the carcass of the reptile should be covered with a copper cooling vessel, Sayub Salon Cheat-out row, till the Sabbath is over and then be removed. R. Simeon said, whatsoever the sages permit thee to do is, not an infraction of biblical law, but a right which is thine own, inasmuch as whatever they permit could at all events become unlawful only on account of their own enactments for the sake of the Sabbath rest. Gemara, Artabi bar Kisna said in the name of Samuel, one who brings a thing, which had become unclean through a reptile into the temple, if he does it intentionally, he becomes amenable to the punishment of Kereth, being cut off, one and, if he does it inadvertently, is liable for a sin offering, but one who brings in the carcass of a reptile itself, is not culpable. Why so? Because it is written, Numbers v. 3, both the male and female shall ye send out, and this refers to such as have become unclean, but by taking a legal bath, mikvah, can become clean. The reptile itself can never be clean, however, hence one is not culpable, if he brings it into the temple. Shall we assume that the point of variance between R. Johanan ben Berekah and R. Jehuda in our Mishnah is based upon the above halakha of Samuel, that is, R. Johanan, when stating that an unclean thing must not remain in the temple means to say that if a man brought in a reptile, he is culpable, while R. Jehuda, who states that the reptile should be removed on account of the possibility of it spreading uncleanness, means to signify that a man who brings in a reptile is not culpable, and the reptile itself is merely a means of spreading uncleanness. Nay, both agree that a man is culpable, but R. Johanan means to assert that the remaining of an unclean thing in the temple is a far more grievous condition than the possibility of its. p. 250. Spreading uncleanness, while R. Jehuda claims that the spreading is of more consequence, hence he advises that wooden pincers be used but not the belt of the priest. Thus we see that whether a man is culpable or not is not the point of variance between the two teachers of the first clause in the Mishnah but between the Tanaim of the second clause commencing, from which parts of the temple, should it be removed? He who says that it should be removed only from the inner temple, from the home, etc., holds that if a man brought in a reptile into the temple, he is not culpable, but Arakiba, who says that it should be removed from every place, etc., holds that the man who brings in the reptile is culpable. R. Johanan said, both Tanaim, Simeon ben Nanos and Arakiba, adduced their teaching from one and the same passage, viz., 2 Chronicles 29:16, and the priests went into the inner part of the house of the Lord to cleanse it, and they brought out everything unclean which they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house of the Lord, and the Levites received it, to carry it out abroad unto the brook Kidron. Our Simeon ben Nanos means to say that because the Levites received the unclean things from the priests for further conveyance, it is evident that only as far as the place where the transfer was made to the Levites, it is important that no uncleanness be found, and the rabbinical ordinance may be violated in order to remove such uncleanness, but from that place and further it is not of sufficient consequence to permit of the infraction of an ordinance instituted for the sake of the Sabbath rest. Arakiba, however, means to say that the finding of uncleanness in any part of the temple is of sufficient importance to permit of the infraction of a rabbinical ordinance, and the reason that the priest transferred the unclean things to the Levites was because where Levites could carry it, the priests are exempt, but up to the place of transfer, although the priests were not permitted under ordinary circumstances to traverse this space except for ministerial duties. In that case the matter was of such importance that they were allowed to disregard that regulation. The rabbis taught, it is permitted for anyone to enter the temple for the purpose of building, repairing, and also for the purpose of removing an unclean thing. It is a better fulfillment of that religious duty if a priest does so, and in lieu of a priest a Levite, but if there is no Levite on hand, an ordinary. p. 251. Paragraph continues, Israelite may go. All of them, however, must be ritually clean, notwithstanding the fact that they are about to become unclean. Our Simeon said, whatsoever the sages permit, etc. What does our Simeon refer to with this dictum? He has reference to, or in fact supplements his dictum in the 4th chapter of this tract, last Mishnah, to the effect that if a man was even 15 ells beyond the legal limits he may nevertheless go back, and referring to this he states, that this is merely the man's own right, as the land surveyors are liable to err in the measurement, as whatever they permit could at all events become unlawful, etc. What would our Simeon refer to with this part of his statement? This latter part of his dictum refers to his statement in the Boratha concerning a new string for an instrument, previously mentioned, when he decrees that if the string is broken the Levite may tie it into a loop, and here he supplements it by saying that whatever the sages permitted was only such an act as could not involve liability for a sin offering, but any act which could involve liability for a sin offering was not permitted by the sages to be performed. End of 3rd volume.